In the wake of an apocalyptic descent, amidst sweltering heat, frigid cold, torrential rains, earthquakes, tsunamis, mutations in flora and fauna, zombies, and invasions from alternate realms, children perish tragically, loved ones depart, subjected to cruel experiments. In a moment of rebirth, she acquires a signing-in system, granting her infinite storage space and a staggering sum of 200 million in cash on her first day to stockpile supplies. Ascending to the status of an SSS-grade ability user and a plant master, she commands vegetation to obliterate all foes. With resolute determination, she rewrites her destiny, erecting the mightiest stronghold, cultivating divine plants, and crushing formidable adversaries, ensuring her family survives the end times. The husband she once scorned, she now cherishes deeply, becoming his steadfast support. Yet, what is this? Her husband has also been reborn? Is this a case of pursuing a husband to a fiery demise? Chin's Yuan has not been reborn, yet periodically awakens memories of his past life. Initially intending to part ways with this woman, he had planned to sell off 100 companies and indulge himself, but what bewilders him is her unexpected fervor in calling him her dear husband. Has she been possessed? She still clings to him. Perhaps it is time to thoughtfully reconsider the matter of divorce. After all, the children cannot be without their mother. Chapter 1. Rebirth. Husband, I am sorry. Ah! Zhou Chuchu screamed, sitting up from her bed, drenched in sweat. The excruciating pain of skin being peeled and bones crushed shadowed her. Huff, huff. She took deep breaths, suddenly pausing. There was no longer that suffocating terror. She touched her nose, and it was still there. Breathing freely, she felt a comfort she had not experienced in ages, ever since her nose had been mutilated by those cruel individuals, leaving her gasping for breath only during desperate struggles. How unbearable it had been. But now, this delightful and liberating breath felt exquisite. Her nose was intact, how wonderful. Her eyes gradually focused, landing on a pair of delicate, fair hands. My hands. She was nearly moved to tears. Her hands had been severed, and those ruthless beings had prevented her wounds from healing, leaving her wrists exposed and oozing with pus. Her skin had long been ravaged in experiments. But now, her hands had returned, the skin so soft and fair. The sensation of being covered and protected by skin, no longer feeling as if countless needles were pricking her from exposure to the air, was blissful. Her nose was intact, her hands were restored. What about the rest? Her thick, cloud-like black hair, fragrant and full, had not fallen out due to toxin injections. Her face was smooth as a peeled egg, devoid of grotesque veins and tumors. Her slender neck, devoid of any swelling, her soft curves, a waist that could be grasped with ease, long legs. They were all there, all returned. Most importantly, she was now healthy, radiating vitality from within. This was what she had yearned for during countless midnight reveries. Everything was back. She leaped up, swiftly running a few steps, exhilarated and thrilled. Her hands touched her eyes. She could see. No longer trapped in eternal darkness. No longer a human pig, lying on an experimental bed, subjected to endless torment. No more boundless suffering. She was overjoyed, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. Even tears felt precious. Only through loss did she realize the value of what she had regained. Surveying her surroundings, she noted the small, exquisite Zeton wardrobe, the bed adorned with a soft silk quilt, and the dressing table of golden namu, laden with a plethora of luxurious cosmetics. This was a cherished scene etched in her memory, a home that had ceased to belong to her since that fateful day she opened the door. A realization dawned upon her. Have I been reborn? The overwhelming joy of having her body intact delayed her acknowledgement of this truth for a full 15 minutes. Then, a tidal wave of astonishment engulfed her. I have been reborn. With this realization, her eyes widened. To be reborn meant that everything she had lost was still within reach. Those whom she had initially dismissed, loathed, and resented, her in-laws, her children, and him, they were all still here. She would never allow herself to lose them again. This time, no matter what, she would survive with them through the apocalypse, united as a family to weather the storm. She would not repeat the mistakes of her past. Zhou Chuchu dashed out of the room barefoot, calling out the names that sent shivers through her heart. Limlin, Zizi. Her 2 children, a pair of fraternal twins, were 4 years old this year. Once regarded as burdens, loathed due to her disdain for her husband, they were now cherished treasures. The entire villa lay silent, devoid of response, save for the sensor lights flickering on in response to her hurried footsteps. Lin, Zizi, where are you? She opened room after room, finding no trace of her children. A wave of panic gripped her heart once more, nearly rendering her breathless. Had she returned too late? Had the children followed their grandparents back to the countryside? Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang. She rushed back to the room, gripping the receiver, her hands trembling as she glanced at the date on the caller ID. September 23rd, 2035, 1 month before the apocalypse. She remembered it well. On this day, she had quarreled fiercely with her husband, Qin Ziyuan, who had stormed off to work in anger. Concerned that she might be upset, her in-laws had taken the children to their spacious apartment temporarily and had called her back. Yet in her previous life, she had ignored the ringing phone time and again. Now, she answered in an instant.
Dama.
The voice on the other end seemed taken aback by her rapid response, considering her past indifference. The tone was cautious. Zhou Chuchu felt her defenses crumble. How long had it been since she heard her mother-in-law, Lu Julin's voice? 5 years, perhaps? Lu Julin had bravely diverted zombies to protect Lin, never to return. Mom, she called out sincerely. Lu Julin had indeed regarded her as a daughter, even more so than her own. She had shown boundless tolerance for her temper. She was a truly divine mother-in-law. In her ignorance, she had once shown disdain towards this elder. Recalling this made her slap herself twice. What had she been thinking? The person on the other end was taken aback. Dama, what's wrong? My dear child, don't be upset. I'll handle that scoundrel when I get back. Lu Julin had switched to speakerphone, and her father-in-law snatched the phone, his voice gentle yet urgent. Mayor, don't overthink it. Your mother and I, we just don't want to trouble you. Then his tone turned serious. If that rascal dares to bully you, I'll come back and teach him a lesson. Zhou Chuchu felt her barriers break down, cherished and treated with such care. Since her in-laws had passed, she had never felt this way again. Dad, she cried, tears streaming uncontrollably.
Oh,
Mayor, don't cry, don't cry. Oh dear, please don't cry. The phone shifted, and the voices of her little treasures came through.
Mom.
What's wrong with you? Let me come hug you. Zhou Chuchu's heart quaked. She wept even harder. Her children, her 2 beloved children. Their sweet calls had been her only salvation during those tormented days of unconsciousness. Despite her many transgressions, her children still chose to forgive and comfort her in her sorrow. In her previous life, after that fierce argument, she had threatened her in-laws to take the children back to the countryside. Then, the apocalypse struck. The sweltering heat arrived, with outdoor temperatures soaring to 58 degrees, vehicles rendered inoperative under the relentless sun, and transportation ground to a halt. Even if she had wanted to retrieve the children later, the vast distance would make it impossible. 5 years into the apocalypse, they had brought the children back as leverage against her. Reflecting on these events, a wave of pain surged within her. In this life, she would not allow her children to be taken from her side. She would make amends and cherish her 2 children, mother and father. Lin, Zizi, I'm perfectly fine. I simply miss you both dearly. Will you come back tomorrow? The 2 little ones cheered in delight. Oh, that's wonderful. We will return tomorrow. Mother, I miss you so much too. Her in-laws hurriedly chimed in. We'll be back. We're returning tomorrow. Zhou Chuchu held the phone tightly, her heart swelling with emotion. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry, it was my fault in the past. This apology had weighed heavily on her heart for many years. Her in-laws immediately grew flustered. Mana, you are not at fault. All the blame lies with that wretched boy. As his wife, he should have cherished you. It's utterly absurd. Zhou Chuchu couldn't help but smile through her tears. Qin Ziyuan, what fault did he have? It was she who had erred. She owed him an apology. *** Chapter 2. Check-in. S-Class Plant Manipulator ***. After exchanging a few more words with her in-laws and children, Zhou Chuchu reluctantly ended the call. The excitement gradually simmered down. In just 1 month, a black hole wandering through the solar system would explode, unleashing dark matter that would strike all planets within the solar system, heralding the apocalypse. Extreme heat, frigid cold, earthquakes, tsunamis, mutated creatures, and zombies, a relentless wave of calamities would continue until her last breath. In this lifetime, she must prepare supplies in advance, doing everything in her power to survive, not just for herself, but for them, for their family to remain whole. First and foremost, supplies were of utmost importance in the apocalypse. Food, water, and various gear would become vital for survival. The initial wave of extreme heat would bring drought, causing crops to wither, leading to mass fatalities as society ground to a halt. Subsequently, power would be rationed, and all cooling facilities in supermarkets would cease operation, resulting in widespread food spoilage. The mere thought of such chaos and horror sent shivers through Zhou Chuchu's heart. As the saying goes, a snake bite breeds a fear of wells for a decade, and her experiences were far more than a mere snake bite. They were a series of multifaceted and layered assaults, both external and internal. This had instilled within her a profound sense of insecurity. She must stockpile sufficient supplies and ensure ample safety to enable her family to navigate the apocalypse smoothly.
Ding.
Congratulations on successfully checking in. You have received 50 million in cash and 1 infinite storage space. Since this is your first day checking in, you have also received a special check-in gift pack. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. She was taken aback with joy. The system. It was the system. How splendid. After enduring so much suffering, it couldn't have been in vain. Finally, the essential golden finger for a reborn individual had arrived. First, she received 50 million in cash, instantly deposited into her account. Next came the infinite storage space. With a mere thought, she vanished from her spot and found herself in an expansive, boundless storage area filled with shelves stretching beyond sight. However, these shelves were empty. How much can this hold? Zhou Chuchu was overjoyed. But how do I put supplies inside? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she glanced at her vanity table, which promptly appeared in the storage space. How convenient. She looked around at the bed and wardrobe. Both were easily transported into the storage space. With a newfound playfulness, she began to scan the chairs, tables, and refrigerator, all effortlessly entered the storage space. However, there was a limitation. She couldn't store complete items without disassembling them first. For instance, the walls of a house, air conditioners mounted on walls, and buildings constructed on the ground could not be stored. Yet, if they were disassembled into individual components, they could be stored. Come out. With another thought, the items she had stored could reappear in any location within her line of sight, according to her desire. Continuing her experimentation, she cooked a steaming bowl of noodles and measured it at 96 degrees with an infrared thermometer. She placed the pot into the storage space, retrieving it an hour later to find it still at 96 degrees. When she entered her Patek Philippe lady's watch into the space and checked the time, it had indeed stopped ticking, indicating that time within the storage was in a state of eternal stillness. Whatever state an item was in when placed inside, it remained unchanged upon retrieval. This was simply marvelous. It laid the foundation for her extensive stockpiling of supplies. Moreover, combining these two characteristics inspired a thought. If she could store heavy objects in the storage space and then toss them out at will, wouldn't that become a formidable offensive ability? She rushed to the garden. Residing in a standalone villa with a large garden, she had once cultivated various flowers there, but finding them tedious to maintain, she had uprooted them to plant beans, radishes, leeks, cabbages, mushrooms, mint, peppers, pumpkins, potatoes, and corn. There was even a large peach tree. For this, her in-laws had endured ridicule from the neighbors for quite some time. Yet, this was one of the few correct decisions she had made in her previous life. After the apocalypse struck, she survived for a long time relying on these vegetables. Now, gazing at these little plants brought her immense comfort. She almost felt compelled to greet them. The garden had some stones, remnants of a rockery she had built. They lay scattered now because she disliked traditional Chinese landscaping and had transformed it into a swimming pool. Looking at those stones, an idea sparked. A large stone was transported to the storage space and then tossed out from her envisioned spot.
Boom.
A resounding crash echoed. Thankfully, her villa was secluded. Otherwise, such a commotion would surely attract ire. This trick is quite useful, whether for smashing foes or zombies. It'll come in handy. Zhou Chuchu collected all the stones from the yard into the storage space, neatly stacking them in one area. The space was vast and the stones sturdy. They could potentially be reused. By the way, I still have a special check-in gift pack to open. Zhou Chuchu spotted the shimmering gift pack within the storage space. She mused that the check-in system was quite clever, knowing to place it in the storage space. Curiosity piqued. She wondered what rewards awaited her inside. She inquired of the system, but there was no response. No matter, she would explore on her own. Open the gift pack. Congratulations. You have obtained the S-Class ability as a plant manipulator. Zhou Chuchu's eyes widened in excitement, her heart racing. S-Class ability. Oh my goodness. In the second year of the apocalypse, people began to awaken their abilities one after another. Abilities were classified from weakest to strongest as G, F, E, D, C, B, A, and S-Class, with rumors of even higher tiers, though she had never encountered them before her rebirth. An S-Class ability was enough to shake the foundations of Huaxia, allowing one to stand against thousands. She had once witnessed a powerful individual with an S-Class fire ability unleash their powers, incinerating countless zombies in a fiery inferno. In her previous life, she had only acquired a B-Class water ability, which had already made her a key combatant in her team. Now, with an S-Class ability, a green halo enveloped her, infusing her body with life energy. In an instant, she seemed to hear an array of voices, whispers that were peculiar yet profoundly familiar. She stood there, watching as the vegetables in her garden swayed gently toward her. Look at me. Quick, see me. I'm growing quite well. Naturally, it was not the plants that spoke. She could merely hear their voices. Is this what it means to be a plant manipulator? If merely hearing the voices of plants were all, it hardly seemed worthy of an S-Class. Zhou Chuchu scanned the plants, finally resting her gaze upon the peach tree. Perhaps due to its size and age, this old peach tree, said to be 200 years old, had been dug up by her father-in-law, Qin Zhuangming, from the mountains. Because its peaches were large, sweet, and juicy, she had spared it from her axe. At this moment, it expressed its desires most clearly. Give me some sugar, and I can evolve. Sugar. Zhou Chuchu glanced at her hands, which were now shimmering with a faint green glow. A cluster of luminous orbs, akin to verdant fireflies, danced before her. Is this sugar for it? Zhou Chuchu found little to perplex her, for in her previous life, she had encountered numerous extraordinary abilities. Indeed, one could assert that the only limits were those of imagination. Nothing was beyond possibility. The array of supernatural powers was vast. The unique energy generated by these abilities could very well be what one might term sugar. Zhou Chuchu attempted to cast 2 glowing spheres toward the peach tree, which eagerly absorbed them. Almost instantaneously, she witnessed the leaves transform visibly to a richer green, the branches grow sturdier, and the bark harden with a crackling sound. A multitude of tree pests was expelled, falling to the ground only to be absorbed by their roots. Peach trees were notoriously prone to attracting such pests, yet this venerable tree had been meticulously cared for, regularly treated with pesticides to fend off intruders. However, some cunning insects found refuge within the tree trunk, evading capture. As they gnawed on the trunk, the peach tree would weep resin, an elixir for women, yet a tree's lifeblood. Now, with the infusion of 2 glowing spheres, the tree had learned to eradicate pests autonomously, even assimilating them as nourishment. Remarkable. Zhou Chuchu bestowed another pair of green orbs upon the peach tree, acutely sensing a connection forming between them. She felt an innate ability to command the tree, directing whichever branch she desired, compelling it to act at her whim. In her mind's eye, a vague notion of the peach tree's evolution began to crystallize. So this is what it means to be a plant master. As long as I harness my powers to facilitate the evolution of flora, I become their sovereign, presiding over their development. It felt rather exhilarating. Yet, given her unfamiliarity with this ability and her ignorance regarding its cultivation, she resolved to experiment gradually until she mastered it completely. For the time being, this peach tree, along with the patches of vegetables in the field, represented her finest subjects for experimentation. Chapter 3. I have grown stronger and more beautiful. To begin, I will bestow half of my abilities upon this peach tree. The other half shall be shared equally among this collection of vegetables. I shall refrain from dictating the direction of their evolution for the time being, observing how they choose to develop on their own before providing focused nurturing. Zhou Chuchu was resolute in her decision. The explosion of a black hole, the release of dark matter, and the onset of the apocalypse loomed. Amidst various natural calamities, all life was evolving, striving for survival. She held a firm belief that, compared to the complexities of humanity, the simplicity of plants was far more adept at adapting to the harsh changes of their environment. Even if their evolution did not align with her desires, at the very least, her unique abilities could ensure their endurance through both scorching heat and frigid cold, providing a continuous supply of sustenance. After all, in such times, fresh vegetables would be as precious as gold. Without hesitation, she placed her hand upon the peach tree, channeling half of her abilities into it. A soft green orb of light flowed into the tree, causing it to radiate a gentle green luminescence. The peach tree responded with exuberance, swaying its branches and leaves in gratitude, expressing its thanks to its great benefactor. I am so delighted. Thank you, great master. I want to evolve into the strongest version of myself. Zhou Chuchu felt a tinge of embarrassment at being called great master, even though she was the only one to hear it. Next, she evenly distributed the remaining light among the green beans, radishes, scallions, cabbages, mushrooms, mint, peppers, pumpkins, potatoes, and corn. She had planted a considerable variety of vegetables, and with this handful of abilities, each plant was blessed with 2 or 3 small orbs of light, accompanied by an enthusiastic chorus of gratitude.
So sweet.
Thank you, master. This sugar is delicious. I am so happy. The vegetables, being far less mature than the 200-year-old peach tree, lacked its composure, having only grown for a month at most. After nourishing these greens, she felt a faint connection with them. With a little guidance, she could likely coax them into dancing joyfully out of the mud. Just then, a little cabbage poked out a prominent bundle, pushing aside the soil to reveal its white roots, performing a little jig before her. Zhou Chuchu exclaimed, "You're amazing. Impressive." She casually fed the remaining light orb to the little cabbage, which responded with gleeful hops on the ground. Suddenly, a beam of flashlight illuminated the scene. Security guard Old Foam, noticing her late-night presence in the garden, inquired with concern, "Miss Zhou, I just heard some commotion over here. Is everything all right?" Zhou Chuchu glanced down, observing the little cabbage had quietly nestled back into the earth. "Hey, quite clever," she thought. "I've fine, uncle. Just having trouble sleeping," she replied, holding a deep respect for the security guard. In these apocalyptic times, where self-preservation led to the unveiling of humanity's darker sides, he maintained his integrity and kindness, even sharing his meager food supplies with a mother and child in the community while sacrificing his own well-being in the process. Such a person she admired greatly, for he was among the few in this affluent neighborhood who expressed goodwill towards her. Due to her family circumstances, she had often faced ridicule from the wealthy ladies in the community, who looked down upon her. Even other guards and security personnel took pleasure in bullying her, such as making her wait outside for an extended period or casually remarking that other people's cars or bags were far superior, dismissing her requests with indifference. Of course, she acknowledged that her past behavior had indeed been problematic, causing her to be viewed unfavorably. Old Foam regarded her with sincere concern, advising, "Young lady, don't be so difficult. Your husband is a wonderful man. Living a peaceful life is far more valuable than anything else." Though he lacked education and eloquence, he had observed the dynamics between Zhou Chuchu and Qin Ziyuan, feeling anxious for them. To him, they were a perfect match, an attractive couple, with the man being the CEO of a major corporation worth billions. Many women would vie for his affection, yet she remained unsatisfied, often quarreling with him. Just today, you had another big fight, and he left for the company, while your in-laws took the child away. You live a life that even deities would envy. Far better than many. If you keep this up, you might squander your fortune. Old Foam spoke with heartfelt sincerity, his heavy accent underscoring his genuine feelings. While others ridiculed their arguments, he could not help but feel pained, knowing Zhou Chuchu was a good person. Though others dismissed him, she would always bring him small gifts upon her return from outside. "You two have no insurmountable obstacles. You can always reconcile after a quarrel," he added. Zhou Chuchu listened intently. In her previous life, she would have been impatient, but having been reborn, she felt immense gratitude for such kindness. In the apocalypse, goodwill was as precious as diamonds. "Thank you, uncle. I understand now. I will no longer quarrel with my husband. I assure you I'm fine here."
"So, please get some rest."
Old Foam nodded and turned to leave. That's good, he murmured. As she watched him retreat, she suddenly called out, "Uncle, the weather has been dreadful lately, with the typhoon making landfall. Please remind the neighbors to stock up on food." That was all she could do to warn them. After all, while the concept of an apocalypse was common in novels, who would believe it in real life? She did not wish to jeopardize her newfound life and find herself confined to a mental institution. Returning to her room, Zhou Chuchu detected a foul odor emanating from her body. Upon inspection, she discovered a layer of dark grime coating her skin, a mixture of filth and sweat. "Is this impurities?" she pondered in astonishment. In her previous life, when she awakened her B-level abilities, she experienced a similar process, but the impurities were minimal, merely a faint layer. In a world devoid of running water and electricity, bathing was impossible, and these impurities mingled with her sweat, merely wiped off with soiled clothing.
Now.
This layer of grime obscured her natural skin tone, resembling a mask of black mud. To an outsider, it would appear as though she had slathered her face in a mud mask. This was no mere matter of wiping off. A bath was essential. With urgency, she dashed to the bathroom, having nearly forgotten how to operate the shower after 10 years of disuse. After several attempts, she finally managed to turn it on. The water cascaded down, and she reveled in the sensation, exclaiming in delight. It had been a decade since she had enjoyed such a refreshing shower. The feeling of being revitalized by water was simply exquisite. Applying rose-scented body wash, she luxuriated in the experience for half an hour, emerging fragrant and rejuvenated. Passing by the mirror, she paused, taken aback. Had she become even more beautiful? Unsure, she leaned closer. It was no illusion. She had indeed transformed into a more striking version of herself. Previously, she had been a stunning beauty with captivating features and a graceful figure, yet upon closer inspection, she had many imperfections. Her skin had been rough and lacked refinement, requiring expensive moisturizers to maintain a dewy appearance. Additionally, blemishes marred her complexion, necessitating concealer for correction. Her irregular sleep patterns had resulted in dark circles under her eyes, particularly noticeable after removing makeup. Though her hair was thick and abundant, it lacked luster and required regular conditioning. Now, however, her skin was smooth and radiant, delicately fair, reminiscent of the finest jade, or a peeled egg. The blemishes and dark circles had vanished, her eyes sparkling like obsidian, and her eyebrows elegantly long and slender. The hair gleamed with a rich, lustrous black pearl-like sheen, illuminating her figure as if she were a beacon in the night. If she had once been a great beauty, now she had transcended to a level of superlative beauty. Is this really me? She found it hard to believe. After 10 years of torment in a post-apocalyptic world, she felt little impact from her newfound beauty. In such dire circumstances, strength outweighed mere appearance. Being beautiful alone was not a blessing, it was a tragedy. Yet, a transformation in beauty might assist her in rekindling her relationship with her husband. She mused anxiously, her grip tightening unconsciously. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, a bottle of toner shattered in her hand. Chapter 4. Husband, I will listen to you from now on. Zhou Chuchu was taken aback. She hadn't exerted much force. Could it be that the glass was simply fragile? She decided to test again, picking up a jar of expensive cream. With a firm grip, it too shattered. The shards lay harmless in her palm. She realized it was not the bottles that were weak. Rather, she had grown stronger. This must require a grip strength of at least 200 kilograms. My heavens, have I turned into a strongman? Zhou Chuchu dismissed the frightening image of a muscle-bound brute that invaded her thoughts. Casting a glance at the 500-kilogram sandalwood coffee table in the living room, she pondered and approached it, gathering her strength. With a determined shout, she lifted it effortlessly. Zhou Chuchu was dumbfounded. She had truly become a strong woman. Excitement surged within her. This was splendid. With such strength, those ruffians would think twice before harassing her, and she would make them regret it. In her previous life, she had been powerless to stop those despicable neighbors from breaking into her home and stealing supplies. Had it not been for her husband bringing resources back to her, she would have starved. Later, she awakened her water-based abilities, but they were only supportive, lacking offensive power, rendering her easily controlled and used as a mere water generator. No one knew how intensely she craved strength. Was her newfound power a result of her S-Class ability, or did it stem from her nurturing plant evolution, which in turn bestowed her with strength? She had a hunch it was the latter. Tomorrow, she would feed them more light orbs and observe the results. In just a brief moment, the light orb she had already fed had regained some vitality. She anticipated that by tomorrow, they would be fully restored. Then she could test them again. After contemplating evolution, she turned her thoughts to stockpiling supplies, a critical endeavor. Both aspects were equally vital. I remember there being 50 million in my account, combined with another 50 million from signing in. All of this should be utilized to purchase supplies.
No.
That is still not enough. I must ask my husband for more. He has plenty. Her husband, Qin Ziyuan, was affluent, a veritable billionaire, with enterprises spanning the globe and holding 15 publicly traded companies. The thought of her handsome and capable husband made her slap herself twice in disbelief. How could she have been so foolish in her past life to neglect such a wonderful partner, choosing instead to chase after a scoundrel? The fate she endured was well-deserved. She accepted her retribution, but what of her in-laws, her children, her husband? Why must they bear such a tragic fate? A chilling determination flickered in Zhou Chuchu's alluring eyes. She had been reborn to reclaim everything, to reverse the course of fate. In this life, she would not permit anyone to harm them. As for her past transgressions, she would dedicate her life to atone for them. And as for Qin Ziyuan, her husband, in her previous life, he had pursued her with relentless devotion, enduring immense hardship, yet still protecting her. This time, it would be her turn to support him. After a fierce argument in their last life, he had thrown himself into work, laboring for an entire month, only to succumb to a fever when the end of the world arrived, leaving him with lasting health issues. Their relationship had plummeted to an all-time low. Yet, courageous Zhou Chuchu was undeterred by adversity. She retrieved her phone, searching for her husband's contact. Upon seeing the derogatory nickname she had given him, she felt a jolt of shame and hurriedly changed it to Darling Husband. She sent him a voice message. Darling husband, I was wrong. Please don't be angry. From now on, I will listen to you. After 5 minutes of silence, she anticipated this outcome. After all, any man who had endured what Qin Ziyuan had would understandably be furious, especially a man of such pride. His anger was justified, and she would feel the same in his position. She felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand her past self for her foolishness. She sent another message, Darling husband, don't overwork yourself. Remember to rest. Nothing is more important than your health. Another 5 minutes passed with no response. In her previous life, she would have been incensed. But now, she felt no anger at all. Her husband was likely busy. First, she needed to secure funds for supplies. Glancing at her wardrobe filled with luxury items, some purchased by her, others gifted by her in-laws, and many from her husband, she realized their worth. The cheaper items cost tens of thousands, while the more expensive ones reached hundreds of thousands, including a particularly extravagant Hermes crocodile bag valued at 2 million. Most of the clothes remained unworn, their tags still intact, merely collecting dust. With the onset of the apocalypse, the gas lines had burst under extreme heat, halting the supply of gas, and once the burnable materials in her home were exhausted, these valuable clothes and bags would be reduced to mere fuel. She resolved to sell everything to obtain practical supplies. Just one small bag worth 100,000 could buy so much coal. Recalling the waste of her previous life filled her with regret, and she hastily posted these items for sale. Selling brand new Dior autumn dress, original price 200,000. Now only 150,000. Selling brand new Chanel haute couture set, original price 520,000. Now a bargain at 300,000. Selling brand new Givenchy silk dress, original price 180,000. Now only 80,000. Selling brand new Hermes crocodile bag, original price 2,000,000. Now just 300,000. As soon as she listed these items, responses began flooding in. After all, they were all new, and she had hardly used the bags. The clothes she had worn were also listed at deeply discounted prices. However, the few inquiries she received were filled with nitpicking and unreasonable price cuts. Zhou Chuchu recognized that they were not sincere buyers and chose to ignore them. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Lin Shuang. Chuchu, what's wrong? Why are you selling those clothes and bags? Upon seeing the name, Zhou Chuchu's eyes narrowed. Icy disdain radiating from her. Lin Shuang, her former best friend, had been anything but a true companion. She had long harbored jealousy over Zhou Chuchu marrying the handsome and wealthy Qin Ziyuan. Even during arguments between Zhou Chuchu and her husband, Lin Shuang had tried to seduce him on several occasions. Her husband had warned her about Lin Shuang, but at that time, she had stubbornly opposed him, believing he looked down on her social circle and had instead grown closer to Lin Shuang. What had been the outcome? Not only had Lin Shuang deceived her out of considerable sums of money before the apocalypse, but afterward, she had betrayed her, revealing the whereabouts of her children and her own location. When Zhou Chuchu was bound to an experimental bed, Lin Shuang had appeared arrogantly before her, mocking and insulting her, relishing in her suffering. Did you think I wanted to be friends with you, you fool? If it weren't for your billionaire husband, would a lady of noble birth like me ever associate with you? That exceptional man, Qin Ziyuan, must have been blind to fall for you. Even my attempts to seduce him failed miserably. Look at you now. It brings me great satisfaction. The anguish of losing one's children is unbearable. Isn't it? The very place they sought refuge in was under my command. Alas, the torment I inflicted upon them, pulling off their fingernails until they could bear it no longer. Crying out for their mother. How pitiable. Those two little wretches, even at such a time, still clung to their affection for you. What merit do you possess? Had they accepted me as their mother, I would have spared them. Can you fathom whose scheme it was that led to your current state? I am destined to suffer endlessly. These words gnaw at her heart daily, filling her with a hatred that causes her blood to boil. Even the mere sight of this woman's name sends her into spasms of rage. She longs to inflict 1,000 tortures upon her.
Yet,
she cannot grant her the simple mercy of a swift death. Chapter 5. The Fiery Grave of Pursuing a Husband. After great effort, she managed to regain control over herself. The 5 years of hellish torment had endowed her with an extraordinary resilience. Upon picking up her phone, her emotions had settled. If not for the smoldering embers of hatred still flickering deep within her, even she would struggle to recognize the intensity of her animosity. She typed a response. Just the sight of these clothes and bags fills me with revulsion. I despise them. The items he bought for me make me feel nauseous. Forgive me, my husband, but I was merely pretending to lure my enemies into a trap. It was all an act. My love for you remains intact. Just as Lin Shuang understood her past self, she too comprehended Lin Shuang thoroughly. She had always envied her, wishing to usurp her position, coveting everything she possessed. However, her family background was far inferior to the Qin family, which made such expenses unattainable. Thus, she resorted to purchasing high-quality replicas. Ultimately, she must maintain a semblance of superiority. Now, as she sells these luxury items, one can only imagine the delight she conceals within her heart. Surely, she thinks her husband can no longer tolerate her and will seek a divorce, right? Indeed, another message arrived, each word dripping with ulterior motives. Could it be that he has angered you again? Those who hold the title of CEO tend to be cold and heartless. If you can no longer endure, threaten him with divorce. Zhou Chu let out a cold, mocking laugh. Indeed, she had frequently whispered in her own ear about the merits of divorce, extolling the virtues of a gentle, wealthy, diamond-studded bachelor waiting beyond. She spoke of how a woman's value should not be tethered to a man's existence, claiming independence to be a woman's greatest asset. He doesn't love you. You are merely a vessel for childbearing. At that time, she had indeed been foolish. Easily swayed by her words, brainwashed into instigating arguments with Qin Ziyuan, often bringing up divorce, which infuriated him to no end. When he lost his temper, he radiated an intimidating aura that instilled fear, seemingly validating Lin Shuang's claims. She failed to consider that if her husband truly didn't care for her, would he be sending her millions each month to spend? Would he remain silent upon realizing he had frightened her? Calm down, calm down. She was fishing now and could not act impulsively. Zhou Chu's long fingers flew across her phone. If she proposed a divorce and he refused, how could she ensure it went through? After a moment's silence, he responded, why not pretend to cheat and give him a reason to be furious? No man can tolerate that. Zhou Chu's eyes sparked with cold light upon reading this message. Such a vile suggestion. Yet, in her previous life, she had entertained similar notions, thankfully retaining enough sense not to act on them. She replied, no, I cannot do that, otherwise I would be at fault and would not receive any assets after the divorce. The other party was unwilling to relent. How about you give me those clothes and bags? Claiming you sold them. To infuriate him? Zhou Chu felt an overwhelming urge to slap her. What audacity! Not only did she intend to sell these clothes for money, but she wouldn't even give them to her, even if it were to a beggar. Since she desired these items, she would sell them to her. Selling to another would weigh on her conscience. Selling to her was merely ridding society of a scourge. No, there are already others interested in the clothes and bags. And the money has been transferred. Let's not discuss this further. The other party panicked, fearing she would sell to someone else. Wait, Chu. Selling to others is still selling. Why not sell to me instead? Zhou Chu feigned innocence, asking, sell to you? Does your husband have that much money? In another villa. Lin Shuang furiously struck her bed upon seeing Zhou Chu's message. She hadn't intended to awaken the slumbering, corpulent man beside her. The old man stirred, delivering a slap to her. Why are you awake at this hour? Chatting with some wild man. Lin Shuang covered her face, her eyes flashing with disdain for the old man, yet she obediently nestled closer. My lord, how could I dare converse with a wild man? It's merely my friend Zhou Chuchu, who is quarreling with her husband over selling clothes. Upon hearing Zhou Chuchu's name, the old man envisioned a stunning beauty, a smile creeping onto his face. Your friend is indeed quite lovely. No wonder she attracted a man like Qin Ziyuan. Very well, go to the guest room to chat.
Do not disturb my sleep.
Suppressing her disgust, Lin Shuang planted a kiss on the old man's flabby face and hurried to the guest room. She perused Zhou Chuchu's social media posts, growing increasingly envious and furious. How infuriating! How infuriating! What makes that foolish woman superior to her? Why does she have such a perfect husband while she is shackled to this revolting old man? Why does she effortlessly possess such extravagant clothes and bags, while it takes all her effort just to receive one? Why does she have endless funds without lifting a finger? It is unbearable. If only those clothes adorned her instead. Imagine carrying that platinum crocodile bag to a gathering with her friends. They would be utterly envious. Hand over all those clothes and bags to me, and give me a discount. Zhou Chuchu had been awaiting this very sentence. Very well then, the total for these clothes and bags is 40 million. I am offering you this price out of sisterly affection. 40 million. Lin Shuang was taken aback. Where would she procure such a sum? Just as she was about to argue, another message from Zhou Chuchu arrived. No way, no way. You've been married to Old Song for several years. Surely, hasn't he denied you even this amount of money? Lin Shuang clenched her fists in fury, her nails digging into her skin, drawing blood. That old scoundrel would rather give money to his ex-wife than her. But having clawed her way to success, she would never relinquish the wealth and glory she had attained. Of course I have it. Chuchu, please wait a moment. Lin Shuang began seeking loans, mortgaging her properties, and applying for online loans. Zhou Chuchu dismissed several potential buyers for the clothes, awaiting Lin Shuang to transfer the funds. Knowing her character, she would undoubtedly find a way to secure the money. This would be her utmost limit. She herself had no means, but she would surely resort to some unconventional methods. Once exposed, she would relish the ensuing drama. Furthermore, having drained Lin Shuang, she would be left unprepared for the impending apocalypse. But patience, this is merely the beginning.
Ding.
Your beloved husband has sent a message. With a pinned and starred notification, Zhou Chuchu promptly opened her phone. Qin Ziyuan's message radiated with palpable fury. Have I gone bankrupt? Or can I no longer afford you? That you're selling clothes on social media? Zhou Chuchu immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor, attempting to soothe. My dear husband, I am truly in need of money. Could you spare me a little? Qin Ziyuan rubbed his temples. A severe headache overwhelming him as a barrage of incomprehensible memories surged in his mind, causing his skull to throb as if cleaved in two. Each of these images prominently featured Zhou Chuchu, yet none bore pleasant connotations. They were instead horridly atrocious. She had coerced him to send his parents and children back to their hometown. Then the apocalypse struck. He was framed, left disabled and mutilated. His parents perished. His children perished. She engaged in a fierce quarrel with him, during which a horde of zombies attacked her. He shielded her and was bitten in the process, transforming into a zombie king. She no longer recognized him and, fueled by animosity, launched an assault against him. The more fragmented memories surged forth, the colder his visage became. The aura emanating from him intensified, becoming increasingly terrifying. Zhou Chuchu, how dare you deceive me like this? The events depicted in those images were utterly bizarre. Yet he felt an unsettling intuition that they might indeed be true. Given her nature, she could very well act in such a manner. The mere thought of those harrowing scenes drove him into a frenzy of violent rage. The person he cherished most had been slain, and he longed to rend his enemies into pieces. The betrayal he experienced was a wound that seemed to seep pain throughout his very being. Though these events had not transpired, they felt as real as if they had. He sat in the shadows, exuding an aura as formidable as that of a dark lord. Fortunately, it was after business hours, or else the employees would surely have been terrified by his appearance. Chapter 6. Dare to betray me once more. Yet, Qin Ziyuan remained composed. He swiftly pieced together the sequence of events. These images had appeared without warning, yet they were strikingly vivid. It was peculiar. Whether to believe them or not hinged on whether Zhou Chuchu behaved as depicted. From what he could ascertain, her actions aligned with her character. Did she not argue with him out of frustration with the child and his parents, demanding they leave? Was she not averse to him, evading him and viewing him as cold-hearted? Did she not lend her ear solely to Lin Shuang, the tea girl, disregarding his words entirely? Was her heart not with another? But what if? A wave of pain surged through Qin Ziyuan. He admitted he was not adept at pleasing women, even failing to charm his own wife. He was preoccupied with work, leaving her wanting for companionship. Yet, he made efforts to adjust, to return home earlier, to spend more time with the child, even taking on household chores at times. Still, she despised him, forbidding his touch, perceiving him as a predator. If the scenarios depicted were true, and in the apocalypse, he devoted himself to protecting her only to meet such an end, then he should sever all ties. Acquiescing to her request for divorce, parting ways forever. He would take the child and ensure their survival in this bleak world.
Ding.
Your wife has sent you a message. Qin Ziyuan scoffed, anticipating a divorce proposal. He resolved to comply immediately, drafting a divorce agreement for her signature. Gripping his phone, he opened the message. Dear husband.
I'm sorry.
Please don't be angry. From now on, I'll listen to you. Qin Ziyuan was taken aback. What was she up to? Would she truly speak to him in such a sweet, coaxing manner? Hadn't her expressions towards him always been cold, hostile, accusatory? Or was she merely seeking something from him? He glared at his phone, choosing not to respond. 5 minutes later.
Ding.
Your wife has sent you a message. Dear husband, don't tire yourself too much. Take care of your health. The world is vast, but you are the most important. Please take care of yourself. Silence, silence, silence was the melody of the night. Qin Ziyuan stared at his phone, his expression bewildered. Something was amiss. This was exceedingly strange. Had she taken some medicine? It was too out of character. She actually cared about him? What was her intention? He opened her social media, seeking clues, only to find she had uploaded a plethora of images, beginning to sell clothes and bags. All those items were gifts from him and his parents. A cold, silent laugh escaped him. So, this was her ploy to expedite their divorce? Even before the divorce was finalized, she was cashing out? Was she that eager to leave him? Very well. He would grant her wish. A palpable aura of terrifying rage enveloped Qin Ziyuan, his eyes glowing red, though he remained oblivious to it. With a frozen expression, he sent a message. Am I bankrupt, or can I not support you? Are you selling clothes on social media? He vowed that if she did not provide a satisfactory explanation, this would be their final exchange.
Ding.
Your wife has sent you a message. Dear husband, I truly am in need of money. Before he could even feel anger, another message chimed in. Could you spare me some money, please? Then came a flurry of notifications. Husband, please come home tomorrow, I miss you. I cannot be without you. I promise I will never quarrel with you again. You are the child's father, and I am the child's mother. We are a loving family. You need not give me money. I will find a way to earn it myself. Regardless of whether you return tomorrow, I will wait for you. If you do not come back, I will seek you at your office. A cascade of messages flooded in. Qin Ziyuan's expression grew increasingly grave. This was unprecedented. She had never before inundated him with messages. Previously, their exchanges were limited to his transfers and her confirmations of receipt. Had she truly changed? After Zhou Chuchu sent her barrage of messages, the other side remained silent, leaving her feeling somewhat dejected. Yet, she promptly slapped her cheeks, invigorating herself. Zhou Chuchu, you owe him so much from your past life. Given your past transgressions, what does a little hardship in this life matter? Keep pushing forward. Zhou Chuchu intended to send a few more messages, but Lin Shuang's transfer arrived. 36,840,000. Her eyes gleamed.
Lin Shuan. Huhu. I am sorry.
This is all the money I could gather. Otherwise, can you give me those clothes and bags? Is this your game? Zhou Chuchu thought. Lin Shuang. I regret to inform you that I wish to divorce him, and I will inevitably need money in the future. I can only offer you these items for the money you provided. The rest, she would seek from the wealthy women interested in those bags. Lin Shuang bit her lip, cursing the stingy miser. What is wrong with giving her those bags? Is our friendship not worth millions? I remember now. I still have over 3 million in my account. I will transfer it to you right now. Lin Shuang resentfully sent the money. Once Zhou Chuchu received the funds, a satisfied smile graced her lips. Thank you. My dear friend, rest assured, I will utilize this money to procure ample supplies, ensuring my survival in this apocalypse. And you shall be left with nothing to do but watch. This time, even if you begged on the ground, I would not share a single resource with you. On the other side, Qin Ziyuan awaited Zhou Chuchu's messages. After she sent a dozen, she fell silent. He sneered, as expected. She couldn't hold out and gave up. Even if she asks me for money, she ought to possess some awareness. The thought that this money was intended for her divorce from him filled him with resentment.
Yet. Ding.
Your wife has sent you a message. Husband, it's getting late. Take care of yourself and sleep early. We will see each other tomorrow. Qin Ziyuan's cold eyes opened, resembling a monstrous beast lurking in the depths of night. He irritably tore off his tie. Just then, a beam of moonlight poured through the window, illuminating his sharply defined jawline and exquisitely powerful collarbone. In the interplay of light and shadow, he appeared both dangerous and alluring. Zhou Chuchu, you had best not toy with me. Should you betray me once more, you will face dire consequences.
Chapter 7. Scoundrel, D.
After bidding Qin Ziyuan good night, Zhou Chuchu lay in bed, savoring the silky comfort of her silk duvet. She instantly sprang up, packing all the silk and velvet blankets into her storage space. Only then did she return to the bed, ready for a good night's sleep. The tranquility before the apocalypse was a rare treasure. Let one sleep soundly, if one can. For when the end of the world arrives, slumber will be a scarce luxury. The sweltering heat of that period rendered sleep nearly impossible. As one lay in bed, sweat would cascade down, a tormenting heat that stirred the mind and made restful sleep an elusive dream. In a world ravaged by moral decay, where survival often meant committing heinous acts for mere sustenance, even the slightest disturbance could send one into a frenzy of fear. Just as she was about to surrender to the depths of sleep, a notification from WeChat broke the silence. It was from Sun Qixuan. Chuchu, are you asleep? I miss you. Zhou Chuchu's expression darkened, a surge of murderous intent coursing through her. The tranquil mood she had hoped to embrace shattered instantly. Sun Qixuan, that scoundrel. If her hatred for Lin Shuang was akin to a desire for vengeance, then for Sun Qixuan, her animosity ran even deeper. She longed to see him suffer a fate worse than death, to plunge him into the depths of hell and exact her revenge. For he was the root of her tragic tale. Zhou Chuchu and Sun Qixuan were college classmates. She was a mere shadow in the school while he basked in the spotlight. His affluent background, combined with his remarkable abilities and handsome visage, made him a favorite among the ladies. During her time of isolation, he extended a helping hand, treating her with a kindness that set him apart from others. As a budding young woman, she found herself captivated and confessed her feelings to him. Yet, he remained noncommittal, neither accepting nor rejecting her advances. Whenever she took a step forward, he would retreat, claiming they were merely friends. In her desire to clarify their ambiguous relationship, he would send her flowers and messages, keeping her entangled in his web. Unbeknownst to her, she was but a pawn in his game of seduction, and a rather insignificant one at that. His true affections lay with Lin Shuang, who, regrettably, paid him no mind. The turning point came when Zhou Chuchu, due to unforeseen circumstances, became engaged to Qin Ziyuan. The Qin family, wishing to signify the importance of this union, hosted an extravagant engagement ceremony, inviting the elite of the city. Upon discovering she was to wed Qin Ziyuan, Sun Qixuan's demeanor towards her changed dramatically, becoming fervently attentive. Ensnared by his charm, she contemplated ending her engagement with Qin Ziyuan. Had it not been for a drunken encounter that led to an unexpected pregnancy with twins, she might have followed through with her intentions. However, the Qin family, unwilling to allow her to break the engagement, lavishly provided for her, spending a fortune to ensure her grand wedding, which became a legendary affair in the city.
Yet,
even amidst her grand nuptials, Sun Qixuan continued to linger, keeping her on a string. After her marriage, she wished to sever ties with him, but he would appear before her, weeping and claiming he could not bear to lose her. Confused and emotionally vulnerable, she fell back into his trap.
Subsequently,
he manipulated her into persuading Qin Ziyuan to grant him numerous lucrative projects, resulting in a windfall for the Sun family, transforming them from a declining third-rate clan into nouveau riche. In hindsight, one might argue that she owed Sun Qixuan gratitude rather than resentment. However, the reality was that her naivety came at an unbearable cost. When the apocalypse finally struck, Sun Qixuan sought refuge at her home, taking advantage of its spaciousness. Much to her dismay, he did not come alone. He brought his entire family. Qin Ziyuan, upon discovering this, erupted in fury, denouncing their avarice. The elders of the Sun family, humbly pleading for mercy, were met with Zhou Chuchu's ire, leading to a fierce argument with Qin Ziyuan, resulting in their sleeping in separate rooms. Overworked and weakened from the strain, Qin Ziyuan fell from the second floor one fateful night, the result of a shove from Sun Qishuan. The memories flooded back, and she could not dwell on them any longer without losing her sanity. Clenching her fists tightly, her nails tore through the silk sheets. A green, luminous orb enveloped her in an ethereal glow. After a considerable time, a wicked, almost bloodthirsty smile graced her lips. The mere thought of his name made her stomach churn with disgust, prompting her to block him from her contacts. The phone rang once more. It was him again. Relentless. She blocked him again and attempted to sleep. However, the intrusion of his incessant messages robbed her of a peaceful night. In her dreams, she found herself reliving the invasion of the Sun family. They consumed her provisions while serving her and her husband's spoiled food, ordering her around and punishing her for the slightest discontent. Despite Qin Ziyuan's valiant resistance, his frail state rendered him powerless against them. Each time they struck him, he was left bloodied, his handsome face marred, every inch of his skin bearing the scars of their cruelty. Her heart brimmed with rage. She harbored a seething hatred for them and, even more so, for her blind ignorance. In this life, she vowed never to repeat her past mistakes. She would ensure they all paid the price for their transgressions. Awakened by her restless night, Zhou Chuchu rose at 6. Her in-laws had sent a message early in the morning. There's been a minor issue. We'll be home by 4 p.m. All right, take your time and be safe, she replied. With the children still absent, she resolved to embark on a procurement spree to stockpile supplies, for the duration of the apocalypse was uncertain, and the necessities were plentiful. Time was of the essence, and she could not afford to waste a moment. As she made her way to the garage, she encountered old Lady Luo, who stood at the entrance, peering inside. Upon seeing Zhou Chuchu rushing out, the old woman rolled her eyes, her prominent cheekbones giving her an almost sinister appearance. With a sarcastic tone, she remarked, "A rough pig cannot digest delicate food. You have such a lovely garden, yet only grow these lowly vegetables. It's laughable. No wonder you and your husband fight every day." This old Lady Luo was not an official resident of the community. She was merely a guest of her daughter, who had taken up with a married man, living a life of luxury while pretending to be a lady of means. She was notorious for her gossip, always prying into others' affairs, and somehow, she had learned of Zhou Chuchu's family wealth, shamelessly visiting them multiple times. Thankfully, her mother-in-law, Lu Jilin, had dismissed her coldly, having security escort her away. But the old woman was relentless, frequently appearing whenever there was any commotion in Zhou Chuchu's household. Zhou Chuchu's villa was at the far end of the community, separated by a wall, making the half-hour trek she undertook all the more impressive. In her previous life, Zhou Chuchu had shown kindness towards the elderly, but this time, she would not indulge anyone. How dare this shameless old hag come spewing filth? Get out of my way. Chapter 8. Stockpiling supplies, frenzied stockpiling. Zhou Chuchu unleashed her sharp tongue, leaving the old woman momentarily stunned. Yet, the elderly lady was no stranger to confrontation, having honed her skills in the art of verbal combat. She was not intimidated by the youthful Zhou Chuchu. After all, the latter was merely a delicate young woman. Seizing the opportunity, the old woman prepared to retaliate. "You little harlot, I'll smash that pretty mouth of yours." Zhou Chuchu, unperturbed, opened the gate and swiftly delivered a resounding slap, sending the old woman crashing to the ground. She can speak with politeness and show respect to the elderly, but only to those who are truly deserving of such reverence. To those as vile as swine, uttering a single kind word is a waste. Dear readers, this is a novel. Please do not emulate. If you encounter unscrupulous elders, refrain from confrontation and instead distance yourself swiftly. Alerting the authorities, old Lady Luo was struck and momentarily dazed, sprawled on the ground, wailing and throwing a tantrum. "Help! I've been assaulted. This is inexcusable." Zhou Chuchu, indifferent, simply lifted her leg and walked away. The old woman was unwilling to let her go and lunged at her, but Zhou Chuchu sidestepped her, casting a cold glare. Did she still wish to receive another slap? The old woman's hand trembled. Zhou Chuchu's strikes were swift and painful, and fear gripped her. Zhou Chuchu got into her car and departed without a backward glance. Old Lady Luo glared with malice at Zhou Chuchu's retreating figure, spitting in contempt. That wretched little minx. May she never fall into my hands, or I shall make her pay dearly. Zhou Chuchu recalled Old Lady Luo, her brow knitting tightly. She felt her home was no longer secure. In her previous life, Old Lady Luo had once scaled the wall to her garden and pilfered her vegetables. This wretched old woman not only stole but also trampled upon what she could not carry away. No, I must devise a means to fortify my home, transforming it into an impregnable fortress. First, I shall rent a temporary warehouse and head straight to the farmer's market. Food is of paramount importance. No one knows how long the apocalypse may last, and it could potentially never end. One must prepare for the long haul. I must procure sufficient supplies. I bear no moral burden. Should I not buy, all this food would spoil and rot in the sweltering heat. Having followed a group searching for food after the heat wave, I witnessed the vast amounts of grain in warehouses and cold storage, all spoiled beyond salvage, and the pain it caused me was immense. Therefore, I shall buy as much as I can. At this moment, money is incredibly valuable. During the apocalypse, its worth will plummet, ultimately becoming worthless paper. Social order will be entirely upended, rendering any amount of money meaningless. I shall enter a frenzy of purchasing. Rice, flour, millet, corn, soybeans, mung beans, red beans, lentils, along with seeds, salt, brown sugar, white sugar, and a variety of seasonings. Peanut oil, soybean oil, corn oil, olive oil, walnut oil, and rapeseed oil. The farmer's market is filled with adjacent grain and oil shops. My modus operandi is to enter, take a cursory glance, and with a wave of my hand, buy everything. The shopkeepers are astonished. Miss, can you really consume so much food? Zhou Chuchu casually replies. Scorching Group is hosting a grand banquet across 100 cities. I am responsible for procuring the food. The esteemed Scorching Group is well known. It belongs to my husband, and I feel justified in making use of it. The owner exclaims in admiration, giving a thumbs up. Scorching Group offers excellent benefits, high salaries, and such a sense of social responsibility. Truly remarkable. Zhou Chuchu smiles, basking in the pride. And what about these seeds? Oh, they're being sent to rural areas. Trucks filled with grain are packed and sent to designated temporary warehouses. Once the transportation is complete, Zhou Chuchu enters alone to transfer the supplies into her storage space. Gazing at the shelves brimming with food, Zhou Chuchu feels an immense sense of satisfaction. Having spent 50 million, she has procured nearly 20,000 tons of grain, enough to feed 40,000 people for a year if consumed solely. Next, she stocks up again. Another 50 million is spent sweeping through the vegetable market. Various radishes, mustard roots, turnips, cabbage, leeks, garlic, onions, ginger, lotus root, asparagus, yams, water bamboo, potatoes, sweet potatoes, napa cabbage, bok choy, lettuce, spinach, chives, celery, bitter lettuce, oilseed vegetables, okra, water spinach, and chrysanthemum greens, among others. Peppers, pumpkins, winter melons, bitter gourds, cucumbers, loofahs, and various mushrooms, shiitake, wood ear, straw, pleurotus, enoki, king oyster, tea tree, silver ear, monkey head, and porcini, both dried and fresh, wild and cultivated, seafood, frozen, pickled, and canned. All of it purchased, along with seeds, buy. Another 50 million spent, acquiring 180,000 tons, all loaded onto trucks and transported to the warehouse, then moved into the storage space. After half a day's effort, Zhou Chuchu has not even taken a meal, spending a staggering 100 million in a swift flow. How easy it is to spend money. 100 million? I could easily exhaust a billion. With food secured, her confidence swells. But mere provisions are insufficient. Off to the supermarket. She detours to the largest Yonghui supermarket in Haishur, heading straight to the front desk. Please summon your manager. I wish to shop. The receptionist replies, Miss, you may proceed inside and push a shopping cart to purchase items. Zhou Chuchu retorts. That might be a bit difficult, considering I need to fill at least 10,000 carts. The receptionist, baffled, asks, Did I hear you correctly? How many carts? Zhou Chuchu reiterates, At least 10,000. Very well, miss, please wait. I will fetch the manager. Soon. The manager strides in, and upon seeing Zhou Chuchu, he appears as though he has encountered a deity. Accompanied by 30 staff members, they form an impressive procession. Miss, your intended quantity is quite substantial. May I inquire about its purpose? Zhou Chuchu invokes her husband again. Scorching Group is organizing a rural delivery initiative. Here is my husband's contact. You may verify with him directly. Who does not know the president of Scorching Group? The manager, hesitant to call, fully comprehends Zhou Chuchu is indeed the legitimate wife, instantly becoming exceedingly courteous. Quickly, everyone, push your carts and follow Madame Qin. Zhou Chuchu directs them, first clearing the food section. Various instant foods must be loaded. Instant noodles, sausages, chocolates, milk tea, milk, yogurt, ice cream, 10,000 units of water. In the apocalypse, a single pack of instant noodles may be unattainable even with money. In the sweltering heat, a chilled box of yogurt or ice cream could be life-saving. In the living supplies section, she gathers all personal care items: shampoo, body wash, facial cleanser, creams, and masks. She intends to maintain her beauty even in the apocalypse. She has had enough of her own foul odor. In the clothing section, she discards the impractical expensive items, focusing on lightweight breathable and thick warm clothing, preparing for the drastic temperature shifts ahead. She must ensure there are enough outfits for her parents, in-laws, herself, her husband, and their children from now until they grow up, just a few tens of thousands of sets. In the electronics section, she gathers refrigerators, freezers, washing machines, air conditioners, televisions, stoves, and rice cookers. Hundreds of each. Power outages? No fire? Manager, arrange for 10 diesel generators, 10 gas generators, 10 wind turbines, and 10 solar generators. Plus, a total of 10,000 liters of diesel, gas, and natural gas, along with 5,000 tons of coal. I will grant you 2 million in commission. The manager responds, I can procure these items, but it may take around 7 days. The estimated total is 15 million. And I require a 5 million deposit. Zhou Chuchu promptly transfers the funds. Also, secure me 10 sets of cold weather gear, 10 snowmobiles, 100 sleds, 10 kayaks, and 10 small yachts. After the heat will come the cold, and following the cold, torrential rain. When ice and snow seal off the city, cold weather gear and sleds will be necessary. When floods engulf the city due to heavy rains, kayaks and yachts will be essential. If possible, procure 100 hunting rifles, 100 sharpened tang knives, heavy swords, bulletproof vests, and grenades. In a world where humanity descends into depravity and morality crumbles, individuals will fight desperately for survival. Driven by hunger, people will resort to extreme measures, making murder as commonplace as drinking water. She must acquire weapons to protect herself and her family. As the apocalypse loomed, the manager grew increasingly uneasy. Wait a moment, Madame Qin. I cannot procure these items for you. It would be illegal. At most, I can assist you in acquiring practice bows and arrows, and I might manage to obtain tang swords and heavy sabers. Crossbows could also be arranged, but bulletproof vests, hunting rifles, and grenades are simply out of the question. Chapter 9. Blood ties. Zhou Chuchu anticipated such a possibility and did not press the manager further. As usual, she instructed him to store her purchases in the warehouse before transferring them to her storage space. Checking her balance, she found it dwindled to just under 2 million. Money was slipping away too quickly. Alas, it seemed she would need to ask her husband for assistance. Raising her wrist, she noted it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhou Chuchu promptly drove to a restaurant, ordered a large bowl of beef noodles and added extra meat, devouring 3 bowls in rapid succession. The steaming beef noodles alleviated her intense craving for food, and as she savored the meat, she contentedly patted her belly and burped. She felt elated, oblivious to the curious glances of others. A stunningly beautiful woman devouring 3 bowls of noodles in a small eatery was bound to attract attention. Lost in her thoughts, Zhou Chuchu calculated her needs. I must stockpile enough meat. In this apocalypse, meat is a luxury. Under the sweltering heat, livestock could not withstand the temperatures and perished by the thousands. Those that survived mutated into ferocious beasts. Forget about consuming them. One would be fortunate to escape being devoured. The meat stored in various cold storage units would spoil entirely without power during the heat. Acquiring meat in the apocalypse would prove exceedingly difficult. However, securing meat required money, ample amounts. Boss, I would like to order 5,000 servings of beef noodles delivered to this address. Zhou Chuchu provided the address. The owner was taken aback. 5,000 servings of beef noodles? I can't possibly prepare that right now. I could manage it in a day, though. That would be 200,000. I'll take 100,000 upfront, with extra meat, and you can pay the remainder upon delivery.
Deal.
Zhou Chuchu exited and spotted a balloon vendor on the street, remembering how much her 2 children loved balloons. She felt a pang of guilt for never having bought them any. Without hesitation, she purchased every balloon the vendor had. She then rushed to a toy store to buy a plethora of toys and visited a baby supply store to gather various children's foods. After spending 200,000, she returned home laden with goods. Upon arriving at the villa, she found her in-laws and children had not yet returned, leaving her feeling slightly disheartened. Fortunately, the system notification chimed delightfully once more.
Ding.
Congratulations on successfully checking in. You have received 50 million in cash and a high-speed alloy steel fence. Zhou Chuchu found her card now held an additional 50 million, and her storage space contained a high-speed alloy steel fence. This fence, robust 30 centimeters thick, could be installed with a simple click, providing her with immense peace of mind. What a marvel! She exclaimed. High-speed alloy steel is widely utilized in submarines and aircraft manufacturing. A fence that thick could withstand even a bomb blast. With such protection, she would no longer need to worry about intruders. She yearned to install it immediately, but hesitated, fearing her in-laws and children would be frightened. It could wait until just before the apocalypse. Moreover, she needed to prepare her husband and in-laws for the impending doom, as well as think of her distant parents and younger brother. The thought of them brought a shadow to her face. In her previous life, her parents had insisted she marry Qin Ziyuan, a decision she could not comprehend, leading her to protest vehemently. Eventually, they coerced her into the marriage under the pretense of her parents' business failure and Qin Ziyuan's assistance. She consented, yet resentment towards her parents festered. When her mother tried to persuade her that Qin Ziyuan was a worthy partner while denouncing Sun Qishuan, she dismissed them, accusing them of selling her for glory. Initially, her brother had sided with her, but after meeting Qin Ziyuan once, he became enchanted and began to advise her to live a good life. Enraged, she berated him and declared she would sever ties with them. After marrying, she coldly cut off all contact with her parents and brother. They sought her out, but she evaded them until the apocalypse approached. Eventually, despite her regrets and desire to reconnect with her family, she found them unreachable. 5 years into the apocalypse, she spotted her brother by the side of a high-ranking official. He had grown into a formidable, independent ability user. However, he treated her with indifference, harboring resentment for her coldness. Her parents had called her incessantly, but she never answered. In their final moments, they lamented her absence. No matter how much Zhou Chuchu ached for reconciliation, she could not mend the rift with her brother. Yet now, before the apocalypse had struck, there was still time. With determination, she dialed the number she had repeated in her thoughts countless times, but had never called. Hello. Her brother, Zhou Xingyang, answered exuberantly. Sister, it's your call. Mom and Dad, come quick. Sister is on the line. The call was swiftly passed to their father, Zhou Xiaoyuan. Near. Just hearing his voice brought Zhou Chuchu to tears. Recalling the warmth of her father's care, riding on his shoulders as he playfully asked, Is it fun near? Zhou Chuchu's cries were heard by her mother, Liu Yunxi, who snatched the phone away. You old fool, look what you've done to Near. Her mother's voice was gentle, soothing her. Don't be afraid, Near. Whatever it is, we'll face it together. Don't cry. Did that boy from the Qin family bully you? If things don't work out, come back home. We can take care of you and the kids. Zhou Chuchu shook her head, tears streaming down her face. No, he treats me well. The son-in-law you chose is wonderful. Truly. I realized I was wrong. I shouldn't have held a grudge, ignored your calls, or avoided seeing you. Mom, Dad, brother, I miss you so much. On the other end, her mother was also in tears. Near, we don't blame you. We were too forceful in the beginning. The words hung, heavy with unspoken emotion. Parents could never truly blame their child. They could only feel the pain. Zhou Chuchu's heart swelled with both sorrow and love, and her tears flowed freely. This was her family, her blood. Even when it was her fault, they could not bear to reproach her. Her brother took the phone back, jovially declaring, What are you all doing? Sister calling is a good thing. Don't worry, sister, Mom and Dad are taking good care of me. We've secured 20 hills here, and our sugar oranges are nearly ripe. We're going to make a fortune. Once we sell the oranges, we'll come to see you. Her brother's cheerful voice held no bitterness towards her. Upon hearing the mention of selling oranges, Zhou Chuchu quickly wiped her tears and said seriously, Zhou Xingyang, listen closely. I will transfer 50 million to you immediately, and you must follow my instructions precisely. Chapter 10. Arranging supplies for her brother, Zhou Xingyang thought Zhou Chuchu was joking. He laughed, sister. It seems that brother-in-law treats you well. You have plenty of pocket money. Zhou Chuchu felt a flicker of hope. Qin Ziyuan was indeed treating her kindly. She had 50 million at her disposal, and perhaps the amount she received from the system was related to this? This needed verification. But what mattered most was the situation regarding her parents. Living in the mountains, her family had endured severe heat, cold, earthquakes, tsunamis, and other harsh calamities. Yet their lives were likely not easy. Hearing her brother's carefree tone, Zhou Chuchu adopted a serious demeanor befitting an elder sister. Zhou Xingyang, I am not joking with you. The weight of her bloodline pressed upon him, and Zhou Xingyang straightened up. Their father gave him a stern look. You better be serious. Your sister must have important matters to discuss. Listen carefully.
Got it, got it.
Zhou Xingyang replied, now genuinely attentive. Sister, just tell me what to do. Very well. Zhou Chuchu took a deep breath and said, with this money, you must procure an ample supply of essential goods. Purchase sufficient rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea to last for a decade. Acquire generators, coal, diesel, and gas for a 50-year supply. Equip us with cold weather gear, polar survival suits, sleds, snowmobiles, and heating devices to last another 50 years. As for kayaks and speedboats, Zhou Xingyang increasingly felt something was amiss and could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, Sister, are you out of your mind? While I can understand the need for food and generators, I fail to see the rationale behind kayaks and speedboats. We're in the mountains. Zhou Chuchu, well aware of her brother's thoughts, knew that had she not lived through the cataclysmic apocalypse herself, had she not endured those hardships, and if those memories were not so vivid and detailed, she would not believe that the end was nigh. The sky exhibited unusual phenomena, and disasters plagued various regions: wildfires in Australia, storms in America, plagues in India, and nuclear fallout in Japan. We must prepare ourselves. Better safe than sorry. Zhou Xingyang scratched his head, confusion evident on his handsome face. But, sister, those countries are too far away. Zhou Chuchu replied solemnly, perhaps they are distant, but have you considered what we would do if such calamities befell us? Have you not noticed the recent abnormal heat wave? Her words sent a shiver down Zhou Xingyang's spine. She added fuel to the fire. Imagine if we faced 3 consecutive years of extreme heat and drought. What about 10 years? Zhou Xingyang was taken aback. Sister, don't scare me like that. It was amusing. Even his regional dialect slipped out in his fright. Though he may not believe her, surely he would prepare.
Still,
she was not entirely reassured. When procuring supplies, be discreet. Do not let anyone know what you are buying or where you are storing these goods. Once I transfer the money, you will have 2 weeks to prepare. After that, come to Haishur with Mom and Dad. I need to review your shopping records and discuss some important matters. Without allowing him a chance to refuse, she hung up. Zhou Xingyang was meticulous and reliable. Even if he did not understand her motives, he would follow her instructions. She promptly transferred 50 million. Her card, a special black card issued by Qin Ziyuan, allowed unlimited transfers. First, she would ensure her brother was well prepared. She had a dual plan. In 2 weeks, when her parents and brother came, she would devise a way to keep them together as a family during the impending apocalypse. After completing these arrangements, she sank into her imported leather sofa, awaiting the return of her in-laws and children. Time ticked by, and Zhou Chuchu's anxiety grew, her gaze frequently darting toward the door. Her phone was raised repeatedly, then lowered each time. Overcome with nostalgia, she hesitated to call, fearing unforeseen events. Finally, with a click, Mom, I'm back.
Mom,
I've missed you. 2 radiant little treasures rushed towards her. Indeed, radiant. Memories flooded back, some good, most bad, culminating in darkness. She had scarcely participated in their early years, missed their childhood, and their reunion felt distant and foreign. Yet, these 2 children, moments before her demise, had strived to express their love for her. Seeing them now was like witnessing 2 glowing beings, 2 little angels, her angels. Waves of warmth surged through her once arid heart, enveloping her in overwhelming emotion and love. Unconsciously, she stood up and tightly embraced her children. Only then did she feel her heart settle. She lifted both children, brimming with gratitude, tears silently cascading down her cheeks. It felt wonderful to see them again, To have them back was a blessing. She would never let them go again. She vowed to protect them fiercely.
Mom.
What's wrong? Why are you crying? Her daughter, Chin Yueshi, with her big, expressive eyes full of concern, used her soft, chubby hand to wipe away her tears. Her son, Chin Zaheo, clung to her neck, embodying a little man bravado, adding, Mom, don't cry. I'll protect you. Zhou Chuchu chuckled through her tears. Holding her children, she retrieved the balloons she had bought, 30 in total, shaped like dinosaurs, rabbits, octopuses, airplanes, submarines, and Ultraman, everything imaginable. The two children were instantly delighted, each planting a kiss on her cheek.
Thank you, Mom.
You're the best. They were overjoyed that she had bought them balloons. She had never indulged them with gifts before, nor was she affectionate. They had often felt sad and neglected, even questioning whether their mother loved them. Their grandparents assured them she did, and now they knew it to be true. Zhou Chuchu presented the balloons and toys. She had never done such things before. Even when she wished to express her love, her attempts felt clumsy. Why aren't you playing with the balloons? Don't you like them? The little ones shook their heads. No, Mom, we love them. We just want to hug you a little longer. Your embrace is so warm, and you smell so nice. It dawned on her that they feared her intermittent hugs, unsure when they would receive affection again. Zhou Chuchu felt a pang of sorrow, chastising herself for being such a neglectful mother. I promise to hug you every day from now on. She kissed each child's soft face, and their laughter rang out like music. All right, Lin, Zizi, you're weighing me down.
Get down.
Lu Jilin and Qin Zhuangming exchanged glances, seeing surprise and pride reflected in each other's eyes. It seemed their daughter-in-law had matured. It's fine, if they enjoy it, I'll hold them a little longer. Zhou Chuchu, cradling her children, walked towards her in-laws. Countless words condensed into two simple ones. Dad, Mom. The elderly couple felt a tremor in their hearts. Oh. Lu Jilin hurriedly replied, you must be hungry. I'll start cooking. Mom's cooking may not be the best, please don't mind. As Lu Jilin entered the kitchen, she was taken aback. Where was the large four-door refrigerator? Zhou Chuchu followed her inside, equally stunned. She had forgotten to retrieve it from the storage space. Chapter 11. Darling. I need money to spend. Zhou Chuchu had not intended to keep the storage space a secret from her in-laws, but now was not the right moment to reveal it. Just as she pondered an excuse, her savior arrived. Zhou Chuchu, what on earth are you up to?
Speak.
The domineering CEO, Qin Ziyuan, returned, his tone as icy as shards of ice. However, upon seeing the innocent eyes gazing at him, those of his beleaguered wife, his demeanor softened. Two pairs of adorable eyes stared up at him, those of his beloved children. And two pairs of angry eyes were fixed upon him, those of his parents. In an instant, the cold, formidable aura he commanded at work dissipated. Before he could speak, Qin Zaheo slid down from Zhou Chuchu's embrace, marching up to Qin Ziyuan. Like a miniature version of a CEO, he said in a babyish voice, Dad, come here. Let us talk like men. Mom is a lady. You shouldn't be mean to her. You must speak to her kindly, understand? And you shouldn't call her by her name. You should call her wife. Qin Ziyuan felt his scalp tingle, unable to vent his frustration. He suppressed his anger, knowing this little rascal might later remind him that he had taught him that very lesson. He could not underestimate the little one. He fixed his gaze on Zhou Chuchu. What are you scheming? His voice remained calm, yet an icy aura surrounded him. Zhou Chuchu felt even more wronged. Dear father, you are quite fierce. You must not treat mother this way. I, Chi-Chi, shall ignore you. Clinging to Zhou Chuchu's neck, Chi-Chi pouted and turned her head away. Qin Ziyuan, with his deep black eyes, exuded an intimidating aura without uttering a word. His extraordinarily handsome face bore a sharp and commanding presence that deterred most from meeting his gaze unless he displayed a smile. Zhou Chuchu had once feared him and avoided him for this very reason. Who would dare to approach someone so exceptionally perfect, powerful, and imposing? Before she could even reach him, she felt frozen in place. However, Zhou Chuchu had been granted a second chance at life. She had nothing to fear, even death itself. She earnestly scrutinized his face and marveled, this is my husband, truly handsome. His physique, what a prime example of strength. What are 8-pack abs? That is it. She felt an overwhelming urge to leap forward and touch him. Such a remarkable man, and in her past life, she had foolishly taken him for granted. Feeling Zhou Chuchu's fiery gaze upon him, Qin Ziyuan sensed an unusual strangeness. None of the fragments of memory he possessed included this moment. In the past, she had avoided him like a venomous snake, as if he were a ferocious beast to be kept at bay. How could she now regard him with such a pleading gaze, one that was both innocent yet filled with longing? As if she could see through his clothing to admire his physique? Qin Ziyuan felt suddenly uneasy. What do you truly desire? Are you in need of money?
Today?
She had extravagantly spent 50 million in a single day, and upon further investigation, he found an extensive shopping list filled with mundane necessities. A subsequent inquiry revealed another 50 million spent on various agricultural products, all purchased under the company's name. This left him utterly perplexed. Yonghui had contacted his secretary to verify the delivery information, which amounted to over 40 million in shopping expenses. Just moments ago, she had also transferred 50 million to her brother. Hadn't she distanced herself from her family? Over the past 5 years, he had attempted to persuade her, only to be met with her sarcastic inquiries, leading him to cease his efforts while secretly providing funds to her parents, who had, regrettably, returned every transaction. Yet today, she had inexplicably sent a substantial sum. Such acts were absent from his memories. He was acutely aware of her financial situation. 50 million was her pocket money. The additional 40 million was from her earnings selling clothing and bags, leaving him to ponder the origin of the remaining 100 million.
He had traced the payment accounts.
Yet even the engineers within the company could not uncover any valid information. This was exceedingly strange. She was harboring a secret. As Qin Ziyuan contemplated this, he noticed Zhou Chuchu playfully winking at him. "Darling, I am in need of money. Please give me some pocket money." Observing Qin Ziyuan's expression, she realized he must have guessed something. Setting aside the matter of the 100 million, he would undoubtedly be suspicious. Fortunately, she had never intended to keep this from him. Qin Ziyuan smirked coldly. "You seem to possess ample funds. Why then do you seek mine?" He subtly referenced the 100 million. Before Zhou Chuchu could respond, her father-in-law began admonishing his son. "If your wife requests money, grant it to her, whatever sum she desires. I may not interfere with your affairs, but do not make things difficult for her." Holding a spatula, Lu Jilin joined in the reprimand. "I see your skin has grown tight. No wonder you two are quarreling. You have made her feel wronged." Qin Ziyuan was left speechless. Lu Jilin, filled with indignation, swung the spatula toward him. "Oh, you dare mock your mother?" Zhou Chuchu burst into laughter, fearing for someone's pride, and quickly adopted a serious demeanor, pulling her mother-in-law toward her. "Oh, dear parents, you misunderstand. He does provide me with sufficient pocket money, but I have recently needed to stock up on supplies and have spent it all." Lu Jilin had never been treated so affectionately by her daughter-in-law, her heart soaring with joy like honey as she cast a scornful glance at her unfortunate son. Look. It is your wife who cares for you and speaks on your behalf. Do take note of that." Qin Ziyuan felt aggrieved. "So I am not your flesh and blood? You? What nonsense." This household seldom hosted such a warm scene. The 6 family members, though not perfectly harmonious, shared a simple yet joyful dinner, filled with laughter. During the meal, Zhou Chuchu beamed with joy, patiently feeding the 2 children, who were delighted and consumed more than usual. Afterward, they clamored for Zhou Chuchu to accompany them to sleep, but were persuaded by their grandparents to leave the room for the couple. Qin Ziyuan loosened his tie and approached Zhou Chuchu, his piercing phoenix eyes scrutinizing her. "Now we may speak candidly?" His commanding presence filled the room, causing her heart to race. The term overwhelming presence was epitomized in him. They stood close, and his breath brushed against her neck, causing her skin to tingle. The last time they had been truly honest with each other was 5 years prior, yet for Zhou Chuchu, it felt like 15 years. How familiar, yet how foreign. Thump. Thump. Her heart raced, and her face and ears flushed. As Qin Ziyuan caught the sweet fragrance emanating from her, he realized they were rather close. In the past, she would have pushed him away at such proximity, but now. Chapter 12. I have an infinite storage space. Zhou Chuchu's thick, lustrous hair shimmered like black pearls, while her milk-white skin appeared flawless, adorned in a simple red dress that was utterly captivating. Qin Ziyuan had always known her to be a stunning beauty, yet today, she seemed even more radiant. However, he quickly suppressed that thought, recalling Zhou Chuchu's actions in his memories, and his gaze grew cold. His voice turned icy and sharp. Previously, if he had begun to exude coldness, Zhou Chuchu would have distanced herself. Raised in a warm and loving family, with a father who was a devoted husband, she had envisioned a gentle partner, which made her susceptible to Sun Qixuan's deceit. Conversely, Qin Ziyuan was a frigid, unyielding figure whose very words could freeze one in place. With his domineering and decisive manner, Zhou Chuchu did not so much dislike him as she feared him. Yet after enduring the apocalypse, having witnessed the hidden venom beneath smiles, and experiencing the agonizing trials he had faced, she could hardly fear his mere cold demeanor. He might appear frigid, but his heart burned with warmth. Zhou Chuchu reached out, embracing his strong waist and gently caressing the muscles at his back. Wow, so strong. A flicker of dark flame ignited in his eyes, yet he remained composed. Was she employing seduction? Was she truly taking such a risk? Though he could not trace the origins of that 100 million, he did not believe Sun Qixuan possessed the means to acquire it. Yet, the thought of this woman constantly seeking to escape into the arms of that pretty boy ignited a surge of resentment within him. Zhou Chuchu felt elated. Is this considered seduction? Have I enchanted you? Qin Ziyuan frowned deeply, sensing something was amiss. Zhou Chuchu was behaving far too oddly today. He pushed her away. Though he relished the sensation of her delicate hands upon him, certain matters required clarification. Zhou Chuchu, has your brain been kicked by a donkey? Immediately, Zhou Chuchu played along, feigning tears as she covered her head. Indeed, my mind was muddled before, but after being kicked by a donkey, I have awoken. Yes, I have become thick-skinned and resilient. Qin Ziyuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words, a headache brewing. All right, let us set aside these matters for now. What do you intend to do with those supplies? Is the apocalypse upon us? Upon hearing Qin Ziyuan finally address the matter at hand, Zhou Chuchu sprang to attention. A strong hand grasped Qin Ziyuan and pulled him onto the sofa, pressing him down to sit comfortably before she leapt onto the couch and nestled into his embrace. Qin Ziyuan found himself quite unaccustomed to Zhou Chuchu's natural display of intimacy. As he contemplated shifting away, she seized his hand and placed it on her waist. Adjusting to a more comfortable position, leaning against his well-toned, powerful thigh. It was somewhat uncomfortable, to say the least. Zhou Chuchu, please behave yourself. I am being quite serious. Qin Ziyuan replied, exasperated. Give me a reason for your actions. The apocalypse is approaching. Qin Ziyuan exclaimed. Please don't pinch my waist. It hurts. Zhou Chuchu's grip was not truly painful, but the softness of her waist made it both a ticklish and mildly uncomfortable sensation. This was nothing new to her, after all. She had endured much pain and suffering. Yet in this lifetime, upon their reunion, she transformed into a delicate, tearful wife before him, her bright eyes quickly brimming with tears. Qin Ziyuan visibly tensed, shifting from pinching to gently caressing her, wanting to apologize, yet his pride as a man wouldn't allow it. Moreover, he truly did not know how to respond to such a situation. He could navigate the complexities of the business world with ease, maintaining composure amidst billion-dollar negotiations, and combat treacherous enemies effortlessly. However, when faced with his wife's pouting and tears, he found himself utterly at a loss. Touch me, Zhou Chuchu whimpered. Qin Ziyuan complied, gently stroking her. Soon enough, he began to relish the sensation. Zhou Chuchu let out a couple of soft sounds before saying, Husband, I have something to tell you. I had a terrifying dream. I saw that in a month, the apocalypse will arrive, bringing scorching heat and frigid cold. Zhou Chuchu hesitated to reveal that she was a reborn individual. After all, if she spoke of her past actions, he might turn against her, perhaps even abandon her. Not only would he be appalled, but she herself would find it hard to forgive her past deeds. She recounted the general events she had witnessed, the deaths of her in-laws, her children meeting tragic fates, and him transforming into a king of the dead, bringing devastation to the world. Yet, she could not bring herself to voice these matters. They were too cruel to utter. Since these events had yet to unfold, she resolved to bear the burden alone. Anxious, she wondered whether Qin Ziyuan would believe her. What if he deemed her insane and sent her to a psychiatric hospital? She glanced at him, but his gaze was deep and inscrutable. Disheartened, she looked down. After all, no rational person would believe that the apocalypse could be foretold through a mere dream. Surely, he would not believe her. He would likely think she was wasting money, perhaps even freezing her accounts. To her surprise, Qin Ziyuan did not chastise her for her fanciful thoughts. Instead, he spoke with a seriousness that startled her. If the apocalypse is indeed upon us, the supplies you have are far from sufficient. At the very least, Medical equipment and pharmaceuticals are indispensable in such times, yet you have not procured any. He continued, tilting his body slightly to ensure she was comfortable. If we are merely seeking to survive, food, water, warmth, and security are adequate. However, if we wish to thrive in the apocalypse, these will not suffice. Far from it. In high-temperature conditions, food becomes difficult to store. We may need to invest in constructing vacuum storage facilities to preserve supplies, and a month is hardly enough time. Do you have any ideas? Zhou Chuchu was taken aback.
Huh?
What's going on? Is he actually accepting this? Husband, do you believe me? Qin Ziyuan fixed his intense gaze upon her, neither affirming nor denying his belief. Instead, he posed a question in return. Do you believe in me?
Indeed.
If the visions she had witnessed were genuine, she could not possibly trust herself. She would undoubtedly be filled with doubt and denial. As he asked this question, fierce flames seemed to ignite in his eyes, and a terrifying wave of darkness surged within him, threatening to erupt. Even if she remained silent, merely hesitating, he might transform into a raging inferno, consuming both her and himself. Zhou Chuchu clung to him, wrapping her arms around his waist, her face pressed against his chest, rubbing against him. I believe. I may not trust anyone else, but I will always trust you. Qin Ziyuan's chest resonated with a tremor as he opened his mouth to speak, but Zhou Chuchu dropped a bombshell. Husband, I have a secret to share with you. I seem to have awakened a supernatural ability, a storage space. Chapter 13, take this money and use it. She had no intention of keeping the existence of her storage space a secret. Seizing the moment, she grasped Qin Ziyuan's large hand and, focusing her thoughts, transported them into the infinite storage space in the next instant. Qin Ziyuan had seen numerous supernatural abilities in those fragmented visions, including his own, which had awakened formidable powers after transforming into the king of the dead. He had also witnessed space-type abilities. When Zhou Chuchu mentioned the storage space, he paused, as he had not seen her awaken this particular ability. She had only awakened a B-level purification of water ability, meant for cleansing water sources, which later upgraded to an A-level ability, granting her offensive capabilities. However, this did not pertain to the space-type abilities. Upon witnessing Zhou Chuchu's boundless storage space, filled with an endless array of shelves, he was profoundly astonished, as even he had only seen a fraction of supplies stored. This was no mere storage space, it was, in fact, a veritable world of storage. Zhou Chuchu observed his expression, and seeing the usually composed man now displaying astonishment, her heart swelled with pride. Look at you, shocked. Aren't you? She was well aware of how calm and adaptable he was, as if nothing could faze him, and he would quickly accept whatever transpired.
Now,
finally catching a glimpse of an expression beyond his usual calm, she couldn't help but feel triumphant. What she did not realize was that Qin Ziyuan's astonishment stemmed not just from the infinite storage space, but also from the enigmatic void surrounding her in those visions. The Zhou Chuchu of those images and the Zhou Chuchu of the present had diverged onto completely different trajectories, leading to entirely different futures. Glancing down, he caught sight of her smug expression, and a smile broke across his face. Zhou Chuchu, noticing his smile, felt a wave of relief and promptly exclaimed, "In my storage space, time is suspended. The items placed on those shelves remain in a state of absolute stasis, appearing exactly as they were when stored. I thought to buy more supplies to store. Even if the apocalypse doesn't arrive, it won't harm us to sell them later. And, if it does come, these will be our lifeline." As she spoke, her tone dimmed. She genuinely hoped the apocalypse would not come. "You are doing exceptionally well. The rest I shall handle. I will devise a plan to maximize the use of this storage space." Qin Ziyuan surveyed Zhou Chuchu's storage space, his gaze profound and resolute. "Is that it? Just acceptance, and an immediate plan? Is your efficiency this high?" "Indeed," Qin Ziyuan continued to speak. "Do not disclose the existence of your storage space to others." He looked deeply into her eyes, suspecting that the visions he had seen might not represent the true future, but perhaps merely a potential future, or some manifestation of his own abilities. The past is unchangeable, yet the future can be rewritten. With Zhou Chuchu possessing a storage space, their destiny would surely diverge from the grim scenes depicted in those visions, where they were subjected to humiliation in their desperate search for sustenance. Their children would not suffer from malnutrition, growing frail and stunted. Their parents would not resort to dangerous measures for a morsel of food, inadvertently attracting the attention of the undead. His admonition to Zhou Chuchu was born from the understanding of humanity as depravity and desperation in the face of starvation. Concealing the existence of the storage space was of utmost necessity. I understand. I won't tell anyone except for my family. Zhou Chuchu nodded emphatically, and when the opportunity arises, I will inform my parents. You must assist me. Before Zhou Chuchu could finish her words, she was enveloped in a broad embrace. This was due to the mention of family from her lips. Qin Ziyuan held her tightly, his gaze suddenly deep and dangerous. Zhou Chuchu, remember what you said. I am beginning to trust you, just this once. The rest of his words remained unspoken, as a soft and fragrant kiss met him after a long pause. Zhou Chuchu nestled on the couch, smiling foolishly, while Qin Ziyuan busied himself in the study. Recalling that kiss, Zhou Chuchu smiled sweetly. Her parents-in-law emerged with the two children, exchanging glances filled with smiles. They were unaware of the significant change that had occurred with their daughter-in-law, but it was evidently a good thing. Qin Zhuangming gestured to Lu Jolin, and his wife gracefully approached, taking a seat beside Zhou Chuchu. Although Lu Jolin was nearing 60, her well-maintained demeanor made her appear only 40. She handed Zhou Chuchu a card, gently saying, Manor, this card contains some money, nothing extravagant, just over $1 billion. Use it as you see fit. Zhou Chuchu quickly waved her hand, saying, How can I accept this? This is your and Dad's money. I cannot take this card. Lu Jolin insisted, pressing the card into Zhou Chuchu's hand. Why not?
We are family.
What's yours is ours. The elderly couple had little need for spending, and this money was intended for her to use as she saw fit. Lu Jolin's determination mirrored that of her previous life, always willing to give everything for the next generation. In her past life, Zhou Chuchu had misunderstood their intentions, believing her in-laws to be condescending due to their different backgrounds, and felt they used money to humiliate her. Aware of this perception, her in-laws refrained from mentioning money in her presence, opting instead to lavish her with expensive gifts, which she interpreted as a reminder of her humble origins.
How naive she had been.
She now realized that her insecurities had led to her extreme views and awkward interactions, often misjudging others and causing misunderstandings. If she were to refuse the money now, it would hurt her in-laws' feelings. Additionally, with the impending apocalypse, money would soon become worthless. Failing to utilize it wisely would be a disservice to them. Lastly, she genuinely needed the funds. Thus, she graciously accepted the money.
Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Dad. Oh.
No need for thanks, the elderly couple beamed, as this was the first time Zhou Chuchu had accepted their financial support, signifying her true acknowledgement of them. Mom and Dad, I sold the large refrigerator, and will buy a better one. I will use this money to purchase various supplies and renovate the villa. Zhou Chuchu shared her plans to avoid startling her in-laws later. Lu Jolin was taken aback. Qin Zhuangming immediately responded, The money is yours, do as you wish. Whether it's buying supplies or renovating the house, we have no objections, even if you wish to purchase another villa. Qin Zhuangming exchanged knowing glances with his wife, who quickly chimed in, Indeed, Manor, you can use it for whatever you desire. Your parents will not interfere.
Mom.
I also have my red envelope money. I can give it to you, exclaimed their son, Qin Zihao, waving his small hands. Mom, I'll give you all my pocket money, said their daughter, Qin Yueshi, snuggling into her embrace. Usually, their mother was quite aloof, but today she was exceptionally kind, prompting them to cling to her without pause. Zhou Chuchu held both little treasures in her arms, kissing their soft faces. Thank you, darlings. Just as she was playing with the two little ones, Lin Shuang entered gracefully. Chuchu. She was adorned with exquisite makeup and wore Zhou Chuchu's most expensive Chanel dress, a gift from her in-laws. Upon seeing Lu Jolin and Qin Zhuangming, a calculating smile appeared on her face as she approached them affectionately, calling out, Uncle, Auntie. Noticing the two children nestled in Zhou Chuchu's arms, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and confusion. Hadn't Zhou Chuchu despised these two children? Lin, Zizi. She moved closer, attempting to lift the children from Zhou Chuchu's embrace. Chapter 14. In-laws confront the green tea. Jealousy from the green tea. Zhou Chuchu's expression darkened slightly. Lin Shuang's overly familiar demeanor and entitled attitude made her feel as if she were intruding in her own home, treating it as her own. She flattered her in-laws while deliberately trying to win over the children. However, when they were absent, she would speak ill of them. For instance, when Lin Shuang had seen Zhou Chuchu delightedly receive that dress, She had sourly remarked that it was merely a means for a family of humble origins to mock her. Zhou Chuchu, thinking her in-laws were hinting at her background, had refrained from wearing the dress, eventually giving it to Lin Shuang.
Now.
Lin Shuang wearing this dress was undeniably provocative. Zhou Chuchu remained firmly seated on the couch, cradling her children, who showed no sign of wanting to leave their mother's embrace. They were reluctant to part with her after finally being held. As for that auntie, they had never liked her anyway. Lin Shuang, seeing that the children were indifferent to her, felt a surge of anger. Ungrateful little creatures. I treat you well, yet you turn away. This woman speaks coldly to you, and yet you cling to her. Lin Shuang masked her irritation, lifting the hem of her dress, and addressed Zhou Chuchu's in-laws. Auntie, this dress was a gift from you to Chuchu, right? Your taste is impeccable. She didn't like it and gave it to me. It fits me quite well. Auntie, do I look beautiful in it? Lu Jilin shot Lin Shuang a glance, having encountered her kind many times before. If it weren't for the fact that Zhou Chuchu regarded her as a friend, she wouldn't have allowed her through the door. What Zhou Chuchu disliked should have gone straight to the trash, and Lin Shuang wearing it was fitting indeed. Lin Shuang's expression changed. Was she being mocked for being a beggar? Zhou Chuchu nearly burst into laughter. Her mother-in-law was quite adept at subtle jabs. Lin Shuang, not deterred, continued. Uncle, Auntie, I'm here today to collect some items. Chuchu seems to be facing some difficulties and sold the clothes and bags you and Brother Ziyuan gifted her for 40 million. I hope this money can help her a bit. Lin Shuang emphasized the 40 million, fearing the elderly couple wouldn't catch on. Zhou Chuchu cast a nervous glance at her in-laws. She had failed to inform them about this beforehand. If they misunderstood, they might think she didn't value their intentions. Lin Shuang, reveling in her own scheming, anticipated the drama. No in-laws would appreciate their daughter-in-law selling gifts they had given her. At best, it was greed. At worst, it was disrespect. However, the couple's reaction ignited Lin Shuang's jealousy to the point of grinding her teeth. Lu Jilin wore a concerned expression, her face stern as she admonished Zhou Chuchu. You child, really now, if you need money, just tell me. No, this one. 8 billion is too little. Qin Zhuangming added. Indeed, it is insufficient. Give Manor another 5 billion, lest some people think our Qin family is going bankrupt. Lin Shuang watched with envy as Zhou Chuchu clutched the card. Her eyes blazed with jealousy. This card contained 8 billion. Her words not only failed to incite displeasure from the elderly couple towards Zhou Chuchu, but instead granted her an additional 5 billion. Lin Shuang nearly spat blood in frustration. She seethed with rage. How could a woman so foolish have such an outstanding man like Qin Ziyuan and such divine in-laws? Suddenly, the 40 million dress she had purchased felt utterly unappealing. Just the thought of it filled her with fury. She said dryly, Uncle, Aunt, aren't you worried about what Chuchu might do with this money? As soon as she uttered those words, Zhou Chuchu remained unresponsive. But Lu Julan erupted in fury. What is wrong with you? Are you really a friend of man heir? I see you as nothing but toxic. The mother-in-law had a forthright nature, only cautious around her daughter-in-law. With others, she showed no restraint. Entering the room with a feigned politeness was one thing, but now to accuse Chuchu of doing something wrong with the money was unacceptable. What wrong could she possibly do? Do enlighten us. What could she do? We all know what kind of person man heir is, don't we? Even if we didn't surely you must. Just take your useless belongings and leave. Zhou Chuchu couldn't help but smile. Her mother-in-law was truly her spokesperson. It felt exhilarating. It warmed her heart to realize that despite her antics, she still retained a favorable image in her mother-in-law's eyes. Lin Shuang was furious at the rebuke, but dared not express her anger. Lu Julan's reputation for fierceness was well known among the socialites. She was not one to shy away from confrontation. Initially, she had partnered with Qin Zhuangming to build the Qin family's empire, standing as an equal force. It was only after stepping back from the management that she began to cultivate a more serene demeanor. If she truly got angry, Lin Shuang would find herself in a predicament that even her mother would struggle to recognize her in. Enough, let us not continue this, Qin Zhuangming interjected. Halting his mother-in-law, Lin Shuang cast a pitiful glance at Qin Zhuangming. Uncle Qin, however, he paid her no heed, taking his wife's hand. Some people are simply not worth your effort, dear. Lin Shuang trembled with rage, yet remained rooted, unwilling to leave. She was not willing to concede. Chu, she implored. I didn't mean it that way, you know me. Was she truly begging her for sympathy? She had underestimated her. with her in-laws defending her. How could she dare to support Lin Shuang in front of them? What a fool she would look. Ironically, she had made such foolish mistakes countless times in her past life. Tempted by Lin Shuang, she had trusted her wholeheartedly, never suspecting her ill intentions from the very beginning. Reflecting on her previous life, she felt guilty toward her husband, her in-laws, and her children, but she had never wronged Lin Shuang. Yet, she had tormented herself with hatred. Having faced death once, she understood that a venomous snake remains venomous, regardless of past kindness. Zhou Chu-Chu's gaze turned icy as she stood up, extending her hand towards Lin Shuang. Return the key to my house. From now on, without my permission, you are not allowed to enter. Lin Shuang could freely enter because Zhou Chu-Chu had given her a spare key. The smart lock recognized her fingerprint and facial scan. After the apocalypse in her past life, Lin Shuang had simply used the key to enter and never left, consuming all the stored food until her true nature was revealed. This posed a significant safety risk that must be eliminated. In this life, she would not commit such a naive blunder again. Lin Shuang's face turned pale.
What? Chu.
Why would you ask for the key? She scrutinized Zhou Chu-Chu closely, missing not a flicker of her expression. Was it her imagination? Or had this foolish girl's attitude changed since last night? Today, she had not only failed to welcome her, but had joined her in-laws in expressing anger towards her. Now she was demanding the keys to the villa. How could this be? Zhou Chu-Chu was too weary to play games with her. Forget it. I'll be changing the locks anyway. Come with me, grab your things, and leave. Zhou Chu-Chu issued her dismissal. Lin Shuang, eager for a private moment with Zhou Chu-Chu, thought she could re-brainwash her. This foolish girl had always been impressionable. Surely she had heard some news. And she needed to soften her approach to discover why she was treating her this way. Although Lin Shuang was seething with disdain for Zhou Chu-Chu, she remained calm and did not storm out. There was no way she would let this foolish girl slip away, even if she had no immediate use for her. The connections to Qin Zhe Yuan and the Qin family were invaluable. A mere hint from her could sustain her. With a creak, the study door swung open, and Qin Zhe Yuan strode out, his long legs commanding attention. Dressed casually in a black shirt with sleeves rolled to his elbows. 2 buttons undone at his collar revealed faint marks on his skin. Fresh from issuing a series of tasks, he radiated an unyielding presence, exuding an aura of authority. Typically, he conducted business at the office, never bringing work home, so Zhou Chu-Chu rarely saw this side of him. However, today's revelations had profoundly impacted him, prompting a change in plans that affected many futures, necessitating careful consideration, decisiveness, and assertiveness. As soon as Zhou Chu-Chu spotted him, her eyes lit up. She immediately forgot about Lin Shuang and rushed to embrace his strong waist. Darling, are you done with work? Chapter 15, My Wife. My indulgence. Qin Zhe Yuan felt the embrace of Zhou Chu-Chu and, with her clinging to him like a koala, his commanding presence diminished significantly. He felt a mix of exasperation and enjoyment, lifting her effortlessly with one arm. What do you intend to do now? Zhou Chu-Chu proudly brandished her black gold card. My parents gave me 1.8 billion. Qin Zhe Yuan replied, I thought it was something serious. Take it if they gave it to you.
Zhu Chu, thou lie. Pecked him on the cheek. Thank you, darling.
Lu Julan teased, your parents are giving you pocket money. What do you thank this rascal for? Lu Julan's admiration for Zhou Chu-Chu grew, particularly after her fierce rebuttal to Lin Shuang. It was simply splendid. Her demeanor towards Zhou Chu-Chu became increasingly affectionate. Zhou Chu-Chu smiled and said, Mom, if my husband doesn't approve, I wouldn't dare to spend this money. With this one statement, she endeared herself to 3 people. Qin Zhe Yuan's gaze towards Zhou Chu-Chu softened even further. Lin Shuang watched the warm scene of family intimacy unfold, nearly driven to madness with jealousy. But something felt off. This foolish girl, wasn't she supposed to despise Qin Zhe Yuan? Didn't she have feelings for Sun Qi-Xian? She frequently visited the Qin household, not out of affection for Zhou Chu-Chu, but to cultivate her image in front of Qin Zhe Yuan. Yet, Qin Zhe Yuan remained cold to everyone except Zhou Chu-Chu. Thus, she altered her strategy, seeking to sow discord between the couple. Each visit resulted in arguments and cold wars. When had they ever been this affectionate and close? It was truly unbearable to witness. She longed to disrupt this harmony. Chu-Chu, Qi-Xian asked me what you've been busy with lately. He wants to see you. The temperature in the room plummeted at Lin Shuang's words. She felt a surge of satisfaction. Sun Qi was a taboo in this family, particularly for this powerful and exceptional man. Just mentioning him would send them into a frenzy. And Zhou Chu, this foolish girl, was oblivious to the danger. She kept provoking the taboo, becoming faint at the mere mention of his name. Indeed, Qin Ziyuan radiated an icy aura, his previously warm expression vanishing, replaced by a glint of coldness in his eyes. He fixated on Zhou Chu, ready to withdraw the moment she displayed any sign of joy. How could he forget the significant place that man held in her heart? He was her white moonlight. Although he held that so-called white moonlight in disdain, viewing him as a despicable scoundrel, the way men perceive one another differs from how women do. Naturally, he hoped she would change her mind. However, whether in the past or in those scenes symbolizing the future, she remained unwaveringly devoted to that scoundrel until he ultimately betrayed and sold her out. At this thought, his brows furrowed tightly and an air of coldness enveloped him. He contemplated how to discreetly eliminate this cad before the apocalypse, pondering the profound impact it would have on her. A sharp slap interrupted his thoughts. He looked at his wife in surprise, then broke into a smile. Ah! This little kitten, who only bared her claws at him, could also unleash her fury upon others. After striking Lin Shuang, Zhou Chu turned and wrapped her arms around Qin Ziyuan's waist, leaning against him like soft clay, her gaze towards Lin Shuang icy and fierce. Who was Sun Qishuan to deserve her attention? If I hear that name again, it will not merely warrant a slap. She feared she might not be able to restrain herself from harming Lin Shuang. Lin Shuang was rendered dazed by Zhou Chu's unexpected assault. Firstly, she never anticipated Zhou Chu would dare to strike her. Secondly, she was astonished by Zhou Chu's attitude. What was happening? Had she been possessed? Or was this all a ruse? With her face in her hands, Lin Shuang glanced down at Qin Ziyuan, then quickly averted her gaze. I was wrong, Chu. I thought you were wronged by him. Zhou Chu felt a wave of disgust wash over her. Having seen Lin Shuang's true colors, she could no longer tolerate her pretentiousness. Yet it seemed men were quite fond of her type. She nervously cast a glance at her husband, previously indifferent to him. She had wished for him to develop feelings for someone else so she could divorce him, yet he remained a workaholic, utterly unmoved by feminine charms. Noticing the glimmer of concern in his eyes, Qin Ziyuan felt a peculiar sense of comfort. Was she worried about his reaction, fearing he might be angry? The desire for vengeance within him calmed instantly, even filling him with a sense of joy. As for Lin Shuang, such detestable filth could never catch his eye. Did his wife underestimate him? She deserved a punishment. Dear, let her leave. She is an eyesore. With long strides, Qin Ziyuan approached the children, who clambered into his embrace. Laughing and playing, Lin Shuang trembled violently, her complexion pale, teetering on the brink of collapse as she felt her dignity crushed underfoot. Zhou Chu, she hissed, her voice thick with venom. In the past, such outbursts would have sent Zhou Chu into a panic, apologizing regardless of guilt. But this time, as she attempted to glare at Zhou Chu, she was met with a piercing cold gaze that intimidated her. Who gave you the audacity to come into my home and shout at me? Zhou Chu pouted to Qin Ziyuan. Darling, she yelled at me. Without looking up. Qin Ziyuan replied, what do you wish to do about it? Zhou Chu smiled brightly. That old man is not a good person. He is rotten to the core. I want him to go bankrupt. This old man, who had amassed wealth through bloodshed, had acquired a farm and stockpiled weapons before the apocalypse, forming a band of ruthless individuals to thrive amidst chaos. Later awakening A-grade abilities, he found Lin Shuang, who enjoyed a lavish life at his side, emboldening her arrogance. In this life, she would ensure he lost everything, ending up in prison, and see if he still had the means to rule. Qin Ziyuan remained unmoved, his magnetic voice resonating. All right. Zhou Chu's lips curled into a smile. Qin Ziyuan was always a man of his word. If he agreed, he would undoubtedly follow through. A warmth blossomed in her heart. Although he bore no particular grudge against Lin Shuang's husband, he responded to her request without hesitation. This was what it meant to be cherished. Lin Shuang was shaken, overwhelmed by despair. Just a single word from this man had him agreeing to bankrupt Song Xiqing? She had no doubt of Qin Ziyuan's capabilities. If Song Xiqing went bankrupt, what would happen to her debts? She had secretly pledged assets under Song Xiqing's name as collateral. If he were to fall, how would she maintain her current extravagant lifestyle? Fear gripped her as she forced a smile and reached out to Zhou Chu, pleading, Chu, please don't do this. Song has no enmity with you. Don't go after him. In her panic, she suppressed her hatred and jealousy. Zhou Chuchu stepped aside, entering the room to retrieve all the luxury items she had packed and tossing them at Lin Shuang. Your pleas are futile. This is my husband's decision. Take these and leave swiftly. Lin Shuang felt as if struck by lightning, torn between hatred and fear. If it weren't for your husband's involvement, would he have acted this way? Now she was being cast aside, so easily. Dismissing her long-desired clothing and bags, she hastily approached Qin Ziyuan and knelt before him. Chapter 16. A Husband Untouchable. A weary-backed Qin Zhuangming and Lu Julin exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting disdain as they silently took the children and departed, signaling their disregard for Lin Shuang. Stunned, she felt a deep humiliation, her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her flesh, yet she raised her head with a soft, pleading expression. Brother Ziyuan, all my faults are mine alone. Please, do not ruin Song Xiqing. Consider it for Chuchu's sake, will you? If he goes bankrupt, I will have nowhere to turn. I am, after all, Chuchu's friend. Lin Shuang had the audacity to use Zhou Chuchu as a shield. Zhou Chuchu couldn't help but laugh. Had she lost her mind? The one determined to ruin that old scoundrel was her. Now she was invoking her name to plead with her husband? What audacity! Though Lin Shuang had devised a clever plan, without the presence of the elderly and children, Qin Ziyuan was a living embodiment of a cold, merciless king. Not a trace of warmth graced his face, his frosty gaze fixated on Lin Shuang, exuding an aura of chilling disdain. At the sight of his stare, the fervor in her blood instantly cooled, a wave of icy dread coursing through her spine, spreading to her limbs. She felt an overwhelming sensation that if she continued to kneel and beg, she might very well face dire consequences. Realizing this, she sprang to her feet, hastily dragging the 2 boxes of clothes and fleeing the Qin residence. Zhou Chuchu dashed to the door, erasing Lin Shuang's fingerprints and face prints from the setup inside. Tomorrow, they would change the locks. Upon returning, she braved her husband's icy demeanor. Darling, you are amazing. Without a hint of fear, she leapt into his embrace, stealing a few kisses. Only then did Qin Ziyuan's demeanor thaw slightly, like snow melting under the sun. This woman had ulterior motives. He resolved to keep her at arm's length in the future. He had previously stated this, but faced Zhou Chuchu's anger, who believed he was misjudging people. Now she understood her husband's words were indeed wise. She nodded vigorously, raising her small hand in a vow. Not just in the future. I will never associate with her again. Qin Ziyuan observed her obedient demeanor, his gaze deepening. If she continued to be this way, he would undoubtedly have to revise his original plans. Realizing it was getting late, he said, "Let us retire early." Rising, he headed for his study, only to have his hand seized. "Darling, we haven't slept together in ages. Why don't we?" Qin Ziyuan's eyes flared with sudden intensity. "Didn't you say we should sleep separately?" Zhou Chuchu placed her hands on her hips. "Sleep separately? Could you take that seriously? Darling, are you unable?" With a light chuckle, Qin Ziyuan demonstrated his capabilities through his actions. In an instant, he swept Zhou Chuchu into his arms and strode purposefully into their room. 4 hours later, Zhou Chuchu emerged, supporting her aching back. She now regretted her earlier decisions. I never anticipated that beneath his cold and icy exterior, akin to a block of ice, there lay such depth. The first encounter between her and Qin Ziyuan was a tumultuous one. For the subsequent 5 years, she had continuously rejected him, distancing herself out of fear and disdain, even opting to sleep apart from him. In this new life, which seemed to stretch even longer, she felt a sincere desire to make amends. He had suppressed his feelings for far too long, leading to a certain recklessness in his demeanor. Recalling the earlier confrontation, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Weak in the knees, she lightly struck the bed, exclaiming that her husband was quite the tease. Fortunately, her enhanced abilities allowed her to recover quickly. Otherwise, she would have found it difficult to rise from the bed. She decided to visit the garden to observe the growth of her plants. Yesterday, she had given them some sugar, and today, feeling invigorated by her powers, she was eager to distribute more and assess any changes. In the garden, she found her 10 varieties of vegetables: broad beans, radishes, green onions, cabbages, mushrooms, mint, chili peppers, pumpkins, potatoes, and corn, thriving well. To the naked eye, they appeared unchanged, merely a bit more robust and appetizing. However, upon closer inspection, she could sense the initial signs of development. Master, master, I have grown. I crave sugar. I want sugar. The little vegetables bowed and swayed their leaves in unison. Yet, some remained still and silent, which she quickly discerned indicated their inability to evolve. Nevertheless, those stagnant ones exhibited a remarkable enhancement in flavor, nutritional value, yield, and growth rate. She set aside the non-evolving plants. As she focused her thoughts, the next scene unfolded before her in awe. The small cabbage she had fed generously yesterday emerged from the soil, its leaves gesturing animatedly. Those capable of evolution uprooted themselves, allowing the non-evolving ones to step aside. Zhou Chuchu stood in astonishment. The cabbage signaled to her, and as she squatted down and extended her hand, it maneuvered its roots to climb onto her palm, gently shaking off the soil. Was this a pet cabbage? This particular cabbage was more vigorous than its field companions, its stalks gleaming like jade and its leaves vibrant. It showcased itself in her hand like a prized possession. Zhou Chuchu smiled and rewarded it with additional energy. Master, my magnificent and beautiful master,
Came a deep,
resonant voice from the old peach tree. It had silently thickened, its branches strong and dark, leaves lush and abundant, remaining verdant even in September. It reveled in half of Zhou Chuchu's energy, evolving more impressively than the smaller vegetables. Through their shared consciousness, she discovered further transformations within the peach tree. In its internal space, areas once plagued by pests had formed small holes, seemingly leading to tiny chambers. Yes, master, these are my spaces. Please observe, the peach tree communicated, displaying an almost sentient awareness. In mere overnight, it could articulate thoughts clearly. It then used its branches to retrieve a piece of decorative rock, which appeared moments later within the peach tree's cavity. Zhou Chuchu gave an approving thumbs up. Impressive. Yet, merely possessing space seemed of limited utility. Master, my dear master. I possess other abilities. My bark is resilient, my branches can shatter stones, and I can even run. The peach tree, eager not to be overlooked, attempted to demonstrate its capabilities by uprooting itself from the soil, creating quite a commotion. Zhou Chuchu quickly halted it, saying, "All right, you are indeed useful. No need to uproot." She infused the peach tree with half of her energy. The glowing green orbs, slightly larger than yesterday, floated toward the tree, enveloping it in a gentle green hue. The brightness of the orbs had also intensified. It seemed that nurturing these plants was best done under the cover of night, when no one was around. Zhou Chuchu waved her hand, distributing the remaining energy evenly among the vegetables, as the selection of non-evolving plants allowed the others to receive a bit more. Thank you, master. The sugar is delightful. I wish to grow even better. Wow, this tastes amazing. Hearing these jubilant voices, Zhou Chuchu smiled, realizing that, in a way, these little vegetables resembled children. Chapter 17. Plant Feedback. Vines in the palm. Today's total energy was notably higher than yesterday's. Nurturing these plants not only facilitated their evolution but also boosted her energy levels. She felt the shift in her abilities. As with the previous day, after feeding the plants, she received their feedback. A layer of mud surfaced on her body, though it was significantly lighter than before. She hurried back to her room to shower. The sensation of bathing was pure bliss. For a woman who had endured years of material scarcity in her past life, having not bathed for extended periods, a shower was a luxurious delight. She reminded herself to store ample water, ensuring her family could bathe daily in the apocalypse. Although she had purchased numerous bottles of mineral water, they were precious drinking supplies and not suitable for bathing. However, with the impending heat, her body would become sticky daily, making it unbearable not to bathe. Even if she could endure it, how could her child? She began searching for water storage equipment in her home. After a fruitless search, she only found a few empty, round mineral water bottles. She decided to fill these containers with water. As she stood about 4 meters away from the buckets, a green vine suddenly shot from her palm, coiling around a bucket and dragging it towards her. Zhou Chuchu was taken aback, staring at the inexplicable vine that had emerged. When had she acquired such an ability? However, she quickly realized it was a response from the plants. As she nurtured them, their evolution deepened, and various feedback mechanisms were activated. With a thought, the vine shimmered with a radiant green light before retracting back into her hand. The release and retraction of the vine felt effortless, as if she were merely waving her arm. There was no strain on her body. In a moment of whimsy, She reveled in the newfound ability, sitting on the sofa while the vine fetched water and effortlessly moved the buckets. She even used it to sweep the floor, lift a massive wooden table that weighed 3 tons, and press the remote control. Suddenly, the vine froze mid-motion. Her husband, Qin Ziyuan, stood there, his gaze penetrating as he observed the green vine. The vine, in turn, slowly retracted back towards her. Zhou Chuchu swallowed hard. How long had he been standing there? What had he witnessed? She pondered how to explain the situation. Husband. Qin Ziyuan strode forward, his silk pajamas flowing as he moved, revealing a robust chest and a strong waist. Zhou Chuchu, caught off guard, touched her nose and turned her head away. Embarrassed? It wasn't he, as if she hadn't seen him before. Zhou Chuchu's face flushed crimson. She had seen him, but never in such a stunning manner. Is this a new ability? Qin Ziyuan's gaze remained intense, enveloping Zhou Chuchu. One spatial ability and one planned ability, yet another divergence from the future depicted in her mind.
Ah?
Yes, Zhou Chuchu, decided to admit it, as there was nothing shameful about it. Unaware of Qin Ziyuan's familiarity with abilities, she casually mentioned their origins. He nodded, choosing not to delve further into her powers, his gaze drifting to the buckets filled with water. If you intend to store water, this amount is insufficient. It's getting late. We should rest. He stood and returned to the bedroom. Oh, Zhou Chuchu followed him inside, and just as they entered, a voice emanated from her phone. Bank of China Agricultural, esteemed Ms. Zhou Chuchu. Your bank account ending in 4773 has successfully completed a transfer of 20 billion at 11:26 a.m. on September 24th, 2035. Your balance stands at 20,003, 453, 332. A sum of 200 million. Zhou Chuchu gazed at Qin Ziyuan, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Darling, you transferred me 200 million. Qin Ziyuan set his phone down. My parents contributed 1.8 billion. I merely rounded it up. Zhou Chuchu immediately leaped onto the bed, her head resting against Qin Ziyuan's shoulder. But my parents promised me 5 billion. Qin Ziyuan chuckled silently. Do you think I've given you too little? Not really. It's just too much. I don't know how to spend it. Qin Ziyuan replied. Aren't there still many supplies you haven't purchased? Zhou Chuchu's eyes lit up, her innate squirrel-like nature awakening as she eagerly nodded. Indeed. You always think ahead. She scrunched her little face. But you really have given me a bit too little. She reached in to touch it, marveling at the texture. Qin Ziyuan grasped her mischievous hand.
Stop that.
I have my plans for that money. I cannot give you more. He wrapped his arm around the back of Zhou Chuchu's neck, pulling her closer as he closed his eyes. Let us sleep first. Zhou Chuchu nestled against his arm, inhaling his faint musk, feeling a wave of reassurance wash over her. Yes, with a total of 7 billion, it would suffice. The rest could be his concern. This man had never been weak. She closed her eyes, drifting off to sleep in mere minutes, free from the daily agonies, nightmares, and regrets that had once haunted her. Only when she fell asleep did the crimson glow in Qin Ziyuan's eyes begin to fade. Images of the future surged through Qin Ziyuan's mind. The more visions he received, the greater his inner turmoil and the impulse to destroy the world became. The part of him that awakened as the Corpse King surged forth. He knew that if this continued, he would become a terrifying entity destined to annihilate the heavens and the earth, perhaps even before the apocalypse arrived.
Yet now,
the child and his parents served as anchors to his humanity, and Zhou Chuchu was the one holding those anchors. Each manifestation of Zhou Chuchu in the visions increased his humanity. Conversely, the opposite held true as well. The following morning, Zhou Chuchu awoke feeling invigorated, only to find her side empty. This was no surprise. Qin Ziyuan had always been a workaholic, tirelessly devoted to his work unless the world were to end. She wondered how much of her words he truly believed. Nevertheless, this sum of money should suffice. She harbored no illusions that Qin Ziyuan would heed her suggestion to sell the burgeoning trillion-dollar conglomerate. He had invested too much blood and sweat into it. If she were in his shoes, she could not simply abandon it. She did not press the issue. With 7 billion, she was well prepared to procure supplies for a century of survival in the impending apocalypse. Compared to others, she was exceptionally fortunate. Taking out her notepad, she began to jot down and sketch the items she needed to purchase. Water was essential. She would start by acquiring it from the water plant. She also needed to buy a considerable quantity of medicine, though bulk purchases would be challenging due to strict national regulations, necessitating alternative channels. Grain, oil, food, and seeds were next on her list. The more, the better. Fuel and coal would also need to be stocked up. Various delicacies, which would be scarce in the apocalypse, must be ordered. Furthermore, online shopping was a channel she had to utilize effectively. Chapter 18. Old Lady Luo was bewildered by Fong Monru's design. After a restful night, Zhou Chuchu awoke, feeling warm. Qin Ziyuan was no longer by her side. This was normal. He was a workaholic who would not stop working unless the sky fell or the end of the world arrived. This had been true in her past life, and it remained the case now. Oddly, she had not turned on the air conditioning last night, yet it had felt remarkably cool. In September, with temperatures still hovering around 37 to 38 degrees Celsius, it was almost unbearable without air conditioning. Yet last night, her husband had held her close while they slept, and she had felt no heat. Had he turned on the air conditioning after all? Outside the window, the heat was already rising, making the morning unbearable. However, this would be the coolest weather before the impending apocalypse. Temperatures would soon soar to over 50 degrees. Time was of the essence. She jumped out of bed, quickly tidied up, and stepped outside. She noticed that neither her in-laws nor the children were present. On the table lay a note addressed to her. Manor. I've taken the 2 kids to kindergarten and have also cancelled their enrollment. There's a bowl of white fungus soup simmering in the kitchen. Do have some. In her past life, she had caused a scene, threatening her in-laws to take the children back to the countryside or face divorce. Despite her outbursts, her in-laws had not held a grudge and treated her with kindness. Zhou Chuchu entered the kitchen and found a bowl of sweet, glutinous, white fungus soup. She took a sip and found it delightful. She drank it all in a few swift gulps. In her previous life, she had been careless, either discarding such soups or letting them spoil, unaware of the goodwill her mother-in-law had extended. But this time, she would not repeat those mistakes. After drinking the soup, she felt refreshed and rejuvenated, as if the heat had diminished slightly. As she stepped outside, she caught sight of old Lady Luo peering around the door. Upon noticing her, the old woman haughtily tossed her head and strutted away. Zhou Chuchu merely glanced at her, too preoccupied to engage with the old woman. Once she had prepared everything, she would deal with that old hag. After driving away, old Lady Luo emerged from the shade, watching Zhou Chuchu's limited edition Maserati with a scowl. That little schemer. What is she so proud of? Just because she married a wealthy man, what is there to boast about? Despite her disdain, she had to admit Zhou Chuchu was exceptionally beautiful, far beyond what her daughter could compare to. This realization only fueled her irritation. Bah, such a haughty figure. When it came to physique, Zhou Chuchu was equally admirable. She pondered and found it impossible to determine how her daughter could possibly surpass Zhou Chuchu. Humph. What does good looks matter? Men are like cats, and cats love fishy business. I'll have my daughter come over more often to strut her stuff. Old Lady Luo snorted. Her daughter was a canary kept in a cage by a wealthy man, but as time passed, his affections began to wane. Despite living in a luxurious villa, the house had no connection to them. Once they were cast out, they would have nowhere to go. As the saying goes, it's easy to fall into luxury but hard to return to frugality. Having grown accustomed to a lavish lifestyle, how could she return to the countryside and live among the common folk? Frantic, she had been wandering around the neighborhood, searching for a new opportunity. It just so happened that she had set her sights on the Qin family. Though illiterate and unable to comprehend the news, she had seen the young man from the Qin family in a financial report indicating wealth. After inquiring, she learned that the Qin family was the richest in this already affluent neighborhood, which pleased her immensely. Every day, she spent over 2 hours commuting to eavesdrop on them. Just the day before, she had overheard the young couple arguing and the elderly couple taking the children away, which she thought was a golden opportunity. She intended to wait for her daughter to bump into the young man from the Qin family and facilitate their meeting. However, she hadn't anticipated that the little woman would transform overnight. Not only had she beaten her up, but she had also reconciled with the elderly couple. Old Lady Luo, what brings you here? A graceful woman approached and asked. Dressed in luxurious attire, her gentle demeanor made old Lady Luo feel quite flattered. Miss Fong. I'm just out for a stroll. She glanced at Zhou Chuchu's garden and remarked, Miss Fong, your garden is truly the epitome of a wealthy household, unlike this daughter-in-law's. which is far from impressive, growing these worthless vegetables. Fong Monru smiled, concealing her disdain deep within, leaving no trace for others to discern. There is nothing inherently wrong with growing vegetables. Uncle Chin and Aunt Lu do not care about such matters. Old Lady Luo scoffed, her voice thick with indignation. If you ask me, those two old fools let their daughter-in-law ride roughshod over them. If she were my daughter-in-law, I would not hesitate to put her in her place. Old Lady Luo had a son who was aimless, spending his days loitering on the streets with dubious friends, and whenever he ran out of money, he would come to her for more, yet she still regarded him as a good child. Fong Monru was well aware of these dynamics and, with a pointed remark, said, "If she were your daughter-in-law, could you truly keep her in line? You must possess remarkable strength." Old Lady Luo perked up. "Of course. If she were my daughter-in-law, I could turn her world upside down. If she dared to raise her voice at me, my son would not hesitate to deal with her. Otherwise, I would ensure she was shown the door. My son is a dutiful child." Fong Monru, uninterested in hearing tales of old Lady Luo's son's childhood, gently interjected, "Aunt Luo, you may not be aware, but in the case of a divorce among the wealthy, assets are divided equally. If Zhou Chuchu and Zigao were to separate, she would at least receive this amount." She extended her hand, displaying a palm. Old Lady Luo gasped, 5 million. Fong Monru smirked, her demeanor condescending. "You underestimate it. It is 5 billion.
What?
Old Lady Luo leapt up, fingers flying as she counted. "Good heavens, 5 billion. If it were my family, we could never spend that much in 3 generations." Fong Monru casually dropped a line before drifting away. "Indeed, if she divorces, that 5 billion will be hers, Aunt Luo. If I recall correctly, your son is still unmarried, isn't he?" Initially, Old Lady Luo did not grasp the implication, but she quickly caught on. She smacked her thigh, exclaiming,
"Right.
I have been preoccupied with finding a second marriage for my daughter, forgetting that my son has yet to marry, with her having already borne 2 children. Marrying my son would be a loss for him. Never mind, let us secure her money first, and then send her packing, lest she ensnare my son as heart." Old Lady Luo's face twisted with resentment. "That little harlot dares to confront me. Wait until she falls into my hands, and I will make her pay dearly." Fong Monru, hidden in the shadows, smiled softly upon hearing Old Lady Luo's words. Ding ding ding.
Her phone rang.
Upon seeing the caller's name, Sun Qixuan, she displayed a hint of disdain, allowing the phone to ring for several minutes before lazily answering. "Monru, I captured a photo of a diamond necklace for you. I've sent it, do you like it?" Fong Monru casually swiped through her phone, seeing the image of the diamond necklace, her expression mocking. "It's passable," she replied tersely, dismissing Sun Qixuan with those 2 words. On the other end, Sun Qixuan sounded anxious. "Monru, are you dissatisfied? What must I do to please you?" Fong Monru's voice was soft yet firm. "Yesterday, Zigao returned home. Aunt and uncle took the children back as well. The quarrel you instigated did not lead to their separation. You know what you must do, right?" There was a pause on the line before he hastily explained. "Yesterday, I sent her a message intending to inquire about this matter. But her attitude was off. She not only blocked me on WeChat but also on my phone." Fong Monru raised an eyebrow, her delicate fingers gripping the phone tightly. "Then go find her, win her over, make her fall for you again." On the other end, he protested, "But Monru, I do not love her, I love you." Fong Monru responded coldly, "If you cannot manage such a trivial matter, how do you claim to love me?" She hung up the phone, casting a glance towards Zhou Chuchu's home, a flicker of malice crossing her eyes. "Zigao is mine. How dare you occupy his heart? One day, I shall reveal your filth to him and demonstrate that only I am worthy of standing by his side." She turned to leave, unaware of a peach branch silently hovering above her head, capturing the scene in its entirety. Chapter 19. Bulk buying. Are you certain you wish to purchase 5 million cubic meters of water? The water plant manager inquired, verifying the details. This was a significant order, and he dared not be careless. Indeed, our water is priced at 3 yuan per cubic meter, totaling 1,500,000 yuan for 5 million cubic meters. I can offer a discount, bringing it down to 1,450,000. Zhou Chuchu did not hesitate. "Very well. I need you to package it in water tanks of 10 cubic meters each." The manager nodded vigorously. "All right, but there will be an additional charge for the tanks. Each tank costs 50 yuan, requiring 50,000 tanks, totaling 2,500,000. However, I can charge you only 2,300,000. He anxiously glanced at Zhou Chuchu, fearing she might find the price too high. Zhou Chuchu exclaimed, "This water is exceedingly cheap. In the apocalypse, clean drinking water is priceless. During water and power outages, it is worth more than gold. Money is no object. When can you have it ready for me?" The manager replied, "Given the immense volume you require, we will need at least a week to gather it all." Zhou Chuchu waved her hand grandly. "I will pay you an extra 3 million. Have it ready in 3 days." The manager gritted his teeth. "All right, we will work overtime to meet your demands. Do you have any other requests? Once the water is prepared, transport it to this warehouse. I will inspect it and pay the remainder." Zhou Chuchu transferred 10 million to the water plant's corporate account and drove off. Where did this wealthy lady come from? She must be burning money, buying so much water. The manager's secretary remarked, envious yet sour. The manager shot her a cold glare. "Mind your own business. If you had that much money, you could be just as extravagant." In the car, Zhou Chuchu let out a small sigh of relief. With this 5 million cubic meters of water, drinking and bathing would not be an issue. Onward to more shopping. She first headed to the supermarket, clearing out every store she encountered along the way, purchasing all available supplies. The supplies from supermarkets are the most fundamental and practical. The more, the better. The inventory of a small community supermarket could sustain a family for years, while a medium-sized supermarket's goods could last decades. The resources from large supermarkets like Yonghui, Carrefour, and Walmart could provide for a family for hundreds, even thousands of years. Zhou Chuchu emptied 10 large supermarkets in succession. Though her family would not consume everything, adhering to the principle of waste not, want not, she aimed to acquire as much as possible. In the sweltering heat, failing to purchase and store these supplies would result in spoilage, which would be a great pity. Next, she visited large maternity and baby stores, clearing out all items for mothers and babies, ensuring she bought everything necessary for children from birth to age 12, diapers, bottles, formula, rice cereal, baby toothpaste, various clothing, toys. Do not question, it is all for future grandchildren. One must be prepared for a prolonged struggle, at least 100 years' worth. Just as the day before, using her husband SXI Chun Group's name made the purchasing process exceedingly smooth, sidestepping many hassles. It appeared that her husband had also taken action, forming a support team to assist her, ensuring a clear path. As trucks transported goods to the designated warehouse, her bank balance rapidly dwindled. 20 billion had nearly been spent entirely, leaving only 4 billion. Gazing at her bank balance for the first time, she realized how quickly money could vanish. China Agricultural Bank. Dear Ms. Zhou Chuchu, your bank account ending in 4773 completed a transfer of 500 million on September 24, 2035. At 11:26 a.m., your balance is 434 335 536 332. The transfer from her in-laws had reinvigorated Zhou Chuchu. Onward with more buying. Having expended an additional 1.5 billion, she undertook another thorough cleansing of the agricultural market, procuring a substantial 1.8 million tons of essential goods such as grains, oils, and condiments, alongside 2 million tons of vegetables and seeds. To maintain discretion, she even rented several large warehouses. After transferring all these supplies to her virtually limitless storage space, she gazed at the bountiful array of provisions on the shelves, feeling a profound sense of security. With 3.9 billion remaining, she pondered her next expenditures. Firstly, she would allocate 1.5 billion for various fresh seafood, followed by another 1.5 billion for assorted meats. While rice and flour are indispensable for survival, to enhance the quality of life, a diverse diet must also include fish, shrimp, crabs, and various meats from pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese. The advent of the apocalypse, with its searing heat, frigid cold, earthquakes, and tsunamis, poses an existential threat not only to humanity, but also to animals. A vast number of species face extinction. With humanity preoccupied with its own survival, there is little attention left for the plight of animals. And by the time they realize the situation, there is no meat left to consume. The few animals that endure the apocalypse have mutated into ferocious beings. They pose no trouble for humans, who dare not hunt them. Even Zhou Chuchu, despite her ascension from B-level to A-level abilities, has had little opportunity to enjoy meat. During a recent search for supplies, she discovered an expired can of meat that, surprisingly, was only slightly spoiled, which she and a few teammates savored with gratitude. Regrettably, her storage space cannot accommodate live creatures, Otherwise, she mused, life during the apocalypse could have been considerably more vibrant. The urgency to stockpile supplies intensified within her. A rumble from her stomach reminded her that in her relentless pursuit of provisions, she had neglected breakfast, and by noon, hunger had set in. This body, after all, had not endured the hardships of the apocalypse, retaining the habit of 3 meals a day. Unlike in the apocalypse, where going without food for a day or two was commonplace. She patted her belly. First, she must eat. In this new life, she resolved not to deprive herself and headed to the finest establishment in the city, the Diyun Hotel, to indulge. Before her rebirth, she had cherished dining at this hotel, and countless dreams of its exquisite dishes had haunted her during the apocalypse, regrettably never to be realized. This time, she would indulge herself fully. Delicacies such as morel mushroom and lobster rolls, premium wagyu beef, crab-stuffed fish belly, sautéed snow greens with 3 shredded ingredients, truffle-seared cod, and Buddha jumps over the wall filled her with a sense of nostalgia and delight. Savoring each bite, she relished the profound emotions and beauty that accompanied the culinary experience. Upon finishing her meal, Manager Zhang approached her. "Greetings, Mrs. Qin. Your total expenditure today is 8,434 yuan. With your VIP card, the total is only 8,000 yuan." A thought struck Zhou Chuchu. After the apocalypse, Diyun Hotel had ceased operations, and it had never reopened. What a pity! Seizing the opportunity before the apocalypse, she decided to place a substantial order for storage. "Manager Zhang, I would like to place an order for your food." As a VIP of the establishment, she was entitled to the finest service. "Of course, Mrs. Qin. How much would you like to order?" Manager Zhang, not particularly concerned, assumed she would order a few tables worth. A common occurrence at the hotel. Even if she ordered dozens or hundreds of tables, it would not raise eyebrows. Zhou Chuchu handed over the menu, and Manager Zhang began to take notes. "For each item on this menu, I would like 5,000 portions." Manager Zhang's hand trembled. "Could you repeat that?" "I didn't quite catch it." Years of professionalism faltered as he stared at Zhou Chuchu in disbelief. Zhou Chuchu patiently reiterated, "I said, for each item on this menu, I would like 5,000 portions, and once prepared, please deliver them to the address I will provide. Is that agreeable?" "Why, yes, no problem." Manager Zhang wiped the sweat from his brow. "However, Mrs. Qin, preparing this amount of food will take at least 3 days, and to ensure quality, it cannot all be made on the same day. It will take at least 2 days to finish in batches." Zhou Chuchu nodded. "That works. I can wait 3 to 5 days. Please hold on. I will calculate the deposit."
All right.
Manager Zhang hurried away. Zhou Chuchu remained seated, awaiting his return. During her wait, a well-dressed young man noticed her from a distance. It was impossible for him not to notice Zhou Chuchu. She stood out in the crowd, radiantly beautiful. He nudged his companion. "Sun Xiao, look over there. Isn't that your infatuation, Zhou Chuchu? Quite stunning. Isn't she? I heard she has mentioned divorce to Qin Ziyuan multiple times on your behalf. Your charm is remarkable." The young man spoke with a hint of jealousy. Chapter 20. Sun Qixuan. Utterly disgusting with a self-satisfied smile, Sun Qixuan spoke of Zhou Chuchu with undisguised disdain. "That woman is all looks and no brains. Aside from her beauty, she is utterly devoid of substance." Beside him, Su Kong raised his voice slightly. "Really, Sun Xiao? Is that what you call beauty?" "Honestly, seeing her in person, I now understand why Qin Ziyuan is so devoted to her." Sun Qixuan was somewhat puzzled. Su Kong frequently mingled with beautiful women, so it was unusual for him to be so captivated by one. Did it have something to do with Zhou Chuchu's husband, Qin Ziyuan? The thought of that man soured Sun Qixuan's expression. The Qin family, from its founding generation to the current Qin Ziyuan, had expanded their empire through astute strategies and precise investments, swiftly becoming the wealthiest family in the city. This was High City, a place where elite families were as numerous as grains of sand. The prestige of its richest family was evident. Qin Ziyuan loomed over their generation like an insurmountable mountain. Nearly every wealthy family's child found themselves overshadowed by him. How many parents expressed a desire for their sons to emulate him? Sun Qixuan's ancestors had once basked in glory, yet each generation had declined, and by his time, the family had fallen to third-rate status, clinging to a noble name while possessing little wealth. After scrimping together 300,000 to purchase a diamond necklace to win over his goddess, he found her uninterested. The woman he adored had all her affections directed toward Qin Ziyuan. Yet, thinking of Zhou Chuchu, a smug smile returned to his face. No matter how formidable Qin Ziyuan was, or how he ruled High City, his wife still followed him around like a devoted admirer. This thought provided a sense of balance in his heart. Sun Xiao, Zhou Chuchu is truly beautiful. You should call her over. Su Kong nudged Sun Qishuan, practically drooling at the sight of Zhou Chuchu. Su Xiao, you're being a bit excessive. She's merely Zhou Chuchu, Sun Qishuan remarked, turning to look at Zhou Chuchu. He was momentarily taken aback. She was unmistakably the same person, yet she seemed transformed, akin to the difference between low and high-resolution images. Her features remained, but she exuded an unquantifiable refinement. Seated casually, she drew the gaze of many. Those dining at Diyun Hotel were individuals of means, accustomed to beauty, yet she captivated them, attesting to her allure. Sun Qishuan felt a pang of possessiveness as he observed a handsome, impeccably dressed young man approaching Zhou Chuchu. He quickly moved closer to her, seating himself at the table opposite her before the young man could speak. Su Kong, holding a glass, wore an expression of anticipation, eager to see Sun Qishuan bring the beauty over for a moment of indulgence. The young man, with his striking brows, silently retreated to his seat but continued to watch Zhou Chuchu. In a corner, a phone was raised, aimed at Zhou Chuchu and Sun Qishuan. The video was sent to Fong Monru, who subsequently forwarded it to Qin Ziyuan, who is currently in a meeting. Ziyuan, your wife is meeting with Sun Qishuan again. You might want to intervene. I am genuinely concerned that she may resort to some unsavory actions. Qin Ziyuan's expression turned icy as he watched the video. You all may leave, he commanded. The others felt the sudden chill emanating from him and scurried away, fearing the wrath of the CEO. A pain too great for them to bear. Once they were dismissed, Qin Ziyuan opened the video. He saw Zhou Chuchu sitting with Sun Qishuan, a palpable black aura emanating from her, wrapping around him like an ancient dragon of ferocity. Zhou Chuchu, are these bizarre actions of yours intended for him? With a swift motion, a dark line surged forth, striking a porcelain cup on the conference table, reducing it to dust without a sound. Chuchu, what a coincidence to meet you here. Sun Qishuan approached with a facade of gentleness. Upon closer inspection, Zhou Chuchu appeared more enchanting than ever, seemingly rejuvenated by a decade, yet exuding an indescribable aura. He mused, this woman, could it be that she has undergone cosmetic enhancements to keep me? The aesthetic of her surgeon is remarkably exquisite, their skills impeccable. It makes me want to take her to bed. Sun Qishuan had long been toying with Zhou Chuchu, initially intending to seduce her for a photograph to fulfill the goddess's task. However, Zhou Chuchu, despite her flirtation, was steadfast in her desire to marry him only after divorcing Qin Ziyuan. She was living in a dream. How could he ever marry her? Yet now, he was determined to exert effort to win her affection. Chuchu, are you upset with me for neglecting you recently? Sun Qishuan feigned a look of deep sentiment mixed with difficulty. You know I am busy with my startup, often working until the early hours. He awaited her response, confident that she would feel a pang of sympathy. Upon seeing Sun Qishuan, Zhou Chuchu's mind raced with various violent methods to dispatch him, slicing his throat, stabbing his eyes, jabbing at his temples. Calm down, Zhou Chuchu, she reminded herself. We still live in a society governed by laws. Murder is illegal. Perhaps she could concoct a fitting retribution after the apocalypse. Suppressing her murderous impulse, she maintained an air of calm. Indeed, having endured unspeakable torments, how could she be expected to have a mindset akin to that of a normal person? Only she understood the darkness and madness that now consumed her. She was an avenging angel risen from the depths of hell, intent on dismantling her enemies piece by piece. The desire to kill subsided, but the malice in her gaze could not be concealed. A chilling glare swept towards Sun Qishuan, causing his hair to stand on end. He nearly leapt from his seat. Just then, Manager Zhang approached with the bill. Mrs. Qin, here is your reservation bill for a total of 580,000 dishes. You are required to pay our hotel 1.8 billion with a deposit of 780 million. Can you accommodate this? Zhou Chuchu retracted her murderous intent, her mood considerably lightened. 580,000 dishes should last quite a while. She nodded briskly and paid the deposit of 780 million. Sun Qishuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Kang's wine glass slipped from his grasp, shattering on the floor. The young man was taken aback, staring intently at Zhou Chuchu. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What a grand gesture. 580,000 dishes. 5 billion. I consider myself quite the spender, but in comparison to this beauty, I feel utterly insignificant. Purchasing such an extravagant quantity of food is truly lavish. Who is this beautiful lady? Does anyone know her? Zhou Chuchu walked past, ignoring the commotion. She had pressing matters to attend to and did not wish to engage with scum like Sun Qixuan. Every moment before the apocalypse was precious to her. Sun Qixuan blocked her path, his flirtatious eyes searching her face. Chuchu, why are you buying so much food? 8 billion. How could you spend so extravagantly? What a waste. That money would be better in my hands. Though internally disapproving, he maintained an outwardly gentle demeanor. Zhou Chuchu, possessing such wealth to procure food, must have even more funds at her disposal. If he could just get his hands on that money. He grew increasingly affable. Zhou Chuchu felt a wave of nausea at his insincerity, cursing herself 1,000 times for ever being so foolish as to be attracted to such a man. The money is mine, and I shall buy whatever I wish. Do you have a problem with that? Sun Qixuan was momentarily speechless. Zhou Chuchu had never spoken to him this way before, usually submissive in his presence. Frustration boiled within him, and he longed to walk away. Yet this assertive Zhou Chuchu only drew him in further, his feet seemingly glued to the ground. Of course I have no objections, Chuchu. I merely meant to say, if you have extra money, why not invest in my venture? Just 500 million, no, 1 billion would suffice. Once I turn a profit, I will repay you handsomely. Chapter 21. Shamelessness. First a slap in the face, Sun Qixuan spoke with a smoothness that suggested he had already convinced Zhou Chuchu to part with her funds. Of course, this was merely a figment of his imagination. Should Zhou Chuchu actually hand over the money, it would not be long before he fully appropriated it. He gazed at her with eager anticipation. Zhou Chuchu coldly regarded him, formulating a plan to deal with his audacity. With a scoff, she replied, I do have money. Though not an excessive amount, around 5 billion. But why should I give it to you? Sun Qixuan's breath quickened at the mention of the hefty sum, his excitement evident in his flushed face, yet he failed to perceive the chill in her tone. Chuchu, Chuchu. Sun Qixuan summoned every ounce of patience, gritting his teeth as he produced a diamond necklace he had intended to gift Fong Manru. This necklace cost me 40 million at auction. I have long desired to present it to you, but have been too busy. What fortune that I happen to have it with me today. As he spoke, he inflated the necklace's value 100-fold in his mind. He believed Zhou Chuchu, coming from humble beginnings, would not recognize its true worth. He had never gifted her anything of value, only trinkets worth hundreds or thousands, which had delighted her immensely. Surely this necklace would leave her utterly enchanted. A mere 300,000 to leverage 5 billion, what a bargain. He calculated that once Zhou Chuchu joyfully accepted the necklace, he could proceed with further demands. However, upon seeing the necklace, Zhou Chuchu experienced a sudden epiphany, her expression shifting to one of profound significance. This necklace was etched in her memory, once worn by Fong Manru, the daughter of the Fong family, who was rumored to be childhood friends with her husband. In her previous life, she had not paid much attention to her husband, so this information had little impact on her. She even wished Fong Manru would steal Qin Ziyuan away. Fong Manru was diligent, often visiting her home bearing lavish gifts to win over her in-laws. It was only when her in-laws explicitly forbade her from coming that she ceased her visits. Yet, Zhou Chuchu vividly remembered the hatred and resentment in Fong Manru's eyes whenever they met. Later, Fong Manru pursued a position as her husband's secretary under the pretext of family alliance. How had her husband dealt with that? It seemed he had offended the Fong family by rejecting their alliance. Zhou Chuchu believed she had done nothing wrong to this Fong lady, even providing her numerous opportunities to get closer to Qin Ziyuan. Though recalling these events made her want to slap herself, she truly did not feel she had wronged Fong Manru. Until her previous life, she was disfigured, had her nose mutilated, lost limbs, and was oozing with pus, with only her eyes remaining unclouded. This young lady, Miss Fong, adorned with a diamond necklace, made a dazzling entrance, her expression haughty as she uttered a series of meaningless words. At that moment, Sun Qixuan stood beside her, holding her aloft, while she had already risen to the position of the leader's wife in the base. Threads of connection swiftly intertwined in her mind, recalling Lin Shuang's words. Zhou Chuchu, do not blame me. If you must blame someone, blame yourself for offending the wrong people. She suddenly smiled, her eyes gleaming crimson, yet her smile radiated brilliance. It was she, after all. She professed her love for Qin Ziyuan, yet when faced with her husband's disability, had she ever regarded him with respect? Even when Qin Ziyuan suffered from a high fever, she had sought help for medication, only to be met with her refusal. Did she truly love Qin Ziyuan?
No.
What she adored was his lofty status, his identity as a tycoon. Unbeknownst to Sun Qixuan, the necklace he presented evoked a lightning bolt of realization in Zhou Chuchu, reminding her of the mastermind behind her suffering. He continued to exclaim, "Chuchu, you must look stunning in this diamond necklace. Once my entrepreneurial venture succeeds, my group will undoubtedly surpass Qin Ziyuan's. You despise him, don't you? I shall outshine him for you." Zhou Chuchu let out a cold laugh, interrupting Sun Qixuan. He frowned. "Chuchu, what are you laughing at?" Her laughter grew louder, uncontrollable, as she doubled over, guffawing. A beauty naturally draws attention, and a lavishly adorned one, laughing boisterously, commanded the gaze of the entire room. Once the laughter subsided, Zhou Chuchu declared sharply, "Sun Qixuan, what are you? How can you compare to my husband? You're not even worthy to carry his shoes. My husband's excellence surpasses you 1,000,000 times over. How dare you compare yourself to him? Where do you find the audacity?" She suddenly raised her voice. "Everyone listen. This shameless scoundrel thinks he can pry away my 5 billion from my card with this worthless necklace. This money was given to me by my dear husband for my use, and he covets it. Truly despicable. He dares to compare himself with my husband, Qin Ziyuan? It's laughable." At this, Qin Ziyuan, watching from afar, felt a wave of chill dissipate, replaced by a faint smile. The boiling darkness within him was instantaneously quelled, melting away. The void in his heart was illuminated by her affirmation, revealing the warmth of sunlight. It dawned on him, this is how she perceives me. Sweetness enveloped him as he gazed at the lovely figure on the screen, his expression softening. In the video, Zhou Chuchu's words sparked whispers among the crowd. Some familiar with Sun Qixuan remarked, "No way, this Sun Qixuan looks decent but harbors such malicious intent. He claims he needs to invest 5 billion in a small performance company? You could buy it for 500,000. The Sun family has completely declined in his generation.
Indeed.
Lacking ability and character. He dares to challenge Qin Ziyuan, this young business titan." Such murmurs caused Su Kong to discreetly distance himself, pretending not to know Sun Qixuan. Panicked, Sun Qixuan hastily retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? This necklace is worth 40 million. If you wish to invest, do so. If not, spare me your harsh words." Zhou Chuchu was indeed unaware of the diamond necklace's value, for she paid little attention to such matters. However, she was certain of one thing. None of the jewelry her husband gifted her was inferior to this. Just as she was about to speak, a young man suddenly stood. "Coincidentally, I am Liang Donglai, the young heir of Lingyun Jewelry, and I have some knowledge of jewelry. This necklace is from my family, classified as a mid-range piece, and its value does not exceed 300,000. Please do not misrepresent its worth and tarnish my family's reputation." Liang Donglai's casual remarks completely unraveled Sun Qixuan's deceit, leaving him enraged and at a loss. He dared not vent his fury on Liang Donglai but instead lashed out at Zhou Chuchu. "Zhou Chuchu, what is your intention? Do you wish to ruin me?" He reached for her. Quick as a flash, Zhou Chuchu retaliated with a resounding slap. The force was enough to send Sun Qixuan crashing to the ground, 2 of his teeth flying out, his cheeks swelling like a pig's. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Liang Donglai cast her an appreciative glance, unable to contain his admiration. He favored strong women, and Zhou Chuchu epitomized that strength. On the other side of the screen, Qin Ziyuan's expression darkened as he witnessed Liang Donglai's appreciative gaze toward his wife. Chapter 22, The Sun and Song Family's Downfall. Liang Donglai. This figure appeared vividly in the images flooding his mind. A powerful supernatural being, awakened with an S-grade ability, dazzling in combat. Capable of wielding gemstones as weapons while transforming enemies into shards of stone, he held a prestigious status among supernatural beings, known as the King of Gemstones. While his status was impressive, the crux was that he was quite popular among women. Zhou Chuchu remained oblivious to her husband watching her via video, consumed by jealousy. She cast a glance at Liang Donglai, the renowned S-grade supernatural being post-apocalypse, whom she recognized. Their paths had never crossed. She had no idea why he chose to aid her with his words, nor was she interested in knowing. After striking Sun Qixuan, she strode away with confidence. Sun Qixuan was utterly dazed. Zhou Chuchu's strike was merciless, leaving him in disbelief. He had never anticipated that she would dare to hit him. As he regained his composure, his anger ignited. In his eyes, Zhou Chuchu was merely a dish on his plate, a docile lamb, a cash machine at his disposal. But today, that dish had overturned the table, the little lamb had transformed into a fierce tigress, and the cash machine had ceased to operate. How could he endure such humiliation? He scrambled to his feet, blocking Zhou Chuchu's path. Zhou Chuchu, do you dare to hit me? Zhou Chuchu crossed her arms, coldly regarding him. Get lost. A good dog does not block the way. If you don't leave, I'll slap you dead. Against such scum, she refrained from drawing a weapon against him, which was already a display of restraint. What was hitting him? A flicker of malice flashed in Sun Qixuan's eyes, and he contemplated retaliating. But the memory of Zhou Chuchu's slap instilled fear in him. How could this woman possess such strength? Remembering Zhou Chuchu's 5 billion, he softened his tone, feigning romance. Chuchu, there must be some misunderstanding between us. Now that you've hit me, you should be feeling better.
If you're not, feel free to slap me again.
He attempted to present himself as a lovesick fool, oblivious to how ridiculous he appeared with his swollen cheeks and missing teeth. Zhou Chuchu burst into laughter at his audacity. Is this truly your request? You said it. She raised her hand, and before Sun Qixuan could react, she struck him once more. The sound of the slap echoed, and he was taken aback as another 2 teeth flew out, his face swelling to a grotesque hue, resembling a pig's head. Zhou Chuchu shrugged. Everyone saw it. He asked me to hit him. I've never heard such unreasonable demands. Family, does anyone understand? Innocently, she concluded her statement and swayed her way out of the Diyun Grand Hotel. Sun Qixuan was left utterly stunned. Liang Donglai chuckled softly. Ah, such a fiery temper. Once the crowd dispersed, Su Kong approached, a hint of schadenfreude in his expression as he beheld Sun Qixuan's miserable state. Young Master Sun, you often boast of Zhou Chuchu's unwavering devotion to you, but it seems the reality is not quite so. Look at how thoroughly she has bested you. Should I take you to the hospital? Sun Qixuan's expression darkened, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Chuchu's retreating figure. Between her and me, there are some misunderstandings. She harbors resentment towards me. Once the misunderstandings are resolved, she shall treat me as she did before. Su Kong secretly mocked, even after being beaten so badly. He still dreams. However, he stated, Qin Ziyuan treats her remarkably well, allowing her to spend vast sums of money freely, tens of billions. Such a colossal amount could buy the Su family many times over. If he could acquire this fortune, what would a couple of slaps matter? Sun Qixuan discerned the implication in Su Kang's words and warned, Su Kong, suppress your thoughts. Zhou Chuchu will not be interested in you. He covered his face. His expression twisted in anger as he exited the Diyun Grand Hotel. He had embarrassed himself greatly this time. He dared not linger here any longer. Su Kong cast a glance at his retreating figure and spat in disdain. Did he truly think so highly of himself? With Qin Ziyuan offering her 5 billion to spend, he flaunted a mere 300,000 necklace. Only a blind person would choose him. In the office of Xinqing Group, after watching the video, Qin Ziyuan felt a surge of joy. Her fiery temperament was indeed a delightful surprise. Previously, she displayed mostly fear and disdain towards him. Yet she had never shown this bold side before. Yesterday, she was charming and graceful. Both aspects of her beauty were newfound discoveries, leaving him curious about how much more remained unknown to him. He summoned his chief secretary. Bring her in, we shall continue the meeting. The chief secretary, having served Qin Ziyuan for many years, was taken aback by his unusual amiability, feeling rather unnerved instead of comforted. Go and bring her in for the meeting at once. The others also sensed the change in their boss. Heavens, the typically stern and humorless king of Hal could occasionally smile. Midway through the meeting, Qin Ziyuan paused, declaring, all cooperation with the Sun family is hereby terminated. Inform the legal department to sue the Sun family for unprincipled business practices and recover our company's losses, demanding compensation. This nonchalant statement sent chills down everyone's spine. This was the embodiment of silent, lethal intent. However, this action was met with widespread approval. The subsidiaries of Qin Group had been nurturing the Sun family for years, allowing them to grow fat and complacent. Yet, instead of gratitude, the Sun family became increasingly demanding. often failing to meet their quotas. Despite the abundance of capable companies seeking collaboration, the president had provided them assistance out of respect for his wife. Yet the Sun family failed to appreciate it. Now, the boss was finally taking action against them. Everything they had consumed would be regurgitated. Qin Ziyuan merely mentioned the Sun family in passing, yet their fate was sealed. Furthermore, instruct Wind Lawyer to await my call. General Manager Lin from the Strategy Department will comprehensively target Scorching's entire enterprises. Within 3 days, I want him bankrupt and imprisoned. Once again, everyone was seized by a chill. The Sun family was manageable, but Scorching posed a challenge. He was a notorious tycoon with connections in both legitimate and illicit circles, making him difficult to confront. However, with the president's intention to involve lawyer foam, there was no cause for concern. Moreover, the president had navigated the business world for years. He had never failed when taking action against someone. His title as the King of Hell was well-deserved. Dealing with the Sun family was a matter of a single sentence. Confronting Scorching was more troublesome, but not insurmountable. Next, Qin Ziyuan meticulously planned, orchestrating a grand strategy involving millions of employees and trillions of assets from the group, gearing up for full operation.
Ding.
A WeChat message from Fong Monru pinged on his phone. Ziyuan, please do not be angry. Sister-in-law certainly did not intend to secretly meet with another man. There must be some misunderstanding. I will help you inquire with her. Qin Ziyuan glanced at his phone, his gaze deep as an abyss, and chose not to respond to Fong Monru. Chapter 23, Layers of Traps, Concealed Schemes. Miss, I implore you to save me. Old Song will kill me if he finds out I mortgaged assets worth 40 million behind his back. After sending the message, Fong Monru raised her phone in one hand and sipped her red wine with the other. Glancing up, she spotted Lin Shuang across the room, watching her cautiously. She smiled silently. Lin Shuang's true nature was clear to her. She sought to compete for a man and had cleverly aligned herself with Scorching. If blame were to be assigned, it was due to her greed, desiring to become the Song family's matriarch. Little did she realize Scorching was a wolf, capable of devouring her without leaving a trace. Fong Monru's glance rendered Lin Shuang uneasy, leaving her trembling. She genuinely feared this Miss Fong. The Fong family, a venerable lineage in Haishur, possessed deep roots and wealth, slightly less than Qin Ziyuan's. She was aware that the Fong family had long desired a union with the Qin family, and this Miss Fong was particularly infatuated with Qin Ziyuan. Yet, the Qin family overlooked her, opting instead to marry the humble Zhou Chuchu. This Miss Fong, outwardly composed, was internally seething with rage. Only she understood how venomous this seemingly glamorous lady truly was. Lin Shuang was also cunning, but compared to Miss Fong, she was merely a small fish in a vast ocean. Thus, she felt trepidation towards Fong Monru. As for Zhou Chuchu, she reveled in schadenfreude, believing this woman would face a fate she could not even anticipate. Did she truly believe marrying Qin Ziyuan would be so simple? Fong Monru ignored Lin Shuang. Glancing at her phone and noting Qin Ziyuan had not replied, she smiled like a dark night poppy. Ziyuan must be furious. No man could tolerate being cuckolded by a woman. Rising, she sauntered towards the assembly of socialites and affluent ladies. The gathering of women, adorned in finery, showered her with flattery. Miss, your skin is so radiant, as smooth and delicate as milk. Nonsense. They should consider what the miss consumes daily. Top-tier bird's nest worth 50,000 USD per gram. Could they afford that? The emerald necklace you wear must be worth at least 6 million, correct? This necklace was merely one of many adornments. Far more expensive pieces adorned her collection. Being the sole child of the Fong family, she was showered with affection, igniting envy and resentment among others. Fong Monru smiled, basking in their compliments. Lin Shuang lowered her head, feeling increasingly insignificant. Only then did Fong Monru turn her attention to Lin Shuang.
Come here.
Yes, yes. Lin Shuang approached with her head bowed and shoulders hunched, devoid of the arrogance she displayed in front of Zhou Chuchu. A wealthy lady snickered derisively. Lin Shuang clenched her fists, her face betraying no displeasure, her demeanor even more submissive. Among these affluent ladies and young misses, she was the least wealthy and the most impoverished. It had taken her considerable effort to gain entry into the circle. She would never consider leaving. Fong Monru pointed at her, teasingly declaring, "She truly is the most miserable among you, lacking even 40 million. having secretly mortgaged her husband's assets for fear of being discovered and beaten. Who among you would lend her a hand? Fong Monru offered no grace to Lin Shuang, openly exposing her predicament. The gathering erupted in laughter and ridicule. She is utterly useless. Just a fallen aristocrat clinging to Song Xiqing to become his wife. She previously dallied with numerous men, shamelessly living off them. Oh dear, what would happen if old Song learned of her illustrious past? Lin Shuang trembled, feeling her dignity trampled into the ground. At that moment, a wealthy lady seemed to recall something and, covering her mouth, laughed. Doesn't she have a close friend who married our city's richest man? Why not borrow money from her friend? Fong Monru lightly swirled her wine glass and said from a position of superiority. What you may not realize is that her 40 million is merely the debt incurred from purchasing her friend's discarded clothing. The crowd of affluent ladies burst into laughter. Lin Shuang shook with fury, her face flushed red. Yet, she did not blame these people. Instead, she loathed Zhou Chuchu. Her current humiliation and disgrace were entirely Zhou Chuchu's fault. It was all because of her. Those luxurious bags, she could have gifted herself. Yet she chose to sell them to her. She had 7 billion, yet did not share a single cent with her. She felt hatred, deep hatred. Fong Monru, sensing the moment was ripe, had nurtured her venomous snake long enough, casually tossed out a card. In the midst of 3 million, she schemed to tarnish the reputation of one surnamed Zhou. She understood well that one cannot overindulge a dog at once, lest it refuse to bite on command. Lin Shuang knelt, grasping the card, and humbly said, Yes, 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 young lady, I shall assist you. Fong Monru's gaze turned frigid as she lifted Lin Shuang's chin, reminding her, remember, this is not about aiding me. It's about aiding yourself. I have no grievances against Miss Zhou. The one who will be embroiled in scandal is you, not I. A venomous glint ignited in Lin Shuang's eyes. Indeed, young lady. In the warehouse, Zhou Chuchu felt a chill. How strange. On such a hot day. I find myself shivering. Surely, there are traitors conspiring against me. She swiftly transferred 5,000 steaming bowls of beef noodles into her space, followed by placing orders at reputable hotels and restaurants across the city. Her monumental feat of ordering 580,000 dishes from De Yunhao had spread like wildfire. As soon as the hotels received her call, they promptly arranged everything with first-rate service. She called one after another, starting with orders of 50,000 dishes per establishment, securing every item on the menu with merely a confirmation of numbers and costs. Every renowned hotel and restaurant in the city dedicated exclusive lines for her orders, even secretly comparing which establishment she contacted first and where she ordered the most to gauge her status. Those who received larger orders were in high spirits, celebrating as if it were the new year, while those with lesser orders were engulfed in despair. If they failed to receive her call, it felt as if the sky were about to fall. The news of Zhou Chuchu's dining orders reached De Yun, causing a stir among the chefs, who braced themselves for the competition, determined not to be outdone by their peers. The other chefs showcased their finest skills, vowing to excel in this culinary contest. Zhou Chuchu spent 500 million to order from 99 establishments, totaling 5 million dishes, before driving to the fresh produce market and slaughterhouses. In the seafood market, she purchased an array of delicacies: king crabs, blue crabs, Australian lobsters, giant prawns, various fish, as well as freshwater shrimp, hairy crabs, lobsters, and more. Buying everything edible from any water source, amassing a staggering 20 billion for 30,000 tons of seafood, and another 20 billion for 60,000 tons of pork, beef, lamb, rabbit, chicken, duck, and goose. In the blink of an eye, 70 billion dwindled to 7 billion. She proceeded to buy medicine, but due to purchasing limitations, she could not spend much, only managing to acquire a few 100,000 worth of common household medications. Medical equipment was even more difficult to procure due to stringent regulations, leaving her somewhat regretful. However, she accepted this as unavoidable. Opening her phone, she began a shopping spree, ordering every conceivable supply for daily life, depleting another 300 million. The remaining funds were allocated for building a safe house. Chapter 24. The Old Beast Blocks the Car. The peach tree sends word safe houses are not exclusive to apocalyptic scenarios. In fact, throughout history, there have always been those who prepare for calamity. The concept of a safe house was first proposed in the 1960s, but it gained more traction abroad than domestically. In recent years, with various natural disasters frequenting the headlines, the affluent in the country have begun to prioritize the establishment of safe houses. For instance, the villa she resides in has incorporated safety elements, capable of withstanding earthquakes below a magnitude of 7, as well as typhoons and fires, with designs for fire and cold resistance. Yet, in comparison to true apocalyptic disasters, such measures were insufficient. A top-tier safe house specifically designed to withstand various calamities was imperative. After conducting research online, Zhou Chuchu selected a premier safe house construction company from the United States and promptly dialed the number. To her astonishment, the voice on the other end belonged to Qin Ziyuan. Stop shopping outside. Return immediately to discuss the safe house design. Zhou Chuchu was taken aback. Is this really an international call? Husband? What do you mean? I'm preparing to transform our home into a safe house. Zhou Chuchu quickly flattered him. You're amazing, darling. We truly think alike. A chuckle resonated from the other end. Safe houses can be quite costly. Don't worry, my dear. I have ample funds. Wait, what? No need to spend money? Is that reliable? Angrella, the safe house customization company, is one of the overseas companies I acquired. Understanding dawned upon Zhou Chuchu. Ah, that certainly sounds trustworthy. You're incredible, husband. She hastily drove home, noticing the Sam's Club and Hema Seafood at the entrance of her villa district. Her shopping instincts activated once more. Entering, she spent $50 million on supplies, including 2 6-door refrigerators. Sam's Club and Hema Seafood dispatched teams to deliver her goods with great fanfare, drawing considerable attention. However, most responses were filled with mockery and derision. What a waste of money. Will she even finish all that food? The Qin family is truly unfortunate to have married her. How naive to squander wealth without knowledge. Rather than acquiring antiques or artwork, she buys mere consumables. Zhou Chuchu rolled down her window and retorted, You may wear the finest clothes, but you are still gossiping fools. My husband earns, and I won't let the food spoil waiting for your approval. I'll spend as I please. Who are you to judge? Not satisfied? Hold your discontent. In her past life, Zhou Chuchu might have felt anger and sorrow upon hearing such remarks. Yet in this life, she embraced a philosophy of living freely and boldly, though those who scorned her may find themselves begging at her feet in the face of adversity. That was a matter for another time. For now, she would relish every moment. The jeers from the crowd faded under her assertive response. After all, as long as Zhou Chuchu remained the daughter-in-law of the Qin family, they dared not truly offend her or the Qin family. Upon reaching the entrance, Old Phone was absent, leaving the security guards to block her as usual, lounging in the air-conditioned room while munching seeds and chatting, ignoring her honking. Zhou Chuchu, unwilling to tolerate such behavior, recorded a video and promptly called the property management to lodge a complaint. The manager rushed over, drenched in sweat, and reprimanded the security guards. What is wrong with you? How dare you block an owner? If you don't want to work, then quit. The security team leader stepped forward, awkwardly laughing and attempting to shift the blame to Zhou Chuchu. We opened the door. It was this owner who refused to enter. Without hesitation, Zhou Chuchu sent the video to the manager. I reside in a 200 million luxury home, paying 300,000 in property fees annually. And this is the service I receive? Consider the consequences if this video goes viral on Weibo. The manager's sweat increased as he continuously bowed to Zhou Chuchu. I'm so sorry. I'll handle it right away. He yelled at the security guards, apologize immediately, and ask Miss Zhou for forgiveness, or pack your things and leave. The guards, realizing Zhou Chuchu was serious, complied and lined up to bow and apologize. We're sorry, Miss Zhou. It was our fault. Please forgive us this once. Zhou Chuchu smiled. Forgive you? Sure, but you must stand in the sun for 3 days without respite, and then I'll consider it. Remember to record a video. The guards exchanged glances, visibly displeased, yet with the manager glaring at them. They dared not express their grievances. Instead, they kept smiling apologetically. Zhou Chuchu intended to leave some food for Old Phone but reconsidered, knowing it would likely be taken by others. It would be wiser to encourage him to buy more for storage. The manager respectfully opened the door for her, and behind her, a procession of delivery vehicles followed her home. Just as she arrived home, an elderly woman suddenly dashed out and blocked her car. It was old lady Luo. Her face creased with a smile. Miss Zhou, you're back, she exclaimed, pulling over a young man with dyed yellow hair, hands tucked in his pockets, and a cigarette dangling from his lips, a rather lascivious fellow. De Jong, this is Miss Zhou. Isn't she beautiful? Initially impatient, the young man's eyes widened upon seeing Zhou Chuchu, a look of desire evident on his face. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Old Lady Luo beamed at Zhou Chuchu, saying, Chuchu, this is my son, exceptionally filial, responsible, and quite manly. You should get to know each other. Zhou Chuchu's gaze turned icy. What was this old Lady Luo up to? She stepped out of the car, instructing Sam and the delivery personnel to bring the items inside. A flourishing peach tree brushed against her, transporting her to a memory. Fong Monru, as old Lady Luo had described, was subtly coaxing her. A chill surged through Zhou Chuchu as a wave of bloodthirsty rage rose within her. Fong Monru, just wait. Your end is near. And as for old Lady Luo, that conniving old crone dared to set her sights on her. She truly deserved to be cursed. Old Lady Luo was eager to matchmake Zhou Chuchu with her son, fixated on the 5 billion Zhou Chuchu possessed after her divorce. Witnessing Sam and the delivery personnel carrying in piles of goods into the Qin residence, her face turned a sickly shade of green. What a painful sight. Chuchu, dear, one must know how to live sensibly. Look at all this waste. Such a waste of money. She approached, attempting to halt the workers. Stop. Everyone stop. Retreat. The Sam employee, caught off guard, looked perplexed, unsure of the relationship between old Lady Luo and Zhou Chuchu. Seeking her guidance. Chapter 25. A swift kick and a grudge. Zhou Chuchu made her stance clear. I have no relation to this old woman. She is simply a lunatic. Ignore her and continue unloading. Upon hearing this, the workers realized there was no connection. Wow, how shameless can one be? Blocking the way and trying to stop someone from shopping, what a sight. They murmured, resuming their work without regard for old Lady Luo. Unfazed, old Lady Luo furrowed her brows, hands on her hips, and began to lecture Zhou Chuchu. How can you be so disrespectful? I am your elder. How dare you call me a lunatic? Zhou Chuchu retorted without hesitation. Elder? You think you deserve that title? My respect is reserved for virtuous elders. You may have the appearance of a human, but inside, you are as lowly as a beast. Calling you a beast is a kindness. Get lost. If you linger here, I'll strike you. Old Lady Luo glared, ready to pounce and claw at Zhou Chuchu's face. You little vixen, I'll tear your face apart. In her rage, she had forgotten her original intention of introducing Zhou Chuchu to her son. Envisioning a future where her daughter would marry into the Qin family and her son would wed Zhou Chuchu, thus securing the Qin family fortune for herself. Now, angered by Zhou Chuchu's words, she was consumed with fury. Zhou Chuchu was waiting for her, palm raised, prepared to strike this old hag. But old Lady Luo was ultimately restrained by her son, Zhang Deong. Mom, be nice to her, he implored, eyeing Zhou Chuchu with a predatory gaze. Sister, you're truly stunning. His eyes gleamed as he fixated on Zhou Chuchu's luxury car and the mansion behind her, like a fly drawn to blood. Wow. This woman is wealthy. If I marry her, everything will be mine. Even if she has children, I won't lose out. Zhang Deong, clearly a chip off the old block, shared his mother's ambitions. Zhou Chuchu felt nauseated by his gaze, her eyes glinting with cold disdain. She was about to kick him when someone was quicker than her. A long leg swept out, sending Zhang Deong flying 3 meters before he crashed to the ground, rolling several times. The newcomer radiated an aura of chill, their expression unchanged, yet evoking an unshakable sense of dread. Old Lady Luo shrieked as she witnessed her son being struck. My son, oh my son! She had intended to scold Qin Ziyuan, but, upon meeting his gaze, felt a shiver run down her spine, her voice faltering. She hurried to assist Zhang Deong, who coughed up blood, still trying to act tough. But fear gripped him as he realized he was in the presence of a true menace. Get lost. Qin Ziyuan's gaze was as cold as death. The mother and son of the Zhang family dared not linger and fled in haste. Zhou Chuchu looked up at her husband, starry-eyed, and said, Darling, you're so handsome. Remembering that old Lady Luo and her son were connected to Fong Monru, she hesitated to speak, aware that she had no proof. Fong Monru was skilled at playing the victim and had never concealed her affections for him, and the two families were said to be close. Could he really trust her based solely on her words? Qin Ziyuan's eyes were fixed on his wife. You must be cautious of Fong Monru. Zhou Chuchu was taken aback. What do you mean? Qin Ziyuan held back, not wishing to burden her with additional worries. Today's events bore the unmistakable mark of Fong Monru. In the past, he had refrained from acting too harshly, simply warning her to keep her feelings in check. But now that she had dared to reach for his wife, he could not tolerate it any longer. I will deal with the Fong family. This issue was of his making, and thus, it was his responsibility to resolve. Zhou Chuchu was perplexed. What transpired? Did she say something? Why does my husband wish to confront the Fong family? Yet, this development pleased her deeply. A sweet sensation filled her heart. Even though she knew Qin Ziyuan's actions were not for her benefit, she relished the misfortune that awaited the Fong family and Fong Monru. She was not a saint, willing to overlook those who harmed her. The worse their fate, the better. Let us head inside and secure a safe house. Qin Ziyuan glanced toward the direction where the Zhang family had vanished, pulling out his phone to send a message. Once the Zhang family had distanced themselves, old Lady Luo's expression darkened. My son, we have never suffered such a great loss. This matter cannot end here. That little vixen dared to insult me. And her man had the audacity to strike you. We must find a way to make them pay. Zhang Daong's expression twisted with malice. Don't worry, Mom. I will have that woman in my grasp sooner or later. As for that man, if I find the chance, I'll kill him. Old Lady Luo, recalling the intimidating presence of that man, felt a flicker of concern. Perhaps we should let this go. He seems quite formidable. Formidable? I'll gather a group of brothers. He may strike me, but can he take on all of us? Upon hearing this, old Lady Luo's spirits lifted. Excellent, excellent. That's my son, always thinking ahead. If he dares to strike my son, we'll put an end to him. The mother and son plotted as they walked away, unaware that a little cabbage was following closely behind. The little cabbage raised its 2 leaves and struck at the back of their heads with the thick branches of the honeysuckle, causing them to wail in terror, sprinting away faster than rabbits. Darling, that old lady's son is not a good person. Zhou Chuchu clung to her husband's strong arm, playfully squeezing it. Qin Ziyuan felt a spark ignite within him, his voice slightly husky, yet laced with a relaxed mischief. Oh, what makes you say that? Zhou Chuchu sighed dramatically, bewildered. How strange. Why does Qin Ziyuan seem different from my memories? That simple "oh" sent a shiver down her spine. She looked up to see. Qin Ziyuan possessed captivating phoenix eyes, lashes as dark as a raven's feathers, and facial features sharply defined, the contours of his visage seemingly sculpted with a chisel. A strand of black hair cascaded down his forehead, framing a robust physique enveloped in skin as soft as down. The slight sideways glance he cast her way nearly sent her spirit soaring. Goodness, when did he become so enchanting? Swallowing hard, Zhou Chuchu felt her cheeks flush. To mask her embarrassment, she quickly asserted, this person harbors a cruel heart. He has gathered a band of ruffians and engaged in unspeakable deeds, a true blight on society. The son of old Lady Luo, he kidnapped a wealthy heiress in the aftermath of the apocalypse, confining her to a room. Ultimately, that young lady, unable to bear the torment, took her own life by jumping from a height, her body emaciated and marred by bruises. Yet in those dire times humanity had decayed, and even those with a sense of justice could scarcely contend with such scoundrels. Later, Zhang Daong and his gang seized a building, bullying the weak and scavenging their scant resources, casting those who resisted from the heights, resulting in numerous tragedies. Though they eventually perished in conflicts over supplies, their hands were stained with blood. Chapter 26. Constructing a safe haven. A heartfelt oath. Qin Ziyuan, too, had glimpsed Zhang Daong in the visions of the future, confirming that his wife's words were not unfounded. Rest assured, he shall not stir the waters. I have made arrangements. Prison shall be his abode. Zhou Chuchu felt something amiss, as if her husband possessed some hidden knowledge. Could it be that he, too, had been reborn? No, that could not be. If her husband were a reincarnate, he would surely harbor profound resentment towards her. It would be a miracle if he did not seek her demise. How could he treat her with such kindness? Overthinking, indeed. Shaking off these chaotic thoughts, they entered the house, which was already brimming with supplies. The workers had departed, leaving only 2 foreigners behind. As they noticed the couple's arrival, they promptly approached. Boss, your custom plan worth $1 billion is still incomplete. Shall we proceed? Qin Ziyuan gestured towards Zhou Chuchu, stating, I have completed my part. You may inquire what requirements the lady has. She hesitated, placing her needs first. Zhou Chuchu was taken aback. A custom safe house worth $1 billion exceeded all her current assets. It was all thanks to her husband. Picking up the design specifications for the safe house, she observed, enclosed by 50 centimeters of titanium alloy, capable of withstanding the shockwave from a 500,000-ton nuclear explosion, with 3 layers of AMII glass. Its hardness rivaling that of diamonds, waterproof, fireproof, cold-resistant, toxin-proof, and insulated. It features various energy generation systems, a water recycling system, exterior surveillance cameras embedded with lenses, and concealed cameras with radio transmission devices. Yet, as Zhou Chuchu continued to peruse the details, she grew increasingly convinced that her husband's design for the safe house was rather peculiar. The entire structure was equipped with shooting holes, a balcony firing platform, and mortars, along with an underground arsenal. She cast a complex glance at Qin Ziyuan, longing to inquire, is this safe house normal? Seemingly attuned to her thoughts, Qin Ziyuan replied, a safe house is not merely a hideaway like a turtle. It must possess the means for counterattack to truly be considered secure. Zhou Chuchu reflected on the chaos of the apocalypse and wholeheartedly agreed with Qin Ziyuan's perspective. Indeed, what good is mere concealment? In critical moments, one must strike back with formidable force. Husband, your foresight is commendable. But how can we common folk acquire such weaponry? Qin Ziyuan chuckled. Do not concern yourself. I will handle it. One of the foreigners, perhaps eager to curry favor, interjected, Madam, our country does not prohibit the trade of firearms. Only to be silenced by a warning glance from Qin Ziyuan. Zhou Chuchu felt a pang of curiosity, wondering what he meant by that. Why would her husband react so? The foreigner, like a tight-lipped gourd, refused to broach the topic of Qin Ziyuan any further, stiffly redirecting the conversation to her needs. Qin Ziyuan observed her furrowed brow and smiled. Wife, do you have any thoughts? Zhou Chuchu, contemplating the apocalyptic conditions, momentarily set aside her inquiries regarding Qin Ziyuan's identity. After careful consideration, she replied, the gas pipelines in the kitchen should be robust and durable, lasting for a century, and easy to replace. The bathing system and water recycling system must remain stable under vibrations, also lasting 100 years and easy to replace. The heating and cooling systems should adhere to the same standards. That's all. In contrast to Qin Ziyuan's emphasis on counterattacks, she prioritized the family's quality of life in the apocalypse. The two foreigners diligently took notes, secretly murmuring to themselves about how the preparations of the boss and his wife seemed as if the apocalypse were imminent. However, their professionalism compelled them to fulfill the requirements for the safe house, no matter how peculiar they found it. During the construction of the safe house, there may be some inconveniences. We kindly suggest that you and your wife find another residence, one of them stated. Qin Ziyuan nodded in understanding. Very well. We shall commence tomorrow. Boss, madam, farewell. Once the foreigners departed, Zhou Chuchu promptly began to store the supplies scattered across the floor into her storage space. Qin Ziyuan was already aware of her spatial abilities. He surmised that the bulk of the supplies she had acquired today would be transferred to this limitless space. Yet witnessing it firsthand was a first. This scene starkly contrasted with the visions of the future he had experienced, yet it filled him with a sense of certainty. Whether his wife would evolve as he had envisioned remained uncertain, yet it was clear that some differences were bound to emerge. The greater the divergence, the more varied the future's possibilities. This thought alleviated some of the ominous clouds that had gathered in his heart. Husband, let us not reside too far from home, all right? Zhou Chuchu implored. This way, she could tend to her plants every evening. The previous batch of vegetables, which had consumed the gluttonous balls but had yet to gain sentience, was now ripe for harvest, and new seeds needed to be planted. The peach trees and bok choy, which had begun to show signs of evolution, must not have their progress interrupted. Qin Ziyuan nodded, having discerned the peculiarity about Zhou Chuchu. That green vine must indeed be a manifestation of her botanical abilities. The aura emanating from the vegetables and peach trees in their garden was unmistakably different, likely a product of her handiwork. I have purchased the adjacent villa. During the construction of the safe house, we shall reside next door. Zhou Chuchu's heart soared at this news, and she leapt into her husband's arms, planting a kiss on his cheek. Husband, you are simply wonderful. You have considered everything so thoroughly. The more she gazed at him, the more she found him charming and reliable. How could he be so handsome? Qin Ziyuan instinctively caught her, preventing her from falling. And as he listened to his darling wife's praises, the usually stoic figure showed no outward change, yet a hint of pink graced his ears. Zhou Chuchu, ever observant, exclaimed, Husband, your ears are red. Her curiosity piqued. She reached out to touch them. Qin Ziyuan reacted as if electrified, his eyes ablaze with desire as he warned, "Do not tease." His tone held a suppressed longing. He cherished her, having been reckless the previous day, fearing her frail constitution. However, should she continue to provoke him, he would no longer be able to restrain himself. Zhou Chuchu felt the heat of his gaze. Yesterday had indeed been wild. She sensed that her husband was still holding back. Reflecting on the past and her previous transgressions against him, her heart ached with a mix of regret and longing, and she could not resist reaching out to caress his chiseled features. "Husband, let us live well from now on, no matter the challenges or dangers we face. We shall overcome them together." She spoke with earnest conviction. Qin Ziyuan's gaze swept over, a vast ocean of emotions surging beneath his intense stare, stirred by her mere utterance, generating tumultuous waves. Without a word, he embraced her and proceeded toward the bedroom. Zhou Chuchu was taken aback, desperately attempting to leap from his arms. Hey, darling, that's not what I meant." Qin Ziyuan held her tightly. Now that she wished to escape, it was too late. Chapter 27. Darling, are we really that wealthy? 2 hours later, Zhou Chuchu, rubbing her sore waist, sat in the living room, thumping the sofa in frustration. If it weren't for the fear of her in-laws and children returning to witness their reckless behavior, he would have shown no mercy. It was truly overwhelming.
Ding.
Congratulations on successfully checking in. You have received 200 million in cash and a fertilizer. The system's voice chimed, catching her attention. Indeed, the cash from the check-in had increased. Her husband had transferred 200 million to her yesterday, and today she received another 200 million. It appeared that the cash from the system's check-in was indeed correlated with the amount her husband had transferred. She felt a surge of excitement, having discovered a method to exploit the system. Without hesitation, she dashed barefoot to Qin Ziyuan's studio. "Darling." At that moment, Qin Ziyuan was in high spirits during a video conference. Upon seeing Zhou Chuchu approach, her cheeks flushed, her fair skin radiant, and her lustrous hair slightly disheveled yet beautifully captivating, clad in a silk camisole gown adorned with delicate plum blossoms on her exquisite collarbone. She seemed to radiate light. Qin Ziyuan's throat constricted as he glanced at the curious executives from various countries on the video call and promptly ended the meeting. He had no intention of allowing his beloved wife to display such beauty before others. This splendor was solely for him to cherish. After concluding the meeting, the executives were left bewildered. "Goodness, our boss just acted like a tyrant. This has never happened before. He would never interrupt a meeting for anything." They mused. That voice was enchanting. Was that the madam? Didn't they say the boss and madam had a poor relationship? Best not to pry into the boss's personal affairs and focus on the tasks at hand. Oh dear, with these consecutive orders from the boss, I sense the world is about to change. Meanwhile, Zhou Chuchu had leaped into Qin Ziyuan's embrace. "Darling, could you transfer me a bit more money?" Qin Ziyuan, straightforward as ever, replied, "How much?" His candor left Zhou Chuchu momentarily speechless, her carefully prepared speech rendered useless. "Well, darling, aren't you curious why I suddenly have an extra 300 million? From the day before yesterday to today, I've gained exactly 300 million, which is in addition to what you and my parents gave me." She displayed her phone, showing him the balance. Originally, after her purchases, she had 400 million left, and now the amount had soared to 600 million. The recent transfer was from an untraceable account, and realizing this had nothing to do with Sun Qixuan only improved his mood. "So, the amount of this mysterious funding corresponds to how much I transferred to you?" Zhou Chuchu exclaimed. "Darling, you're amazing. I've already said that many times." Her eyes sparkled. "This opportunity must be seized. Could you transfer me 100 billion? Even if it doesn't reward these funds, I can return it all to you later. We won't incur any losses." Zhou Chuchu proposed a hefty sum. Surely, her husband had that amount available, considering she had been utilizing funds significantly over the past 2 days. Qin Ziyuan replied, "I do need some money. Transferring you 100 billion is a bit too little. Let's make it 50 trillion. Without waiting for Zhou Chuchu's reaction, he made a phone call. After the call, the 50 trillion was transferred, and Zhou Chuchu stared at the transfer notification, utterly stunned by the numerous zeros. After counting several times, she stammered, "Darling, are we truly this wealthy?" Qin Ziyuan was quite pleased with the expression on Zhou Chuchu's face, feeling a subtle pride swell within him. "Don't you know how much I have?" Zhou Chuchu wiggled her fingers. Darling, you're so adept at making money. All I know is that I have endless funds. How could I possibly know the exact amount? Observing Qin Ziyuan's meaningful expression, she boldly declared, regardless of how much you have, all that money belongs to me. Qin Ziyuan was utterly delighted. Go on, I have a few tasks to complete. Zhou Chuchu respected his work and swiftly exited. Tomorrow, when the rewards arrive, I'll transfer all the money to you. With no idea how to spend such a fortune, she decided to leave her troubles to him. After all, those who know how to earn money also know how to spend it, and money in his hands would yield greater results than in her own. As for herself, a simple 1 billion would suffice. A light laugh echoed from within. Good. The video conference resumed, and Zhou Chuchu faintly heard English terms like military submarines. But she had no habit of eavesdropping and moved aside. Her husband seemed to possess a certain mysterious identity. A 50 trillion transfer arriving instantly was thought-provoking. However, a series of setbacks from her past life had caused him to retreat into silence, his extraordinary abilities dulled by a disability. Later, he became a being of the dead. Yet he retained human wisdom and dignity, feeling ashamed to present himself as he was. The constraints of her and the children had rendered him, despite his world-ending power, subject to the whims of others. Memories of her past life flooded back, and a coldness crept upon her face, filled with guilt for him and hatred for her enemies. Resolutely, she vowed never to let go of such a wonderful husband again. The urgent task at hand was to strengthen herself, diligently cultivating her abilities. She had to explore the effects of the rich soil and fertilizer. Currently, her powers stemmed from the little vegetables in the garden. Her energy was barely sufficient to nourish them. She needed to understand their evolution before anything else. Though eager, she knew that developing her abilities required patience, steadily advancing step by step. After all, she had a system, granting her powers 3 years earlier than in her past life. And her abilities were classified as S-level. Walking to the garden, she communicated with the little vegetables, which conveyed joy and happiness. Their excitement lifted her spirits. She carefully brought out bags of rich soil and spread it across the garden. The soil was a deep crimson, soft and thick, with a faint metallic scent. Once spread, the little vegetables rejoiced immensely. Chapter 28. The 6 Directions of Peach Tree Evolution. What a warm and comfortable bed. I can grow quickly. Master. Thank you for giving us such a wonderful home. Ah, how delightful, how joyous. It was clear that this rich soil provided a continuous source of nutrients, enabling the little vegetables to evolve splendidly. The peach tree expressed itself most clearly and completely. My esteemed master, this soil can triple our evolution rate and enhance our nutrition. Without even needing to nourish her abilities, Zhou Chuchu felt her vitality surging once more, a sticky layer forming on her body. She pressed on, spraying the fertilizer. As she did, the peach tree's leaves emanated a soft peach-colored glow. My esteemed master, spray me a bit more, and I can unlock other avenues of evolution. Zhou Chuchu generously sprayed some more fertilizer. She was quite curious. What aspects of evolution do you possess now? The peach tree, stretching its leaves, replied to Zhou Chuchu. Indeed. My master, I currently have 6 evolutionary directions. Do you see the holes in my body? One of my evolutionary paths is to transform them into an inner space. Look at my bark. My second direction is to enhance its toughness. As for my leaves, they shall serve as weapons of attack. My roots will enable me to traverse quickly above ground. I shall bear fruits with extraordinary abilities. Lastly, I have recently attempted to evolve into a wise tree, capable of coordinating and alleviating the burdens of my little companions. Goodness! Zhou Chuchu exclaimed, how remarkable! Is plant evolution truly this intense? 6 directions instead of 1? Is it only your plants that evolve in such a manner? With a sigh, Zhou Chuchu patted the trunk of the peach tree, saying, You've worked hard. Keep it up. The peach tree, brimming with excitement, swayed its leaves. Thank you, great master. I shall strive diligently. Zhou Chuchu then sprayed some fertilizer on the faster evolving vegetables. She received feedback from the plants once more, and a glow of emerald light flickered around her. She found herself able to control 3 vines effortlessly. Furthermore, she exuded a delightful fragrance. What was once a body that feared the heat now felt cool and refreshing. Naturally, she also noticed a layer of black mud forming on her. Swiftly, she gathered the non-evolving vegetables into her basket and scattered some seeds in the emptied soil before rushing inside to take a shower. She emerged feeling refreshed and fragrant. By then, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Where were Linlin and Zizi? Typically, her mother-in-law would have brought the children back by 4:30. Previously, she had complained about her mother-in-law picking the kids up early, but now, she yearned to see them every moment. She resolved to step outside for a look. In the indoor children's playground of the community, Lu Jolin was half-heartedly listening to her friend Shin Dan-hong's tedious chatter, her eyes vigilantly following her grandchildren to prevent any untoward incidents. Linlin and Zizi were playing with the son of her friend S niece, a boy 2 years older than her grandchildren, plump and with a fierce demeanor. Concerned that her grandchildren might be at a disadvantage, she prepared to brush off her friend with a few casual words and take the children away. However, Shin Dan-hong was clearly intent on a long conversation. Jolin, look at us, we're of similar age. I'm merely 2 months younger than you. Just look at you, and then at me. I seem a decade younger than you. Ever since these 2 grandsons came along, you've stopped caring for your appearance, no more mahjong. And you don't even come out when we invite you. Taking care of grandkids is exhausting. Why don't you just call your daughter-in-law's mother to help you? And your attire is so plain. Your daughter-in-law clearly doesn't care for you. I feel so sorry for you. Shin Dan-hong was dressed elegantly, adorned with makeup and jewels. In contrast, Lu Jolin wore casual clothing, devoid of any jewelry. Lu Jolin replied, "You don't understand the joy of raising grandchildren since you don't have any. I cherish them more than treasures. My heart swells with happiness. Even if my daughter-in-law's mother wishes to help, I wouldn't let her. I don't wear jewelry because the children are too small. The jewelry is hard and could hurt them. My daughter-in-law is wonderful. She and my son live a good life, which is worth more than any jewel." Lu Jolin's response left Shin Dan-hong momentarily speechless. Deciding to drop the pretense, Shin Dan-hong got straight to the point. "Jolin, we should have arranged for your Zayuan to marry my daughter Monru back then. Our families would have united. A strong alliance indeed. Just look at your daughter-in-law. Coming from a humble background, she has lost her way after gaining wealth, spending extravagantly. Just today, she spent 5 million at Sam S and Hema on all sorts of useless items. She even bullied the security guards, making them stand under the scorching sun. Oh, how they must have suffered. Such a vicious temperament. You ought to be more cautious." It turned out that Shin Dan-hong was the mother of Fong Monru. She had long desired to matchmake Fong Monru with Qin Ziyuan, and even now that Qin Ziyuan was married to Zhou Chuchu, she had not given up. After all, as long as they wished, there were countless ways to make a daughter-in-law of no background leave with nothing. Yet, Qin Ziyuan and Zhou Chuchu frequently quarreled and fell into cold wars, but they never divorced. Previously, Zhou Chuchu had been quite compliant, but today she had spent 5 million. That expenditure pained her heart. Her daughter's marriage to Qin Ziyuan meant that money was essentially her daughter's and thus belonged to the Fong family. How could Zhou Chuchu not feel distressed about spending the Fong family's money? Lu Jolin shot a glance at Shin Dan-hong, fully aware of what kind of person Monru was. The money was hers. She could spend it however she pleased, and it was not her concern. Your Fong family is wealthy, surely. You wouldn't come here to complain over a mere 5 million spent on my daughter-in-law, would you? It's truly meddlesome of you. As for Monru, do not mention her relationship with my son. My boy is only tolerated by Chuchu. If you continue with such talk, do not blame me for turning hostile." Shin Dan-hong's face turned pale at Lu Jolin's words. Was 5 million truly considered a trivial amount? For her. For the Fong family, it was a significant sum. The Fong family, on paper, was a tier below the Qin family, merely the second largest family in Haishur. But it was all superficial. They were far inferior to the Qin family. Fong Shixiang had been investing everywhere for years, claiming to manage investments worth billions, always on television, receiving interviews and gaining exposure, but what did that matter? Most of those investments were failures, with hardly any profitable ventures. They were merely grandstanding. And only they knew the truth. They desperately needed to align with the Qin family for support. Moreover, although Qin Ziyuan's reputation was low-key, having only appeared a few times in financial news as a scientist, his position was of utmost importance. As for the extent of his wealth, no one could ascertain. It was known that all the companies he was involved with were profitable. According to Fong Shixiang's estimations, his wealth was at least 300 billion. Fong Shixiang's words brimmed with regret. He was envious of the Qin family for having birthed such an admirable son while he had only given birth to a daughter. Shun Danhong was filled with bitterness, resenting Fang Shixiang and even more so, Lu Julin. It was clear that if Lu Julin had married Fang Shixiang, her son would have been Qin Ziyue. Shun Danhong lamented, failing to realize that it was she who had once looked down upon the down-and-out Qin Zhuangming, having stolen Lu Julin's fiancé Fang Shixiang while he was still betrothed, and now she was resentfully blaming Lu Julin. Aunt Lu, you should keep an eye on your daughter-in-law. She spends too much. Shun Danhong's niece-in-law, He Liju, said with jealousy. Chapter 29. Lu Julin's wrath. He Liju was quite plump and had a hearty appetite. Currently munching on chips while she spoke, her small eyes darting around, possibly plotting something. If I were your daughter-in-law, I certainly wouldn't behave this way. I would save every penny. As she spoke, she thought of the items Zhou Chuchu had purchased. Those were things sold at Sam's. Just the mousse cake, a small piece, costs over 100 yuan, but it was truly delicious. She could seldom afford to buy one for herself. Zhou Chuchu purchased several boxes of such cakes. Not to mention the coveted Thai durian, freshly made sugar, and juicy beef patties, all of which she bought by the box. How could she not feel envious? And then there were the king crabs, abalones, swimming crabs, Australian lobsters, and hairy crabs from Hema, which made her mouth water. If only she could be the daughter-in-law of the Qin family. Lu Julin was utterly speechless and chose to ignore He Liju. Engaging with such a person would undoubtedly diminish her own stature and taste. Shun Danhong also cast a disdainful glance at He Liju, internally scornful. This He Liju, both lazy and greedy, relied on having given birth to a son and frequently came around to take advantage.
Now,
she had the audacity to say such things in front of Lu Julin. Did she not consider her own worth? With her appearance, she was better suited for a pig. How could she still think of someone like Monru? Every day, dragging along her foolish son to mooch food and drink, truly shameless. Liju, you should stop speaking like that. Aunt Lu looks down on you. He Liju retorted, shouting at Shun Danhong, her mouth full of chips spraying saliva onto Shun Danhong's face. How does Aunt Lu look down on me? I am sturdy and capable of bearing children, and I have only given birth to one son. Uncle said that a wife should be someone like me. Shun Danhong's expression darkened. Was this foolish girl mocking her inability to bear a son? Lu Julin had grown tired of the exchange and called over the two little treasures. Linlin, Zizi, come back home with Grandma. As a premier luxury community, the indoor playground was indeed grand and splendid, equipped with various children's play facilities. He Liju's son, Xiao Hu, was trailing behind the two porcelain dolls, walking on a 6-meter-high slide bridge. He thought Qin Yueshi was as lovely and adorable as a little angel and wanted to play with her, to tease her. However, Qin Zihao remained steadfastly by his sister's side, which angered him. Leveraging his strength and height, he provocatively confronted Qin Zihao. Your mother is a wasteful person, incapable of managing life, and just buys things recklessly. Children cannot tolerate anyone speaking ill of their mothers. Moreover, their mother is the person they cherish most. The little boy immediately bristled. Even though Xiao, who was tall and chubby, he was undeterred and vowed to defend his mother. My mother spends her own money however she pleases. Who are you to criticize? My dad earns money to give to my mom. If your mom disagrees, she should ask your dad for money. The little fellow's logic was impeccable, rendering Xiao Hu speechless. His father would not earn money for his mother. He only hit her. Qin Zihao ignored him, reaching for his sister's hand. Grandma is calling us. Let's go home. As the two little ones were about to descend the stairs, Xiao Hu, lurking behind, suddenly pushed them from behind. The two children were unprepared, and one stumbled over the railing, falling from the 6-meter-high slide. Although the ground in the playground was padded with soft foam, a fall from such a height could certainly result in injury. Lu Julin's heart nearly leapt from her chest at the sight. She dashed forward. However, she was too far from the slide, and no amount of running would suffice. Just as the two children were about to hit the ground, a red figure swooped in and caught them securely in her embrace. The two little ones were held tightly by their mother, forgetting their fear, feeling utterly safe. With wide, sparkling eyes, they gazed up at their mom. Mommy, are you a superhero? Thank you for saving us. You must be a superhero because your hands can shoot out vines. That's amazing. The two little bottoms were filled with admiration for their mother. Zhou Chuchu gently set the children down, soothing them. Mothers are indeed superheroes. But that is our secret. The two adorable children nodded vigorously, delighted to keep this secret with their mother. It was simply too cool, Their mother was a superhero. Lu Jilin rushed over, relieved to see the two children unharmed, but as the tension eased, she nearly fainted. The thought of what could have happened if her daughter-in-law had failed to catch the children was terrifying. Monru, it's my fault for not keeping a close eye on them. She felt overwhelmingly guilty. Zhou Chuchu steadied her mother-in-law, reassuring her, Mom, it's not your fault. That beast pushed them down. She shot a cold glare at Xiaohu. The benefits of her recent evolution had enhanced her vision remarkably. She could not only see distant objects clearly, but could also replay and analyze what she had witnessed. Time was of the essence. She first saved the children and then began to analyze the scene, witnessing Xiaohu's act of pushing the two children. Although Xiaohu had acted quickly, and the children were about to descend the stairs, it appeared as though they had accidentally fallen. What? He pushed them. Lu Jilin's fury ignited instantly. Linlin and Zizi were her treasures, her very heart. Anyone who harmed them would pay the price. Mommy, Grandma, he pushed us, Zizi exclaimed, pointing at Xiaohu. He also said that Mommy is a bad person, wasting money, and can't manage life. Lu Jilin's gaze darkened. How could children understand such words? They must have been taught by an adult. Xiaohu, feeling fear after pushing Linlin and Zizi, was terrified at Zhou Chuchu's icy stare, and he burst into tears. He Liju waddled over, embracing him while turning to shout loudly, Stop slandering my child. My Xiaohu would never do such a thing. Shun Danhong approached, adopting a condescending tone as she addressed Zizi, Little child, don't lie. Lying is not the behavior of a good child. Zizi felt wronged. Grandma, I didn't lie. He really pushed us. Linlin supported his sister. What my sister said is true. He pushed us. He Liju slapped Xiaohu lightly on the bottom. Come on. You tell them, did you push them? Xiaohu, feeling the light slap, threw himself on the ground, rolling and crying, I didn't push them. He Liju proclaimed loudly, see? My child didn't push your children. Shun Danhong had never liked Zhou Chuchu, viewing her as someone who had taken her daughter as suitor. Thus, she paid little attention to whether Xiaohu had pushed the two children. Instead, she lamented that Xiaohu hadn't seriously harmed them. If they had been injured or worse, how could Lu Jilin continue to feel smug? Zhou Chuchu and Qin Ziyuan would certainly divorce as well. Therefore, she reproached Linlin and Zizi, you two should be more careful. When you're at a height, walk properly and don't blame others if you fall. That is not how a good child behaves, she said with a smile. The two children immediately felt dejected. They were uncomfortable and wanted to retort. But this annoying grandmother was friends with their own grandmother, so they feared that continuing would upset her. Lu Jilin, witnessing the scene, felt her blood boil. Chapter 30. Our families will break ties today. Shun Danhong, what nonsense are you spewing? Lu Jilin, in her youth, was both cultured and martial. She had accompanied her husband to establish the Qin family's empire. If she lacked authority and fortitude, how could she have achieved what she had today? She had already been frightened and was now seething with anger, and hearing Shun Danhong's nonsense, slandering her grandchildren, she could no longer contain herself. Immediately, she seized Shun Danhong's clothing and delivered 2 sharp slaps to her well-maintained face. Slap. Slap. Shun Danhong was momentarily stunned. She was a noblewoman, accustomed to a life of luxury for many years, and everyone around her treated her with caution and deference, which had nurtured her haughty temperament, allowing her to speak her mind without restraint. Lu Jilin was the one who had taken her fiancé, yet she did not truly feel anger towards herself. Instead, she remarked that a man who could be taken away was never truly hers to begin with, and she promptly turned towards the penniless Qin Zhuangming. But now, Lu Jilin was genuinely furious. She could not comprehend the source of Lu Jilin's anger, merely because she had not become a grandmother. In this moment she had been struck, feeling both wronged and enraged, glaring at Lu Jilin. You hit me? How dare you? She lunged forward, intending to grasp Lu Jilin's hair, only to be kicked to the ground by Zhou Chuchu. Unbeknownst to her, some mischievous child had left a mess on the ground, and she, unfortunate as she was, fell right into it, rolling in filth. Shun Danhong screamed out in despair. Zhou Chuchu, with a cold demeanor, after dealing with Shun Danhong, turned to the two children and said, Remember, those who have aged yet lost all dignity are not true elders. You need not heed their words. Her children, Linlin and Zizi, felt an overwhelming sense of security as they witnessed their mother's formidable presence. After dealing with Shun Danhong, Zhou Chuchu approached He Liju, who was frozen in shock, tightly clutching Xiao Hu and shouting, "What are you doing? Someone help. There has been an attack." Zhou Chuchu fixed her icy gaze on He Liju, speaking each word with chilling precision. "I can retrieve the video footage that will prove your child pushed mine." He Liju paused, knowing Xiao Hu was indeed the instigator. The truth would inevitably surface. Yet, she still attempted to argue, defiantly stating, "Your children were in the way of mine. Besides, my child didn't mean it. It's just kids playing. And your child wasn't even hurt. So, why are you being so aggressive?" Zhou Chuchu smiled, a cold and menacing smile. Visions of a post-apocalyptic world haunted her, where children perished before her eyes, and she lamented her inability to protect the two little ones. Now, having been reborn, how could she almost fail to safeguard them again? How could she not be enraged? "I refrained from calling the police because even if I did, this matter would be hastily resolved, with mere compensation offered. But should my children be harmed, what good would money do? As a mother, if you raise your child to be a beast, do not be surprised when others treat them as such." After saying this, Zhou Chuchu kicked Xiao Hu, sending him sprawling 2 meters away. He let out a cry of pain, clutching his stomach and weeping heart-wrenchingly. This time, it was genuine sorrow. He felt pain and fear. He was known for pushing others around, bullying younger children, relying on his size and weight to inflict harm, often leaving others injured. While people recognized him as a child, their anger would dissipate without further inquiry. This only emboldened him, leading him to act with increasing audacity. Several times, he had caused serious injuries to other children, earning him the notoriety of a little tyrant in his neighborhood, with others avoiding him. He believed no one could stand up to him. Even when the police were called, they often treated it lightly due to his age, resulting in mere compensation, leaving him unscathed. He thought the police could do nothing against him. Pushing Linlin and Zizi was his intention to harm them severely. Little did he know. Today he had encountered someone formidable who delivered a swift kick that instilled genuine fear in him. "Mom, save me.
Help me."
He Liju screamed as she charged at Zhou Chuchu, only to be met with a resounding slap that sent her sprawling aside. Zhou Chuchu approached, grasped her hair, and delivered another slap. The sound echoed sharply, causing those nearby who intended to intervene to hesitate, unable to step forward. Even Shun Danhong, now covered in filth, silenced her cries, feeling the sting of humiliation. Xiao, who was left in stunned fear. Lu Julin observed the scene, feeling a sense of nostalgia. "Manner truly embodies my former spirit." Her satisfaction with Zhou Chuchu grew. A mother who cannot protect her children, who remains indifferent while witnessing their suffering, is unworthy of the title of mother. While Mano's methods were harsh, they were precisely what was needed. The two little ones gazed at their mother, their eyes sparkling with admiration, perceiving her as an even more towering figure. Zhou Chuchu released He Liju, letting her fall to the ground, wiping the blood from her hands. She then effortlessly scooped up one child in each arm and departed with determination. He Liju, filled with resentment, yelled after her, "You want to get away with this." Lu Julin approached, fixing He Liju with a cold stare. "I will retrieve the playground footage. My Qin family possesses the finest legal team. Prepare for a court summons." He Liju froze, filled with regret. Just as Lu Julin was about to leave, Shun Danhong called after her. "This matter with Julin is just a misunderstanding. I do not hold you accountable for your daughter-in-law's actions. Our families have been friends for generations." Shun Danhong had come to her senses, fully aware of the consequences of losing the Qin family's support. Her daughter's future in the Qin family now seemed increasingly bleak. Thus, she harbored deep resentment, yet was willing to swallow her pride and plead with Lu Julin. Lu Julin halted, her eyes devoid of any warmth towards their past friendship. "From this day forth, our families are completely severed." While she could overlook Shun Danhong's past transgressions due to their shared history, the matter concerning her grandchildren was an unforgivable offense. Had Shun Danhong not uttered those words, perhaps they could have maintained a semblance of cordiality. Yet, it was those very words, spoken by a grandmother, that she would never forgive. Chapter 31. We are family on the way home. Zhou Chuchu turned to Lu Julin and said, "Mom, I'm sorry for hitting your friend." The former version of herself would have never apologized to her mother-in-law, as she was not yet a member of the family then. But now, she felt compelled to express her regret, not merely for striking Shun Danhong, but because she had to consider her mother-in-law's feelings. Hearing this, Lu Julin scoffed. "So, what if you hit her? I've cut ties with her from now on. You can handle her however you wish. No need to inform me. Zhou Chuchu was taken aback. Mom, you're no longer friends? After decades of friendship. Lu Jilin's expression darkened slightly. But when she looked at her two adorable grandchildren, her resolve returned. I cannot align myself with someone whose values clash with mine. Even decades of friendship cannot compare to a single hair of my grandchildren. We are family, while she is merely an outsider. Outsiders cannot hold more importance than family. Lu Jilin recalled the earlier events, feeling a pang of fear. Manner, if an apology is due, it is I who should apologize. Had you not caught the two kids this time, I should not have listened to that scoundrel with the surname Sun. Lu Jilin felt deep regret. Zhou Chuchu was profoundly moved by her mother-in-law's words, understanding that they were indeed family, this life and the next. In her previous life, she had failed to protect them properly. In this life, she would not allow them to suffer any harm. Mom, this isn't your fault. It's their cruelty. You can't foresee everything. Zhou Chuchu's eyes glimmered with cold resolve. Xin Danhong had frequently visited their home, showing no regard for her. Often discussing the childhood friendship between Fong Monru and Qin Ziyuan with her mother-in-law, praising their compatibility while deriding her for interfering and sabotaging their relationship. Ironically, in her past life, she boldly confronted Qin Ziyuan, yet was submissive to others. Those words had been grating, and she would distance herself when they became unbearable. Her mother-in-law had lost her temper with Xin Danhong several times, eventually leading to her not being welcome in their home, which brought a much-needed tranquility. In the aftermath of a cataclysmic past life, Xin Danhong's fate was tragically grim. Initially, He Liju took residence in her home with her son, Xiao Hu. Subsequently, a series of calamities ensued. Plagues and misfortunes plagued her existence. Infected by the contagion, she was callously abandoned by He Liju on the balcony to fend for herself. And within mere days, she succumbed to her fate. Her death was harrowing, surrounded by buzzing green flies, her body ravaged by decay, infested with maggots. In retrospect, while He Liju was undeniably malevolent, she was also deserving of her fate. Upon returning home, Qin Ziyuan and Qin Zhuangming awaited her, each turning to embrace their respective wives. Qin Ziyuan meticulously inspected his wife, ensuring her well-being before his once rigid and icy demeanor softened. Only after confirming the safety of their two children did he feel a profound sense of relief. At that moment, his eyes sparkled with an extraordinary light, enveloping Zhou Chuchu. Previously indifferent towards the children, she had demonstrated a fierce protectiveness, her swift intervention at the amusement park, her soothing words after the ordeal, and her vehement confrontation with Xin Danhong and He Liju made her regard for the children unmistakably clear. Her anger was palpable. This was a side of Zhou Chuchu that he had never witnessed nor understood. Qin Ziyuan's chest trembled with an unidentifiable emotion. He watched as Zhou Chuchu spoke softly to the children, her laughter in response to them radiant. When she turned to him, her smile was like a beacon, illuminating the darkness that surrounded him. The colors of sound and light drew closer, only to withdraw and then return anew. He called out, "Chuchu, my wife." Zhou Chuchu replied, her face a mixture of confusion and delight. It was the first time he had addressed her in such an intimate manner. In their previous, relatively tranquil interactions, they had seemed like parallel lines, never intersecting. Yet, she found joy in his words, a warmth blooming within her heart, wishing he would call her by that name more often. "You rascal, how sweet." Qin Zhuangming, oblivious to the change in his son, still regarded him as a stalwart, unyielding figure. Today, he was grateful for the cleverness of his daughter-in-law, who had swiftly rescued his two precious grandsons. Before he could finish his thought, his wife pinched him playfully. As a mother, Lu Jilin was more perceptive, acutely aware of the subtle shifts in her son's demeanor towards his wife. Previously, he had been a bumbling, straightforward man, unable to charm or engage with women, his words emerging one by one, leaving her anxious. Initially, when their son insisted on marrying Zhou Chuchu, although she and her husband had no particular expectations of their daughter-in-law's background, it was evident that Zhou Chuchu did not love their son. She merely accepted him. Their marriage felt less like a union of love and more akin to a strained coexistence. Misunderstandings had plagued their relationship, with her son unable to articulate his feelings, while she, as a mother-in-law, could only offer heartfelt words that seemed to stem from maternal favoritism. They often quarreled, and while outsiders viewed her as a formidable figure, She was easily swayed by her daughter-in-law's emotions. Conversely, the usually gentle Zhou Chuchu seemed to target her son with renewed vigor, leading to incessant disputes that frightened their children into tears. However, since yesterday, their dynamic had undergone a profound transformation, entirely catalyzed by their daughter-in-law. This change was so significant that it felt as though she had become a different person, yet undeniably, she remained their beloved daughter-in-law. It was not that she was unfamiliar, but rather, she seemed to have awakened to profound realizations after enduring numerous trials. "Come, let's prepare dinner," Lu Julin suggested, intending to draw Qin Zhuangming into the kitchen to allow the young couple some privacy. Zhou Chuchu, feeling increasingly uneasy under Qin Ziyuan's intense gaze, found his usual icy demeanor unnaturally warm and almost overwhelming. "Mom, I'll join you," she quickly offered, bringing forth the freshly harvested vegetables from the garden. These vegetables, nourished by her abilities, had thrived splendidly, even if they had not evolved. Lu Julin, who had already praised Zhou Chuchu's bravery that day, was thrilled to see the vegetables and found a new avenue for compliments. "My dear, these vegetables are truly remarkable. I come from the countryside, yet I could never cultivate such produce." The younger generation seemed so pampered that few could even cook, let alone grow vegetables. Yet here was her daughter-in-law, capable of both. Despite having cultivated a garden full of vegetables that had drawn laughter from the affluent ladies in the neighborhood, Lu Julin felt immense pride in Zhou Chuchu's accomplishments. As she examined the vegetables, she marveled at the lush, green cabbage, the plump, vibrant beans, and the round, fragrant potatoes. The peppers resembled tiny lanterns, thick-fleshed and flavorful. The more she looked, the more she adored them. Lu Julin, having grown up in rural Shandong, had never managed to grow such exceptional vegetables herself. "These greens are priceless. I must cook them right away. Those who laughed at you, my dear, have no idea how to live well." The heat of the day was increasingly oppressive, yet the prospect of enjoying freshly harvested vegetables was delightful. Lu Julin entered the kitchen, skillfully washing and preparing the vegetables. Zhou Chuchu was not idle either. She retrieved the blue crabs, shrimp, and lamb from the refrigerator, preparing them with great care. She felt an overwhelming sense of joy in these simple tasks, savoring the pleasure of living fully. After years of hardship in a post-apocalyptic world, where food was scarce and warmth elusive, she had often subsisted on wild vegetables and scraps. Later, she had been confined to a laboratory, kept alive with saline and nutritional supplements, which had intensified her longing for food and instilled in her a relentless compulsion to hoard supplies. Now, as she prepared these ingredients, she embraced the joy of truly living. The sounds of sizzling and popping filled the air as Qin Ziyuan's gaze remained fixed on Zhou Chuchu, a strange yet fulfilling happiness coursing through him. If only time could freeze in that moment. Would she ever revert to her former self? "Ziyuan, what are your plans regarding the Fong family?" Qin Zhuangming asked gravely. Having watched the video from the children's amusement park, his heart still racing from the shock. He glanced at his clever and obedient grandsons, a silent fury swelling within him. Thank goodness they had not formed ties with the Fong family. He scoffed at the thought of such in-laws. "The bond between your mother and Shen Danhong has diminished, and it is imperative that you clarify matters with Fong Monru to prevent any misunderstandings with Man." Qin Ziyuan sat resolutely, offering no explanation or rebuttal to his father's inquiries. He articulated each word with gravity. "It will not happen again." His gaze swept over the two children engrossed in their phonetics and his busy wife in the kitchen. He spoke with the solemnity of a vow. "I shall protect them, the mother and child." He narrowed his eyes, resolute in his commitment to avert any impending tragedies. "The Fong family will undoubtedly face consequences." Qin Zhuangming scrutinized his son closely, and perhaps it was merely an illusion, but he felt as if his son had emerged from the depths of hell, prepared to lead countless spectral soldiers to obliterate the world. It instilled a sense of trepidation in him. Yet upon further inspection, his son remained unchanged, as rigid in his speech as a wooden puppet. This realization incited further frustration within him. He lamented his son's shortcomings. "You ought to know better. Sweeten your words and learn to charm your wife." Alas, I cannot fathom how someone as adept at wooing his partner as I am could have produced a son as unyielding as you. If I were a man, I too would find you insufferable. Soon, an array of dishes was prepared: oil-braised shrimp, steamed crabs, boiled lamb, stir-fried greens, shredded pork with beans, and braised potatoes. The 6 dishes emanated an enticing aroma. The family gathered joyfully around the dining table. Qin Zhuangming and Lu Zhulin were astonished by the taste of the greens, declaring them superior to those served in five-star restaurants. "Banner, how do you manage this?" They marveled. Indeed, those five-star establishments often rely on elaborate broths. Yet your cooking surpasses theirs in flavor. They continued to praise the shredded pork and braised potatoes, each dish more delectable than the last. Qin Ziyuan joined in, savoring the food, his eyes sparkling with delight. "Delicious," he affirmed, before adding, "truly exquisite." The two little ones, Ziz and Linlin, who were in the throes of a meat-loving phase, initially battled with the boiled lamb, but upon observing their grandparents and father relishing the greens, they curiously took a taste and found themselves unable to stop. Their eyes sparkled as they showered their mother with praise. "Mama, your cooking is divine." "Oh, Mama, I feel so happy. From now on, I promise to be a well-behaved child and not picky at all." Zhou Chuchu watched her family eat with satisfaction, a profound sense of happiness swelling within her. "Eat slowly if you enjoy it. Mama will cook for you every day." Qin Ziyuan placed some food into her bowl, urging, "Chuchu, you should eat too." He envisioned their arduous lives ahead, the scarcity they would face, and felt immense gratitude for Zhou Chuchu's foresight in preparing for the future. Just the ability to cultivate such greens in the heat was a precious resource. In a post-apocalyptic world, being able to enjoy such fresh produce was a great blessing. Zhou Chuchu gazed at her husband, and Qin Ziyuan felt a bit uncomfortable under her unwavering stare. She remarked, "Husband, you actually served me food. This is the first time you've done so." Qin Ziyuan raised an eyebrow, surprised that this delighted her. Zhou Chuchu beamed with joy, her crescent-shaped eyes shining brightly. "I am truly happy," she exclaimed. After a few bites, she requested, "Husband, the dishes you selected are so delightful. Please serve me another pair of chopsticks." Qin Ziyuan complied, offering her 2 more dishes, and then skillfully extracted the rich crab roe from a blue crab, presenting it to her mouth. Zhou Chuchu savored the creamy morsel, her heart swelling with sweetness. The elders looked on with joy as the family polished off all 6 dishes. Once the meal concluded, the 2 elders suddenly noticed a remarkable difference in their bodies. "Dear, do you feel particularly refreshed and invigorated?" Lu Zhulin pondered aloud. "Indeed, I feel exceptionally well today," she replied, feeling unusually light. The oppressive heat typically rendered even air conditioning unbearable, compounded by the natural decline of their aging bodies, which often experienced ailments like high blood pressure and elevated cholesterol. Yet now, they felt remarkably comfortable and clear-headed. Even their previously blurry vision seemed to have improved. "Mom and Dad, we too feel so good." The children chimed in, their little voices bubbling with joy. In truth, the greens nurtured by Zhou Chuchu's extraordinary abilities were far more beneficial for the children than for the elders, yet their youth rendered them unable to articulate their feelings fully. Qin Ziyuan regarded Zhou Chuchu again, fully aware of the uniqueness of her greens. His own sensations were even more pronounced and vivid. Zhou Chuchu smiled, realizing the significant enhancement these greens provided to their health. She resolved to continue nurturing the plants with her powers, ensuring her family received the necessary nourishment. With her unique plant-based feedback, her physical transformation was becoming increasingly powerful and direct, allowing her to wield 3 6-meter-long vines for both offense and defense. Regardless of her abilities, her own strength had reached astonishing levels. She could effortlessly overturn a cow. Her speed and vitality had also improved significantly. Her body was continuously purging impurities, leaving her feeling as radiant and agile as jade. Thus, while these greens benefited her as well, the impact was less pronounced. Her husband had suffered greatly in his past life, falling victim to betrayal and abuse that had weakened his foundation and delayed his awakening of powers. His parents, having taken the children back to the countryside, missed the critical period for nourishment, resulting in only a D-level awakening instead of the potential B-level. As they aged, their ability to provide for the children in their previous life was commendable, yet they had left behind lingering health issues. "I will not allow such circumstances to repeat. My powers must evolve, producing even more beneficial greens to fortify my family's foundation." Zhou Chuchu concluded that these greens could enhance her family's health, her confidence soaring as she rolled up her sleeves to cultivate more vegetables. Observing her nearly 2-acre garden brimming with greenery filled her heart with joy. That evening, she stealthily sweetened the plants in the garden, further enhancing her abilities. The peach tree underwent the fastest evolution, expanding steadily in all directions. The bok choy followed suit, able to uproot itself and move freely, leaving her in awe. Perhaps due to the rich soil and fertilizers, the remaining vegetables, scallions, radishes, beans, peppers, mint, potatoes, and mushrooms, also exhibited significant growth, surpassing the others in their evolutionary stages. The seeds planted during the day had already sprouted a lush green layer. Such rapid growth promised an abundance of food in the future. Zhou Chuchu felt elated, anticipating that with this growth rate, she might harvest a crop every 3 days. Achieving true freedom in vegetable cultivation. She carefully stored away the uneaten vegetables from today, ensuring these extraordinary greens were kept separate from those purchased from the market. These greens must be prioritized for consumption. After completing her tasks, she enjoyed a refreshing bath and intended to retire for the night, only to find that someone had already claimed the comfortable silk sheets on the bed. A handsome man, adorned with silver-rimmed glasses, gazed intently at the documents before him, his piercing aura exuding an air of cold detachment that discouraged any approach. His striking appearance, reminiscent of the goddess Nuwa, rendered others feeling woefully inadequate. Zhou Chuchu stole a glance, instinctively retreating from the room. "I'm sorry for the intrusion." It was only after she closed the door that the realization struck her. The deity-like figure lying on the bed was none other than her husband. She had forgotten her words from the previous day, urging him to return for the night. An overwhelming sense of embarrassment washed over her. After all these years, she had grown accustomed to sleeping alone. In her past life, he had been physically disabled, and though she had cared for him, the emotional distance between them had rendered intimacy impossible, overshadowed by the stench of despair. They had merely existed, surviving day by day. Thus, encountering a vibrant man sprawled across her bed elicited a natural reaction. In the room, Qin Ziyuan stared at the closed door, feigning focus on the documents that he usually cherished, which had accompanied him through countless nights. Yet now, he found himself unable to absorb a single word. He too felt the awkwardness. Even though they had shared passionate moments, the rifts caused by their previous quarrels and cold wars could not be easily mended. The vivid images of their future together, once so tangible, could not be effortlessly erased. Outside the door, Zhou Chuchu reassured herself, "No, you must remain composed. Yes, maintain a smile. You should be grateful that the horrors of your past life are yours alone. He and the child did not endure them. This is a blessing." Having experienced the excruciating agony of having her very essence stripped away, she was simply thankful for the opportunity to be reborn and rectify her past mistakes. With renewed determination, Zhou Chuchu pushed open the door and playfully leapt into her husband's embrace. "Husband!" Qin Ziyuan instinctively raised a hand to halt her advance. "What are you doing?" As he held her back, she made a valiant effort to reach for him. Qin Ziyuan regarded her, resembling a cat struggling playfully against a hand pressing down on its head, and couldn't he help but chuckle, the shadows in his heart dissipating. He effortlessly drew her into his arms, holding her tightly. "Chuchu, if you betray me, I swear I will end you. If you do not love me and choose to leave, I can accept that. But if you love me and forsake me, I will descend into madness and destroy you. If you wish to escape, do so now. If you intend to deceive me, I hope you can maintain that charade for a lifetime." Though his words bore a chilling tone, Zhou Chuchu nodded earnestly. "Ziyuan, do you not understand? My life and everything I hold dear are already in your hands." She nestled against him, reminiscent of their past life when he had protected her even in death and trusting her with his existence. In this life, it was her turn to safeguard him. At her words, Qin Ziyuan felt a jolt in his heart, gazing deeply into her eyes, holding her closely without uttering another word. Yes, she had shared her extraordinary abilities without hesitation, her plant manipulation powers, her special transfer account. She had laid bare her life before him. "And you? What about you?" The person resting against his chest inquired softly, seeking to hear his thoughts even though she already knew the answer.
"Me?"
Qin Ziyuan's gaze was as profound as the ocean. After a moment of silence, he replied, "I will never let you down." Upon uttering those words, his ears flushed slightly, and he turned his head away. Careful not to disturb Zhou Chuchu, he awaited her response, only to be met with the sound of her rhythmic breathing. She had fallen asleep. After a lifetime of suffering that robbed her of rest, she now cherished her peaceful slumber, having developed the habit of drifting off the moment her head touched the pillow. Qin Ziyuan chuckled softly, adjusting her into a more comfortable position, embracing her tightly as he too closed his eyes. He exuded a dark, almost terrifying aura. Yet in this moment, He contained it, allowing it to swell and strengthen within him. He understood that this power was a manifestation of his abilities awakened when he became the king of corpses.
For now.
He could not disclose this to her, not out of distrust, but because he himself was still grappling with its implications. As he contemplated the apocalyptic visions that haunted him, he vowed never to place Zhou Chuchu in danger if he could avoid it. The person in his arms stirred slightly, leaning against him, seeking the comforting coolness of his presence. Suddenly, Zhou Chuchu was jolted awake by a barrage of WeChat notifications and video calls, her rest interrupted. Groggy and irate, she glanced at her phone only to see messages from Lin Shuang. Without hesitation, she hung up. Lin Shuang called again, sending a flurry of messages. Chapter 34. Save you?
No time. Chuchu, help.
The loan sharks are at my door. Only you can save me.
Please.
I will never forget your kindness. My husband has gone bankrupt. All our assets are mortgaged to the bank. Are you satisfied? I was wrong, Chuchu. I'm in dire straits. If I don't repay the money, it will be disastrous. Zhou Chuchu skimmed the messages, noting that Scorching had indeed gone bankrupt. Good riddance. The loan sharks were after her?
Perfect.
Save her? She must be dreaming. Not only was she unwilling to leave her cozy bed to rescue this ungrateful wretch, but she also felt it was merciful not to have the loan sharks dismember her. She had to focus on gathering supplies for the impending apocalypse and had no time for such entanglements. Ignoring the incessant messages, Zhou Chuchu finally switched off her phone. Glancing at her husband's serene face, she realized that just after she had made her request, he had orchestrated Scorching's downfall with remarkable efficiency. With him bankrupt, the pathways for Lin Shuang's schemes were effectively severed. Her heart raced with excitement as she leaned down to plant a kiss on her husband's cheek. Just as she did, she found herself plunging into the depths of a profound sea. Husband, you're not asleep? Qin Ziyuan propped himself up with one hand, the other wrapping around her slender waist. No, the phone was too loud. Zhou Chuchu settled comfortably against him, confessing, I'm sorry, Lin Shuang messaged me. She said Scorching has gone bankrupt, and now she is being pursued by loan sharks. Scorching's bankruptcy is your doing, isn't it? I've praised your prowess enough, she exclaimed. Not enough, Qin Ziyuan replied with a low chuckle. What awaits him is a prison sentence. Zhou Chuchu's eyes sparkled. It's all you, isn't it? Now Scorching will have no chance of a comeback. Qin Ziyuan called out to her from behind, waiting for her response. Seeing her delight, he feigned displeasure and teased her by pinching the soft flesh at his waist. Not enough. Zhou Chuchu shivered. What do you mean, not enough? Are you going to kill Scorching? He laughed lightly. That's not out of the question. However, it's not necessary at this moment. I meant, you need to say that I'm quite impressive more often. That's still not enough. Zhou Chuchu's heart raced at the deepening tone of his voice, causing her to hide her face under the blanket. My husband, you're so impressive. Truly impressive. Indeed, there is something even more impressive. Zhou Chuchu. As she felt the warmth of his hands exploring her, she suddenly sensed that the narrative had taken an unexpected turn. This was not at all what she had intended. This night would undoubtedly feel fleeting for Zhou Chuchu and Qin Ziyuan, but for Lin Shuang, it was destined to be interminable. In a dim and chaotic environment, a group of individuals, both men and women, kneels on the ground before a man with a triangular gaze, dyed yellow hair, and serpentine tattoos adorning his arms. Flanking him are a cadre of thuggish enforcers, their fierce glares fixed upon the kneeling assembly. Among them, some tremble uncontrollably, while others exhibit palpable anxiety. The man they kneel before is none other than the notorious loan shark, known as Brother Hao, a man with a deceptive smile and a reputation for ruthlessness. When one seeks to borrow money, he greets them with a facade of warmth, but should they fail to repay, his true, menacing nature emerges. With countless methods to torment those indebted to him, at Brother Hao's feet kneels Lin Shuang, frantically sending messages and making calls to Zhou Chuchu. As the voice of a disconnected line echoes back at her, her anger surges, resentment festering within her. How dare Zhou Chuchu turn off her phone? At that moment, Brother Hao's voice, chilling and ominous, cuts through the tension. You claim to be best friends with Madame Qin, yet it appears you have woven a web of deceit. Do you think I, Brother Hao, can be so easily fooled? You've swindled me out of 32 million using the property of a bankrupt fool. Lin Shuang's face drains of color, a shiver coursing through her as sweat pours down her skin. Hatred for Zhou Chuchu consumes her, if not for her. How could her husband have faced ruin? How could she find herself humiliated, kneeling before a lowlife she would typically scorn? It was all her fault for gifting those designer bags to Zhou Chuchu. Had she kept them for herself, none of this would have transpired. I am truly her close friend. Look, here is our photo together. And this is a transfer she made to me, a gift. She is wealthy, with her in-laws providing her with 8 billion. Your amount is insignificant to her. Brother Hao's eyes gleam with avarice, and he rises, casually pointing at several individuals in the crowd. This one owes me 300,000. With interest, he now owes 500,000. What shall we do? Take him to the back room. Let us barter a kidney. The victim is dragged away, howling in despair. The remaining debtors tremble even more. This one owes me 150,000. Now she must repay 250,000. Out of mercy. I won't take her kidney, but will instead introduce her to a lucrative profession, send her to the Gisa nightclub for training until her debt is cleared. The woman designated pales completely, tears streaming down her face, as she is escorted away. The fear among the others intensifies, and Lin Shuang shakes uncontrollably. She is malicious. But Brother Hao embodies true malice. And this one has been delinquent in repayment. If he cannot pay, we can resolve that easily. 10 fingers, one for each 10,000. Let us proceed. A thug plays music to ease the atmosphere. The man is dragged out like a pig, pressed to the ground, and a knife-wielding thug severs one of his fingers before the horrified onlookers. Blood splatters onto Lin Shuang's face, eliciting a sharp scream from her. The man wails in agony, thrashing as blood pools beneath him. The assailant silences his cries by stuffing a sock into his mouth, then swiftly lops off the remaining fingers. The kneeling debtors, some paralyzed with fear, others unable to control their nausea, are left trembling. Miss Lin, Brother Hao's gaze shifts to Lin Shuang. It is your turn. Chapter 35, Malicious Schemes, Stocking 1,000 Snack Shops with Delicacies. Terrified, Lin Shuang kneels, repeatedly bowing her head. Brother Hao, grant me a moment. I assure you, I will repay this debt. In her panic, she rummages through her LV bag, producing a card. Here are 3 million. Please accept this. And I will find a way to repay the rest. Brother Hao fixes her with a cold stare, revealing his yellowed teeth. You mentioned your dear friend possesses 8 billion, correct? Lin Shuang nods vigorously. Yes, yes. Her husband is the wealthiest man in Haishur, and her in-laws are generous. This money is from them. Envy and hatred swirl within her as she speaks. Sensing Brother Hao's growing greed, she hastily adds, if you desire this money, I can assist you. Brother Hao smiles like a snake.
How will you aid me?
Qin Ziyuan is not easily trifled with. Lin Shuang's expression turns sinister. If you keep this from him, I can lure her out, ply her with a drink that will render her unconscious, and then find a man to document the entire affair. She will comply, and I can extract whatever amount you desire. Brother Hao studies her intently, then claps his hands. Miss Lin, your cunning is beneath contempt. As I understand it, she has shown you kindness rather than malice, yet you plot against her. Madame Qin must have drawn the short straw for friends. Lin Shuang dares not retort, instead smiling ingratiatingly. Brother Hao, will my debt be forgiven once this is accomplished? With a sly smile, Brother Hao replies, of course. As night falls, Lin Shuang departs Brother Hao's domain, inhaling deeply as if she has narrowly escaped death. The thought of Zhou Chuchu facing disgrace and despair fills her with exhilaration. Zhou Chuchu. This is all you're doing. How dare you wed into the Qin family, receive such favor, and possess such wealth? I shall see you wallow in the mud, trampled and broken. I want you to lose everything. A venomous smile curls Lin Shuang's lips as she revels in her malicious plans. After her departure, Brother Hao's henchman approaches. Brother, can we truly obtain Madame Qin's money? I've heard that Qin Ziyuan is formidable. Brother Hao responds, even if he is tough, he is merely a businessman. And businessmen have much to fear. Even if we fail to secure the funds, Miss Lin is a delicacy that some would relish. We will not suffer losses. The henchman nods in understanding. The boss is brilliant. Meanwhile, Zhou Chuchu enjoys a peaceful night's sleep, waking to find Qin Ziyuan absent as usual. The living room buzzes with activity as workers prepare to transform their safe house, moving exquisite mahogany furniture to the neighboring villa. Only her room remains untouched. After freshening up, Zhou Chuchu is greeted by her in-laws. Choo-choo will handle things here. You go about your business. Although puzzled, they have no desire to interfere. Having sensed their son and daughter-in-law are up to something significant, they stand guard, ready to support their family. Be careful while you're working. Don't trample my vegetables. And that peach tree must remain untouched. Zhou Choo-choo, unperturbed, quickly drives out. She first heads to the warehouse, receiving 500,000 cubic meters of water delivered from the plant, which eases her mind regarding future water needs for bathing and irrigation. Next, she collects 500,000 dishes from 99 hotels and restaurants, showcasing the diverse culinary offerings available in Haishur. This is the advantage of being in a wealthy city. Money can procure any delicacy. 2 days are sufficient for these establishments to prepare the meal she requires, with only the Dayun Hotel needing an additional 3 days for its 580,000 dishes. After settling the final payments for the water and food, totaling 500 million, Zhou Choo-choo feels a sense of joy and satisfaction. Following this, she places an order for 20 million portions of various snacks from 1,000 snack shops, costing another 400 million. What does it mean to spend money like water? This is precisely it. However, this sensation is truly exhilarating. Who doesn't relish the idea of having more money to spend and an endless array of goods to purchase? Just the thought that these acquired supplies will ensure a family's well-being in a post-apocalyptic world fills her with a profound sense of security and satisfaction. Glancing at her phone, she realizes she has frivolously spent 900 million in a matter of moments, yet compared to the colossal figure of 50 trillion, it feels akin to mere pocket change. Is this the amusement of the affluent? Thanks to her husband, she is savoring this experience to the fullest. Once she completes her check-in today, she intends to transfer this sum back. He and her husband have decided to exploit the system's benefits, though it remains uncertain whether they will succeed. Regardless of the outcome, earning 200 million daily from check-ins is a certainty. A small eatery can prepare 20,000 servings of snacks, and if they work efficiently, they can be ready in just a morning. Thus, she sits in the warehouse awaiting the delivery. Beneath the blazing sun, even cats and dogs seek refuge in the shade, appearing lethargic. The greenery in the area droops, clearly parched for water. Zhou Choo-choo feels the heat too, but whether due to her enhanced physique or her unique abilities, she finds it bearable. Taking out an ice cream from her storage space provides instant relief from the sweltering heat. Indeed, summer and ice cream are a perfect match. An ice cream in summer can be a lifesaver. Although it may cost only a few dollars now in the apocalypse, an equivalent weight in gold might not even suffice for a single scoop, unless one endures the sweltering heat and plunges into the depths of cold, where icicles could freeze one to death. With time on her hands, she waits for various snacks to arrive while perusing the headlines on Tomato News. Upon reading, her eyes widen in astonishment. Shocking. Why is the Xinjiang Group selling off profitable publicly traded companies? Fong Corporation's President Fong Xixiang spends 500 billion to acquire a company under the Qin banner. Is this a sign of their rise? The foreign supercar industry Tevis is suspected to be under Qin's control. Song Ximin has been arrested with undeniable evidence of criminal activity. The Sun family is suspected of illegal business practices and has filed for bankruptcy. The Qin family is making significant moves, establishing experimental facilities in 32 remote mountains, with 300 scientists secretly dispatched. What is the Qin family's intention behind selling off their companies abroad? The Qin family has reached astonishing agreements for material purchases abroad. Goodness, Zhou Choo-choo exclaims. On Tomato News, Weibo, Baidu Baijia, and other mainstream media outlets, her husband Qin Ziyuan dominates the headlines, with 8 out of 10 news items featuring him. At that moment, her phone buzzes incessantly with a series of startling transfer notifications. Chapter 36. Qin Ziyuan's Design, China Agricultural Bank. Dear Ms. Zhou Choo-choo, your bank account ending in 4773 completed a transfer of 500 billion at 9:35 a.m. on September 26, 2035. Your balance is 563820000065332. China Agricultural Bank. Dear Ms. Zhou Choo-choo, your bank account ending in 4773 completed a transfer of 2 trillion at 9:36 a.m. on September 26, 2035. Your balance is 763820000065332. China Agricultural Bank. Dear Ms. Zhou Chuchu, your bank account ending in 4773 completed a transfer of 3 trillion at 9:37 a.m. on September 26, 2035. In a brief span, Zhou Chuchu's account amassed a staggering 27 trillion. She was not worried about absconding with the funds. Stunned, she sent a message to her husband. Dear husband, thank you for the generous gift. How did I suddenly acquire so much money? He quickly replied, I sold a couple of companies. TSK. Just look at that nonchalant tone. Compliments are free. My husband is truly impressive and wealthy. I'm utterly smitten. I mean, with this money, buying 10 aircraft carriers should be a breeze, right? He responded with utmost seriousness. This money could purchase 100,000 aircraft carriers. Zhou Chuchu was left speechless. She tapped on her phone. Hey, what would one even do with that? Even if I had the money, I couldn't buy one. He replied swiftly. I can buy 10 foreign ones. Zhou Chuchu was perplexed. Wait. Even if we bought 10 aircraft carriers, we wouldn't know how to use them. Just as she was about to send another message, Qin Ziyuan beat her to it. Busy, we'll discuss this at home tonight. Zhou Chuchu refrained from further disturbing him, thinking he couldn't possibly be serious about purchasing 10 aircraft carriers. She turned the idea over in her mind, dismissing it as impossible, convinced her husband was merely jesting. Meanwhile, on the other side of the phone, Qin Ziyuan was multitasking, rapidly issuing a series of commands, one of which indeed involved purchasing 10 aircraft carriers. Completely immersed in arranging various matters, he was interrupted by a commotion at the door. Miss Fong, you cannot enter. The secretary's voice rang out. But the door was still pushed open, and Fong Monru entered with a graceful stride and an air of elegance, her face displaying a hint of concern, albeit with minimal fluctuations in expression that did not mar her flawless makeup. Zigua, I heard you are selling off companies. What is happening? All those companies are profitable, she remarked, gesturing for the secretary to leave. The secretary stood there, eyes downcast, wary of losing his job if the president did not approve of his presence. Seeing the icy demeanor on Qin Ziyuan's face, the secretary internally lamented. Had he failed to prevent her from entering, he would certainly face a salary deduction. The secretary's presence was a nuisance to Fong Monru, who wished for privacy with Qin Ziyuan during her visits. Qin Ziyuan's expression was frigid, his words even colder. So what? Must I report my actions to you, Miss Fong? Fong Monru was momentarily taken aback, sensing a significant shift in his attitude. Previously, he had been distant yet cordial, treating her as a family friend. Now, his coldness seemed laced with disdain. Fong Monru felt a pang of discomfort and frustration. She quickly responded with tears welling in her eyes. Zigua, you know my mother often speaks without thinking, but she means no harm. My father and I reprimanded her yesterday. She will soon apologize to Aunt Lu. Our families have been close for years. It would be a pity to sever ties over such a trivial matter. Qin Ziyuan's gaze turned as frigid as ice, releasing a terrifying aura he had never exhibited towards Fong Monru before. She felt as though she were being scrutinized by a prehistoric predator. Her color drained as her heart raced, prompting her to retreat several steps, nearly stumbling. The secretary silently sympathized with her, recognizing that this was the demeanor of a boss confronting an enemy. He could only speculate about the misdeed she had committed. He felt no pity for her, merely contemplating how the boss's aura had intensified. He subtly distanced himself to avoid collateral damage. A trivial matter? My 2 children fell from 6 meters. That is insignificant? Qin Ziyuan's voice was colder, harsher, as if he were the king of the underworld. Fong Monru dared not meet his gaze, lowering her head in guilt, attempting to explain, Zigua, I didn't mean it that way. My point is, didn't my sister catch the 2 children afterward? Qin Ziyuan could no longer tolerate her interruptions. So you believe that makes it all right? Fong Monru was left speechless, for she had indeed thought so. She naturally considered it a minor issue, since the children were unharmed. Such trivial matters pale in comparison to the monumental event of Qin Ziyuan's divestiture of his company. She had meticulously prepared a plethora of heartfelt sentiments to express, such as the willingness of the Fong family to extend their aid in times of difficulty, her unwavering companionship to help him navigate any obstacles, and encouragement for him to remain optimistic, as his capabilities would undoubtedly lead him to future triumphs. However, all her carefully crafted words, poised to spill forth with tender emotion, were utterly disrupted by a few incisive retorts from Qin Ziyuan. No, she stammered. Ziyuan, please do not harbor resentment towards my mother. My father did invest 500 billion to acquire your company, and if you so desire, it remains yours. Qin Ziyuan's icy gaze fixed upon Fong Monru, causing her voice to dwindle to a whisper, eventually rendering her speechless. The sale of the company to Fong Shixiang for 500 billion was, in reality, a sum beneath the company's true worth, bearing a hint of opportunism. Yet, Qin Ziyuan still chose to sell it to him. One could only speculate that he must have encountered some insurmountable challenges for this typically stoic man to act in such a manner. Her words, ultimately, held little weight and were merely empty rhetoric. How could her father possibly reclaim the company, which had been mortgaged along with all of the Fong family's assets to secure the 500 billion loan from the bank? Such a scenario would only become feasible if they were to marry and become a single family. Qin Ziyuan possessed an acute understanding of Fong Monru's intentions. He could vividly foresee her motives through visions of the future. The woman who, in the pre-apocalyptic world, had beseeched him, professing her love, was now quick to abandon him upon witnessing his misfortune. Even when he approached her, pleading for a mere morsel of assistance, she scoffed and turned him away. Of course, he had never harbored any affection for her. Her actions stirred no emotional turmoil within him, merely reflecting the nature of humanity. What truly incensed him was her scheming against Zhou Chuchu, coupled with her blatant disregard for the lives of his children. He recalled various details that led him to a chilling conclusion. This woman had been orchestrating schemes against Chuchu, both before and after the apocalypse. Their subsequent misfortunes, children, parents, himself, and her, were all inextricably linked to her machinations. Even though the future events, likely altered by Zhou Chuchu's influence, may not unfold as predicted, he could not allow for any unforeseen circumstances. Just the incidents involving his children were sufficient to drive him to take decisive action. Although, on the surface, selling the company for 500 billion seemed a significant windfall for him, the task of restructuring the company would demand all his remaining energy and resources. With the impending apocalypse just a month away, the Fong family would stand no chance of mobilizing vast sums of money to seize essential supplies, as they had in a previous life. Their attempts to align themselves with the leaders of the New World would not yield the ease and comfort they once enjoyed. In Chapter 37, the atmosphere thickened with tension as Fong Monru, sensing Qin Ziyuan's silence and the weight of his piercing gaze, gathered her courage. Ziyuan, regardless of the circumstances, I will always support you and have faith in you. Zhou Chuchu could never do that. You must not disclose your plans about the company to her. Do not share the proceeds with her either. She is intent on divorcing you. If you mention these matters to her, it will only fuel her desire to leave. Initially, she cast furtive glances at Qin Ziyuan, but as she spoke, her conviction grew stronger, as if she genuinely had his best interests at heart. Suddenly, a commanding voice broke through the air. Enough. Secretary Zhong, remove her from the premises. Before Fong Monru could utter another word, Secretary Zhong Jinwei seized her arm, stating, Miss Fong, I regret to inform you, but you must leave. He forcibly escorted her out of the Qin Corporation building and instructed the security personnel at the front desk to treat her similarly in the future. Fong Monru nearly stumbled to the ground, her indignation boiling over. She had never been treated in such a manner before. Raising her gaze to the Qin Corporation building, she managed a smile, the fury dissipating as she dusted off her skirt. You must be upset, Qin Ziyuan. I refuse to believe that once you see her true nature, you will remain unmoved. Inside the office, Qin Ziyuan once again transferred a substantial sum to Zhou Chuchu, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the solid wood desk. Divorce? She will not. His unwavering certainty stemmed from the images he had glimpsed. Despite his disabilities, she had never wavered in her loyalty. In his most vulnerable moments, when he was at his lowest, she had remained steadfast. Now, her departure was inconceivable. As for the funds, they had all been transferred to his wife's account. Zhou Chuchu, after indulging in 3 ice creams, was greeted by a steady stream of food delivery trucks, each unloading an array of delectable treats: grilled fish, lamb chops, garlic chives, eggplants, spicy noodles, hot dry noodles, spicy hot pot, beef noodles, soup dumplings, shrimp dumplings, xiaomai rice noodles, pancakes, and fried dough sticks, all steaming and ready to be stored. By 3 in the afternoon, she had successfully transferred 20 million worth of snacks into her storage space. Though her physical condition was satisfactory, she was beginning to feel fatigued. Home, she thought, the moment of miracles is upon me. She had deduced the timing and location for sign-ins were fixed, within her home. What wonders might today a sign-in yield? Whether she could successfully exploit the system remained to be seen. Ultimately, all would be revealed upon her return home. She could hardly contain her excitement and sped towards her residence. However, upon reaching the entrance of her community, she encountered someone who left her utterly exasperated. Sun Qixuan, clutching 99 roses, confidently positioned himself in front of her car. Choo-choo, I concede. I've realized that I deeply love you. Let us begin anew. His face bore remnants of swelling, and as he smiled at Zhou Choo-choo, the bruised skin glistened with an unsettling hue. Oblivious to his own absurdity, he remained lost in his romantic persona. Zhou Choo-choo raised an eyebrow, unhesitatingly pressing the accelerator and careening towards Sun Qixuan. Startled, he rolled away just in time, leaving the 99 roses crushed beneath her wheels. She scoffed, Sun Qixuan. It seems your professed love for me is worth not a single dime. His expression shifted as he prepared to retort, but, recalling the imminent collapse of the Sun family, he stifled his anger. Rubbing his injured palm, he approached her sports car and declared, Do you remember this car? It was a gift from you on my birthday, a gesture that earned me great esteem among my friends. You even said you hoped I would take you stargazing in it. Today, I will fulfill that promise. He opened the car door, revealing an explosion of 999 roses inside. These 999 roses symbolize my enduring love for you. He gazed at Zhou Choo-choo with confidence. In his mind, the combination of a sports car and flowers was a surefire way to tug at the heartstrings of any woman, evoking thoughts of romance. This tactic had successfully ensnared numerous innocent girls in the past, only for him to later concoct excuses to end the relationships, leaving them in a state of confusion and self-doubt. Yet, he failed to realize that the current Zhou Choo-choo, having been reborn, felt no attachment to such superficial gestures. True love, she mused, was exemplified by her husband, directly transferring money, tangible and genuine. Adjusting her sunglasses to shield half her face, she cast a glance at the sports car, her heart aching. How had she been so blind to have gifted such a cursed object to him? Suddenly, memories of Sun Qixuan's birthday resurfaced, a distant recollection of a boy whose appearance had faded from her mind over time. She had only remembered him as he was. Yet, if that boy had transformed into this man, she would undoubtedly feel repulsed. Speaking of which, I almost forgot. This sports car cost me 1.5 million. You owe me. She now finds the car utterly repulsive. Repay the money. It is an absolute necessity. Sun Qixuan's expression darkened. He had come to extract funds from Zhou Choo-choo, not to give them away. Choo-choo, he softened his tone, attempting to sway her. My family has gone bankrupt. You must be unaware of this, right? Qin Ziyuan has inexplicably turned against my family, pursuing us relentlessly. This man is devoid of humanity. Choo-choo, being with him must be incredibly burdensome for you. Sun Qixuan feigned a pitiful demeanor, subtly disparaging Qin Ziyuan behind his back. I've come to a realization, Choo-choo. You are the one who truly cares for me. I want to marry you. I wish to take you as my wife. I swear I will treat you well, even if you bring your 2 children along. I will embrace them as my own. I am in dire need of you, Choo-choo. Chapter 38. Darling, do you ever regret it? Sun Qixuan spoke heartfelt nonsense that even he found hard to believe, hoping to touch Zhou Choo-choo's heart. Zhou Choo-choo removed her sunglasses, revealing her exquisite face. A beautiful woman in a luxury car. What more could one desire? Sun Qixuan was momentarily stunned, his expression betraying a hint of sincerity, infused with more genuine emotion. The primary reason being that Zhou Choo-choo appeared more stunning than before, more youthful, as if time had reversed for her. Age had left no mark. Rather, it seemed to rejuvenate her. While her physical beauty flourished, her inner essence had matured into a cold, piercing allure. He was momentarily captivated, realizing that she might possess a charm surpassing that of Feng Monru. His heart raced with anticipation as he gazed at Zhou Choo-choo. Yet she was nearly repulsed to the point of nausea. She severely doubted her own judgment for ever finding this man appealing. Are you out of your mind, Sun Qixuan? You expect me to marry you? Have you not awakened from your slumber? Am I to abandon my dashing, capable husband for you, a mere waste of space? Go, eat dirt. Zhou Choo-choo did not hesitate to drive away. This time, no security dared to obstruct her. They respectfully opened the gate to the villa complex. Choo-choo, Choo-choo. Sun Qixuan was taken aback and hastily pursued her. Zhou Choo-choo turned back, and Sun Qixuan quickly donned a smile. If you don't repay the 1.5 million, I will sue you. You wouldn't want to be labeled a deadbeat, would you? His smile froze. Choo-choo, are you truly that ruthless? Being deemed a deadbeat by the court would spell doom for him. Ruthless? Zhou Choo-choo scoffed, her gaze as frigid as ice. I can be even harsher. If you don't leave, don't blame me for slapping you. Sun Qixuan shuddered at her fierce glare, touching his cheek in pain. He finally recalled that this woman, for reasons unknown, possessed an extraordinary strength. Those 2 slaps were unbearable. Unwilling to concede defeat, he attempted to enter the community, but was halted by Old Feng. I'm sorry, this is an upscale community. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted entry. Sun Qixuan felt compelled to maintain an image before Zhou Choo-choo. But in front of Old Feng, he revealed his true self. Who do you think you are, just a security guard? How dare you stop me? Old Feng, unperturbed, cast a glance at Sun Qixuan. I am nothing significant, but if you dare to trespass, you are invading private property. Sun Qixuan's face shifted between shades of red and green before he finally snorted and drove away. Upon returning home, the security house's personnel were working overtime, boxes of high-end materials being secretly delivered to the villa. Zhou Choo-choo surveyed the increasingly fortified security house, her heart filled with delight. This would be her family's sanctuary, a true bastion of safety. After a quick inspection, she anxiously awaited today's check-in. Her husband had transferred a staggering 30 trillion to her. Would the system deem this amount invalid? As the time arrived, the system initiated the check-in. She heard the familiar ding, her heart leaping. Her palms grew sweaty. Congratulations on successfully checking in. You have received 30 trillion renminbi, along with 6 doses of physical enhancement serum. It worked. She successfully reaped the benefits from the system, her account swelling to 60 trillion. She quickly shared this wonderful news with her husband. Screenshot sent. Darling, I did it. Praise me. Smug, the man, who had initially planned to discuss matters at home later that night, responded promptly after seeing her message. Choo-choo, you are remarkable. You've outperformed my hard-earned money. Zhou Choo-choo felt bashful at the compliment. She had never realized Qin Ziyuan could be so gracious. Her heart swelled with pride and joy. Oh, it's still you. Dear husband, who knows how to earn money. Without your efforts, I wouldn't have this opportunity. Zhou Choo-choo swiftly transferred the funds. This amount included the money from Qin Ziyuan's company sale. While she was unaware of his exact plans, it was undoubtedly a series of significant actions that required capital. As for her, a mere 10 billion daily would suffice. Just 10 minutes after transferring the money, Qin Ziyuan sent her another transfer. This time it was 100 trillion. I sold 5 more companies overseas. Remarkable. Zhou Choo-choo exclaimed internally. They were really going to drain the system dry. However, she welcomed it. United as a couple, they would reap the system's rewards together. What bliss! As she joyfully counted how many zeros were in 100 trillion, a thought suddenly struck her. Although she had demonstrated her infinite storage space and her plant-based abilities to Qin Ziyuan, the notion of an apocalypse was still hard to accept. Just based on her few words, Qin Ziyuan dared to execute a series of significant actions, liquidating profitable companies. What was the difference between this and Rin Jingfei selling Huawei or Ma Huadeng selling Tencent? After the apocalypse, these companies would undoubtedly cease operations, as the harsh reality of survival would render global enterprises obsolete. With people struggling to survive, who would have time to run a company? In the future, these companies would be worthless. Yet, the signs of an impending apocalypse were currently absent. When people finally recognized the danger and sought to exchange companies for money and supplies, it would be too late, like a landslide. Moreover, the value of money would plummet within a year, eventually becoming as worthless as scrap paper. What would truly hold value would be various survival resources and crystal cores. Qin Ziyuan's decisiveness and lack of sentimentality in selling off the companies at the right moment were beyond her expectations. She fiddled with her phone, inexplicably asking, "Dearest husband, if the apocalypse doesn't arrive in the future, will you regret selling these companies?" After posing the question, she fixated her gaze on her phone. There was a long silence on the other end. She began to regret her impulsive inquiry. Why had she asked him this? Just as she was about to give up hope, his reply came through. No regrets. If in the future, natural disasters and man-made calamities do not befall us, then it would be a golden age, and how blissful it would be for our children to live in such a world. If disaster does not come, I shall become a leisurely, wealthy gentleman, traveling the world with you. As Qin Ziyuan expressed this, Zhou Chuchu could distinctly hear the rapid beating of her own heart, so urgent, so intense. She began to envision the beauty of their travels around the world together, but alas, such fantasies shattered like bubbles. A global tour was impossible. The apocalypse is inevitable. They could not abandon their preparations to indulge in leisure. They had elderly parents to care for, children to raise, and burdens to shoulder, facing formidable challenges ahead. Sensing her emotional shift, Qin Ziyuan sent another message. Starting tomorrow, a substantial amount of supplies will arrive from abroad, and it will be quite a task for you. Zhou Chuchu, momentarily shaken from her despondency, focused intently on what Qin Ziyuan had mentioned. How many supplies did you purchase? With Qin Ziyuan using the term substantial, it must be considerable. What kind of supplies could he possibly be acquiring? Her mind was ablaze with curiosity, eager to know. However, the individual on the other end of the phone merely replied with 4 dismissive words, "We'll talk when you return home." No matter how hard she tried to pry information from him, he ceased to respond. Zhou Chuchu glared at her phone, exasperated by such a person who ignited her curiosity only to vanish. Yet, his words indeed bore weight. Zhou Chuchu began to contemplate what he might have bought. As she pondered, a sharp voice pierced the air. "What are you all doing? No renovations allowed, do you hear? What have you done to this perfectly fine villa?" Chapter 39. Playing tricks?
Take a slap.
This voice, initially familiar, quickly became recognizable as her memory resurfaced, matching the intruder's appearance. It was the nanny, Tang Ying. Her gaze instantly turned frigid as ice. How dare Tang Ying return? How audacious of her! Tang Ying, around 40, donned a silk dress, her hair styled and dyed, with exquisite makeup and a heavy gold bracelet adorning her wrist. Upon entering and witnessing the transformed villa, she assumed the role of the mistress, barking orders, even attempting to halt the work of the security personnel. However, these employees were working for the Qin family and had no obligation to heed her. Moreover, they communicated in a foreign language that Tang Ying could not comprehend. Seeing that no one paid her any mind, Tang Ying attempted to snatch a welding tool from a worker, only to be pushed back. She then threw a tantrum, screaming, "Murder! Murder! Murder!" The staff, bewildered, stood there, unsure of how to respond. "Ignore her. Just continue your work," Zhou Chuchu advised the worker in English, and he gratefully distanced himself from Tang Ying, returning to his tasks. Zhou Chuchu crossed her arms, coldly observing Tang Ying rolling on the ground, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. Subsequently, she dialed a number. "Old phone. Someone has intruded into my home. Please come and remove her." Tang Ying sprang to her feet, her eyes wide as she pointed at Zhou Chuchu. "I am the nanny of this household. Neither Qin Go nor Lu Jia has said anything about me leaving. How dare you try to expel me?" Having served as the Qin family's nanny for many years, Tang Ying had been there long before Zhou Chuchu married into the family. Leveraging her seniority and being 15 years older than Zhou Chuchu, she acted with arrogance when the in-laws were absent, bullying Zhou Chuchu. After Zhou Chuchu gave birth to 2 children, Tang Ying secretly consumed the bird's nest and sea cucumber prepared by the in-laws for her, pilfered jewelry gifted to Zhou Chuchu, and even drank the children's formula and nutritional supplements, serving them spoiled food and water, which led to the children frequently suffering from stomach pains and illnesses. When alone, she would secretly pinch and hit the children, causing them to cry in terror at her presence. The children were too young to articulate their suffering until Zhou Chuchu discovered the truth and confronted her in a heated argument. However, Tang Ying ran to the in-laws, falsely accusing Zhou Chuchu of framing her. Fortunately, the in-laws chose to believe Zhou Chuchu and decisively expelled her, taking personal care of the children. Zhou Chuchu's feelings towards Tang Ying were primarily disdainful, but the events that transpired in the wake of the apocalypse revealed Tang Ying's utter depravity, igniting a mix of hatred and fury within her. Tang Ying, hailing from the same region as the in-laws, had faced hardship after losing her husband in a car accident. Out of pity, the in-laws had welcomed her into their home as a nanny, providing her with accommodation and a monthly salary of 20,000. This not only allowed her to enroll the children in prestigious schools but also afforded her a lavish lifestyle, driving luxury cars, wearing high-end clothing, and dining on exquisite delicacies. Yet, she became arrogant, forgetting her humble origins, and took the in-laws' kindness for granted, considering herself the second mistress of the Qin family. After her expulsion, the in-laws still offered her a compensation of 200,000 out of compassion, but instead of feeling gratitude, she harbored resentment. Following the apocalypse, she often threatened the elderly couple for money and supplies, displaying abusive behavior towards her children. Upon their return, the in-laws were horrified to see the children's numerous injuries, old wounds compounded by new ones, causing them immense pain. In her past life, Zhou Chuchu had been too preoccupied with her own survival to seek revenge. Yet, in this life, she had not sought out Tang Ying, who had now come knocking on her door. With this thought, Zhou Chuchu regarded Tang Ying, her eyes brimming with menace. Tang Ying, feeling the intensity of Zhou Chuchu's gaze, shivered momentarily, but quickly reassured herself that Zhou Chuchu, with her delicate demeanor, posed no real threat. Her defiance flared up. What kind of look is that? Are you challenging me? Let me tell you, according to the labor contract law, you cannot dismiss me without cause. That would be illegal. I demand compensation from the Qin family. Zhou Chuchu, incensed, chuckled in disbelief. And how much do you think we owe you? Tang Ying's eyes darted, and she extended her hand. 500,000, no. At least 1 million. Zhou Chuchu scoffed. What have you done to warrant 1 million? Tang Ying, obstinate, shouted, I don't care. The Qin family has plenty of money. You can't bully me like this. You must give me an explanation. If you don't compensate me, I'll expose you all and refuse to leave. She plopped down on the floor. Zhou Chuchu, coldly regarding this rogue, seized her arm and began to drag her outside. Tang Ying's heart raced. She never expected this typically meek woman would confront her so boldly. In retaliation, she grasped Zhou Chuchu's hair, exclaiming, You dare touch me? I'll tear you apart. Zhou Chuchu would not indulge her and delivered a sharp slap that left Tang Ying's head ringing, her cheeks swollen, and her demeanor subdued. Zhou Chuchu tossed Tang Ying outside with considerable force, causing her to land unceremoniously on the ground. The commotion surrounding the Qin family's secure abode attracted a throng of elderly onlookers, bored socialites, and idly gossiping individuals. Unaware of the true situation within the villa, they assumed renovations were underway, especially with Qin Ziyuan's recent acquisition of the neighboring villa and the swift transfer of furniture. As Zhou Chuchu ejected Tang Ying, the crowd buzzed with excitement, akin to flies drawn to blood. Isn't that the Qin family's nanny? What happened to her face? Did she get hit? What on earth is going on in the Qin household? Selling businesses, buying villas. What's next? Just a few measly coins to burn. That Qin family wife is becoming increasingly brazen, devoid of any moral compass. She struck the wife of the Fong family yesterday, and now the nanny today. Indeed, if they continue this way, disaster is sure to follow. With Tang Ying being a long-standing member of the household, older than Zhou Chuchu, how could she be struck without consequence? Initially quiet, Tang Ying, upon hearing the crowd's support, began to wail louder. Oh, the injustice. After all these years of dedicated service to the Qin family, what have I received in return? Help me, everyone. Is it right to bully someone like this? Just because the Qin family is wealthy, they think they can mistreat me? Chapter 40. Call the police? Excellent. That will send you straight to jail. The onlookers, whether Tang Ying's claims held any truth, were only interested in what they wished to hear, eager to occupy the moral high ground and condemn others. Tang Ying's words provided them with the perfect justification to criticize Zhou Chuchu and the Qin family. The youth of today exhibit an alarming degree of cruelty. The moral fabric of society is deteriorating. The Qin family, once prosperous, now seems to have reached its nadir. What positive outcome can possibly arise from such actions? While the elders of the Qin family may still hold some merit, their son and daughter-in-law fall woefully short. The son is perpetually averted from eye contact, and the daughter-in-law resorts to violence against the elderly and the housekeeper. Initially, the Qin family's daughter-in-law feigned tranquility, but appearances can be deceiving. I have observed her in compromising situations with men outside. It is likely she has someone on the side. The Qin family is indeed declining, having sold a well-managed business for an astonishing 500 billion. How much is that? 500 billion? That has drained the sweat and toil of countless individuals. With the revelation of Qin Ziyuan's company selling for 500 billion, the attendees grew increasingly agitated, filled with envy and resentment, their words becoming ever more vehement. Feigning sorrow on the ground, Tang Ying's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this, her avarice igniting within her. She thought to herself, I have served as a housekeeper for nearly a decade within the Qin family, thus I am half a member myself. Yet, upon my departure, they merely offered me 200,000. This is unacceptable. I must receive my share of that 500 billion. At least 300 million. No, 10 billion. They owe me 10 billion. She was convinced that the Qin family owed her a substantial compensation. Crying louder, her tears and snot mingling, she appeared genuinely heartbroken and wronged. Oh, how I suffer. How unjustly I am treated. Witnesses, this daughter-in-law of the Qin family strikes me. I am a lone orphan, and she dares to humiliate me. Justice must prevail. The consequences of their actions will inevitably befall their children. Tang Ying wailed and cursed. Initially, Zhou Chuchu remained unfazed, her heart untouched by the words of Tang Ying or the neighbors. However, when Tang Ying cursed the children, it struck a nerve within Zhou Chuchu. She swiftly approached, seizing Tang Ying's clothing and delivering 2 resounding slaps. Tang Ying screamed as if slaughtered, retreating in panic, yet Zhou Chuchu continued, striking her twice more. Only after instilling fear did she release Tang Ying, as though discarding a dead dog. Her gaze swept across the onlookers, who shrank back under her piercing stare. Particularly those who had been so vociferous moments earlier, now avoiding her gaze. Having been coddled for years, they had lost their bravado. Who would dare meet Zhou Chuchu's eyes? Observing the silence of those who had just been so loud, Tang Ying grew frantic, her fear of being struck overshadowed by her greed. She opened her mouth, now toothless from the blows, to accuse Zhou Chuchu. She hit me. You all saw it. She openly defies the law. I will report her to the police. Zhou Chuchu responded with a cold laugh, dismissing the accusation and flipping the blame back. Without further ado, she produced several videos on her phone, revealing Tang Ying's figure stealthily entering the master bedroom, rummaging through belongings and stealing a necklace. In that moment, Tang Ying fell silent, her pain forgotten, her mouth agape, unable to utter a word as she pointed at the video. Zhou Chuchu continued to reveal more clips, most depicting Tang Ying stealing, while others showed her mistreating children. She presented her phone to the meddlesome neighbors, demanding they witness the truth. Open your eyes and see clearly. This is the woman who has been in my home. Each item she stole is worth over 300,000. We have shown her extraordinary leniency by not sending her to prison. And she dares to return and act like a tyrant. Fine, if she wants to call the police, I will do it myself. Zhou Chuchu called 110 without hesitation. The tide of public opinion shifted drastically. After all this time, it was she who had stolen from the Qin family. Such a housekeeper is utterly unworthy. She even harmed children. How unfortunate for the Qin family to have employed such a venomous maid. We have all been deceived. She is merely a villain attempting to deflect blame. Tang Ying's complexion shifted from green to pale. Her eyes filled with hatred as she glared at Zhou Chuchu before turning to flee. She was acutely aware of the value of those jewels, already sold. The money long gone. If the police intervened, she would have no means to evade justice. Forget about extorting 10 billion from the Qin family. She would find herself in prison instead. Why linger? Yet, after just a few steps, she stumbled over a protruding stone, falling headlong. In her panic, she glanced down, finding no roots, only cracked blue bricks. Ignoring the oddity, she attempted to rise and escape, but was restrained by the approaching Uncle Foam. Thank you, Uncle Foam. Zhou Chuchu expressed her gratitude. If Tang Ying escaped, capturing her again would be far more difficult. It would take at least 5 years before she could be dealt with. Zhou Chuchu wished to avoid such complications. Let's take her to the security office. When the police arrive, we will hand her over. Zhou Chuchu nodded. Thank you for your help. Tang Ying, despondent and struggling fiercely, found Uncle Feng's grip as unyielding as a vice. She suddenly knelt before Zhou Chuchu, repeatedly bowing her head. Madame Zhou, I implore you, show mercy. I was momentarily foolish. If you let me go, I will return the money. Zhou Chuchu fixed her with a cold stare and rebuked her. When my in-laws sent you away, they even provided you with compensation. You should feel ashamed, never to show your face before us again. You could have lived a peaceful life, yet you chose to be ungrateful, daring to return and cause a ruckus. The actions of Tang Ying towards her in-laws and children had filled Zhou Chuchu with resentment. Now, having walked into her own trap, Tang Ying stood no chance of escape. The value of those jewels was enough to imprison her for several years. Uncle Feng, take her away. Uncle Feng nodded and led Tang Ying away, coincidentally encountering Zhou Chuchu's in-laws returning from outside. Tang Ying's expression brightened at the sight of the 2 children, attempting to play the emotional card, Linlin, Zizi. The children, upon seeing her, trembled in fright and rushed into Zhou Chuchu's embrace. Tang Ying's face stiffened as she began pleading with the elders. Brother Qin, Sister Lu, I beg you to forgive me. After all, I have worked for your family for so many years. If I end up in prison, what will happen to my children? Please, show kindness and spare me this once. I promise never to do such things again. I will return and honor you every day. Tang Ying's desperate pleas appeared genuinely pitiful. The elders hesitated, their hearts wavering. Zhou Chuchu, holding the trembling children, decided to show them the videos she had withheld from the elders. As they watched Tang Ying strike and mistreat the children, their expressions darkened, and all sympathy for Tang Ying dissipated. Chapter 41. What is happiness? Tang Ying was taken away by the police. Zhou Chuchu, with the two children in her arms, entered a neighboring villa with her in-laws. This villa was slightly smaller than their home, but would suffice for their stay of 20 or so days. Once inside, her father-in-law, Qin Zhuangming, casually inquired, "Has that scoundrel transferred the money from the company sale to you?" Zhou Chuchu nodded, quickly responding, "Yes, he has given me everything." Qin Zhuangming sighed in relief and refrained from further questioning. He made no mention of his son's decision to sell the company
To him.
since he had entrusted the Qin enterprise to his son. It was entirely within his son's purview, and he had complete confidence in him. If his son chose to sell the company, there must be a valid reason behind it. The son was never one to lack discernment. Moreover, the achievements of the Qin family today are solely due to his endeavors. As for Tang Ying, all three of them tacitly chose to disregard that ungrateful misfortune. In the evening, Zhou Chuchu deftly began preparing a meal with the vegetables she had planted. The two children, upon seeing her at work, rushed to the kitchen. One, standing on tiptoe, asked Mommy, "Are you making those delicious dishes like yesterday?" The other, clutching a vegetable, exclaimed, "Mommy, let me help you." Zhou Chuchu looked at her children, love unconsciously radiating from her eyes. "Yes, Linlin, Mommy is indeed preparing the vegetables she planted." "Zizi, thank you. I truly need your assistance. Please wash the mushrooms." Zizi immediately seized 2 large mushrooms, fetched a basin, filled it with water, and began to wash the vegetables. Linlin found it entertaining and quickly grabbed 2 large mushrooms to wash as well. The 2 little ones, treating the task as a game, splashed water onto their clothes without a care. Zhou Chuchu smiled, trusting the children with the mushrooms, while she attended to other ingredients, concerned that she might tire. Her mother-in-law joined in to help, chopping chicken pieces and gutting fish. Amidst their playful banter, the meal came together beautifully. There was steamed pumpkin, spicy stir-fried pork with peppers, sweet and sour shredded potatoes, hand-torn cabbage, steamed base with scallions, and a pot of mushrooms simmered with a little chicken. The dishes were a feast for the senses, all perfectly executed, save for the mushrooms, which varied in size. As the meal was completed, dusk had fallen, and Qin Ziyuan returned home from work. Daddy, Mommy is amazing. She has prepared such a delicious spread," Zizi exclaimed as she leaped into Qin Ziyuan's embrace, tilting her head with pride. Qin Ziyuan surveyed the table laden with food, the smiling Zhou Chuchu, and the 2 joyful children, feeling a warm and relaxed atmosphere enveloping their home. He paused for a moment, a resolute light flickering in his eyes. The grim images of the future should not be his shackles, but rather a shield to protect this happiness, reminding him to remain steadfast. He walked over, cradling the children, and they enjoyed their dinner together. As was customary, Qin Ziyuan busied himself after the meal. Zhou Chuchu initially intended to inquire about supplies but opted not to rush. Instead, she immersed herself in online shopping, placing orders on various platforms, Alibaba, JD, Pinduoduo, TikTok shopping with fervor. Suddenly, she felt someone watching her. Looking up, she saw Linlin and Zizi, their little faces peering anxiously at her while holding picture books. Their expressions were a mix of fear and expectation as they exchanged glances. Finally, it was her son, Qin Zihao, who cautiously stepped forward and asked, "Mommy, our kindergarten teacher asked parents to read picture books to their children. Would you read to us?" His sister, Qin Yueshi, quickly added, "It will only take a little bit of your time." The 2 little ones were apprehensive, fearing Zhou Chuchu would decline again. She had already turned them down multiple times, and another refusal might extinguish their hopes forever. Zhou Chuchu, sensing their timid gazes, felt a pang of guilt and sorrow. How many mistakes had she made in the past? She truly felt unworthy of being the mother of these 2 little angels. The children gazed at her with hopeful eyes, and as her silence lingered, their brightness dimmed. Just as they were about to leave the room, Zhou Chuchu patted the bed and opened her arms. Come here. Mommy will read you a picture book and tell you a story. Instantly, their eyes lit up and they joyfully rushed to cuddle beside her. Zhou Chuchu began narrating the tales of the nine-colored deer, Nez's tumultuous journey in the sea, and the exploits of Sun Wukong in the heavenly palace. Initially, the children listened intently, but gradually, sleepiness overcame them and they dozed off against her. Zhou Chuchu put the picture book away, settled them comfortably, and inhaled their faint milky scent, soon drifting into a sweet slumber herself. When Qin Ziyuan returned to their room after finishing his tasks, he was met with the sight of his wife and children peacefully asleep, his expression softening immensely. Regardless of the past or the haunting images of the future, he had never treated the children with such tenderness. In those visions of the future, when the children returned at the age of 9, despite their enduring love for her, they had become timid and reserved after enduring 5 years of hardship, afraid to express their affection. The 5 years lost in their childhood had rendered them strangers to her, unsure of how to convey love to one another. It was a heartbreaking reality for a family that should have been filled with love. Yet now, the sight of the three of them nestled together in slumber represented the very source of happiness he vowed to protect. He lost track of time, watching them, until Zhou Chuchu stirred awake, her eyes half open. Naturally, she turned her body and pulled him closer. The children are sleeping with us tonight. Good thing the bed is large. You should sleep too. After a yawn, she settled back down into a deep sleep. Qin Ziyuan smiled in response, though she did not hear him. Their rest was blissful. In her dreams, Zhou Chuchu finally broke free from the relentless nightmares, envisioning a vibrant family life amidst an apocalyptic world. She couldn't help but chuckle softly, waking herself with a smile. When she opened her eyes, it was 4 a.m. Her husband lay with his eyes closed, and the children were sleeping soundly. She quietly slipped out from under the thin blanket, carefully covering her husband and children before heading to the garden. After feeding the plants some sugar, she swiftly returned to the room. As she left, Qin Ziyuan opened his eyes, and upon her return, he feigned sleep. Once Zhou Chuchu climbed back into bed, he draped his arm over her, a gesture that signaled he was awake. Zhou Chuchu instinctively wrapped her arms around his, and in the stillness of the night, an unspoken understanding flowed between them. She refrained from mentioning her visit to the garden to nourish the plants with her abilities. Knowing he had already noticed, she was not deliberately avoiding him. He understood but chose not to voice it, treating it as a small intrigue between spouses. In the morning, drink the milk I prepared for you before heading to the office. Each family member gets a cup, and I've added a physique-enhancing potion to it. She had prepared 6 doses of the physique-enhancing potion for her family, aiming to boost their chances of survival in the impending apocalypse. Even with her meticulous preparations, she refused to underestimate any potential disaster that the end of the world might bring. Chapter 42. The Terror of the Apocalypse. My heart aches how terrifying are the natural disasters of the apocalypse. Each one seems directed at the extinction of humanity. Intense heat, bitter cold, torrential rain, floods, earthquakes, typhoons, tsunamis, and the subsequent mutations of flora and fauna, along with the tidal waves of zombies. Any single disaster could wipe out millions or even billions of lives. By the time she met her end in her past life, the survivors on Earth numbered less than 1/10 of the population. Some countries, particularly island nations, were completely submerged after tsunamis struck. Even when humanity awakened their abilities, their circumstances grew increasingly dire. A great prophet foretold that, in the end, perhaps only a few million A-grade superhumans would survive. How cruel and horrific this reality is. With a global population of 7 billion, it was shocking that only a few 100,000 could endure. Thus, at the very least, she must enhance her family's survival rate to withstand the despairing apocalypse. In the apocalypse, aside from combating natural disasters, one must also guard against the moral decay of humanity. Without robust physiques and corresponding means of defense, any resources discovered could become original sins, leading to their complete consumption by others. In her past life, simply planting vegetables in her garden had attracted unwanted attention. Not to mention her current extensive purchases, which had already drawn the notice of others. Perhaps they are unaware of her actions now, but once the apocalypse descends, they will certainly come to their senses. They will resort to thievery, robbery, and seizing what is not theirs, when survival becomes a struggle. Some individuals are capable of committing unspeakable acts, breaking down doors, committing arson, slaughtering, plundering, and annihilating entire families, The grim realities of the apocalypse are far too numerous. It mirrors her previous life, where she and her family met a tragically bloody end. With such thoughts, she deeply feels that no amount of planning is sufficient. There must be more, much more. With her mind preoccupied, she drifted in and out of sleep until dawn broke. She rose, prepared milk for her family, and took out the pale blue body enhancement elixir that shimmered like starlight. She poured a portion into her milk and raised her glass to drink. As the milk warmed her insides, it was a different kind of warmth than the external heat. It was the gentle heat of her cells releasing energy from nourishment. It was not uncomfortable. If she did not pay attention, it would be difficult to perceive. It seemed the elixir's effects were not overwhelming, but rather a gradual enhancement of her physique. This reassured her. Zhou Chuchu nodded. Indeed, the system's products were reliable. Having undergone numerous experiments in her past life, she was acutely sensitive to how medicines reacted within her body, quickly discerning that this was indeed a valuable concoction. While potent medicines were not necessarily bad, they carried greater risks and side effects. Thus, a gradual approach, akin to a gentle nurturing, was far preferable. Just as she was adding the remaining elixirs to the milk, two lively voices called out from behind her. "Mommy, you're awake. Mommy, you look so beautiful today." The twins had risen after spending the night with their parents, and they were clearly more affectionate towards her today. "Come quickly for your milk and breakfast," Zhou Chuchu beckoned. Zizi wrinkled her little nose. "Mommy, I don't like milk." Meanwhile, Lin Lin decisively went over and drank all of his milk. It was evident that the inseparable twins had different preferences. Zhou Chuchu patted her daughter's bun and pointed to the milk, saying, "Sweetheart, this contains the milk guardian. After you drink it, the guardian will protect our bodies."
Zizi hesitated. Really?
Is that true? Having already drunk his milk, Lin Lin nodded vigorously. "Yes, sister. I can already feel the guardian protecting me." Upon hearing this, Zizi's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly gulped down her milk. Grandparents walked over with smiles, not exposing Zhou Chuchu's little white lie, and said, "Grandma and Grandpa will also drink milk so that the guardian can protect us." The elderly couple consumed their milk, recognizing the effort Zhou Chuchu had put into preparing it, naturally refusing to decline. Qin Ziyuan emerged, fully dressed, glanced at the milk, and understood that Zhou Chuchu had added the body enhancement elixir. He lifted his glass for a taste, and his expression deepened in contemplation as he finished it entirely. He had clearly discerned the elixir's potency. His curiosity and gratitude for Zhou Chuchu grew. With this elixir, the hidden ailments of his parents would be eradicated, and the children would thrive, a feat he could not achieve alone, yet she accomplished it effortlessly. The vegetables she grew were also infused with beneficial energies, providing long-term nourishment to enhance their bodies. The combination yielded even greater results. After the family finished breakfast, Qin Ziyuan declared, "Chuchu, I must head to work now. I'll return by 3 p.m. to pick you up." He embraced the twins and left. The grandparents took the children to kindergarten. Although the twins wished to stay with their mother, they understood that adults had their responsibilities. Seeing their reluctance, Zhou Chuchu felt a pang of sorrow.
Lin Lin, Zizi.
"Once I finish my tasks, I'll take you to the amusement park, the zoo, and the aquarium." With the onset of the apocalypse, these child-friendly places had become completely abandoned. There was no opportunity to visit them. The children had never experienced such joys, and they harbored regrets that lingered until their last moments. In this life, she was determined to fulfill her children's wishes, ensuring they enjoyed themselves before the impending doom. Their eyes brightened, and they hugged Zhou Chuchu, showering her with kisses. "Long live Mommy. You're amazing." The little ones were filled with anticipation, hopping to school while frequently glancing back. Observing their joy, Zhou Chuchu thought, "Perhaps I should store a few amusement parks in my space?" Merely having amusement parks is insufficient. Various toys must also be prepared. And of course, I must not neglect their studies. Books are essential, not to mention practice workbooks. Like any concerned mother, Zhou Chuchu aimed for her children to enjoy themselves while ensuring their education and knowledge were not compromised. Thus, she promptly drove out, entering a frenzy of shopping. She first cleared out several large amusement parks and then emptied high-end toy stores, libraries, art supply shops, and music stores, practice workbooks, learning devices, and online courses. Everything was bought. Quality education must not be overlooked. This was all an expression of a mother's profound love for her children. While Zhou Chuchu was in the midst of her shopping spree, Zhang Deong, the son of old Lady Luo, along with a few thugs, had set their sights on her vehicle. Chapter 43. Do you wish to go to jail? Their eyes widened as they beheld the striking sports car parked at the store entrance, a limited edition Maserati. One thug pulled out his phone to search the car, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow. Maserati MC20, worth $3.86 million. This is insane wealth. Brother Yong, what exactly is this woman you've asked me to keep an eye on? How can she afford such luxury?" The thugs' faces were filled with curiosity and greed. They were desperate for money, and Zhang Daong had spotted a prime target. Just how much could they gain? Standing across the street, Zhang Daong wore a grim expression, yet his greed intensified. He glanced at the Maserati, his heart racing with the thrill of anticipation that it would soon belong to him, excitement flushing his face. He watched Zhou Chuchu enter a high-end musical instrument store, and soon after, the shop became bustling as various instruments were packed into a delivery truck. This scenario had unfolded several times before. Every time Zhou Chuchu entered a store, a truck would arrive shortly after to load up merchandise. The sight left Zhang Daong's gang in a state of disbelief. Brother Yong, what is happening? Is she really buying all this? My God, how much is this costing? Even if she buys trash, this is worth a fortune. One of them recalled how a wealthy relative's daughter had spent 100,000 yuan on a guitar, flaunting it everywhere. Surely she can't be buying all this? What does she need so much for? As Zhang Daong puffed on a cigarette, each inhale sent a sharp pain through his abdomen, a reminder of Qin Ziyuan's kick. Hearing his companion's chatter, he took a deep drag, feeling the agony intensify, leading to a violent cough. Once he regained his breath, he noticed Zhou Chuchu entering a nearby educational materials store, and the same situation unfolded once more. He felt a mix of fury and anguish, as if Zhou Chuchu were spending his money. Indeed, it was his money. This extravagant woman had an uncanny ability to spend. He realized he needed to execute his plan quickly, or she would squander every last coin. Gentlemen, when the opportunity arises and no one is around, we shall ambush her. I will launch a surprise attack from behind, using anesthetics to cover her mouth and nose. Afterward, we will take her to the suburban location I have rented. Once the deed is done, I will reward each of you with 100,000. The gang members, upon hearing of the 100,000 reward, were stirred with excitement. However, glancing at the cargo trucks and the conspicuous sports car, they exchanged looks, deeming the sum insufficient. No way, Brother Yong. It's not that we don't want to help, but your offer is too meager. Zhang Daong shot a fierce glare at the ruffian who spoke, wishing to take not a single penny. Yet, recalling the words of his mother, old Lady Luo, that Zhou Chuchu would receive 500 million after her divorce, he thought that 500,000 was not out of the question. 500,000 is too much. At most, I can offer you 300,000. If you refuse, I will find someone else. The ruffians grew anxious. No, brother, 300,000 it is. Zhang Daong scoffed, saying, she is merely a pampered woman. Once she is alone, it will be a simple matter to drag her into our vehicle. She won't even have the strength to resist. It's such an easy task. And you will each earn 300,000. What a windfall. Naturally, Zhang Daong refrained from revealing Zhou Chuchu's identity. If he did, these fools might mishandle the situation. At that moment, Zhou Chuchu happened to emerge from the supply store. They stood at a distance, unable to clearly see her features, but her graceful figure radiated a luminous whiteness. The ruffian's gazes instantly turned lecherous. Brother Yong, you can't possibly be thinking of her. This woman is wealthy and has an alluring figure. You certainly have an eye for beauty. Once you're satisfied, could you perhaps share some pleasure with us? These ruffians had previously committed numerous misdeeds alongside Zhang Daong, ranging from disposing of bodies in nightclubs to even trafficking children during desperate times. They felt no resistance to such actions and instead considered Zhang Daong as target to be a splendid opportunity. Zhang Daong, however, had no intention of sharing Zhou Chuchu. He had seen her beauty and had no interest in sharing such a treasure with anyone unless he grew weary of it. As Zhou Chuchu drove away, they quickly hopped into their rented vehicle and closely followed her. Zhou Chuchu had sensed several malicious gazes directed at her from the start. Her instincts, honed from surviving the apocalypse, made her acutely aware of hostility, which had become second nature to her. Moreover, having awakened her S-rank ability as a plant manipulator, although she and T fed her powers to the nearby plants, they naturally gravitated towards her. warning her with the flowing wind. She soon discovered Zhang Daong and his crew. To avoid alarming them, she pretended to remain oblivious, continuing her procurement of supplies while discreetly contacting her husband. Dearest husband, I'm in trouble. Old Lady Luo's son is fixated on me. It's so dangerous and frightening. I'm terrified. Please come and rescue your beloved wife. Qin Ziyuan. Upon reading the message, exuded a terrifying aura. Nevertheless, he calmly replied, all right. First, enable location sharing on your phone, and then drive to this location. I will be waiting for you there. Zhou Chuchu felt a surge of sweetness upon receiving her husband's message. She had little regard for the ruffians. Her vines were more than capable of dealing with them. Even without her vines, a mere steel pipe would suffice to handle all three. However, the feeling of being cherished, protected, and prioritized by her husband was something she deeply appreciated. Furthermore, having her husband manage the situation was far better than confronting it herself in such an environment. After all, he had a formidable team of lawyers at his disposal. Thus, she confidently drove at a speed that ensured her pursuers could keep up. Soon, she led them to a remote yet open area. Upon stopping the car, Zhou Chuchu stepped out and scanned for her husband's silhouette. Seeing her emerge, Zhang Daong and his crew felt a surge of excitement, believing they had stumbled upon a golden opportunity. Armed with handkerchiefs tainted with sevoflurane, they surrounded Zhou Chuchu from four directions. Zhou Chuchu initially intended to feign fear, but thinking of her husband nearby, she found it impossible to do so. Faced with Zhang Daong's greedy and malicious expression, she felt nothing but disgust, devoid of any fear. Zhang Daong, do you truly wish to end up in prison for such actions? But Zhang Daong misinterpreted her words as a threat and chuckled as he approached her. Prison? I can't go to prison. As long as you are with me, our relationship will be that of husband and wife. Would you truly let me rot in prison? Chapter 44, A Ruthless Beating of Ruffians, 9 billion tons of grain and oil. Zhou Chuchu was infuriated by his words and could no longer wait for her husband to intervene. In her red heels, she dashed forward like the wind, delivering a powerful kick to the same spot where Qin Ziyuan had previously struck, sending Zhang Daong flying 3 meters away once more. Zhang Daong crashed to the ground, the drug-laden handkerchief flying from his grasp. He lay on the ground, writhing in pain, overwhelmed by the agony. The pain in his abdomen rendered him momentarily numb, leaving him dazed. The other 3 ruffians instinctively took a few steps back, their eyes wide with disbelief. Was this the supposedly weak woman Zhang Daong had described? This was the woman they thought would be easy to subdue? Fear gripped their hearts. As Zhou Chuchu approached them, they retreated, stammering, sister. It's all a misunderstanding. Zhou Chuchu had no interest in their explanations. After being watched for so long, there was no room for misunderstandings. With another swift kick, she sent one of them sprawling, while the remaining 2 turned to flee. Just as Zhou Chuchu prepared to unleash her powers, the fleeing ruffians were apprehended by 2 imposing bodyguards clad in black. The 2 bodyguards glanced at the writhing ruffians on the ground and gave Zhou Chuchu a thumbs up. Madam, that kick was truly spectacular. The force behind it rivals that of a professional bodyguard. It's hard to believe someone so petite could possess such strength. The captured ruffians gaped in disbelief at the exchange. They had unwittingly kicked against an iron wall. The woman they sought to confront had bodyguards backing her. They glared at Zhang Daong, cursing him for their predicament. Brothers, this has nothing to do with us. We were deceived. They pleaded. Release us. Release you? The 2 bodyguards scoffed. You dared to kidnap the madam and expect to be set free? The ruffians cried out, this is unjust. We've done nothing. How can you accuse us of kidnapping the madam? Just then, a man appeared, impeccably dressed even under the sweltering 39-degree heat, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuding an air of sharpness. You are suspected of forcibly engaging with a woman against her will, trafficking 3 children, and extorting 8 million. TSK. Multiple charges will lead to severe penalties. It seems you won't be seeing the light of day again. This man was none other than the renowned lawyer Feng, known for his eloquence, capable of turning the dead into the living with his words. On a regular day, he could send the plaintiff to prison. Under extraordinary circumstances, he could even ensnare the judge. The boss asked me to handle this trivial matter. It's such a waste of my talents, utterly lacking in challenge. Upon spotting Zhou Chuchu, he exclaimed in realization, the reason I'm needed is because of the madam. Wiping the sweat from his brow with a silk handkerchief, he gestured, Madam, the boss is waiting for you over there. He pointed to a nearby vehicle where Qin Ziyuan sat, watching them. Zhou Chuchu paid no heed to Zhang Daong and the others, immediately lifting her skirt and dashing over. Lawyer Feng cast a disinterested glance at Zhang Daong's group and waved his hand dismissively. Take them to the station. I'll follow shortly. The ruffians vehemently protested their innocence. We did not extort 8 million from anyone. If we were truly demanding a ransom, would we still need to kidnap the lady? With a sudden realization, Wind Lawyer added, oh, and there's kidnapping involved. The situation has escalated. The two thugs stared in bewilderment. Mr. Zhou Chuchu opened the car door and squeezed beside Qin Ziyuan, pouting, darling, that was really dangerous just now. I almost got caught by them. Qin Ziyuan glanced at Zhang Daong, who was bent over and unable to straighten up, and then turned to Zhou Chuchu. Dangerous? Zhou Chuchu felt a flicker of guilt, but quickly straightened her chest, asserting, of course, it was dangerous. Anywhere without you, darling, is perilous. Qin Ziyuan was pleased by her words, his lips involuntarily curling into a smile. The driver, catching a glimpse of his boss's smile in the rearview mirror, nearly trembled with excitement. Witnessing such a smile was akin to encountering one of the world's great wonders. Despite the boss's calm demeanor now moments ago, his driving had been nothing short of reckless. Seeing several thugs surrounding the lady, he had no doubt that the next moment, the boss would charge out to confront them. In fact, he had already pushed open the car door and stepped out, only to retract his foot upon witnessing the lady deliver a fierce kick to Zhang Daong. He promptly closed the door. The driver stole a few more glances in the rearview mirror before receiving a warning glance from his boss, instantly redirecting his focus. All right, you can get out now. I'll take over driving from here, Qin Ziyuan ordered. The driver, bewildered, thought, is the boss really asking me to leave just for looking? Resigned, he exited the vehicle. Qin Ziyuan slid into the driver's seat and drove away, leaving the driver with a forlorn expression. Wind Lawyer approached and patted the driver on the shoulder, sharing in his disappointment. Come on, if the boss won't even let me accompany him, what chance do you have? My ride is here. Shall I give you a lift? Zhou Chuchu had already been taken by Qin Ziyuan to the port of Haishur. Haishur, an ostentatiously international metropolis, boasted a thriving port trade with 80 trade routes and connections with over 200 countries. The scene was a spectacle, with containers neatly stacked, reaching towards the sky. Zhou Chuchu gazed at the colossal ships docked by the seaside, countless containers, and exclaimed, so many ships and so much cargo. Truly, it deserves the title of the world's largest port. Impressive. If only I were more articulate instead of just saying awesome. After her exclamation, she turned to Qin Ziyuan and asked, darling, the supplies you mentioned, could it possibly be here? What are they? Qin Ziyuan pointed towards the anchored giants. Yes, I've purchased some grains and oils from abroad. It's not much. Just 900 million tons transported by 3,000 ships. Please assist in transferring them to the storage space. Choo-choo. Zhou Chuchu nodded. Oh. It's grains and oils? All right, no problem, I've got this. Suddenly, realization struck her, and she turned to her husband. Wait, did I hear you right? 900 million tons? She chuckled nervously. I think I've been a bit out of touch with finances lately. I must be hearing things. With a glint of amusement in his deep gaze, Qin Ziyuan replied, you heard correctly. 900 million tons. The people here have been temporarily cleared out. Let us get moving. Zhou Chuchu let out a startled shout. Darling, are you really going to clear out all the grains and oils from other countries? 900 million tons. Qin Ziyuan smiled patiently and explained, it's not about clearing everything out. After all, as you mentioned, the apocalypse is upon us, and with a global heat wave, if we don't procure these supplies, they will spoil. Zhou Chuchu, puzzled, asked, did I say that? I suppose I did describe the apocalypse. But I didn't elaborate much on the heat. She continued, but our family won't be able to consume all that food. Qin Ziyuan nodded, affirming, indeed. I have significant use for these grains and oils. Zhou Chuchu nodded, although she wasn't entirely sure how Qin Ziyuan managed to procure such a staggering quantity of supplies. However, now that they had arrived, there was no reason to send them away. Let us pack everything into the storage space. Chapter 45. United as a couple. Their benefits are unbreakable even though Zhou Chuchu could transfer materials effortlessly with just a glance. Managing such immense quantities took her 3 hours to complete. After the transfer, she felt slightly fatigued, not physically, but her eyes were weary from the visual strain. Yet, upon seeing the rows of grains and oils neatly arranged on shelves in the storage space, she felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Such an abundance of food could sustain the entire nation for 4 years. It was even more than the reserves of the national treasury. On the way home, still somewhat dazed, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she looked at the man driving, teasingly remarked, "Hey, don't cross me in the future. Or, I might not feed you." Qin Ziyuan chuckled lightly. "I wouldn't dare to offend you. My life and fortune are in your hands." He thought to himself, "My future is also in your hands. From now on, we'll come here daily to transfer supplies," Qin Ziyuan stated. Zhou Chuchu gasped, "What? There's more? It won't still be grains and oils, will it?" Qin Ziyuan replied, "There won't be that much grain for me to procure. It'll be other items. Varying in quantity, perhaps more or perhaps less." Zhou Chuchu tugged at Qin Ziyuan's sleeve. "Come on, give me a hint. What kind of items are we talking about? You've already scared me today." Qin Ziyuan had no intention of keeping secrets and began to elaborate. "They are pharmaceuticals, medical equipment, arms, military supplies, research equipment, ships, aircraft carriers, and the like." Zhou Chuchu was taken aback. "Arms? Aircraft carriers? Are you planning a rebellion or something?" She looked at her husband in astonishment. "Goodness. This husband of mine seems to have ulterior motives." Qin Ziyuan's gaze deepened as he explained, "In the face of the impending apocalypse, the world will undoubtedly descend into chaos. The one who wields absolute power will secure the right to survive. Chuchu, to protect our family, we must not only possess supernatural abilities, but also have a strong fist. Weapons are our fists. I have no desire for dominance, but if necessary, I will not hesitate." Zhou Chuchu fell silent. Her sole intention had always been to safeguard her family's safety, yet she realized her husband's thoughts were deeper and further-reaching than hers. "That's acceptable," she mused. Her resolve remained unchanged. She would continue to protect her family as survival in the apocalypse. Having endured the trials of the impending apocalypse, her heart felt small, containing only her closest kin. Nevertheless, regardless of Qin Ziyuan's ambitions, she would choose to support him unconditionally and ensure his safety. "In that case, I must become stronger," she declared. "Darling, your large-scale procurement of supplies will inevitably attract attention. We may face countless challenges as a result. Just the disappearance of such vast quantities of supplies will raise suspicions. Not to mention the 900 million tons of grains and oils you purchased from various countries. Didn't the neighbors see me bringing home goods from Sam's Club and Hema and discuss it? Just this alone would bring about considerable trouble in the apocalypse." Qin Ziyuan was surprised by Zhou Chuchu's high level of acceptance and felt joy at her concern over the consequences of his supply transfers. He decided to be transparent with her, revealing more details. "For now, there's no need to worry. I've made various arrangements. These supplies will be distributed in a reasonable manner. Of course, their vast quantity will attract attention, which is unavoidable. However, this may not necessarily be a bad thing." Zhou Chuchu nodded, choosing not to say more. Qin Ziyuan's ability to expand his business to such a grand scale undoubtedly stems from his unique methods. She need not concern herself with the intricacies of his strategies. All that was required was her unwavering trust. Observing her husband as he drove, the radiant neon lights danced upon him, illuminating his profile, which appeared increasingly handsome in the shifting hues. An aura of formidable strength emanated from him, starkly contrasting with his former self. Zhou Chuchu found herself momentarily lost in thought. Before the world fell into chaos, he had not possessed such a presence, had he? In the aftermath of the apocalypse, he had succumbed to a high fever that left him frail and was subsequently pushed from a building by Sun Qishuan, resulting in paralysis. Enduring a myriad of tortures, his extraordinary abilities had yet to manifest, and in those times, he was brooding and taciturn, never revealing a hint of his future intentions to her. Yet now, he exuded a sensation of having meticulously plotted for dominion over the world, as if he had schemed for centuries. Was this truly the essence of who he was? If this was indeed his authentic self, then how deeply he must have suffered during their previous life, confined to a wheelchair, reliant on her to gather sustenance for him. Thankfully, he would never have to endure such tribulations again. He could soar high and realize his ambitions, safeguarding their home with his methods, just as she would with hers. "Brother, you are remarkable. I admire you," Zhou Chuchu declared, giving a vigorous thumbs up. Upon returning home, she received a notification. "Congratulations! You have successfully checked in, earning 100 trillion renminbi and 6 doses of physical enhancement potion." On the 5th day of her rebirth, she had successfully checked in, with 25 days remaining until the apocalypse. On the 6th day, Zhou Chuchu retrieved 40 generators, 20,000 liters of kerosene, natural gas, 5,000 tons of coal, as well as winter clothing, snowboats, sleds, kayaks, and small yachts from the small warehouse, courtesy of the manager. The exquisite dishes ordered from Diyun Hotel, totaling 580,000, were also safely transferred to their storage space. Qin Ziyuan sold off 3 companies and managed to transport 980,000 tons of various pharmaceuticals and 60,000 pieces of comprehensive medical equipment from the port. He received a check-in bonus of 150 trillion, along with a liquid polymer defensive wall. On the 7th day of her rebirth, Zhou Chuchu continued to gather supplies. While Qin Ziyuan sold off 4 more companies and transferred 500 large ships, 2,000 medium-sized ships, and 1,000 small cargo vessels from the port, earning an additional 200 trillion and 12 doses of mental enhancement potion. On the 8th day, she persisted in collecting supplies, clearing out Sam's Club, Yonghui, and Walmart. Qin Ziyuan sold off 8 companies and successfully transferred 80 million units of various research equipment from the port, securing a check-in reward of 240 trillion. 18 vitality potions, and a 2,000-volt electric grid. By the 9th day, Qin Ziyuan had sold off all domestic companies, with only 102 foreign companies left for rapid liquidation. Chapter 46. The Weeping of Old Lady Luo at the Break of Dawn. Zhou Chuchu was jolted awake by the sound of wailing akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Pulling back the curtains, she beheld Old Lady Luo throwing a tantrum at the entrance of the villa. The heat was stifling, and tears, snot, and sweat streamed down Old Lady Luo's face, rendering her appearance akin to a pig that had wallowed in the mud. As she rolled about, she cried out, "What kind of misfortune has befallen my son? Wrongfully imprisoned by slander. They accuse him of extorting 8 million. Is this not blatant falsehood? This is the Qin family, leveraging their wealth to bribe judges and frame my son. Oh, my dear boy, how could I have ever allowed you to meet that little vixen from the Qin family?" Old Lady Luo's curses were harsh, her voice a piercing shriek that drew the attention of curious neighbors. Beside her stood a young woman, heavily made up and bearing a resemblance to her, who, upon hearing the commotion, impatiently interjected, "Mother, you ought to remember that my brother instructed you to plead with them. This wailing will not bring him back." As she spoke, her gaze drifted towards Zhou Chuchu's villa, filled with envy and jealousy. The 2 villas were significantly larger than those owned by wealthy merchants. The elder had yet to fully relinquish the house to her, allowing her only temporary residence. She feared that once her beauty faded, she would be cast out. However, having grown accustomed to the comforts of a grand villa and the luxury of servants, she could not fathom returning to a modest abode. She yearned for an even finer dwelling. Overhearing her mother and brother discuss the potential 5 billion to be gained from the divorce, a spark ignited within her. She possessed charm and an alluring figure, coupled with talents that many respectable women lacked. Marrying into the Qin family seemed unnecessary. She had encountered Qin Ziyuan before, and even if it meant being an unacknowledged companion, she would gladly accept. Thus, she paid little mind to her mother's lamentations or her brother's imprisonment, fearing only that her mother's outcry would tarnish her image in Qin Ziyuan's eyes. At that moment, she contorted her body into a pronounced S shape, hoping to catch Qin Ziyuan's eye as he emerged, presenting her most beautiful and striking self. Little did she know, Qin Ziyuan had already left for work, leaving her to display herself to the gathering throng of elderly men. Old Lady Luo's expression soured as she realized that despite her prolonged outcry, not a single member of the Qin family had appeared. The heat bore down on her, and her throat parched from wailing. Her clothes clung to her body, exacerbating her discomfort. Already frayed by her son's incarceration, her mouth had erupted in painful blisters, intensifying her distress. She barked at her daughter, "Silence, you useless creature. I told you to ask your husband for money to rescue your brother, yet you dawdle, and now hinder me. I refuse to beg that little vixen." Bursting with pent-up frustration, Old Lady Luo was akin to a firecracker ready to explode. Zhang Xiaomei, Old Lady Luo's daughter, felt the simmering anger directed at her and frowned. 8 million was within her grasp, yet why should she part with it for Zhang Deong? It represented the fruit of her years of sacrifice for various men, her lifeline. With a sharp glare, she mirrored her mother's acerbic demeanor, shouting, "Dare to call me useless again, and I will send you back to your hometown." That single remark silenced Old Lady Luo, who no longer dared to shout at her daughter. Instead, she continued to weep and roll on the ground, albeit with less fervor than before. Meanwhile, the crowd watched with keen interest, discussing the Qin family's recent troubles that had been all over the news, speculating that they had sold off their entire company. "Oh dear, the Qin family must be in dire debt. It's tough to make money these days," they murmured. "Without those companies, let's see how long they can maintain their wealth. They may soon find themselves destitute." The Qin family's daughter-in-law was labeled a harbinger of doom, a spendthrift who brought home all manner of useless items, unable to shake off her humble origins. Recently, she had been particularly arrogant, neglecting to even offer a greeting as she once did. How long can she maintain this arrogance? She merely preys on the weak. When the Qin family falls, she will have her share of sorrow. They scoffed, noting how old Lady Luo had been driven to such a state. What a wretched situation. Her son seems dutiful. How could he commit such a crime? It's simply a matter of being malicious. The onlookers reveled in their gossip, offering little sympathy for old Lady Luo, utilizing this opportunity to express their jealousy and schadenfreude towards the Qin family. Indeed, the Qin family has sold their company, yet they can effortlessly purchase a villa worth tens of millions outright. Who could not feel envious? In the crowd, Shen Danhong, wearing a smug smile, turned to head home. The downfall of the Qin family was indeed delightful. Lu Jolin could never compare to her. Aging, her son has sold the company and gone bankrupt. Ah, the heavens are just. Shen Danhong hummed a tune as she returned home. Zhou Chuchu stood by the window, observing, while her phone buzzed incessantly with transfer notifications. Her husband had sold his domestic company and was now intensifying the sale of his overseas enterprises. It was rumored that foreign entities such as the Morgan Consortium, the DuPont family, the Rothschild family, and the Rockefeller family were interested in acquiring his company. She didn't fully comprehend these matters, but listened intently when her husband spoke, relishing the natural confidence and ease with which he discussed such topics. He often paused mid-sentence to pinch her waist, eliciting her playful responses. Today, upon checking in, she thought she might amass $500 trillion. Finding the heat outside unbearable, she closed the window. After freshening up and enjoying breakfast, she noticed a calla lily on the table gently wafting a refreshing breeze, accompanied by an enchanting fragrance. Nearby, an orchid quietly emitted calming waves, stimulating the growth and enhancement of her abilities. Over the past few days, her overall potential had increased threefold. In addition to nurturing her peach tree and vegetables, she whimsically tended to several potted plants around the house. These plants, intended to beautify the environment and purify the air, underwent remarkable transformations due to her abilities. For instance, the calla lily could absorb harmful substances and gases from the room, dispersing a clean, comfortable breeze far more pleasant than that of an air conditioner. She envisioned that in a sealed environment, this plant would create a more comfortable living space. As for the orchid, its effects were even more significant. Placing it in her room seemed to accelerate her abilities by at least a third. With her mind clear of distractions, even sleep became far more pleasant. Had she inadvertently created her own perpetual motion machine? Zhou Chuchu chuckled, contemplating nurturing a few more plants to gift to her parents and brother when they visited. Outside, the clamor continued, though it had lessened considerably. Sensing the time was right, she opened the door. Chapter 47. Summoned into the class group upon hearing movement from within, old Lady Luo instantly perked up, her wails crescendoing. Zhang Xiaomei promptly enlarged her S-shaped figure, her eyes glimmering with desire. The surrounding neighbors grew increasingly excited, eager to witness the Qin family ensnared by misfortune. However, when Zhou Chuchu emerged, they were momentarily taken aback. Old Lady Luo, upon seeing Zhou Chuchu, felt an overwhelming urge to tear at her clothes and hair, but recollected the 2 slaps she had received, and her heart raced with dread. Zhang Xiaomei, upon glimpsing Zhou Chuchu, was utterly defeated by her exquisite makeup, refreshing demeanor, striking beauty, and well-proportioned figure. Though disheartened, she begrudgingly peered past her, hoping to catch sight of that handsome man. "Don't bother looking. My husband has long since gone to the company. If you intend to block the door, you should choose an earlier hour. At this time, besides me who enjoys sleeping in, there is no one home," Zhou Chuchu replied with a semblance of a smile. Casting a glance at old Lady Luo and her daughter, "Feel free to continue your wailing. I shan't stop you." She had no intention of engaging with them. Old Lady Luo attempted to use this tactic to coerce them, but it was futile. If she had the energy to wail, let her wail. with no one home. She could wail to her heart's content. Even if the family returned, the soundproof windows would render her cries inaudible. Seeing Zhou Chuchu ignore her, old lady Luo grew agitated and lunged to grab Zhou Chuchu's arm.
Wait.
You can't just walk away. Come with me to the police station and tell them my son is innocent. Before she could reach Zhou Chuchu, she stumbled and fell flat on her face.
Mom.
Zhang Xiaomei rushed to help her up. Are you all right? Old lady Luo, blood streaming from her nose, was a pitiful sight, tears and sweat mingling with the blood.
Ouch.
What tripped me? She exclaimed, glancing around to see only a piece of the blue brick lifted. Confused, she felt as if something vine-like had ensnared her foot and yanked her backward. Was it merely an illusion? Looking at Zhou Chuchu's cool, sardonic smile sent chills down old lady Luo's spine. This woman was quite sinister. It seemed that anyone who sought trouble with her did not fare well. Just days prior, that maid had also been left bloodied. Fear gripped her, silencing her wails and curses. Zhang Xiaomei, puzzled by her mother's sudden change of attitude, shouted at Zhou Chuchu. Hey, are you even human? Seeing an elderly woman crying so pitifully at your doorstep and you show no response? How can you be so heartless? Zhou Chuchu shot her a glance, one that seemed to penetrate Zhang Xiaomei's thoughts. What do you think you are, questioning me? You know your own intentions well. That Zhang Deong, guilty of rape, child trafficking, and extortion, if he isn't imprisoned, then who should be? As for you, I may not be able to control you, but don't dare to tarnish my reputation. Old lady Luo was no better than a worthless person, and her offspring were even more despicable. Should I show compassion to you? That would make me no different from the swine. Zhou Chuchu's concise and forceful retort left Zhang Xiaomei's face shifting from green to pale. The onlookers were taken aback, anger mingling with sympathy for old lady Luo. Some turned to leave, while others remained, still judging old lady Luo and Zhang Xiaomei. So this was the so-called filial son she spoke of? How could she dare to wail at someone else's doorstep? If I were her, I would be too ashamed to face anyone. Oh, dear. I always thought her daughter dressed too revealingly. How scandalous. In this upscale community, primarily inhabited by legitimate wives, the greatest disdain was reserved for mistresses. Once Zhang Xiaomei's identity as a mistress was revealed, it overshadowed any jealousy towards the Qin family. Ashamed, Zhang Xiaomei forcefully dragged old lady Luo away. I told you not to come, but you wouldn't listen. Look at the embarrassment you've brought upon us. Zhou Chuchu stepped into her car and departed, heading to collect goods from the warehouse. She had plans to meet her husband at the port later that afternoon, leaving her no time to waste. Lao Feng opened the door for her, casually remarking, "It's been quite hot lately. Be careful out there and don't get heat stroke."
Lao Feng,
observing Zhou Chuchu's daily routine of leaving in the morning and returning at night, felt a twinge of concern and advised her. He was childless and worked as a security guard. While the pay was decent, it was a lonely existence, and the other residents treated him like a lowly servant. Zhou Chuchu, however, regarded him as an equal. Her two little treasures were also heartwarming. Every time they returned home, they greeted him as Grandpa Feng, melting his heart.
All right.
I understand, Uncle Feng. Please take care of yourself. I've noticed all sorts of unsettling rumors lately. You should stock up on some supplies. Zhou Chuchu reminded him once more. Lao Feng had seen her loading up her car with goods, thinking to himself, this girl is rather timid. But then again, it's better to have supplies on hand than to be caught unprepared later. After finishing her tasks at the warehouse, Zhou Chuchu began her shopping along the street. Merchants were already familiar with her bold purchasing style, so they prepared her items without her needing to say much, saving her a considerable amount of time. During this period, she received several phone calls, which unexpectedly led to the conclusion of several coal and gas purchase contracts. By the time her husband picked her up at the port at 3 in the afternoon, they had successfully transferred 80 billion tons of cotton, various metals, timber, and other fundamental raw materials. It was a bit late. By the time they finished transferring these materials, it was already 6 in the evening. Suddenly, her WeChat vibrated. You have been added to the class of 30 Literature Department alumni group. An alumni group for the Literature Department? Zhou Chuchu glanced at the group with a complex expression. Welcome to the group, beautiful campus flower.
Cheers. Cheers.
Chuchu, my goddess. It's been 5 years since we last met, and you're still so beautiful.
Breathe. Breathe.
Come on, Xianglei, you've never seen her. How do you know she is still beautiful? Back then, Chuchu left the group and hasn't he rejoined for 5 years. She even rejected my invitation. That's great. Since we're all here, let us meet at the High City, Xingyue Hotel. No excuses. Goddess Zhou Chuchu, you must come. We're waiting for you. A class reunion? So that's it. The classmates were excited about Zhou Chuchu's addition, as she was the campus flower. Even though she had left the group, many still paid attention to her and cared about how she had been over the years. Initially, everyone was praising her, but soon a few discordant messages appeared. Oh my, look, this is the charm of the beautiful Zhou. As soon as she joins, you guys act like you've been injected with enthusiasm. Isn't it? It's as if this reunion is being held for her. After all, she left the group herself. It seems she has climbed to a higher branch and looks down on us classmates. He Hongqiao, the class monitor, you see. Some people still have the same attitude as back then. He Hongqiao, Zhou Chuchu, you've been angry with me for so many years. You should be calmed down now, right? It was just a small matter. Why did you leave the group? If I upset you, I apologize. Zhou Chuchu looked at their tea-sipping banter and smiled coolly. This group was formed by class monitor He Hongqiao, who admired Sun Qixuan. Upon discovering that Sun Qixuan had grown closer to her, she found an excuse to kick her out. In the group were Lin Shuang and Sun Qixuan. Although she did not have a good impression of these two, she found no reason to stay in the group. After all, she married Qin Ziyuan right after graduation. And they had nothing in common. The few close friends she had in college were also busy with their own jobs and marriages after graduation. Even if they met, they hardly had anything to talk about, and Shi Henti informed them about marrying Qin Ziyuan, fearing it would create a rift. Yet, despite not saying anything, they drifted further apart. Among these people, there was one she could not avoid seeing. Qin Ziyuan keenly sensed her slight unease, parked the car, and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhou Chuchu replied, "I was added to the alumni group." Qin Ziyuan nodded, saying, "All right, go ahead. I will pick you up when the gathering is over." Chapter 48. The Unpleasantness of the Class Reunion, Lin Shuang's Lies. Xingyue Hotel. Students from the literature department gathered together. 5 years had passed, and everyone's circumstances had changed completely. Some were dressed in suits, discussing national affairs and global disputes with great eloquence. Others were glancing at their watches, discussing stock trading, bull markets and bear markets. There were also those who had become cogs in society, casting envious glances at their eloquent classmates. Some wandered among their peers, holding cups and offering flattery, while others sat quietly, merely eating. Soon, these individuals split into two distinct groups. One group was lively, exchanging jokes and creating a warm atmosphere, clearly composed of successful individuals living well, surrounded by many female classmates. The other group remained quiet, whispering about their own lives, most appearing rather glum, with few female classmates at their tables. The lively group further divided around three central figures: Sun Qixuan, Lin Shuang, and Dong Jian, the organizer of this reunion. Dong Jian, who previously appeared low-key, surprisingly turned out to be the son of a coal tycoon, returning to inherit the family business right after graduation. What a stark contrast in destinies. One remark ignited everyone's enthusiasm. After all, their identities had changed, and rekindling old friendships felt somewhat awkward. Someone initiated a conversation, and others naturally followed suit. Dong Jian was a promising young man, inheriting his father's business, unlike us who must work a lifetime just to buy a house in High City. People are different. If we weren't classmates, how could we sit at the same table as Boss Dong? A girl gazed at him with affection. "Dong Jian, are you married? Your wife must be beautiful." As soon as she spoke, someone teased, "Everyone knows who Dong Jian's heart belongs to. She has been waiting for him all these years." Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Sun Qixuan. Back then, Dong Jian had quietly pursued Zhou Chuchu for a long time, but she had outright rejected him. Thus, everyone assumed that this campus flower was the reason for his rejection. At that time, Sun Qixuan was the acknowledged campus heartthrob with a good family background. Dong Jian, not revealing his identity, was seen as an ordinary boy. Therefore, when he confronted Sun Qixuan, the latter, with the airs of a wealthy heir, told Dong Jian, "I have no relationship with her. It's purely out of regard for women. If she misunderstands my feelings, I have nothing to say." This infuriated Dong Jian, leading to a physical altercation. Now, standing before Sun Qixuan as the coal tycoon's son, Dong Jian might not be devoid of a desire for revenge. He glanced at Sun Qixuan and said, "I was young and foolish back then, causing everyone to laugh at me." Seeing him so amiable, someone grew bolder. Dong Jian, did you return to hold this reunion for our goddess Chu? Dong Jian remained composed. Having experienced numerous women over the years, he no longer considered himself the naive young man of the past. He did have feelings for Zhou Chu, but it was more about proving that she had made the wrong choice by not selecting him. Of course not. I just finalized an 80 million coal business deal. Transporting 80,000 tons of coal here. Nothing remarkable, nothing remarkable. Dong Jian humbly stated, prompting waves of admiration. An 80 million deal. Goodness, that's nearly a small target. This could earn at least 10 million, right? Incredible. Based on my salary, it would take at least 50 years of saving without eating or drinking. Dong Jian must be the wealthiest among our classmates. Each female classmate gazed at him, and the bolder ones had already approached him for conversation. Lin Shuang, holding a wine glass, gently clinked it against his. She was exquisite, captivating, dressed in a Dior dress purchased from Zhou Chu, standing out among the other women. She harbored deep resentment towards Zhou Chu, yet still chose to wear her discarded clothes. Only by donning these garments did she feel like a young lady again, rather than a debt-ridden pauper. Upon seeing Dong Jian, whom she had once looked down upon, turn out to be a wealthy man, her mind began to race. Song Simin had been imprisoned, and she was unconcerned about him discovering her mortgage and loan situation. After all his assets had been confiscated for compensation, and he wouldn't be able to investigate. However, her lack of money was genuine. If she could align herself with this coal tycoon, her future wouldn't be bleak. Boss Dong, a young talent, Chu missed out on you, and that is her loss. Her eyes were alluring, filled with charm. Being adults. Dong Jian naturally understood her implication and responded calmly. Ah, it's the beautiful Lin. You and the campus flower Zhou are close friends. Do you know how she has been? Lin Shuang felt extreme hatred. 5 years had passed, and he was still thinking about that wretched Zhou Chu. Yet she feigned surprise. Oh, you didn't know? She's married. Dong Jian's expression shifted suddenly. She got married? When? To whom? It was said that she married right after graduation, presumably at her parents' behest. Her husband is rather unimpressive, merely a low-level employee at Scorching Group. And at such a young age, he is already balding and sporting a beer belly. She seems to be leading a rather miserable life. As Lin Shuang spoke, the people in the room perked up their ears. The men, naturally, found it hard to believe. Zhou Chu was like a dream from their youth, an unattainable fantasy. Could it be true? A mere employee? That's even worse than me. Had I known the campus beauty was so easy to pursue, I would have gone after her back then. What a tragic fate, a flower blooming in dung. I thought Zhou, the campus beauty, would marry the campus prince. Or, at least someone wealthy. How could it turn out so poorly? Fate can be cruel. The women, on the other hand, were quite delighted and excited. I know Scorching Group. All its subsidiary companies have been sold off, and Zhou Chu's husband is undoubtedly jobless now. The president of Scorching Group is quite generous, having provided substantial compensation to each employee, but how long will that last in High City? Who knows, her husband might take her back to a 3rd or 4th tier city. Her husband is even less impressive than mine. My husband earns 22,000. Zhou Chu's beauty and achievements are outstanding, a thorn in the side of many women. Now, learning of her unfortunate circumstances, they found some solace. Only Sun Qishuan knew she was lying, but for reasons unknown, he chose not to expose Lin Shuang's claims. In the room, only Su Jiao, upon hearing of Zhou Chu's plight, sighed sympathetically. Chapter 49. The reason Zhou Chu attended the reunion so. It turns out Chu married such a man. No wonder she never mentions her husband. For someone so proud, she must be in great pain. A classmate next to Su Jiao scoffed. Let it go, Su Jiao. Why do you feel sorry for her? Each has their own fate. She is simply a beauty with a tragic destiny. Su Jiao immediately took offense. Fang Xia, kindly be quiet. Others can talk about her, but you? When you were broke at the end of the month, who lent you money? Have you even repaid that? The girl named Fang Xia was left speechless, mumbling, well, she wanted it. I didn't force her. Another female classmate attempted to mediate, albeit somewhat biasly. Su Jiao, don't overreact. Fang Xia just spoke too hastily. You're now a strong woman, quite different from her. You care so much for Zhou Chu, but she has no idea. Why bother? Su Jiao ignored her, directly pointing out, in our dorm, who hasn't received help from Chu? When you failed subjects who studied with you and highlighted key points. When your mother was ill. Wasn't it Choo-Choo who lent you 30,000? The girl's face fell, and she turned away to speak with others. The remaining two female classmates also distanced themselves from Su Jiao. Su Jiao huffed, unbothered by their actions. As time passed, class monitor He Hongqiao raised her glass and approached Sun Qixuan, who was frequently glancing toward the entrance. Campus heartthrob, 5 years have passed, and you've become even more charming. He Hongqiao's eyes sparkled with warmth as she gazed at her Prince Charming, her voice trembling with excitement. Sun Qixuan today wore an expensive tailored suit and a luxury watch, exuding an aura that rivaled Dong Jian's. Coupled with his inherent good looks, he attracted even more female classmates than before. Many unmarried women were eager to engage with him, but He Hongqiao was the first to seize the opportunity.
Oh.
It's the class monitor. Sun Qixuan appeared somewhat distracted. His face, now treated and unblemished, combined with his stylish attire and relaxed demeanor amidst the floral setting, made him even more captivating than during their college days. The women felt a surge of desire to marry him, approaching him with enthusiasm. Campus heartthrob, you're so handsome. Are you free lately? I know a restaurant with exquisite food. Do you remember me? You once said my photography was beautiful. He Hongqiao felt a fire ignite within her. This crowd was insufferable. She subtly leaned closer to Sun Qixuan, slightly bending forward to accentuate her curves. He didn't reject her proximity, his gaze deepening. Likewise, class monitor. You are increasingly beautiful, he remarked. He Hongqiao smiled triumphantly, believing the effort was worth it. However, her joy was short-lived as, after a few exchanges and adding each other on WeChat, Sun Qixuan's attention drifted back to the entrance. The Sun family was on the brink of financial ruin, scrambling to cover debts, and if he failed to repay soon, all their assets would be mortgaged and auctioned off. If that happened, he would no longer be a wealthy heir but a fallen aristocrat, destitute. He could not allow that to happen, not for anything. Thus, even with He Hongqiao's advances, he felt little interest. He needed to focus entirely on Zhou Choo-Choo. In recent days, Xinqing Group's subsidiaries had been sold off, raking in vast sums of money. This was just the visible portion. If Zhou Choo-Choo successfully divorced Qin Ziyuan, the financial settlement would be monumental, enough to revitalize 100 Sun families. How could he not be concerned? He Hongqiao sensed that Sun Qixuan was waiting for someone. In truth, most classmates were anticipating Zhou Choo-Choo's arrival. Lin Shuang's comments had sufficiently piqued their curiosity. They wished to witness firsthand just how poorly the former campus beauty was faring. After all, hearing about it was one thing, but seeing it was another. This thought made He Hongqiao exceedingly uncomfortable. Even in such a state, she could still capture the attention of these foolish men.
No.
When she arrives, I must humiliate her thoroughly. With that thought, she glanced at the time and exaggeratedly exclaimed, "What is going on with Zhou Choo-Choo? Why hasn't she arrived yet? Is she deliberately making a late entrance to embarrass me? A trivial misunderstanding from years ago, and she still holds a grudge. Let us not wait for her. We can start eating. Everyone's time is precious. We'll leave some food for her when she arrives." The female classmates surrounding He Hongqiao were part of the group that had once isolated Zhou Choo-Choo. They quickly chimed in. She married such a poor fellow. She's probably counting every penny, stuck in traffic. Dong Jian, campus heartthrob, and Miss Lin have such status. How can she compare? She really doesn't understand. She thinks she can still act like she's in school, expecting everyone to cater to her. She's just being pretentious, withdrawing from the group over trivial matters. And the class monitor even apologized to her, yet she ignored it. Let us not wait for her. If she doesn't show, does that mean we can't have a reunion? She thinks too highly of herself. Some male classmates echoed their sentiments, viewing her as a mere joke without wealth. They couldn't risk missing connections with Dong Jian, Sun Qixuan, and Lin Shuang. Su Jiao stepped forward. Choo-Choo said she would come. If we start the meal without her, it's as if we're deliberately embarrassing her. Why invite her to the reunion if we're going to shame her? Several female classmates fell silent in the face of Su Jiao's retort. Su Jiao had always been this way. During their school days, she had been poor and overlooked. Zhou Choo-Choo was the only one who reached out to her, helping her through difficult times. Su Jiao was grateful and had always kept Zhou Choo-Choo in her thoughts. Hearing them speak ill of her now was intolerable. He Hongqiao felt displeased. After all, she was the one who suggested not waiting for Zhou Choo-Choo.
Su Ziao.
What do you mean? The latecomer is her. Should we continue waiting indefinitely? Just as Su Jiao was about to rebut, Zhou Chuchu pushed the door open. No need to wait. I'm here, she nodded at Su Jiao. At this reunion, she truly had no intention of attending. Had it not been for Su Jiao's presence, she would have promptly exited the group. Indeed, her sole purpose for coming was to see her. Chapter 50. Lin Shuang approaches for scorn as Zhou Chuchu entered. All eyes converged upon her, brimming with curiosity. Some female classmates scrutinized her as if with X-rays, scanning her hair, makeup, appearance, and attire, seeking any signs of distress. Yet, in reality, Zhou Chuchu radiated good health. Through the cultivation of her abilities and the feedback from plants, the impurities within her had been entirely expelled. At that moment, her hair flowed like clouds, dark as a raven yet gleaming with the luster of black pearls, seemingly reflecting the light. Her skin was fair and delicate, akin to exquisite mutton-fat jade, possessing a translucent beauty. Her eyes sparkled with vitality, and her lips bore a faint cherry hue, an inherent glow that required no makeup. Simply standing there, she resembled a source of light. Her beauty was of a striking and three-dimensional nature, easily categorized as alluring, yet it was complemented by a mysterious and ethereal aura that rendered her beauty untouchable. Everyone was momentarily awestruck by this enchanting visage. There was not a trace of distress to be found. The female classmates felt a pang of inferiority, while Lin Shuang's palm bled from her grip, and He Hongjiao, the artificially enhanced beauty, wore a look of disdain. The male classmates, like Dong Jian, were utterly captivated. Sun Qixuan was spellbound. However, some female classmates remained unconvinced. Observing Zhou Chuchu in her casual sun-protective attire and simple white sandals, they intentionally glanced at her ears, neck, and wrists, only to find a single, twisted woven bracelet adorning her. This discovery elicited sneers and scoffs. After all, regardless of her beauty, her outfit cost at most a few hundred yuan, a stark contrast to their luxurious garments and silk dresses. Little did they know, Zhou Chuchu had long sold all those impractical expensive clothes to Lin Shuang. Her current attire prioritized functionality. With the impending apocalypse, such aesthetically pleasing garments would only hinder movement, offering no advantage whatsoever. Su Jiao, it's been a while. Zhou Chuchu disregarded the others and approached Su Jiao. Noticing her vibrant health, Su Jiao presumed that Zhou Chuchu was faring well, alleviating her worries. Zhou Chuchu, it's been so long. You are as beautiful as ever. The beauty of Zhou Chuchu even captivated Su Jiao, a woman herself. Zhou Chuchu replied with a smile. You are not too shabby yourself. If only you would dress up a bit, you would be absolutely stunning. Their brief exchange bridged the distance between them.
To Su Jiao.
Zhou Chuchu was a university classmate who had lent her aid, while Zhou Chuchu regarded Su Jiao as a comrade she could trust, a partner in life and death. In the aftermath of extreme weather, flora and fauna underwent rampant mutations, and zombies roamed freely, besieging cities at a moment's notice. Forced to abandon their homes, they formed a migration army, necessitating teams of ability users to clear out mutated beasts, altered plants, and zombies. It was during this tumultuous time that she met Su Jiao. The two, along with a few comrades, fought valiantly for 3 years, until one fateful mission, where erroneous information from above led them into an unprecedented encounter with a formidable mutated beast, resulting in Su Jiao's tragic demise. Chuchu. Lin Shuang mentioned you married a low-level employee from Scorching Group and are living in dire straits. Su Jiao, lacking any intent to shield Lin Shuang, inquired directly. Zhou Chuchu blinked, a smile playing on her lips as she glanced at Lin Shuang, who wore a tense expression, while others leaned in to listen, causing her to find the situation amusing. My husband is indeed with Scorching Group, but since it was sold, he is now unemployed. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of confirmation, their gazes laced with condescension. Only Su Jiao responded sincerely, how about this? I'll speak to my boss and see if we can bring your husband to our company. Zhou Chuchu regarded Su Jiao earnestly. She remained the same warm-hearted person, unchanging. However, should her husband truly join, it would likely result in a change of management at her company. He's been working for years and is quite fatigued. With a significant event approaching, he prefers to use this time to prepare, so he won't be joining your company. Su Jiao nodded, refraining from further persuasion. At that moment, Dong Jian approached Lin Shuang, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at Zhou Chuchu. Zhou, the campus beauty. It's been ages. Memories of Zhou Chuchu flooded back, and even in her modest attire, she eclipsed every internet celebrity and star he had previously encountered. He eagerly assessed how much he would need to spend to win her over. After all, with the pressures of life weighing heavily, every aspect required financial resources. Long time no see. Zhou Chuchu responded to Dong Jian nonchalantly. Out of consideration for their past as classmates, she had purchased his overpriced coal, fulfilling the bonds of their 4 years together. There was little else to say. Noticing Zhou Chuchu's indifference, Dong Jian frowned, eagerly offering, "If your husband is looking for work, I could assist him. While I'm not in Haishur, I can still pull a few strings with some major companies." With this, he looked expectantly at Zhou Chuchu, his implication glaringly obvious. Zhou Chuchu found him bothersome, her tone cool as she replied, "No need. He doesn't require a job." Dong Jian's expression darkened. Meanwhile, several male and female classmates, wishing for Dong Jian's assistance, were taken aback when Zhou Chuchu outright rejected his offer. Her defense of her husband led to a wave of sarcastic remarks. "Zhou, your husband is an unemployed man. What great things does he need to prepare for? Surely you've not bought a house yet?" The salaries at Xinjiang Group were decent, but relying solely on a paycheck to buy a home in Haishur was utterly unrealistic, requiring decades. The competition is fierce. Without employment, one would swiftly become obsolete. "Zhou, heed our advice. You're no longer in school. One must learn to compromise." Lin Shuang approached, leaning closely to Dong Jian, her voice low. "Chuchu, we only wish what's best for you." Zhou Chuchu's gaze turned icy. "Lin Shuang, if I've ignored you, it doesn't elevate you to a person of significance." Her words were sharp, leaving no room for mercy. The room fell silent, astonishment rippling through the classmates. What was happening? Wasn't Zhou Chuchu and Lin Shuang supposed to be best friends? Why did it seem as if they were enemies? Chapter 51. Confronting Sun Qishuan Get Lost. Su Shuang immediately adopted a pitiful expression. "Chuchu, we truly have some misunderstandings. Your malice towards me is excessive. Can we return to how things were?" Lin Shuang's demeanor led the uninitiated to feel Zhou Chuchu had gone too far. Instantly, someone stepped forward to champion Lin Shuang. "Zhou Chuchu, don't think too highly of yourself. Miss Lin has been gracious, accommodating you despite her status. How could you speak to her so harshly? Indeed, this is too much. After all, you are classmates and still best friends." "Zhou Chuchu, I believe you owe Lin Shuang an apology." Zhou Chuchu crossed her arms, her gaze sweeping over the vocal female classmates, a playful smile gracing her lips. Under her scrutinizing gaze, those girls instinctively averted their eyes. Zhou Chuchu's stare bore an intensity that was formidable and piercing, akin to a jolt of electricity, causing discomfort and dissuading direct eye contact. As a result, the room fell into an eerie silence. "She, Lin Shuang, hardly qualifies as a person, let alone my confidant. She is utterly unworthy. Only Su Jiao is my true friend. Moreover, Lin Shuang, spare me your pretense. Do not compel me to expose your sordid affairs." Lin Shuang's heart quivered, filled with both hatred and fear towards Zhou Chuchu. She dreaded that Zhou Chuchu might indeed unveil her secrets, which would shatter her plans to seduce Dong Jian. She remained silent, yet He Hongqiao seized the opportunity. "Zhou Chuchu, do curb your arrogance. Do you not see the occasion?" He Hongqiao feigned righteousness, attempting to gain the upper hand against Zhou Chuchu. However, Zhou Chuchu was no longer the docile individual she once was, having experienced the trials of life and death. She had no intention of engaging in trivial games of deceit or rivalry with such inconsequential figures. Casting a glance at He Hongqiao, whose appearance was marred by artificial enhancements, she declared, "I am indeed audacious, for I possess genuine beauty, beauty that commands respect. Unlike you with a fake nose, fake breasts, and a fake derriere. Your attempts at arrogance are utterly futile." Her bold retort provoked laughter from Su Jiao, initiating a ripple of mirth throughout the room. He Hongqiao's expression darkened considerably.
Su Jiao,
astonished, noted how dramatically Zhou Chuchu had transformed. Compared to her former, demure self, this assertiveness was far more commendable. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, a classmate adept at lightening the mood promptly intervened. "Come on, everyone. We rarely gather. Let us eat first." Zhou Chuchu and Su Jiao made their way to a quieter table, as there were matters Zhou Chuchu needed to discuss with her, urging her to prepare for the impending apocalypse. Zhou Chuchu had long felt a sense of regret for Su Jiao. In her past life, Su Jiao had been caught unprepared when the apocalypse struck, leading to a dire food shortage. Her elder sister had resorted to compromising her dignity to barter for sustenance with a building bully, only to be consumed as a reserve food source. Despite Su Jiao avenging her sister by killing the bully, her sister was irretrievably lost, a sorrow that would haunt her eternally. As they were about to sit down, both Sun Qixuan and Dong Jian spoke simultaneously. "Chu-chu, sit beside me." Their words came from the two wealthiest and most esteemed men in the room, regarded as the most desirable suitors by the women present, causing all activities in the private room to come to an abrupt halt. Lin Shuang seethed with envy. "Zhou Chu-chu, you already have Qin Ziyuan. Why are you still attracting attention?" Yet she thought to herself, "Do not revel in your glory. Soon, you shall lose everything." She clenched the medicine bag in her hand, her eyes brimming with malice. He Hongqiao was equally resentful. "Look at you, Zhou Chu-chu, reduced to such poverty. Yet you still contend with me for a man. He is merely a married second-hand item. How could he possibly compare to me?" The other female classmates either exhibited jealousy or merely watched the spectacle unfold. Only Su Jiao grasped her hand, shaking her head in disapproval. "Do not engage." Zhou Chu-chu naturally had no intention of complying and settled down with Su Jiao instead. Dong Jian's expression darkened further, while Sun Qixuan felt slighted by her lack of attention. However, Sun Qixuan was aware of Zhou Chu-chu's circumstances and was counting on her financial support to revive the Sun family. He could not afford to maintain any heirs. If she would not approach him, he would go to her. Striding over with a charming smile, he attempted to displace the man sitting next to Zhou Chu-chu, only to find Lin Jiao had already taken that seat. He then moved to the opposite side, with Lin Jiao confronting him directly. "Sun Qixuan, aren't you tiresome? Chu-chu is a married woman. Kindly keep your distance." In that moment, Lin Jiao recognized Zhou Chu-chu's disdain for Sun Qixuan, and she felt a surge of satisfaction. During their university days, she had discerned that Sun Qixuan was not a good person, often toying with Chu-chu's emotions. Zhou Chu-chu, a wonderful person, had been misled, causing her great sorrow for a considerable time. Once, when she inquired, Zhou Chu-chu had shared a few insights. After hearing her account, Lin Jiao instinctively felt that Chu-chu had never truly loved this man. Rather, she had been infatuated with the memory of a boy from her past, mistakenly projecting those feelings onto Sun Qixuan. Now that Chu-chu had broken free from the illusion and recognized the truth about him, it was a cause for celebration. Yet, Sun Qixuan clung to her like an unwelcome leech, leaving her no choice but to intervene. Seizing the rare opportunity to approach Zhou Chu-chu, Sun Qixuan was unwilling to let it slip away. He glared at Su Jiao, commanding, "Where I sit is none of your concern. Be silent." Zhou Chu-chu instantly erupted, delivering a resounding slap. "Get lost." The impact sent Sun Qixuan sprawling, toppling several tables and chairs. The incident unfolded so suddenly that the room fell into an eerie silence, all eyes wide with disbelief. Only Sun Qixuan lay on the floor, howling in pain. Dong Jian, who had initially intended to intervene, hesitated. Who could have predicted that Zhou Chu-chu would strike without a moment's hesitation? However, what left everyone even more astonished was Sun Qixuan's reaction. Instead of retaliating, he covered his face and twisted into a pained smile, uttering oily words. "Chu-chu, if you are angry, you may hit or scold me, but do not ignore me. I was wrong in the past, neglecting you and causing you distress. I promise to prioritize you from now on." The men and women in the private room were utterly dumbfounded. They could not fathom why Sun Qixuan, a man of wealth and status, would be so subservient to a married woman. Such a display was borderline disgraceful. "Young Master Sun." He Hongqiao rushed to embrace him, feigning concern. "Young Master Sun, why subject yourself to this? Zhou Chu-chu is merely a woman of lowly status. How dare she treat you this way?" Suddenly, He Hongqiao's words were cut short as she incredulously touched her face, which had been disfigured by the injection, her nose now askew. Sun Qixuan roared at her. "What Zhou Chu-chu does to me is none of your business. Get away from me." He pushed He Hongqiao aside with force. This action was fueled by anger, for Zhou Chu-chu had struck him, and he could neither retaliate nor dare to do so. He naturally took the opportunity to vent his frustration on He Hongqiao, relishing the chance to appease Zhou Chu-chu. Cautiously, he glanced over, only to meet Zhou Chu-chu's cold, disdainful gaze. Chapter 52. Remind Su Jiao to prepare for the apocalypse. Zhou Chu-chu's slap was truly earth-shattering. Sun Qixuan's attitude was equally intriguing. Regardless, the room fell silent after her decisive action. No one dared to approach with their opinions. Zhou Chuchu was quite pleased with this outcome. Chuchu, you have changed so much. Su Jiao exclaimed in astonishment. She felt little surprise at Zhou Chuchu's beauty. She was already stunning, and becoming even more so was hardly remarkable. What truly shocked her was the transformation in Zhou Chuchu's personality. During their school days, she had epitomized the demure goddess, perfectly poised yet somewhat lacking in charisma. Now, however, she was fiercer than ever, unrestrained in her confrontations. It was exhilarating, absolutely exhilarating. Zhou Chuchu remarked, having endured certain experiences, a change in personality is inevitable.
Su Ziao.
Do you recall our previous discussions about the impending apocalypse and how we would evade calamity? Though Su Jiao found it curious that her friend would bring up such topics at a reunion, she answered without hesitation, I remember. First, we must find a secure and sturdy refuge, and secondly, stockpile sufficient supplies. These 2 points are fundamental, of course, but there are many details to consider based on the nature of the impending disaster. As Su Jiao spoke, her expression grew serious. Initially a light-hearted topic, they had meticulously crafted various contingency plans for different scenarios. Zhou Chuchu continued to guide the conversation. What if we were to endure a heat wave? With temperatures soaring 20 degrees higher than this? Su Jiao pondered the possibility of such extreme heat. Seated beside Su Jiao was a female classmate who shared a dormitory with Zhou Chuchu and Su Jiao. Upon hearing the discussion, she began to scoff. Such a scenario is utterly implausible. The distance between the sun and our Earth remains constant, and the resultant temperature is stable. It would take at least 1,000,000 years for any significant changes to occur. Chuchu, we gathered for this rare occasion, yet you're fixated on such trivial topics. Zhou Chuchu, ignoring her, retorted sharply. Did I ask you? Are you trying to show off your knowledge? The girl, taken aback by Zhou Chuchu's response, fell silent, her head spinning. Others, hesitant to face similar rebuke, refrained from joining the conversation. Class reunions often evoke nostalgic discussions, and soon everyone was engaged in lively exchanges. Zhou Chuchu and Su Jiao, however, remained quiet, realizing there were far more pressing matters to discuss than the inconceivable. After a moment of contemplation, Su Jiao responded earnestly. If such high temperatures were to occur, it would undoubtedly lead to droughts, forest fires, and the burning of power lines in a short span. Venturing outside during the day would be impossible, and society would come to a standstill. Consequently, the systems for power and water supply would collapse, and food would rapidly spoil. We would need to stockpile heat-resistant supplies and construct underground cooling channels. As she spoke, her expression shifted dramatically. Clearly, if the weather turned so extreme, humanity's living conditions would plummet from paradise to hell. While the young and able might endure, the elderly and children would struggle to survive, leading to catastrophic loss of life. Zhou Chuchu, observing Su Jiao's demeanor, recognized that she had envisioned the horrors of an apocalypse. Yet the reality of such an end would be 1,000 times more brutal than imagined. Those who had not experienced the harshness of an apocalypse, in their hubris, often underestimated it, believing that human ingenuity could conquer nature. They were tragically unaware that, in the face of nature's might, human civilization was but a mere jest. Seeing that Su Jiao was absorbing her words, Zhou Chuchu shifted the topic. I recall you have a sister named Su Xiao, correct? Su Jiao, still lost in apocalyptic thoughts, absent-mindedly replied, yes. Speaking of her sister brought a smile to her face. Though you and Su Xiao share different mothers, she has always taken great care of you. The money for your university education was earned through her hard work. Su Jiao's expression changed abruptly as she looked at Zhou Chuchu in confusion. Perhaps she had mentioned her sister once, but she had never divulged that they were half-sisters. In her heart, Su Xiao was closer to her than a biological sibling.
How?
Then, did Zhou Chuchu come to know this? These details were, of course, shared by the future Su Jiao herself. More precisely, they were from a past life. During a time when Su Jiao was feverishly ill, she had mistaken Zhou Chuchu for her sister and confided many secrets. Your sister is congenitally blind, yet she remains optimistic and resilient. She has taught herself a valuable skill and works in a factory, saving every penny she can. Your sister bears a birthmark the size of a palm on her back, which pains you to see. You wish to earn money for her surgery, and I assume she has undergone it by now? After dropping this bombshell, Su Jiao was taken aback, standing up abruptly. her eyes wide with uncertainty as she stared at her college friend, completely bewildered by how Zhou Chuchu had learned of the secret between her and her sister. At the dining table, amidst the clinking of glasses and animated conversations, no one noticed her sudden departure. Even if they did, they quickly turned their attention elsewhere. Su Jiao gazed at Zhou Chuchu, perceiving her as if she had folded time, now distant and then near. The surrounding sounds faded away, leaving only Zhou Chuchu in her sight. Then, she heard Zhou Chuchu say, "In 11 days, temperatures will soar to 50 degrees, marking the onset of the apocalyptic era. Food will spoil, the earth will dry up, and forest fires will rage, leading to societal collapse. Subsequently, food shortages will ensue and supermarkets and warehouses will be looted, resulting in violent struggles for survival, where the darkness of human nature will emerge. Your sister will be forced to barter her life for resources, selling herself to the building tyrant Jiang Likun, who will distribute her among his lackeys during the most desperate times." Su Jiao felt a shiver run through her body as she absorbed these words, struggling to believe them while sensing their potential truth. For if such dire circumstances arose, her sister's character would indeed lead her to such desperate measures. Moreover, there was indeed a tyrant residing in her apartment complex, ruthless and unreasonable, who kept a fierce Doberman that no one dared to provoke. Feeling utterly chilled, she turned to Zhou Chuchu, only to find her remaining silent. Looking around at the others, their expressions were unchanged, as if Zhou Chuchu's words were a secret meant only for her ears. No longer able to contain herself, she pushed her chair back and rushed out of the private room, racing home. This matter required thorough contemplation. The others paid no heed to her departure, assuming she had gone to the restroom, continuing to eat and drink without a care. Only Zhou Chuchu wore a slight smirk, having cleverly utilized the decorative plants in the room to convey her message to Su Jiao. This was yet another demonstration of her abilities. I remind myself that, regardless of whether the apocalypse truly arrives, her nature would compel her to prepare adequately. This foresight could potentially ensure her sister's survival. After completing this task, Zhou Chuchu intended to call her husband for a ride home, but then she saw Lin Shuang and Sun Qixuan approaching her with glasses of wine in hand. Chapter 53. 2 glasses of problematic wine. Lin Shuang, holding 2 glasses, extended one towards her with a pitiable expression. "Chuchu, if I have wronged you in the past, I hope you can be magnanimous and not hold it against me. I truly recognize my mistakes, and I beg you not to distance yourself from me. We have been friends for 7 years. Can you truly let go of our friendship? If we drink this wine, all past grievances will be buried, and we shall remain good sisters." Lin Shuang's words, heartfelt and sincere, resonated with the audience, who were oblivious to the backstory. They perceived Zhou Chuchu as aggressive and Lin Shuang as deeply devoted, a rich girl humbling herself before a friend who had married into poverty. Their eyes were filled with discontent. Zhou Chuchu, amused, wondered what scheme Lin Shuang was concocting. Knowing her as she did, every step she took, seemingly retreating,
Com se a lê da hidden agenda.
to apologize publicly like this indicated considerable malice. Initially, Zhou Chuchu had no intention of engaging with Lin Shuang, but her incessant antics were growing tiresome. With this in mind, Zhou Chuchu tucked her phone into her pocket and smiled, asking Lin Shuang, "You say you know your mistakes, then tell me. What exactly have you done wrong?" Lin Shuang fell silent. Her claim of "I was wrong" was merely a reflexive utterance. She had done nothing wrong. If there were any fault, it was Zhou Chuchu's. Why should she be treated this way? If Zhou Chuchu had simply given her the dress, none of this would have happened. If she had shared her wealth, she wouldn't be groveling before a wealthy man or enduring his unwanted advances. If she had only pushed herself closer to Qin Ziyuan, creating opportunities for them, she wouldn't have to concern herself with Feng Manru's opinions. It was all Zhou Chuchu's fault. All of it. Yet she could not express the sentiments within her heart. Compelled to feign, "I erred in not assisting you during your quarrel with your husband. I misstepped in failing to comfort you adequately, urging you towards divorce. I regret my inadequacy in not providing you with a more favorable destiny." After uttering these words, she cast a fleeting glance at Sun Qixuan. Understanding her cue, he stepped forward, but Zhou Chuchu shot him a cold look, causing him to hesitate, merely managing a dry smile. "Chuchu, I swear, I will never overlook you again. Lin Shuang is sincerely apologizing. You should forgive her." Zhou Chuchu chuckled. "Oh, forgive her? You two truly deserve each other. Your words mirror one another." Upon her declaration, The classmates' eyes sparkled with intrigue, casting inquisitive glances at Sun Qixuan and Lin Shuang. One particularly forthright student exclaimed, "No way, did they actually share a bed?" Immediately, they clamped a hand over their mouth, but the unintended revelation was already made. Lin Shuang and Sun Qixuan's expressions shifted dramatically. They had never anticipated that their affair would be brought to light by Zhou Chuchu. At the time, Sun Qixuan had been pursuing Zhou Chuchu, his handsome appearance and claims of belonging to a prestigious family naturally catching Lin Shuang's attention. Although Lin Shuang lacked Zhou Chuchu's beauty, she was still a stunning woman, often accompanying Zhou Chuchu when she met Sun Qixuan, leading to their entanglement. Eventually, Lin Shuang discovered that Sun Qixuan was all show and no substance. The so-called prestige, merely a facade. Sun Qixuan realized Lin Shuang was driven by ambition and material desires, which he could not satisfy, leading to their quiet separation, a matter neither had disclosed, leaving others oblivious to their clandestine liaison. Zhou Chuchu was aware of this, as Lin Shuang had disclosed it to provoke her. Thanks to Lin Shuang, she had finally gained clarity before her demise. Now she was eager to witness how they would explain their situation. Forgiveness was out of the question. It would never be granted. Primarily, she wanted to see their attempts at justification. Lin Shuang and Sun Qixuan, harboring ulterior motives towards Zhou Chuchu, would naturally deny any wrongdoing. Suddenly, Lin Shuang knelt down. Zhou Chuchu raised an eyebrow, not yielding in the slightest. However, this act of submission ignited a fervor among their classmates, who exclaimed, "Zhou Chuchu, how have you become so cold-hearted after all these years? Regardless of Lin Shuang being your close friend, can't you show a little magnanimity? Their relationship is permissible. They are both unmarried, after all. Your reaction seems excessively domineering." Sun Qixuan, not kneeling, appeared dazed, as if he comprehended the reason behind Zhou Chuchu's drastic shift in demeanor. Unable to suppress a sense of smugness. His charm was indeed unparalleled. He felt more assured than ever, believing all that remained was to consummate their unspoken agreement to reap immense rewards. He plastered a smile on his face, raising his hand to pledge, "Chuchu, trust me. If I truly had an affair with Lin Shuang, I would be struck down by divine retribution." Lin Shuang, inspired by Sun Qixuan's vow, also raised her hand. "Chuchu, I, too, if I have anything to do with him, I would suffer a fate worse than death." Witnessing the two utter such dire oaths, the crowd became more convinced of their innocence, growing increasingly dissatisfied with Zhou Chuchu. She regarded them with a smile, finding their antics particularly amusing. Truly, they were a perfect match, destined to endure. Yet, did they believe that their solemn vows were mere trifles, inconsequential as passing gas? That was a grievous error. The unknown energy unleashed by the black hole had begun to impact Earth, potentially leading to countless misfortunes, yet it also bore a singular benefit. Oaths taken became remarkably potent. Thus, in the wake of the apocalypse, no one dared to make oaths lightly, for those who had perjured themselves met untimely ends corresponding to their vows. This heightened mutual restraint established a new standard of cooperation. Once an oath was made, it could not be altered. The harshness of the apocalypse had eradicated many deceitful individuals. She clapped her hands. Well, you two have certainly orchestrated your own demise." Upon noticing Zhou Chuchu's smile, albeit somewhat peculiar, Lin Shuang and Sun Qixuan dismissed their unease, believing she had accepted their claims. Lin Shuang, now kneeling with aching knees, hastily raised her cup. "Chuchu, should you misconstrue our intentions because of these rumors, I shall accept my punishment. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, let us drink." With that, she downed her drink in one gulp. Sun Qixuan, perceiving this, also offered his cup. "Chuchu, if you misunderstand me because of this incident, it would be most unjust. Yet I shall not hold it against you. Drink this cup, and let us move on." He too finished his drink. Zhou Chuchu regarded the two cups in her hands, then their eager expressions. Swirling her drink with a smile, "If you wish for my forgiveness, then drink these 2 cups, and I shall grant it." As her words fell, Lin Shuang and Sun Qixuan's faces blanched. Chapter 54. A couple's affection. Hearts entwined, they could not possibly consume those 2 cups. They were laced with something sinister. Anger welled within them. How had Zhou Chuchu become so insufferable? Why must matters be so complicated? They had reached this point, yet still hesitated to drink. "Chuchu, this cannot stand. We toast to you in hopes of your forgiveness. You must drink." They each pleaded in turn. The onlookers, unable to discern the underlying tension, felt that Zhou Chuchu was being excessively domineering, given the lowly position Lin Shuang and Sun Qishuan had adopted. They believed such behavior was utterly unreasonable, a blatant insult. The once gentle and understanding Zhou Chuchu had transformed into this? Was it possible that her impoverished circumstances had warped her disposition? He Hongjia had adjusted Sun Qishuan's crooked nose and mockingly remarked, "Zhou Chuchu, this is enough. How great is your pride that you would have Miss Lin kneel to offer you a toast, while the esteemed Sun bows to your will." Zhou Chuchu had previously ignored these irrelevant individuals and their comments. Now, witnessing their audacity, she surveyed the crowd and calmly said, "As a former classmate, I kindly advise you all to refrain from taking sides until you comprehend the situation. Otherwise, you may suffer dire consequences." This was not a threat, but a final act of mercy towards them. Her gaze shifted back to Sun Qishuan and Lin Shuang. "Now, I shall state this plainly. If you drink these 2 cups, I will forgive you. If not, I will take my leave." She feigned a departure. Lin Shuang and Sun Qishuan instantly panicked. "We will drink. We'll drink." They each took the drinks offered to Zhou Chuchu and downed them. Then, filled with anticipation, they inquired, "Now you must believe us, right?" Zhou Chuchu smiled, and their hearts sank with a foreboding sense of dread. "Not a chance. I was merely jesting with you." Infuriated by what they perceived as mockery, particularly Lin Shuang, she lunged at Zhou Chuchu, only to be swiftly kicked to the ground, unable to rise for a while. Sun Qishuan halted in his tracks, momentarily stunned. Zhou Chuchu ceased her engagement with them, turning to leave. She retrieved her phone and dialed a number. "Darling, I wish to return home." A soft chuckle resonated from the other end. "Come down. I am waiting for you by the roadside." Zhou Chuchu was taken aback. "You arrived so quickly?" Then she realized it was not that he had come swiftly, but rather he had been waiting for her since he had brought her here. A warm wave swept through her, illuminating her heart like fireworks. "Darling, I am on my way." She joyfully dashed downstairs. "Zhou Chuchu." Dong Jian rushed down to find her, still unwilling to concede, seeking to sway her with wealth, and even to put on a show before her husband. However, upon reaching the ground, he was met with the sight of a Lincoln parked by the roadside. As the door swung open, a man exuding an overwhelmingly intimidating presence, clearly a figure of authority, emerged and swiftly pulled Zhou Chuchu into the car. They settled back inside. And he did not take another step forward until the vehicle drove away, for he had already recognized who Zhou Chuchu's husband was. All his pride shattered into pieces upon the sight of that man. Zhou Chuchu returned home at 10 o'clock in the evening, both children fast asleep. In the kitchen, her mother-in-law had prepared nourishing chicken soup for her. As she savored the soup, a notification chimed in.
Ding.
"Congratulations on successfully checking in. You have received 300 trillion megabytes and the passive skill mutual affection, heartfelt connection." The action of drinking soup paused. The money was one thing, but what was this passive skill? She quickly checked it. Mutual affection, heartfelt connection. By utilizing this skill, any moment of mutual understanding will enhance each other's abilities and skills. Should love cease to exist, this skill will dissolve. Such a skill exists? It appears to be rather promising. Zhou Chuchu slyly glanced at her husband, who was also looking at her. Upon noticing her mischievous smile, he remarked, "Your grin seems suspicious. What are you plotting?" "Mutual affection, heartfelt connection has activated. Your abilities and skills have been enhanced once." Zhou Chuchu distinctly felt her capacity expanding and was elated. This skill was genuinely beneficial. On Qin Ziyuan's side, his brow slightly arched, clearly having sensed something. It seemed his little wife was concealing yet another secret from him. Rather than expose her, he found her delight amusing, akin to a hamster that had pilfered a sweet. "Mutual affection, heartfelt connection has activated. Your abilities and skills have been enhanced twice." Zhou Chuchu widened her eyes. Is this really possible? Feeling another surge of enhancement, she glanced at her husband, uncertain if he had been strengthened as well. What had he gained? Muscle? Stamina? But surely not abilities. The apocalypse had yet to arrive, and the influence of dark matter on human evolution would require years to unfold. Moreover, her husband had awakened his abilities only after becoming a zombie king in his past life. He was not a zombie king now, and she certainly wouldn't let him become one. Even if he never awakened abilities, it was fine. In this life, she would nurture him, ensuring he grew plump and healthy.
What was he looking at?
Perhaps it was her imagination, but her husband's voice seemed a tad husky. I'm looking at your muscles, dear. They appear more impressive. Do you feel stronger? Prior to this, Qin Ziyuan had been a model of restraint and self-discipline, always well-dressed even at home. However, ever since he learned that Zhou Chuchu enjoyed touching his muscles, he seemed to have unlocked some instinctive switch. Upon returning home, he donned a deep V-neck shirt that showcased his splendid physique, balancing both restraint and allure. Zhou Chuchu's gaze was irresistibly drawn to him, rendering her immobile. Qin Ziyuan's voice grew even huskier and deeper. There was a slight sensation, but verification was necessary. Zhou Chuchu. Qin Ziyuan approached, enveloping her in his arms. Zhou Chuchu immediately grasped his intention, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Mutual affection, heartfelt connection has activated. Your abilities and skills have been enhanced 3 times. Zhou Chuchu was speechless. At this moment, such notifications were best left unspoken. Thus, in the ensuing moments, the notification continued to manifest silently, time and again. That night stretched on interminably. At the Starry Moon Hotel, the gathering persisted. After Zhou Chuchu left, Dong Jian returned, his expression exceptionally grim. Lin Shuang, having failed to harm Zhou Chuchu, redirected her focus onto him, recalling the threat from Hao Ge. She presented him with a drink laced with additives. Dong Jian, I'm feeling quite down. Could you perhaps offer me some comfort? Before she could finish her sentence, Dong Jian snatched the drink from her and poured it over her head. Lin Shuang, you vile creature. Your lies have made me appear a fool. Dong Jian stormed out of the private room in a fury. He was enraged. Had it not been for Lin Shuang's deceit, he would not have lost the golden opportunity for the Dong family's rise. If only Zhou Chuchu had spoken favorably of him in front of her husband, he would have had an endless stream of wealth. But Lin Shuang's words led him to believe he could simply throw money at her. Nonsense. She could easily hurl money at him instead. Once Dong Jian left, the atmosphere in the room turned even more awkward. Lin Shuang, drenched in alcohol, hurried to the restroom to clean herself up, but suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over her, accompanied by an overwhelming desire. Meanwhile, Sun Qixuan was not faring much better. They exchanged glances, both understanding that their drinks were tampered with. Without further ado, they bolted from the hotel. Chapter 55. Lifting a stone only to smash one's own foot, He Hongqiao, with a glint in her eye, stealthily followed. She harbored intentions toward Sun Qixuan and was not about to let him slip away. Sun Qixuan appeared unsteady. Perhaps this was her chance. Indeed, upon exiting, she saw Sun Qixuan fumbling with his clothing, not even bothering to drive, and heading towards a secluded alley. He Hongqiao paused for a moment before trailing behind him. Deep within the alley, she spotted several scantily clad women standing by the street. With years of experience in the underworld, she instinctively knew what they were up to. Her brows furrowed slightly. Despite being a woman of the night herself, she only targeted affluent clients and held great disdain for such streetwalkers. Upon arriving in this location, Sun Qixuan could not possibly. In the dim, flickering light, 2 figures were entwined in the street, and it was none other than Sun Qixuan. He Hongqiao felt a wave of nausea rising within her. She recalled Zhou Chuchu's words and now truly believed he might have had an affair with Lin Shuang. She spat at Sun Qixuan's retreating figure. I thought you were a genuine scion of a prestigious family. Turns out you're a beast. Furthermore, the thought of him consorting with streetwalkers made her shudder, fearing he might carry diseases. She quickly covered her mouth and nose and stepped back. However, retreating seemed too lenient. She pulled out her phone, activated the night vision feature, and recorded the scene, sharing it in a group chat. Family, who understands? Sun Qixuan, looking all dapper, yet is a beast engaging in public debauchery. The classmates still at the gathering curiously clicked on the video, and the group chat erupted in chaos. What? Sun, the campus heartthrob, actually did this. Disgusting. I can't believe he asked that kind of person. I used to have a crush on him. How embarrassing. With his looks and wealth, he could have any woman. How could he stoop so low? No wonder Zhou, the campus belle, treated him with disdain. She must have known what he truly was. Those who had grievances against Sun Qixuan discreetly forwarded the video to Weibo, and it quickly amassed millions of views and countless shares. Even though the platform later deleted it, Sun Qixuan had become infamous. On the other side, Lin Shuang, having rushed out, sought a hotel to mitigate the effects of the drugs, but was pulled into a car by a thug waiting outside. Inside, Hao Ge glared at her. I've given you a deadline. Where's the person you mentioned? Lin Shuang had originally made an arrangement with Hao Ge to bring the drugged Zhou Chuchu down shortly. However, it was Lin Shuang who appeared instead, and he was naturally displeased. Yet, Lin Shuang was now in a dazed state, consumed by a fiery sensation. Her mind racing with curses directed at Sun Qishuan's ancestors. Upon hearing Hao Ji's words, the last remnants of her rationality wailed in despair. Yet her body instinctively leaned towards him. Hao Ge was well aware of her current condition, sneering as he pulled her closer. I provided you with a sedative, yet you have transformed it into something else, he chuckled. He understood Lin Shuang's intentions. This woman was truly treacherous, aiming to make Zhou Chuchu a plaything for everyone. However, her schemes had backfired spectacularly. With an impassive expression, he unbuckled his belt while his associates set up the camera. He had no intention of showing mercy. Debts owed must be repaid, and if money was lacking, then other means would suffice. In the middle of the night, Zhou Chuchu awakened to tend to her plants, only to discover a video circulating in their group chat. Upon glancing at it, clarity dawned upon her. The drink Lin Shuang had given her was indeed laced with such substances. Regardless of the impending apocalypse, she had always regarded Zhou Chuchu as a thorn in her side, relentlessly seeking to destroy her. What kind of drink had Sun Qishuan given her? As if to confirm her suspicions, another video surfaced in the group. Dear classmates, what is happening with Miss Lin Shuang? Is she being kidnapped? In the video, Lin Shuang staggered into the street, attempting to hail a taxi, only to be seized by two individuals with bleached hair and tattooed arms who forcibly tossed her into a van. Moments later, the vehicle began to shake unnaturally. The group chat erupted with various speculations. What on earth was happening? How had Miss Lin been captured? Why did it seem as though she was not resisting, and perhaps even knew those two? How could the esteemed daughter of the Lin family associate with such individuals? It was merely a facade she had constructed for herself. She had merely married into a family named Song, but that man had already been prosecuted and imprisoned. Is that true? This is sensational news. Some recognized the two assailants as notorious loan sharks known for their ruthlessness. Those who could not repay their debts faced dire consequences. Just moments ago, at the gathering, many had fawned over Lin Shuang, yet now they distanced themselves from her in the face of scandal. A few individuals, possessing a sense of righteousness and empathy, contemplated rescuing Lin Shuang, but the van had already blended into the crowd, making her rescue impossible. Zhou Chuchu remained composed, exiting the chat and shutting off her phone. The consequences faced by Sun Qishuan and Lin Shuang were indeed poetic justice, a case of retribution. She felt no sympathy, only a sense of satisfaction at their downfall. Exhaling the pent-up frustration, she felt invigorated. Next, she would focus on enhancing her and her family's abilities. In recent days, she had secretly administered mental enhancement and vitality potions to her family, cleverly mixed into their milk, ensuring they remained unaware. She had been nurturing them with small vegetables watered, using her abilities, though these had not evolved. As for herself, her powers as a plant manipulator were closely tied to the evolution of the plants. The garden's small vegetables had indeed thrived. Radishes, cabbages, green beans, scallions, mint, chili peppers, pumpkins, potatoes, corn, and mushrooms. Each variety had birthed a particularly powerful entity.
Come fort,
she called, and the 10 vegetable warriors emerged from the soil, shedding their disguises to reveal their true forms. Chapter 56. Zhou Chuchu's plant warriors indeed. These vegetables had taken on the appearance of small soldiers. Each bore distinct features, limbs, and fists. However, there were clear differences between them, and each variety had developed unique skills. The earliest evolved vegetable, the bok choy, had transformed into a bok choy boxer, capable of delivering punches to objects within 4 meters in both forward and backward directions, striking 50 times per second. Its power was comparable to that of a burly man wielding a hammer, and its speed was remarkable. After evolving into a bok choy boxer, its size had increased tenfold, now reaching Zhou Chuchu's thigh. Next in line was the green onion thrower, a long-shaped vegetable with slender limbs, capable of launching 3 segments of green onion within a 50-meter radius. Upon hitting the ground, they would emit pungent gas clouds that obscured vision and chemically attacked, temporarily impairing a person's sense of smell and taste. The pea shooter could continuously fire 18 peas from its plump pods in multiple directions, with each pea causing a minor explosion upon contact, sufficient to inflict injury to a hand, and possessing a range of 100 meters. The red carrot sniper could target and launch an explosive carrot at an enemy, detonating with a force comparable to a grenade, albeit with a limited throwing distance of 10 meters and a delay of 10 seconds before launching a second explosive carrot. The mint trap expert could deploy leaf traps, rendering anyone stepping into them immobile for 2 seconds, though it could only produce 5 at a time. The flame pumpkin could unleash a fireball that ignited enemies within a 10-meter radius. The corn engineer could release 3 tracking corn missiles aimed at enemies within 50 meters. Once locked on, the kernels would detach and shoot out rapidly. The demon chili pepper, draped in a red cloak with 2 small black horns, could spew chili flames. Effective up to 15 meters, continuing to burn for 3 minutes upon impact. The potato wall, a plump potato, could hurl a giant potato measuring 5 meters high and 4 meters wide every 10 seconds, serving as an effective barrier that lasted for 10 minutes. Among these vegetable warriors, the angel mushroom was the most beautiful, pristine white, and adorably charming. Its purpose was to energize allies within a 20-meter radius, serving as a supportive plant warrior. The larger plants, such as the flame pumpkin, had grown to 2 meters tall, appearing somewhat bulky, yet surprisingly swift. The smaller ones, like the bok choy boxer, stood at the height of Zhou Chuchu's thigh. The long green bean shooter extended up to 5 meters with its vines, while the potato wall, despite being capable of launching such a massive potato, resembled a volleyball in its natural form. These plant guardians obeyed Zhou Chuchu's commands effortlessly, moving according to her will, without the need for forceful guidance. Beneath their command, there was a squad of lesser soldiers, though their evolutionary stage was far inferior, only capable of hopping about in the soil. After providing them with abilities, she instructed them to burrow back into the earth. Next, she turned her attention to the peach tree, supplying it with half of her energy, resulting in rapid and comprehensive evolution. Its bark had hardened like iron, resembling dragon scales, and while its exact hardness remained unknown, it was undoubtedly formidable. Its leaves could be used as projectiles, returning to the treetop after being launched. She had tested its power, easily cleaving through rocks. The tree's internal tunnels had evolved into expansive chambers, reaching heights of approximately 50 meters. Zhou Chuchu ventured inside and observed that the wormhole space was remarkably smooth, rendering it quite suitable as an emergency refuge. Its branches bore 5 peach fruits, which, according to its own claims, possessed a certain probability of triggering extraordinary abilities upon consumption. However, whether this was indeed true remained uncertain, for she had never tasted the fruits herself. As for its root system, it asserted that it could now move with a speed akin to that of a compact car. A claim Zhou Chuchu had no opportunity to verify, as attempting to do so would undoubtedly lead to her peach tree being subjected to experimentation. In any case, she repeatedly advised them to maintain a low profile, to lie dormant in the soil as ordinary vegetables. As long as their actions did not jeopardize their own safety or that of her family, they were to refrain from making any moves. Zhou Chuchu emphasized this point with utmost seriousness. For instance, incidents like tripping Guanying and Old Lady Luo should not occur again without her explicit command. Unless they could execute their actions without leaving a trace, it was best to avoid such endeavors altogether. These little plants were indeed endearing, yet still too naive and required careful guidance. She did not wish for them to encounter unforeseen complications, especially considering their status as anomalies. Should they be discovered, the repercussions would be quite troublesome. The little plants behaved obediently, none exhibiting rebellious tendencies, and all complied, returning to the soil to feign being ordinary vegetables. "Come now, turn your leaves a bit yellow," she instructed. "Indeed, the weather is excessively hot. If you remain so green and vibrant, it would be quite conspicuous. We must blend in seamlessly with ordinary vegetables." The little plants adjusted accordingly, their leaves taking on a yellowish hue and wilting slightly. The peach tree, without needing further prompting from Zhou Chuchu, promptly turned its leaves yellow and drooped, appearing quite lackluster. At last, the little plants and the peach tree blended in with their surroundings. Zhou Chuchu, feeling reassured, returned indoors for a nap, embracing her husband's arm and drifting into a night filled with pleasant dreams. On the 10th day of her rebirth, during the day, Zhou Chuchu continued to collect deliveries and transfer supplies, including coal and other items. Compared to Qin Ziyuan, her operations were indeed modest, yet she felt a sense of security. Today, Qin Ziyuan arrived to pick her up at noon, much earlier than usual. Zhou Chuchu was pleasantly surprised to find him waiting at the warehouse entrance after just having transferred a warehouse full of supplies. Domestic companies are all selling off their assets and retiring early, Qin Ziyuan explained, naturally taking her hand in his. With nowhere else to go. I thought I'd come to see you. Zhou Chuchu couldn't discern whether it was a psychological effect, but she felt that Qin Ziyuan's hand was cool to the touch, quite pleasant. Upon closer inspection, it seemed he was not sweating at all. It's like discovering a new world, Zhou Chuchu exclaimed. Husband, I just realized you don't sweat at all. The temperature outside is a scorching 43 degrees. And yet you don't have a single drop of sweat. In contrast, despite her improved physical condition and greater control over her body's reactions to temperature, she still felt uncomfortably hot, her clothes damp with perspiration. It was in this comparison that she recognized how extraordinary Qin Ziyuan's lack of perspiration truly was. Qin Ziyuan, rarely joking, quipped, usually I don't need air conditioning at the office. Zhou Chuchu playfully inquired, why is that? He replied with a straight face. They say I'm an iceberg. Zhou Chuchu couldn't help but chuckle. Qin Ziyuan's serious demeanor while joking was truly amusing. It marked a significant improvement. In their past life, he had never possessed this skill. They make a valid point. You really are an iceberg, she acknowledged. Perfect for this sweltering weather. I imagine during the apocalypse, when the heat becomes unbearable, holding you would be quite comforting. I can only wonder how you would fare in the frigid cold. Qin Ziyuan held Zhou Chuchu's hand, his deep gaze enveloping her, but upon her noticing, he averted his eyes. Thus, after assisting Zhou Chuchu with the remaining deliveries, they strolled hand in hand to a nearby street stall for a meal. The two of them, a stately man and a radiant woman, formed a striking pair, drawing glances from passers-by. Upon reaching the street, they soon attracted attention. Ah, it's President Qin from Xinqing Group, exclaimed one. Wow, he is so handsome. Who is that by his side? His wife. That can't be. Perhaps she is some celebrity. Others mused, if she were a celebrity, surely she would be famous by now. Some girls eagerly contemplated approaching him for his phone number, yet were deterred by his imposing presence, opting instead to follow discreetly. Others sought to gain something from him, trailing behind as well. Qin Ziyuan frowned slightly. He disliked being exposed in public, as it often led to such situations. But he refrained from dampening Zhou Chuchu's spirits and endured the attention. After all, such warm moments of wandering together on the streets would become increasingly rare as the apocalypse loomed closer. Are you uncomfortable? Zhou Chuchu perceptibly sensed his unease. She tugged at his hand and hurriedly trotted ahead in her heels. Qin Ziyuan raised an eyebrow slightly, and they began to run freely down the street. Couples love. Heartfelt connection activated. Your abilities and skills enhanced 12-fold. The message appeared silently. Zhou Chuchu beamed with delight. Though Qin Ziyuan was running, it did not hinder his appreciation of his beloved wife's smile. In those visions of the future, she had never smiled so joyfully. She had been melancholic, burdened with worries, fears, regrets, guilt, heartbreak, and suffering, yet never had she laughed like this. Since that pivotal moment, she began to change. It seemed as though everything was transforming. She started to cherish her children, keeping them close, and she began to honor her parents, fostering a relationship with them that surpassed even that with her own flesh and blood. She had distanced herself from Lin Shuang and plotted against her. And the most significant change was her enmity towards Sun Qishuan, juxtaposed with her affectionate demeanor towards him, her love unmasked, trust emanating from her heart. He admitted he had become addicted. He himself was unaware of how deeply he cherished her love. He dared not imagine what would become of him if he were to lose that love. Perhaps it would spiral into madness far worse than the cataclysm in his past life. Chuchu, if you don't permit me to possess you, I shall not indulge in further fantasies. Since you have allowed me to taste the sweetness, I can no longer let you go. Regardless of your intentions, I willingly accept. Couples love, heartfelt connection activated. Your abilities and skills enhanced 13-fold. Couples love, heartfelt connection activated. Your abilities and skills enhanced 14-fold. Couples love, heartfelt connection activated. Your abilities and skills enhanced 15-fold. What is happening? Zhou Chuchu pondered, perplexed. She had done nothing yet had experienced a profound connection 3 times. After several twists and turns, they finally shook off the crowd and entered a small eatery. Boss, 2 servings of steamed dumplings, 2 plates of cold noodles, and 2 bowls of old duck soup. Coming right up. Please wait a moment. The proprietor, a plump woman, moved swiftly and soon delivered their order. Is this your boyfriend? Yes, quite handsome. Zhou Chuchu had dined here several times and had ordered 50,000 servings of snacks, so the owner recognized her. Upon hearing the question, she proudly replied, "Yes, not my boyfriend. Yes, my husband. We have a 4-year-old child together." "Oh my, I wouldn't have guessed. You both look so good. Your child must be adorable," the owner exclaimed sincerely. Zhou Chuchu flashed a bright smile. "Indeed, they are incredibly cute. 2 little angels." The boss busied himself with other customers while Zhou Chuchu focused on her meal. Noticing the man across from her gazing intently, she offered him a pair of chopsticks. Urging him to partake, "You must try this. The snacks here are truly authentic. I've stumbled upon this hidden gem over the past few days." Qin Ziyuan accepted the chopsticks and watched her eat. "Indeed, the flavors are delightful," he remarked, though it remained unclear whether he referred to the food or to her. Zhou Chuchu's movements slowed momentarily, and as she resumed eating, she exuded a newfound elegance. They had been married for 5 years, and considering their past lives, they had shared a decade together, yet they had never enjoyed a meal with such lightheartedness and joy. The atmosphere was tinged with subtle awkwardness, yet as they exchanged glances, a sense of novelty enveloped them. They were a married couple of many years, yet felt as though they were meeting for the first time. After their meal, Qin Ziyuan drove Zhou Chuchu to the port to oversee the transfer of goods. Leaning back in her seat, she idly played with her fingernails. Qin Ziyuan glanced at her delicate, fair fingers, suppressing the urge to grasp them, and initiated a conversation. All domestic companies have completed their sell-offs, while 87 foreign firms are accelerating their divestment, which should be finalized in about 5 days, with an estimated selling price around 300 trillion. Zhou Chuchu nodded, There was no need for her husband to share such details. All she cared about was receiving the funds. Due to our substantial investments in various countries' resources, their prices have doubled, he continued. Only then did Zhou Chuchu shift her gaze from her nails to her husband. "Oh, is it that serious? How much have you actually purchased?" Qin Ziyuan straightened slightly, his voice rising. "Today's raw materials are sourced from the United States, Russia, and India, purchasing over half of their current stock. Minerals from South Africa and Australia will arrive within 5 days. Additionally, oil, ships, and off-road vehicles will be arriving in succession. In 10 days, 3 batches of arms will dock in the international waters of Myanmar, Malaysia, and Thailand, and we will need to make a trip." Zhou Chuchu exclaimed, "Oh," returning to her nail care. Suddenly she realized, wait, how much weaponry have you acquired? 3 batches, and we need to collect them from international waters? Goodness, this is thrilling. As ordinary citizens, we won't be at risk of being taken advantage of, will we? At that moment, Qin Ziyuan exuded confidence. Chuchu, did I not mention that I was once a mercenary with a band of brothers who have faced life and death together? Zhou Chuchu's eyes widened in surprise. This was news to her. No matter how much she probed him about his past, he would only reveal tantalizing fragments, leaving her frustrated and unwilling to converse further. Arriving at the port to collect 900 billion tons of various minerals and raw materials did not lift her spirits. She crossed her arms and turned her head away in a huff. Qin Ziyuan found her reaction both amusing and perplexing. Upon reaching their home, he opened the door, his tall frame adopting a cautious tone. "Why are you still upset?" Zhou Chuchu had previously harbored resentment towards him, yet it had been cold and devoid of emotion. Perhaps because it was directed at his actions rather than him as a person. However, her current displeasure was vibrant and passionate, stemming from her feelings for him. She wasn't genuinely angry, she merely sought his attention and comfort. As he spoke, she was prepared to respond, but then she noticed Shen Danhong and Fong Monru approaching, evidently having overheard Qin Ziyuan's words. Shen Danhong's head, once held high, now rose even further. Fong Monru seemed to have confirmed the rumors of Qin Ziyuan's bankruptcy. After all, how could such a proud man speak so humbly to his wife if he had not fallen from grace? It was clear to her that Zhou Chuchu must look down on him and had quarreled with him due to his financial downfall. Shen Danhong cast a scornful glance at Zhou Chuchu and Qin Ziyuan, her demeanor dripping with disdain. She turned to Lu Jilan, who was watering the small plants in the garden, and mockingly remarked, "Oh, watering these pathetic vegetables. I wondered how your beautiful garden had been turned into a vegetable patch. I suppose you anticipated your impending bankruptcy?" It was true that Zhou Chuchu had instructed the small plants to pose as ordinary vegetables, drying them under the scorching sun the previous evening. This had pained her mother-in-law, who rushed to water them upon seeing them wilting. fortuitously encountering the triumphant Xin Danhong and her daughter. In her youth, Xin Danhong had stolen her mother-in-law's intended husband, marrying into the Fong family as the esteemed matriarch. Yet her life was far from comfortable. Tormented by a cruel mother-in-law and criticized for her inability to bear a son, she had endured relentless scrutiny. The husband she had fought so hard for turned out to be an ineffectual man, failing in business and prone to infidelity, leading to countless mistresses and endless heartache. Meanwhile, Lu Jiulan, whom she looked down upon, thrived after marrying Qin Zhuangming, a man previously regarded as a failure. Despite his humble beginnings, he proved to be a shrewd businessman. And in a short period, they amassed a substantial fortune, even eclipsing the influence of the Qin family. Later on, when Lu Jiulan bore a son, Qin Ziyuan, it marked a turning point for the family, leading to unprecedented success and growth. Xin Danhong was unaware of the extent of the Qin family's prosperity, as they had maintained a low profile before their market sell-off. Qin Ziyuan had only appeared on television a few times, and never in a context that piqued her interest. Before the Qin family's downfall, she had sought to maintain relations with Lu Jiulan, hoping for the Fong family's favor and for Fong Manru to marry into the Qin family. Yet, she alone understood the bitterness of watching Lu Jiulan boast about her grandchildren while she felt slighted, as if she were being scolded for her own shortcomings in bearing a son. She frequently visited Lu Jiulan, hoping to witness conflicts between Zhou Chuchu and Qin Ziyuan, relishing the thought of them in distress. She even attempted to instigate trouble, urging Lu Jiulan to mistreat her daughter-in-law, only to be met with resistance. Lu Jiulan, instead, treated Zhou Chuchu with even more kindness, which only fueled Xin Danhong's frustration. The last straw had been when her child pushed Lu Jiulan's children down a slide, and despite the incident being minor, her reprimands were met with hostility, leaving her isolated from her husband and daughter for days. To add insult to injury, Lu Jiulan had declared a complete severance of ties with her. Now, however, the tides had turned. The Qin family was in ruins. Although her husband had drained their finances and incurred massive debts, spending 500 billion to acquire Qin Ziyuan's company, which was a lucrative investment, she believed that these financial troubles would soon be resolved, leading to prosperity for her family. As for the Qin family, she sneered, "I've heard running a company is fraught with difficulties and debts. If the Qin family wasn't so heavily indebted, would they need to sell their company?" The thought of their predicament filled her with satisfaction as she reveled in the irony of their fall from grace. "Alas, it is fortunate that my family did not marry Manru to your Qin family, otherwise she would have become a mere debtor by now. From this point onward, restrictions on spending will render her unable to go anywhere. Those two grandsons of yours will likely be unable to attend their prestigious kindergarten. Yet, why would they need to attend such an elite institution? They might as well learn farming from you and their mother. That would serve them well." Zhou Chuchu was fuming and was about to roll up her sleeves when Qin Ziyuan held her back. She decided to leave the matter to her mother to handle. After speaking, he enveloped her small hand in his large one. It felt wonderful. He had long wished to do this. "Can our mother manage it?" Zhou Chuchu feared that her mother-in-law might suffer losses. Lu Jiulan initially ignored her, tending to the vegetables and watering the peach trees thoroughly. After putting down the hose, she grabbed a handful of wet mud and, with a calm demeanor, approached just as Xin Danhong began to mock her, shoving the muck into her mouth. "Who are you to belittle my family? Let me cleanse that foul mouth of yours." Xin Danhong, taken aback by the mud, could not utter a word. Her discomfort contorted her face as she desperately tried to expel the filth from her mouth. Zhou Chuchu watched her mother-in-law's ferocity, her jaw dropping in surprise, silently giving Lu Jiulan a thumbs up. Fong Manru's expression changed. Perhaps she had never witnessed this side of Lu Jiulan. "Aunt Lu, how can you behave this way? It is utterly uncivilized." She wished to assist Xin Danhong, but, upon seeing her smeared with dirt, she retreated in disgust. Internally, she felt relieved that she had not married into this family. Their manners were simply too lowly. Lu Jiulan scoffed at her. "Civilized? Do I need to be civilized towards someone who blocks my doorstep and hurls insults? As for your claim of relief for not marrying into my family, we never had any intention of accepting you." Fong Manru's face turned pale. She had always held herself in high esteem. She had exerted considerable effort to marry into the Qin family, only to see Qin Ziyuan marry the seemingly insignificant Zhou Chuchu in the blink of an eye, which infuriated her. She presumed Lu Jiulan and Qin Zhuangming would treat Zhou Chuchu the same way they had oppressed their mother, yet they instead cherished this daughter-in-law. The man she longed for, Qin Ziyuan, had eyes only for Zhou Chuchu, whom she deemed beneath her. This imbalance in her mindset darkened her mood. And now Lu Julin's words of disdain struck her like lightning. Aunt Lu, your words are quite laughable. Your Qin family has sold off the company. You are now merely an ordinary family with a bit of money. How could you ever be worthy of my golden phoenix? As she spoke, her true nature was fully revealed. Zhou Chuchu could no longer contain herself and stepped forward to confront her. You? A golden phoenix? Spare yourself the self-aggrandizement. Just how thick-skinned can you be to utter such nonsense? My husband is fortunate, blessed to have avoided marrying you. Had he done so, well, one can only imagine. Zhou Chuchu and Fong Monru shared a history of grievances. A few words were not enough to settle the score. Her family had just bought her husband's company and strutted around, unaware that this company was, in fact, a harbinger of doom. When the apocalypse arrives, without cash, how will they procure supplies? Selling off their ancestral property, how could they possibly return to the old residence for refuge? Relying on the favorable feng shui of that old house to thrive, Fong Monru was seething with rage from Zhou Chuchu's retort, but upon reflecting on the stark difference in their future statuses, she mocked, "You are quite sharp-tongued, but I wonder how long you can maintain such arrogance in the future." Zhou Chuchu replied with a cold smile, her implication clear, "You need not concern yourself with my affairs. You should worry about your own." Fong Monru was like a wasp, venomous and malicious, yet most of her deeds were carried out through others. Before the apocalypse, Sun Qishuan and Lin Shuang were her tools. After the apocalypse, the Tomorrow base would be her stronghold, with many more at her command. Reborn, she might change many things, but as long as Fong Monru drew breath, there was a strong likelihood she would still entangle herself with the leader of the Tomorrow base, who was rumored to have pursued her relentlessly until she acquiesced. Zhou Chuchu's gaze grew colder. She had to clip Fong Monru's wings in this life. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, should Fong Monru dare to provoke her again, killing would be permissible. Zhou Chuchu's ice-cold glare startled Fong Monru, who sensed a terrifying transformation in the woman she looked down upon. As if she had morphed into an unpredictable and formidable force. She quickly seized her mother, who was still spitting out mud and arguing with Lu Julin, and declared, "We are leaving." Shen Danhong was unwilling. She had come to assert herself, yet instead found her mouth filled with dirt. How could she accept such a defeat? "Monru, I must." Fong Monru shot her a stern look, and Shen Danhong dared not oppose her, obediently following her out. Zhou Chuchu's eyes darkened as she watched Fong Monru's retreating figure for a long while. She truly could bend and stretch. "Chuchu, if you wish to eliminate her. Now is not the opportune moment," Qin Ziyuan whispered in her ear, drawing near.
Ah!
Zhou Chuchu feigned innocence, playfully pushing him away. "How could I be so violent?"
Truly.
She radiated sunshine, concealing any trace of gloom. But who could remain so cheerful after losing everything and enduring years of harsh torment? The kindness she had left was meticulously carved from her heart, reserved solely for her family. Qin Ziyuan's deep, oceanic gaze enveloped her, not exposing her pretense. "Indeed, you are the kindest." They were two souls, one willing to speak, the other willing to believe. "Monru, you little rascal, what are you standing there for? Come inside. It's too hot out here." Lu Julin gently urged Zhou Chuchu, then scolded Qin Ziyuan, "You want to ruin her fair skin with the sun, don't you?" "Mother, I am your own son," Qin Ziyuan replied. Lu Julin took Zhou Chuchu's hand and ushered her inside. Go, you're my son indeed." Lu Julin felt joy in her heart, witnessing the affection between her son and daughter-in-law. "You little rascal, having sold the company, you ought to work harder. Your father and I have been feeling quite well lately. You and Chuchu could consider having another child, and we would gladly help take care of them."
Beep.
"Congratulations on successfully signing in. You have gained 400 trillion megabytes. As you have signed in for 10 days, you are rewarded with S-grade abilities as a plant warrior." Another S-grade ability? Yet, she wondered what purpose it served. In front of her in-laws and child, she couldn't very well test it out. Just as her thoughts were swirling, the cold, mechanical voice prompted her again. S-grade Plant Master and S-grade Plant Warrior can merge into 2 S abilities. Do you wish to merge? 2 S abilities. Zhou Chuchu was astonished. Abilities ranged from G to S in 8 tiers, and in her past life, she had never heard of anyone possessing 2 S abilities. Perhaps the power that Qin Ziyuan wielded as a corpse king during the apocalypse was 2S? Her heart raced, but she refrained from merging immediately, fearing an unpredictable outcome that might startle her in-laws and child. "I need to grab something from my room," she said, entering the chamber and quickly slipping out. "I'll go help Choo-Choo." Qin Ziyuan followed her, not concerned that she might be hiding something from him, but rather worried about her safety. In this exquisite villa community, the landscaping is exceptionally well executed. Within it lies a quaint park, filled with ancient trees that are several hundred years old. Due to meticulous care, these venerable trees remain lush and vibrant even under the scorching sun, radiating a resplendent green. Observing that she was alone, Zhou Choo-Choo steadied herself and declared, "Fusion. Congratulations. You have fused with an S-level plant warrior and an S-level plant master, granting you the title of 2S-level plant master." A plant master? What differentiates a plant master from a plant practitioner? As this thought crossed her mind, a green orb of light emanated from her hand, dispersing in all directions. A refreshing breeze suddenly swept through, providing a welcome reprieve from the sweltering heat. Her body levitated slightly as a carpet of flowers sprouted, radiating from her feet in all directions. She felt an instinctive connection. With her will, these plants would serve her as soldiers. However, without her powers to nourish them, these ordinary plants would swiftly wither and perish after use. Conversely, those nourished by her abilities could rapidly undergo transformation, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. As for herself, her own abilities had expanded remarkably. Firstly, her power pool had increased 20-fold, meaning she could now irrigate 20 gardens of vegetables simultaneously. If this capacity were consolidated into a single garden, the benefits to those plants would be astounding. Not to mention, she could now utilize all the skills of the plants. With a mere gesture, she unleashed the punching skill of a small cabbage, sending a flurry of strikes that echoed through the air. Her control over vines had multiplied from 3 to 18. Is this what it means to be a plant master? How exhilarating! And this was merely the beginning. The potential of her 2S-level powers was staggering. As she delved deeper into her abilities, she believed even more capabilities would be unveiled. With her power pool so vastly expanded, it was prudent to retain some reserves for the future. Zhou Choo-Choo surveyed the ancient trees around her. To merely transform them into plant warriors would be a tragic waste. The apocalypse had wrought devastation upon flora, obliterating countless centuries-old trees. While she could not save them all, she could at least evolve the ancient trees in the villa community. This would serve as a safeguard for herself and her family, and she would aim to rescue as many ancient trees as possible. Having been deeply wounded and betrayed, Zhou Choo-Choo had witnessed the depths of human depravity during the apocalypse, leaving her with little trust in people. In stark contrast, these plants were steadfast and loyal, never betraying her. Resolutely, she unleashed her powers, nourishing the ancient trees with her abilities. Chapter 60. My plant powers are exceptional. As the circles of energy dispersed, the ancient trees in the villa's green belt, procured at great expense by developers to appeal to wealthy residents, totaled 200. Naturally, she could not treat them with the same abundance of energy as she did with the old peach trees. But with her power pool now 20 times larger and still growing, she could nurture them just like the peach trees. Time was on her side. However, with her elevation to plant master, not only had the quantity of her powers increased, but the quality had also multiplied 5-fold. The once pale green orbs of energy transformed into a deep verdant hue, and as they spread, each of the 200 ancient trees received a substantial infusion of energy. As they unfurled their leaves and absorbed her energy, a profound bond formed between them and Zhou Choo-Choo. Voices, imbued with varying vibrations, resonated within her mind. Thank you, Master. Oh, beautiful and magnificent Master, we are grateful for your favor. Delicious, delicious.
I shall evolve, I shall transform.
Master, I will evolve splendidly. The trees swayed in her direction, their leaves rustling softly, as if stirred by an unseen wind, despite the oppressive heat that rendered the air still. Fortunately, due to the sweltering weather, people were reluctant to venture outdoors, preferring the comfort of their air-conditioned homes. Therefore, the area remained tranquil and undisturbed. Otherwise, witnessing such a spectacle would surely induce panic. Worried about her 2 children, Zhou Choo-Choo hastily departed, as the trees waved their leaves in farewell. She called back. You all stay well, just as you are. I will come to water you every day. The trees rustled in response, and then each stood silently. appearing unchanged on the surface, yet having undergone a profound transformation. A sudden sound of insects falling echoed through the grove. Each ancient tree, previously home to various pests, had shaken them off, ensnaring them in their roots and drawing them into the earth. The natural balance had shifted. The trees now stood as guardians against their former foes. The birds that nested within them remained unharmed, receiving protection instead. Two patrolling security guards approached, hearing the rustle of insects dropping to the ground, feeling a twinge of unease. What's south happening in this grove? What is that sound? Should we check? They peered into the woods, seeing nothing but branches swaying gently, accompanied by a refreshing breeze.
Oh,
It's just the wind. You startled me. This breeze is delightful. Isn't it strange? It's nearly October, yet the heat persists. The two continued their patrol, eager to return to the coolness of their air-conditioned surroundings, despite a lingering sense of curiosity. Emerging from behind a large tree, Qin Ziyuan glanced at the patch of flowers where Zhou Chuchu had stood, swiftly severing it with a flick of his blade, causing it to dissipate silently. Noticing the approaching figures, he concealed himself once more behind the tree. Zhou Chuchu rushed to tend to the flower patch, only to find it had vanished. Communicating with the trees, she inquired, "Who helped me remove the flower patch?" Qin Ziyuan placed his hand upon a tree. "Tree. Master, I apologize. I was threatened." The trees remained silent, yet did not issue a warning, leaving her perplexed. Could it be that the flower patch had a time limit and would vanish after a few minutes? She pondered, hastily retracing her steps. Qin Ziyuan chuckled softly, turning to vanish behind the tree, reappearing directly in the room, just in time to see Zhou Chuchu climbing over the courtyard wall and peering through the window. Upon meeting his gaze, Zhou Chuchu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Haha, husband, what are you doing in my room?" Qin Ziyuan retorted, "Chuchu. Dinner is almost ready. Why did you go outside?" I was just exercising before dinner, just a little workout, hee. Zhou Chuchu laughed nervously, feeling the strain of her fib. "Actually, I went out to test my plant abilities," she confessed, climbing through the window. Stealing a glance at her husband's inscrutable expression, she felt a sense of apprehension as she approached him, tugging at his sleeve.
husband, about that.
"I truly did not mean to hide it from you. I just haven't fully understood what my powers entail. You're not angry with me, are you?" Qin Ziyuan, let's eat. He turned and walked out. Zhou Chuchu felt perplexed. What did that mean? Was he angry, or was he not? Why is it so difficult to comprehend a man's thoughts? Zhou Chuchu followed Qin Ziyuan outside, her mind in a haze. In the past, she had no need to decipher a man's feelings, especially since she had not loved him then. Her affection for her husband blossomed only after her death, when she witnessed his descent into madness due to her demise. Thus, her experience in understanding men, particularly Qin Ziyuan, was limited, much like her inability to grasp why he would bring about the end of the world after her passing. "Darling, are you angry?" "Not angry."
Oh,
After a joyful family dinner, the two little ones rushed over to cuddle with her. "Mommy, why do you smell so nice?"
mommy,
"You feel so comfortable." Ever since they realized that their mother adored them, they couldn't resist snuggling up to her daily, always eager to share her bed. Sometimes, they disregarded their father's brooding expression entirely. For instance, today, just as Qin Ziyuan intended to share a tender moment with his wife, the two little ones claimed their spots, each nestling into her embrace. Even this man, who cherished his children dearly, felt a tinge of jealousy. "Cece Linlin, Mommy is quite tired today. You should go to your own room to sleep." The little ones pouted in protest. "No, Daddy, you've monopolized Mommy all day. I want to sleep in the same room as Mommy." Qin Ziyuan's expression darkened immediately. Zhou Chuchu chuckled softly. "Hey, Qin Ziyuan, even you have moments you can't handle, huh?" She hurried to soothe the two little treasures. "Sweethearts, go to your little room and sleep. Tomorrow, Mommy will pick you up from kindergarten." Upon hearing this, the two reluctantly departed. "Mommy, you must come to get us tomorrow." "Pinky promise, Mommy." Once the little ones were gone, Zhou Chuchu was enveloped in a wide, cool embrace. "Chuchu, I need some comfort." Thus began a 3-hour session of solace. Zhou Chuchu stretched her back, incredulous at how, without the integration of dual S-level abilities and a significant enhancement in her physical condition, she would have struggled to endure. Wait, something felt off. This man was typically very disciplined. Why was he? Her cheeks flushed. This was strange. Qin Ziyuan had never behaved this way in his previous life. She had thought he had no such desires. Chapter 61. The boss's wife invites him for noodles and fetches the kids after feeding the vegetables from the garden and the peach trees some sugar. Zhou Chuchu returned to her room to continue her slumber. Yawning, she reflected on how exhausting it was to water the plants every night. In her past life, she had endured various torments, unable to sleep due to excruciating pain, every moment a torment. During those times, she had yearned countless times for a peaceful, pain-free sleep.
Now,
in her rebirth, she could finally lie comfortably in bed and drift off. However, due to her newfound plan abilities and the urgent desire to protect her family and strengthen herself, her thoughts of wanting uninterrupted rest were overshadowed. No matter how tired she felt, she would rise promptly to nourish the plants and hone her abilities. After exhausting herself, she would collapse onto her bed and fall asleep immediately. As she slept, Qin Ziyuan opened his eyes and gazed quietly at her peaceful slumber. Unable to resist, he leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on her tender lips. Zhou Chuchu murmured softly and licked her lips. Startled, he drew back, glancing around with a hint of guilt, relieved to find that Zhou Chuchu was merely reacting unconsciously. At that moment, a pair of slender arms wrapped around him, shifting her body to lay half atop him, holding him tightly. Qin Ziyuan, resigned, gently tried to pry her little hands away, but remained motionless. It turned out that in her dreams, Zhou Chuchu instinctively sought a source of comfort and coolness, and once found, it was not easy to let go. I really can't do anything about you. Though he thought this, he felt quite pleased. As Zhou Chuchu slightly loosened her grip, he instinctively reached for her hand. Wife, this is wonderful. However, his contentment was short-lived. As he glanced at his wife's lovely sleeping face, his expression darkened. Damn it, he would not be able to sleep tonight. Zhou Chuchu enjoyed a night of sweet dreams, save for one discomfort, an unyielding presence poking at her waist throughout the night. Her partner had already risen, maintaining his disciplined routine even in retirement. Indeed, he was in the study attending to various international affairs. She received a deposit of 100 trillion megabytes in her account. By now, the relentless stream of numbers elicited little response from her. She even silenced her phone. Only during the transfer of goods did her spirit soar, bringing her a sense of safety and joy. Using the unrefined vegetables to prepare a rich beef noodle soup, she knocked on the door, calling for her husband to join her for breakfast. Darling, come eat some noodles. In the study, Qin Ziyuan was engaged in a multi-billion-dollar video conference, with over 100 foreign executives awaiting his further instructions. Upon hearing Zhou Chuchu's call for breakfast, he unhesitatingly paused the meeting and stepped out with a smile. The executives were left in disbelief. What? A bowl of noodles is more important than this billion-dollar meeting? Some executives, having experienced this before, nodded in understanding. Yes, mates. Don't be so surprised. This isn't the first time. Whenever that lady calls the boss, he transforms from a deity into her personal angel. In the dining room, Zhou Chuchu was enjoying her noodles enthusiastically. Noticing her husband's slightly darkened circles, she asked, Honey, did you not sleep well last night? Qin Ziyuan paused mid-bite, staring intently at her. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? Zhou Chuchu touched her face, bewildered, finding nothing there. Qin Ziyuan sighed, never mind. Oh, honey, don't be silent. If something is troubling you, just tell me. Did you encounter issues selling the overseas company? Is your procurement of supplies obstructed? I may not be able to help practically, but I can offer verbal comfort. If you have difficulties, just say it. Qin Ziyuan replied, What a lovely wife, but alas, she has a big mouth. Just eat your noodles. Oh. After finishing breakfast, Qin Ziyuan returned to his video conference, though his expression was visibly grim. Following a fierce negotiation, he successfully raised the company's selling price by 12 points. By the time Qin Ziyuan managed his various affairs, it was already noon. After they had lunch, they ventured out under the blazing sun. Outside, cicadas screamed desperately, and the heat made one long to stay indoors. Yet, they had to go to the warehouse to collect various packages sent from across the country. No matter how hot it was, they had to go out. Otherwise, those supplies would go to waste, and she would be heartbroken. Thankfully, with Qin Ziyuan, a human ice block, by her side, being near him felt quite refreshing. As they passed the security room and the gate opened, several guards were munching on sunflower seeds in the air-conditioned room. They watched the luxury car drive away through the distorted heat waves. Looks like the Qin family really is going bankrupt.
Indeed.
Even we don't want to go out in this awful weather, yet they still have to. If they weren't bankrupt, would they be like this? That woman is so arrogant, making us soak in the sun. She won't stay that way for long. Let them bask in the sun. They deserve it. Malicious voices echoed, prompting the stern reprimand from the patrolling officer Foam. Cease your gossip behind others' backs. You cannot silence your mouths, even with food. The faces of several security guards changed, yet they dared not retort. Despite his age, Foam possessed unmatched skills among them. Years of military service had honed his abilities, and he practiced martial arts daily. Taking on 4 or 5 of them was hardly a challenge. Thus, even though Foam was somewhat of a loner, they refrained from confronting him. Captain Lee Jun of the security team, with a calculating gaze, inquired, Brother Foam, I have noticed you purchasing rice and provisions at the supermarket every afternoon. What is the purpose? Without lifting his eyes, Foam replied, I have a few impoverished relatives in the mountains. Their pantries are bare, so I send them some supplies.
Oh,
You have relatives?
Lee Yun asked, finding supplies.
Foam, irritated, shot back. What? Did I spring from a rock? Lee Jun chuckled but fell silent, his expression darkening as he turned away. The old man had impoverished relatives. He had been flattering Foam in hopes of extracting some money, only to find Foam spending it all on these goods. Meanwhile, Zhou Chuchu completed the transfer of packages to the warehouse, and the two proceeded to the port to oversee the relocation of various machinery, raw materials, off-road vehicles, and dozens of cruise ships. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Qin Ziyuan had to leave to attend to an urgent matter, while Zhou Chuchu took a taxi to pick up their 2 children. The children attended Haishir International Kindergarten, which offered elite education exclusively to the affluent. Situated in the precious land of Haishir, the institution spanned 100 acres and boasted European-style architecture akin to a palace. After verifying her identity, Zhou Chuchu waited in the pickup room for her children. Although labeled a pickup room, it was nearly the size of a basketball court, already bustling with numerous parents. Upon her entrance, all eyes turned to Zhou Chuchu. Some gazed in awe while others scrutinized her. Among the onlookers was a woman with high cheekbones, heavily made up, whose striking appearance bore a hint of the provocative. She fixated on Zhou Chuchu. A glance revealed her to be a once popular actress who had faded from the limelight after marrying into a wealthy family. Though her influence lingered, she was now surrounded by admirers as she came to pick up her child. As Zhou Chuchu entered, the attention shifted towards her, inciting displeasure from the actress. She raised her voice, declaring, there is a chasm between ordinary people and stars. Some may be attractive yet will never ascend to stardom. They lack that essence. Her disdainful gaze swept over Zhou Chuchu, making her target unmistakably clear. Zhou Chuchu, indifferent to the woman's provocations, simply desired to bring her children home. The woman, sensing Zhou Chuchu's disregard, shot her a withering glance, her discontent palpable. Surrounding her were sycophantic mothers who acted as her front line. You seem unfamiliar. Which child is yours? Have you joined our mother's group? Which school did you attend? What company are you with? Our group only accepts exceptional mothers. Zhou Chuchu rolled her eyes and distanced herself. The woman, feeling slighted by Zhou Chuchu's lack of recognition, huffed but did not pursue further conflict. Soon, the children were brought out, and Zhou Chuchu's eyes fell upon them immediately.
Linlin, Zizi.
Mommy is here. The 2 little ones, upon hearing her voice, brightened like little light bulbs and dashed towards her, breaking free from their teacher's grasp. Mommy, you're here to pick us up. They beamed with pride and joy. Coincidentally, the actress's child emerged as well, a tall, stout boy. Spotting his mother, he rushed over but was met with her dark, brooding gaze fixed on Linlin and Zizi. A shadow of malice crossed the boy's face, uncharacteristic of his age, as he swiftly approached and forcefully shoved Linlin and Zizi. In Chapter 62, the narrative unfolds with the children needing to protect their mother. The hefty child, clearly older than Zhou Chuchu's 2, towered over them by a head, being in the pre-kindergarten class. With his aggressive push, the children stumbled forward, nearly falling onto the hard marble floor, raising Zhou Chuchu's alarm. In a moment of urgency, she was about to unleash her botanical abilities when she witnessed Linlin and Zizi deftly absorb the impact, merely leaning forward without falling. The enhancements from the physical and mental boosters they had consumed previously were evident, improving their agility and overall physique. Mommy. The 2 children remained oblivious to the malicious intent behind the push, their focus solely on their mother. Zhou Chuchu embraced them tightly, her heart finally at ease. She directed a fierce glare at the boy, demanding, "Why did you push them? Apologize." The stout child vehemently denied, "I didn't push them. They just can't walk properly." His gaze, however, remained fixed on Linlin and Zizi, his malice unmistakable. Though he had not toppled them this time, his anger simmered, and he resolved to retaliate against them the following day. Judging by the boy's demeanor, Zhou Chuchu concluded he was a natural troublemaker. She refused to indulge him any further. "You didn't push? Then let's check the surveillance footage to see the truth." The child, having ruled the kindergarten unchecked, was unprepared for a parent like Zhou Chuchu. His lip quivered, and he burst into tears. "I didn't push them. I didn't push them. You're an adult, I'm a child. You're accusing me and bullying me." His performance made it seem as though Zhou Chuchu was in the wrong. The boy's mother, the very woman who had exhibited hostility towards Zhou Chuchu, intervened, pulling her child close. Instead of correcting his behavior, she retorted, "What is wrong with you? Why are you bullying my child? Your child can't walk properly and you blame it on mine?" Initially, Zhou Chuchu sought only an apology from the child, believing the matter could be resolved amicably. However, the other parent's unreasonable stance ignited her resolve. "Whether or not your child is at fault, the video will clarify everything. I won't waste time. I'll be calling the police." Upon hearing the mention of police, the woman's expression shifted dramatically. She exchanged glances with several parents surrounding her, who immediately rallied to her defense, attacking Zhou Chuchu collectively. "Are you the mother of those two children? With how you're dressed, you don't look like a good family. I've never seen you pick up your kids before. Are you really their mother? If your kids can't walk properly, why blame others? Are you trying to extort her because she's a star?" The parents' voices grew louder, drawing the attention of bystanders, making it appear as though Zhou Chuchu was the one attempting to exploit the actress. The actress raised her chin triumphantly, surveying Zhou Chuchu with a gleam of satisfaction. The children sensed the adult's malice, but remained composed, with Zizi clinging to her mother, vigilantly observing the unfolding scene. Linlin stood bravely before his mother, speaking in a clear, childlike voice. "That brother just pushed me and my sister. If we hadn't been eating well and exercising with Dad lately, we would have fallen over." He continued, "When someone does something wrong, they must admit it, but he refuses and plays tricks. You adults are helping them slander my mother, showing how unreasonable you are." Though only 4 years old and limited in vocabulary, Linlin understood that the words of these adults were quite inappropriate. Like a young eagle, he spread his small wings to protect his mother, refusing to allow them to speak ill of her. The heartfelt words of the child struck a chord, and the expressions of those hostile towards Zhou Chuchu changed. Zhou Chuchu felt a mix of bitterness and gratitude as she embraced her little warrior alongside her brave little princess. "Linlin, you spoke wonderfully," she praised. "Zizi, thank you for protecting Mommy." The two little ones beamed with courage at their mother's affirmation. However, Yu Yan furrowed her brow and argued, "Your child is lying without any preparation. My child is tall and strong. If he truly pushed them, could they have avoided it? And as for exercising with Dad, that's laughable. Can physical differences be bridged by mere practice?" The surrounding parents, observing the children's sizes, found Yu Yan's words convincing. A star like her surely wouldn't lie over such a trivial matter, they thought. "Perhaps you have misunderstood. Children's words cannot be taken seriously. He could very well be lying." Zhou Chuchu's expression darkened, and her hands itched with frustration. Yu Yan held her head high, confident in her stance. The chubby black-haired child, sensing the shift in public opinion, grinned wickedly and pointed at Linlin, saying, "Mom, let me fight him. If I win, his mother has to apologize to us. Didn't he claim he could avoid my push? If he can defeat me, it proves he was right." Yu Yan ruffled her son's hair and exclaimed, "Oh my dear, what a splendid idea." She provocatively glanced at Zhou Chuchu. "Let us do as my son suggests. Let the two children fight, and if my son wins, it proves you are lying, and you must apologize to both of us." With a sly grin, she added, not only in reality, but also on Weibo and headlines. Though claiming to retire from the limelight, she remained closely connected to the industry, frequently appearing in variety shows with her child. She understood that attention equals wealth and was adept at using various topics for publicity. Here was a prime opportunity. And she even had a title ready. Unbelievable, some people are desperate for fame. Some of the onlooking parents, unable to discern right from wrong, fanned the flames, suggesting, "Yes, to prove your child isn't lying, let them fight. If your child wins, you must apologize." Zhou Chuchu surveyed the crowd, a cold smile gracing her lips. Are you all joking? If my child was pushed or not, we can simply check the video. You're diverting attention. She had no intention of engaging with these people further and planned to call her husband for assistance. Yet, Linlin tugged at her sleeve, saying, Mom, I can fight him. His eyes sparkled with determination.
I can win, Mom.
Since that incident on the slide, his father had been training him and his sister in martial arts every day. And he had improved significantly. His father had taught him that martial arts should not be used against the weak. But surely this larger boy did not fall into that category. He was a little warrior, ready to protect his mother and sister. Zhou Chuchu knelt to meet Linlin's gaze. Have you made your decision? Even if he beats you and leaves you bruised, will you regret your choice? The little one clenched his tiny fist and nodded resolutely.
No.
I won't regret it, Mom. And I will never lose. Zhou Chuchu's eyes brightened. She had no objection to her child fighting, in a world that was rapidly changing. It was essential for him to possess a certain fierceness. Since he had made his decision, she would support him, regardless of the outcome. This matter has reached a point where the children must not fight for nothing. I propose a fair deal. If your child loses, I will apologize. But if he wins, I will not seek an apology from you. Rather, I will give each of you a slap. Zhou Chuchu put forth her proposal. Yu Yan and the others were taken aback by this unexpected condition. They exchanged glances, the pressure mounting on Yu Yan. Her expression shifted dramatically. She knew all too well whether her child had pushed anyone, and the troubling fact was that her child had indeed pushed, but failed to knock anyone down. Uncertain, her son piped up, Mom, agree to her. I want to lose. I wanted to know how strong I am. Yu Yan glanced at her well-fed son, and then at the normally sized Linlin. The size difference was substantial, and knowing her son was ruthless and had never lost a fight, she reluctantly agreed to Zhou Chuchu's terms. Fine, we'll do it your way. The crowd cleared a space, and the hefty child began to strut around. Linlin approached calmly. When a kindergarten teacher attempted to intervene, Yu Yan dismissed her with a wave. The chubby boy swung his arms menacingly, threatening Linlin. You dare come up, little brat? I'll make you bleed, he bellowed. You're so small, I could send you flying with one slap. Just wait. I'll pin you down and make you cry. Linlin paid no heed to the threats and stared steadily at the boy. To him, the larger child was merely bigger in stature, but full of weaknesses. His composure astonished several watching parents who remarked, This child is exceptional. He possesses the demeanor of a great leader. At 3 years old, he shows promise. Whose child is this? His poise is remarkable. Yu Yan's countenance darkened as she listened to the praise, without needing others to point it out. She could see her own child was nothing more than a foolish monkey, while Linlin exuded the calmness of a young tiger. The contrast was stark. Why are you still waiting?
Hit him,
she shouted at her son. The hefty boy, fueled by the crowd's encouragement and his mother's urging, could no longer contain his fury. He had always resented Linlin as charm and the special attention he received from teachers, feeling that such treatment should belong to him as the son of a star.
Now.
Hearing the crowd's accolades only intensified his anger, and he swung his arm towards Linlin. Linlin sidestepped, ducking to avoid the punch, then executed a swift move that sent the hefty child sprawling to the ground. Linlin leaped onto him and landed a punch squarely on his nose. Blood immediately gushed forth, and the hefty child cried out in alarm, Mommy, Mommy, help me. Linlin, having brought him to tears, refrained from further aggression and calmly inquired, Did you win? Or did I? The chubby child, still attempting to evade responsibility, was met with Linlin's raised fist, which landed another blow. He howled in despair, You won, you won. Help. Mommy. Yu Yan trembled with rage, her face ashen, exclaiming, What a useless creature. She strode forward and, with a swift kick, aimed at Linlin. Zhou Chuchu, ever vigilant, dashed to intercept, delivering a kick to Yu Yan's thigh that sent her sprawling. Yu Yan, now on the ground, felt as if her leg had been shattered. Disbelief mingling with fury as she cursed, You filthy wretch. Before she could finish her tirade, Zhou Chuchu seized her collar and delivered 4 sharp slaps across her face. Afterward, she advanced toward the group of women who had instigated the conflict. These women, accustomed to bullying others alongside Yu Yan, were taken aback by Zhou Chuchu's audacity to retaliate without hesitation. Yu Yan lay on the ground, bloodied and moaning in pain, leaving the others in shock. Some, quick-witted, attempted to flee, but Zhou Chuchu was relentless, capturing the first to run and delivering punishment in the form of 2 slaps. The sound of slaps echoed throughout the venue. The offenders, indignant, shouted, "We're calling the police. You're assaulting us. Everyone, bear witness." Just as they finished their outcry, the police arrived, accompanied by a sharply dressed man in gold-rimmed glasses. They were momentarily stunned. Who had called the police? Zhou Chuchu, cradling Linlin and Cece, approached the officers and declared,
I did.
She nodded to the bespectacled man, Lawyer Feng. "We meet again." Lawyer Feng adjusted his glasses, a hint of surprise in his smile. "Madam, every encounter with you brings a delightful surprise. Last time it was kicking Zhang Daong, and now you've taken on 6, bringing a whole troop of troublemakers to tears. Indeed, it's a bit troublesome. There's a celebrity involved. Can we manage this?" Lawyer Feng replied, "Madam, I've obtained the school's video footage, and I recorded the entire betting scene on my phone." His gaze swept across the room, a mysterious smile gracing his face. "So the question arises, madam. How long do you wish for them to be incarcerated?" At this point, some had recognized Lawyer Feng, their expressions a mix of shock and awe. "It's Lawyer Feng. My heavens, he's notoriously hard to hire. My boss spent 5 million just to enlist him for a lawsuit." This was indeed commonplace. Lawyer Feng was among the top-tier lawyers, sought after by many. The crowd wondered about Zhou Chuchu's identity, as she had somehow managed to engage his services for such a trivial matter. Not engaged. Did you not hear how he addressed her? He called her madam. Speculations swirled among the onlookers, unable to fathom her status. It was no surprise, however, as Linlin and Cece's enrollment was handled by their grandparents, who were discreet and never boasted about their son being a billionaire. Zhou Chuchu, having vented her frustrations, was disinclined to linger. Her gaze fell upon the mothers, who, upon recognizing Lawyer Feng's identity, displayed a glimmer of desperation in their eyes. "No need for incarceration. If you apologize to me, we can put this matter to rest." As her words sank in, the mothers rejoiced and hurried to apologize. Yu Yan, her face contorted in anger, retorted, "Don't think you're the only one who can hire a lawyer. I have one too. I will not let this go." Lawyer Feng, initially uninterested, perked up at her words. "Oh, do you happen to have a litigation expert? Come, quickly call them over. This case would be far less entertaining without you both behind bars." Yu Yan scoffed. "Is it necessary?" She's just boasting. With Lawyer Feng's presence, Zhou Chuchu naturally chose to leave with her children, stepping outside to find a familiar luxury car awaiting them.
Daddy.
The 2 children rushed toward their father. In the car, the 2 little ones animatedly recounted their school day to Qin Ziyuan, who smiled and responded intermittently while stealing glances at Zhou Chuchu through the rearview mirror. "Daddy. And Mommy really impressive?" Linlin exclaimed. "I only hit 1, but Mommy took on 6. Qin Ziyuan chuckled, teasing, "Mommy is indeed formidable, daring to strike in public." Zhou Chuchu felt a flush of embarrassment. All right. Thanks to my dear husband for sending Lawyer Feng to handle these matters." The family shared laughter as they drove home. Along the way, they spotted a vendor selling balloons of various shapes, dinosaurs, dolphins, and bunnies, captivating the children's attention. Without hesitation, Zhou Chuchu led the little ones to buy balloons. "Excuse me, how much for all these balloons?" The balloon seller, delighted, replied, 500, but if you buy them all, I can give you a $50 discount."
All right.
"Please inflate them for me." As they waited, a shrill bark pierced the air, followed by the sounds of a scuffle and harsh reprimands. "You filthy dog. You think just because I'm nice you can take advantage of me? Dare to steal from my store? I'll beat you to death." The owner of a nearby bun shop was mercilessly beating a large tabby dog, which, despite its size, lay bleeding and whimpering on the ground. Not retaliating, but rather submitting to its fate. Cece, who had been eagerly anticipating the balloons, clutched Zhou Chuchu's hand tightly, her face filled with compassion. "Mommy, that dog is saying it hurts so much and is so hungry. It's sick. Let us help it, please." Zhou Chuchu, though somewhat unmoved, having witnessed death in the apocalypse where people died in droves, could not bear to see Cece in tears. Cece, with a heart of gold, tugged at Zhou Chuchu's hand again. "Mommy, I can forgo the balloons, the toys, even my New Year's money. Please, let us save it. It's going to die." Tears welled in Cece's eyes as she pleaded. Zhou Chuchu, indifferent to the dog's plight, was unwilling to see Cece cry. She approached the bun shop owner, intervening and handing him $100. "We'll take this dog, and please bring me 10 meat buns." The owner paused, surprised. and then cheerfully went to prepare the buns. You don't mean to keep this dog, do you? You seem well off, accustomed to fancy breeds like huskies and Labradors. This dog isn't worth keeping. It's just a stray, dirty and full of fleas, and it's injured. There's no way you can save it. His words nearly brought Cece to tears. Zhou Chuchu's expression hardened as she snatched the buns. Whether it lives or dies is not your concern. Be quiet. The bun shop owner stood there, arms crossed, watching with a hint of mockery. Cece pulled out a bun and offered it to the dog. Here, good doggy. Eat the bun. Zhou Chuchu, fearing the dog might bite, hesitated to let her approach, but the little girl assured her, Mommy, don't worry. The dog said it won't bite me. I'll go feed it. Once it eats, it'll have strength. Seeing her child's pure and hopeful eyes, Zhou Chuchu's heart softened. She allowed Cece to approach the large dog while remaining on high alert, ready to intervene should the dog show any signs of aggression. Do not say it is merely a dog. Even if a person were to threaten her child, she would never show mercy. However, when it came to the approach of the tabby dog, it displayed no intention of aggression. Instead, it regarded the little girl with a human-like gaze, revealing a sense of gratitude. Gently nudging her small hand with its nose, it cautiously devoured the bun she offered. Throughout this interaction, the girl demonstrated extraordinary patience and affection as she stroked the dog's unkempt fur. Good dog, do not fear. You will recover. The tabby dog gazed intently at her, its mismatched golden and blue eyes reflecting the girl's image, as if it wished to etch her into its memory forever. It remained silent and docile, obediently consuming the buns she provided. Zhou Chuchu observed with mixed emotions. She worried that such kindness could lead to harm in a world gone mad. Yet she cherished this precious display of compassion. In this apocalyptic era, humanity had devolved into beasts. Amidst the pervasive loss of human decency, the radiance of genuine compassion shone brightly. With a sigh, she resolved to protect her child as best she could. Should Ruo wish to adopt this dog, she would not object. Yet, given its injuries, it seemed unlikely to survive. Once more, she glanced at the tabby dog, but was taken aback. Whether it was an illusion or not, the dog appeared revitalized, a powerful vitality coursing through its frame. Its once dull fur began to regain some sheen. The festering wounds had scabbed over, and its emaciated body had filled out slightly. After consuming 5 buns, it even managed to stand, albeit unsteadily. The owner of the bun shop, who had anticipated a spectacle, was astonished, dropping his cigarette in disbelief. Only he knew he had struck the dog with deadly intent. That it had not succumbed on the spot was a miracle, and yet here it was, rising with surprising ease. This dog was indeed peculiar. Zhou Chuchu recognized that this was no ordinary dog. Affected by dark matter, humanity had begun to evolve following the apocalypse, but animals and plants had evolved even faster. In this world, there existed a dragon dog, evolved to the pinnacle of its kind, standing at the apex of mutated beasts, harboring a profound hatred for humanity. It had orchestrated multiple attacks on human bases, resulting in the destruction of no fewer than 5. This fearsome dragon dog was said to have evolved from a tabby. Its eyes mismatched in color, one golden and one blue. Whether this dog was the legendary beast remained to be confirmed, but it was clear that it harbored secrets. Before the situation could escalate further, Zhou Chuchu took a balloon and signaled for the children to get into the car. Ruo, reluctant to leave the tabby behind, invited it. Good dog, if you have nowhere to go, come home with me. I will take good care of you. After a moment's hesitation, the dog obediently climbed into the car. With events unfolding as they did, Zhou Chuchu could not bring herself to eject it. Strangely, Qin Ziyuan did not question the decision either, simply driving them home. Upon their arrival, the dog's injuries appeared to have vanished, leaving only traces of blood on its fur. At that moment, its vitality was exuberant, its mismatched eyes sparkling with intensity, though they remained wary and dismissive of others. Only when it looked at Ruo did its gaze soften. Zhou Chuchu thought, this dog is indeed problematic. When their parents saw them bringing home a filthy dog, they did not scold the children. Rather, they expressed delight. The grandfather praised, this tabby dog is truly magnificent and powerful. Though a bit dirty, that is no issue. We can simply wash it. He extolled its virtues as a loyal guardian, noting how rare such dogs had become, and declared that Ruo was fortunate indeed. However, as he attempted to lead it to the bath, the dog stepped back, evading him with a wary yet slightly disdainful look. Dear, did you see? This dog looks down on me. he exclaimed, flopping into his wife's embrace. Lu Julin, amused, offered comfort. All right, you are a person, and it is a dog. It cannot be expected to regard you as an equal. Qin Zhuangming nodded, though he remarked, but I can't shake the feeling that your words are somewhat off. Zhou Chuchu scrutinized the tabby dog, increasingly convinced it bore a resemblance to the fabled dragon dog of the Apocalypse. Such a creature was inherently dangerous. Perhaps it would be wise to devise a plan to send it away. The dog seemed to sense her apprehension, lowering its head and whimpering softly, its golden and blue eyes appearing to plead. Little Ruo Rua immediately embraced its neck, exclaiming, Mommy, please don't send it away. It says it will protect me. Zhou Chuchu's gaze deepened. Ruo Rua's behavior was peculiar. At 4 years old, while she often conversed with her stuffed animals, this time her words seemed remarkably specific, almost as if she could understand the language of dogs. Could it be that Ruo Rua had awakened some latent ability? Yet this was not right. In her previous life, Ruo Rua's ability manifested as elongated and hardened arms, not this. Furthermore, despite the speculation surrounding the tabby dog being a dragon dog, it had been an ordinary creature prior to the apocalypse, having endured severe mistreatment at the hands of humans for scavenging food. After the world fell apart, it had nearly become prey itself, leading it to harbor a deep-seated animosity towards humanity, repeatedly orchestrating assaults on human strongholds.
Yet now,
its remarkable recovery was evident even to the bun shop owner. How could it possibly be an ordinary dog? Was there a mistake in the information? As Zhou Chuchu pondered these troubling thoughts, Qin Ziyuan grasped her hand reassuringly. Let us keep it. Zhou Chuchu remained troubled, wary of harboring a creature as formidable as the dragon dog within their home, deeming the potential risks too great. She wished to shield her family from any threats, but struggled to articulate her concerns to her husband, unsure whether to perpetuate the pretense of a dream. Qin Ziyuan squeezed Zhou Chuchu's hand and cast a glance at the tabby dog. If it wishes to leave, I will not stop it. However, should it dare to harm any of you, it will come to regret having entered this world. It was as if he spoke to both Zhou Chuchu and the dog simultaneously. The tabby, feeling the weight of his gaze, bristled but refrained from barking, instead bowing its head in submission. With its mismatched eyes, it perceived Qin Ziyuan and the others in a manner entirely different from how they saw him. The terrifying figure before it resembled a prehistoric tyrant, an overwhelming energy radiating from him as if 2 eternal suns shone from his eyes. Sensing the dog as heightened tension, Ruo Rua quickly comforted it, gently stroking its fur. Good dog. Do not fear. Be calm. As she caressed it, streams of white light flowed from her palm into the tabby dog, which indeed began to settle, turning to Ruo Rua and licking her hand affectionately. Ruo Rua giggled. Good dog. Let us go. You are quite dirty. She pointed toward the bathroom, and the tabby dutifully followed her lead. Ling Ling, envious, dashed after them, exclaiming, I want to go too. Zhou Chuchu, still uneasy, decided to accompany them. However, her mother-in-law, Lu Julin, interjected, I will go instead. I understand your concerns, but this dog appears to be quite sensible. It shares a bond with Ruo Rua and will not harm her. Zhou Chuchu chose to refrain from following but cast frequent glances toward the bathroom, ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Laughter and joy echoed from within, interspersed with the occasional bark. Soon, the children emerged, having bathed the dog, and they too were delightfully clean. The newly washed tabby dog possesses a sleek coat, and despite its gaunt physique attributed to prolonged malnutrition, it exudes an inexplicable spirit that surpasses that of an ordinary canine. My father-in-law, a genuine dog lover, was instantly smitten. What a beautiful dog! Let me pet it! He exclaimed, but the tabby deftly evaded him. Lu Julie laughed heartily, reaching out to stroke the dog's back. The dog showed some reluctance but ultimately stayed put. Zhou Chuchu pondered for a moment before extending her hand. The tabby took a couple of steps forward and rested its head beneath her palm. Lu Julie chuckled. Our family hierarchy has been clearly established by it. Qin Zhuangming, feeling competitive, pointed at Qin Ziyuan, declaring, this little rascal is the true heir of our family. Qin Ziyuan glanced at the tabby and questioned, is that so? The tabby, lying flat on the ground, covered its eyes with its paws, seemingly exclaiming, aren't you putting me in a predicament? I am merely a dog. Perhaps I should roll over for your amusement? The tabby then rolled over twice on the ground. Qin Zhuangming was taken aback. Has this dog become sentient? Lu Julie reassured him. Indeed. It sat right in front of you during your college entrance examination. After some playful antics, the family welcomed this new member, naming it Xiaohu. Although Xiaohu was not particularly fond of my father-in-law, he joyfully built a doghouse for it, eager to relish the joys of training the dog to eat and relieve itself. To his surprise, the dog not only managed to go to the bathroom on its own but also knew how to flush the toilet. That evening, Zhou Chuchu prepared a large bowl of beef for it. Xiaohu gazed at her for a prolonged period, its eyes glistening with moisture. And only after she urged it several times did it quietly finish the beef, leaving nothing behind. Chapter 66. The younger brother arrives in Haishur. Congratulations on successfully checking in. You have received 450 trillion megabytes, 1 pet tiger bone for muscle reinforcement, and 5 portions of plant-enhancing fertilizer. A round, shiny object resembling a roaring tiger swirled within the storage space. Is this the pet tiger bone for muscle reinforcement? Zhou Chuchu thought it felt odd. Just as the dog arrived in the house, she had already checked in for a pet supply. The rewards were entirely based on the amount Qin Ziyuan transferred to her, showing no concern for Zhou Chuchu exploiting the system to her advantage. What exactly is the connection between the check-in rewards and my family members? Is it the family's attitude towards me, the addition of a new member, or something else entirely? It seems there is much to uncover. Initially, the check-in provided her with rewards, including unlimited space and a new member gift bag on the first day, but the subsequent days yielded little of interest. Only when she and Qin Ziyuan began to capitalize on the system, receiving substantial funds, did the variety and quantity of check-in rewards increase. Until yesterday, the system rewarded her with an S-level plant warrior ability, merging 2 S-level abilities into a 2S-level master of plant control. What could be the reason behind this? Could it be that by thwarting Lin Shuang and Sun Qishuan's schemes, the system rewarded her for her cleverness? System. Is this how it works? The system remained silent. Zhou Chuchu was prepared and did not lose heart. Each day she asked a question. If it didn't respond, it was of no concern. Perhaps one day it would reply, revealing the proper way to exploit the system. Upon examining the plant-enhancing fertilizer, it appeared a vibrant crimson, faintly glowing, resembling animal fat, and emitted a subtle fishy scent. Unable to discern its exact function, she decided the best approach was to feed it to the old peach tree and await its feedback. As Zhou Chuchu entered the garden, the atmosphere became lively, filled with cheers. Master. The master has arrived. Look at me. I love my master. I have learned a new ability. Master. The little plants expressed their affection openly, unlike humans who often spoke one way but acted another. Their words and actions were in perfect harmony. Zhou Chuchu fed them the ability and approached the old peach tree. After several rounds of profound evolution, the old peach tree had grown increasingly stable and wise. My great master, usually you feed me sugar first. Today, you have placed me second. Is there something you need me to assist with? Zhou Chuchu, not wishing to conceal anything, presented the plant-enhancing fertilizer. Taste this fertilizer and tell me its effects. With a rustle, the old peach tree extended 2 branches to take the fertilizer, its leaves quivering with excitement as if it were a dying person seeing a life-extending ginseng. My great master, you are truly benevolent and generous. Even before tasting it, I can sense the immense energy it harbors. It will greatly benefit me. Thank you, my master. After expressing its gratitude, the old peach tree carefully buried the fertilizer at its roots. Minutes later, vibrant red veins began to pulse from its roots, spreading throughout its branches and leaves, ultimately converging on the several enormous peach fruits it bore. Zhou Chuchu felt a mix of anticipation and nervousness. How does it work? Master. This fertilizer can enhance a specific aspect of our abilities and elevate it to a higher tier. For instance, if I use it to enhance my internal space, the current 1,000 square meters could expand to 10,000. If I enhance my root system, it will become stronger, boasting formidable regenerative capabilities. Should I enhance my offensive power, each leaf I shoot could possess the power of a small explosive. Zhou Chuchu nodded in understanding. It seems you have strengthened the fruits? The old peach tree replied, because my master has granted us evolution, I wish to contribute as much as I can. My ability-laden fruits, once enhanced, have a great potential to catalyze advanced abilities. I wish to present these fruits to you. Zhou Chuchu was taken aback by the old peach tree's intentions, standing in silence for a considerable time. After a while, she fed the 300 ancient trees in the green belt and was about to return when she noticed a dog following her at a comfortable distance.
It was Xiao Hu.
In the darkness, its eyes sparkled with a blue-gold light, which startled her momentarily. When she halted, it sat still. When she moved, it leisurely followed behind, until the silhouettes of both dog and owner vanished into the night. Qin Ziyuan, clad in pajamas, emerged from behind an ancient tree, ensuring his wife's safety before disappearing in an instant. Once she returned to the house, Xiao Hu went to the doghouse made by Qin Zhuangming to sleep. Zhou Chuchu understood its intent. It was protecting her. She returned to her room, where Qin Ziyuan lay, with his eyes closed. Under the gentle glow of the night light, his features appeared deep and chiseled, his long eyebrows framing a pair of lashes that resembled delicate fans. I never noticed your lashes were so thick. It's quite enviable. Zhou Chuchu reached out to touch them, feeling them flutter under her fingers. Afraid of waking him, she nestled into bed and fell asleep almost instantly. Once asleep, her hands and feet instinctively sought out the cool spots for comfort. In the following days, as the weather grew increasingly warm, Zhou Chuchu continued her routine of moving supplies. Though shipments of food items had ceased, the quantity of materials she needed to transfer diminished. Meanwhile, Qin Ziyuan had successfully transferred 90 billion cubic meters of water, 5 billion cubic meters of oil, 8 tons of gold, 10 tons of silver, and various unnamed minerals from Russia, along with 800 million tons of assorted seafood. The temperature over the sea is somewhat lower, and the high temperatures have yet to affect it. As soon as the seafood is brought in, it undergoes rapid freezing, allowing for transportation. However, this batch of seafood may be the last one acquired before the apocalypse. Qin Ziyuan's foreign company has also sold out completely, with daily funds maintaining at 5 million megabytes, which is more than sufficient. The rewards for daily check-ins have become increasingly abundant, with quantities on the rise: 25 units of Type 2 physical enhancement agents, 30 units of Type 2 mental enhancement potions, 28 units of Type 2 vitality enhancement elixirs, and 18 packets of plant enhancement fertilizer. Additionally, there are 2 multifunctional greenhouses with climate control and 5 powerful natural energy collectors. Zhou Chuchu diligently tends to her small garden, watering the ancient tree behind her house with her abilities, expanding the capacity of her ability pool further. She remains committed to cultivating plant warriors. She fed 5 packets of plant enhancement fertilizer to the second batch of evolved demon peppers, potato walls, angel mushrooms, lentil shooters, and scallions she had prepared for her brother. On the 13th day of the countdown to the apocalypse, her brother Zhou Shenyang arrived in Haisher and called her. "Sister, I'm here." The tall and handsome Zhou Shenyang, dressed in a white tank top and carrying a bag of oranges, walked along the station while on the phone. "Okay, I got it. Sister, I'm not a child anymore. I know how to get here." His striking features and sun-kissed skin did not diminish his looks. Instead, they enhanced his vigor. His well-defined muscles emanated a wild charm, a result of his years of fruit cultivation. Compared to the weary office workers with dark circles and unhealthy appearances, he exuded a different allure, attracting many young women who cast flirtatious glances his way. Some, emboldened, attempted to approach him for his WeChat ID, but he moved too swiftly, leaving them behind, their sighs echoing in his wake. Unaware that he had severed numerous romantic opportunities, Zhou Xingyang reached the exit and looked around. "Sister, I'm at the exit. Where are you?" Zhou Chuchu glanced at the dark coal-like figure before her, exasperatedly leaping up to deliver a slap to his head. "Where do you think I am? I'm right in front of you. How can you not recognize me?" Zhou Xingyang, astonished by the dazzling and radiant Zhou Chuchu before him, exclaimed, "No way, sister. Did you get plastic surgery? The transformation is astounding. Let me tell you, don't waste brother-in-law's money. It's not easy for men to earn." Zhou Chuchu, speechless, leaped up again to slap him. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Her 2 slaps rekindled the affection he had longed for from his sister, dissolving the years of estrangement in an instant. Zhou Chuchu glanced behind him but saw no sign of their parents. She grasped Zhou Xingyang's tank top tightly. "Where are Mom and Dad? Why didn't they come? Did something happen to them?" Zhou Xingyang stumbled as she tugged at him, hastily explaining, "Sister, let go. Don't be so agitated. Mom and Dad are doing just fine. They're in the mountains looking at the supplies you sent me." Zhou Chuchu was taken aback. The money she had given her brother was meant to help them survive the apocalypse for 5 years, yet it had inadvertently prevented their parents from coming to Haisher. "What is so interesting about those supplies? Tell them to come over." Zhou Xingyang quickly waved his hand. "What do you mean those supplies? They're worth 50 million. He whispered closely to Zhou Chuchu. That is still not more important than mom and dad. Zhou Shenyang fixed his gaze on his sister, his expression growing serious. Sister. With your words, mom and dad will have no regrets. Zhou Chuchu recalled her past mistakes and felt a wave of melancholy. She had let her parents down as their daughter.
Hey!
Zhou Shenyang shouted, shaking his phone mischievously. I recorded what you just said. I'll play it for them when we get back. Zhou Chuchu instinctively kicked at him. Are you crazy?
Delete it!
Zhou Shenyang deftly avoided her kick. Nope. I'm not deleting it.
Hee.
The playful banter continued until Qin Ziyuan arrived, leading the two little ones. Zhou Shenyang immediately became captivated by the two children, abandoning his sister to rush towards them. Brother-in-law, he greeted first. Qin Ziyuan nodded, his demeanor remaining somewhat aloof. Yet, this was the most amiable expression he could muster outside of his interactions with Zhou Chuchu and the children. Zhou Shenyang was pleasantly surprised. He knew his brother-in-law's character and felt thrilled by even a nod in acknowledgement. Uncle, hello. The two little ones greeted him politely, their curious eyes fixed on Zhou Shenyang. His heart melted at their adorable faces as he tossed the oranges aside and opened his arms to embrace them. Oh, little treasures, let Uncle hug you. The last time I held you, you were just born, and now look how big you've grown. Come on, Uncle will take you on a plane. He mimicked the sound of an airplane taking off as he ran, the two children giggling uncontrollably in delight. It must be said, the bond of blood is indeed wondrous. After playing for a while, Zhou Shenyang remembered the oranges. Sister, brother-in-law, I brought you oranges that I grew myself. They're so sweet. He grinned widely, exuding pride. Our fruits had a bountiful harvest this year. I'm famous far and wide as the fruit king. Zhou Chuchu looked at him, filled with pride. It was truly impressive that her brother could rise from the depths of family bankruptcy and diligently cultivate fruit. If not for the apocalypse, he would undoubtedly become a renowned fruit king across the nation. Once in the car, Zhou Shenyang, the social butterfly, babbled on. Brother-in-law, our parents said they heard you sold the company, and they told me to let you know that if you encounter any difficulties, just tell us. We're family. There's no need to be polite. Qin Ziyuan, driving, paused slightly and sincerely replied, Thank you, Mom and Dad. Zhou Shenyang waved his hand grandly. Why say such things among family? Just let us know if you need anything. And you, sister, he continued, I'm not saying this lightly, but if brother-in-law has any difficulties, you should spend less of his money and learn to manage your life. Zhou Chuchu's earlier feelings of warmth vanished, replaced by irritation. What kind of foolish brother are you? Fortunately, Qin Ziyuan, unwilling to let his wife feel uncomfortable, interjected, My wife can spend as she pleases. Once she spends it all, I'll earn more. Zhou Chuchu felt a sweet warmth in her heart and confidently told her brother, Did you hear that? My husband doesn't mind my spending. You can't interfere. Zhou Shenyang chuckled, grinning widely, exchanging a knowing glance with Qin Ziyuan, offering no rebuttal. Upon returning home, their parents had prepared a lavish feast to warmly welcome him. After a hearty meal, Zhou Chuchu took him to tour the safety house that was under renovation. As they stepped into the yard, his gaze was immediately captivated by the ancient peach tree. He hurried over, caressing the trunk and exclaiming in admiration. The bark is as tough as a turtle shell, the trunk as sturdy as a pillar, it's as majestic as a flying dragon. Sister, this old peach tree in your yard is remarkable. Zhou Chuchu smiled at her brother. You understand this? Zhou Shenyang proudly replied, Of course. You have no idea what I do. This peach tree, if it were in the mountains I manage, would be the first of its kind. Even hundreds or thousands of years old trees would pale in comparison. Zhou Chuchu's heart stirred. Are there many ancient trees there? Even ones that are 1,000 years old? Zhou Shenyang affirmed, Yes, there are quite a few ancient trees. In the deep mountain hollow, the two oldest ginkgo trees are about 800 years old. Look, this is a photograph. At least 5 people could embrace it. Zhou Chuchu gazed at the image, utterly astonished. Perhaps due to her unique abilities, she could perceive a deeper essence within these two ancient ginkgo trees. A myriad of colors danced around them, enveloped in auspicious signs. The grandeur of the 3,000-year-old ginkgo trees of Wudong Mountain was truly breathtaking. Chapter 68. Zhou Chuchu reveals the truth to her brother. Zhou Chuchu was deeply moved. The sight of these ancient ginkgo trees led her to contemplate thoughts she had never entertained before. Perhaps my previous understanding was flawed. I had assumed that plants only began to evolve after the apocalypse, but clearly that is not the case. These two ginkgo trees have undergone profound evolution. Yet, having not experienced their presence firsthand, I remain unaware of the extent of their transformation. She cast a penetrating gaze at her brother, Zhou Xinyang, who felt uneasy under her scrutiny. What's wrong, sis? Your eyes look different. Zhou Chuchu's sense of the divine and magnificent collapsed in an instant, and she rolled her eyes skyward, lamenting that her unfortunate brother was adept at breaking her composure. She placed her hands on her hips and pointed at Zhou Xinyang's chest. Your eyes are the ones that are off. These two ginkgo trees are far superior to the old peach tree in our courtyard, okay? What is that look you're giving me? If you keep feeding me false information, I'll have to deal with you. Zhou Xinyang, feeling a twinge of fear, quickly replied, I won't do it again, sis. At that moment, he noticed the multifunctional greenhouse in the garden, and excitement surged within him again. Sis, these two greenhouses are amazing. Where did you order them from? Can you get me two as well? They would be perfect for cultivating seedlings. Zhou Chuchu, exasperated by his scattered thoughts, finally lost her patience and tugged at his ear. Come here. I need to ask you something. Did you bring the shopping list? Zhou Xinyang whimpered. I brought it. I brought it, sis. Be gentle. He showed Zhou Chuchu the photograph shopping list. The list was extensive, and bringing it along seemed odd and potentially revealing. So he had taken photos instead. Zhou Chuchu glanced at it and found his purchases quite reasonable. Food, drink, supplies for warmth and cooling, various generators, sleds, inflatable boats, and small boats. She felt a slight relief. Zhou Xinyang leaned in closer. Sis, I also bought 20 hunting rifles and 15 machetes. Zhou Chuchu looked at her little brother in surprise and gave him a thumbs up. Did anyone discover these supplies? Zhou Xinyang patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, sis. I moved these supplies over 3 mountain ranges, changed vehicles several times, and finally, Dad and I personally drove them to a natural cave to hide them. Only Mom and Dad know. Zhou Chuchu nodded, letting out a breath of relief. Zhou Xinyang could no longer contain his curiosity. Sis, can you tell me why you had me buy these supplies? Zhou Chuchu did not respond immediately, but led her brother into the safety room. The safety room was almost complete. Zhou Xinyang marveled at the 50-centimeter thick titanium steel plates surrounding the entire villa, including the basement and roof, embedded with layers of explosion-proof glass, and equipped with various facilities for warmth, cooling, fireproofing, poison-proofing, earthquake resistance, and radiation protection. His eyes widened in astonishment. Sis, are we preparing for war? This is too extravagant. Zhou Chuchu looked gravely at her brother. War? What we are about to face is far more terrifying. In a bustling environment, she urged him to follow her. Come with me, and I will explain everything. Zhou Chuchu brought her brother back to their residence, where Qin Ziyuan vacated the study for them to converse in depth. Xinyang, every word I am about to say is serious. You must remember it well. This may sound absurd, but it is the imminent reality. In 12 days, the apocalypse will arrive. Zhou Xinyang's mouth dropped open in astonishment, and just as he was about to question Zhou Chuchu's seriousness, she pulled him into her infinite storage space. Zhou Xinyang was overwhelmed by the sight of countless supplies lining endless shelves, completely dumbfounded. What the heck is happening? Zhou Chuchu brought her brother inside to reveal everything without further concealment. This is my ability space. What you see are the supplies your sister and brother-in-law have prepared to survive the apocalypse. The end is near. Extreme heat, severe cold, floods, storms, earthquakes, zombies, and mutated flora and fauna will all occur in succession. No one can escape. Not me, not you. We must actively respond and prepare in advance. Zhou Xinyang's scalp tingled. His sister's words struck him like a heavy stone, leaving him reeling. He was reluctant to believe it, but with such an incredible sight before him, he had no choice but to accept it. He fell silent. Zhou Chuchu allowed him time to process her words. After a while, he lifted his head. His eyes filled with determination. Sis, what else do I need to do? How can I protect Mom and Dad? Seeing her sister and brother-in-law so well prepared eased his worries about them. But what about their parents? Zhou Chuchu replied earnestly, I have made comprehensive arrangements. I have prepared some items for you. You must take them back and use them as instructed. Zhou Chuchu produced various enhancing potions for physical ability, mental strength, and vitality, along with 3 fruits from the old peach tree. After explaining their uses and methods, she solemnly stated, You must persuade Mom and Dad to come to Haishur. We must unite as a family to face the apocalypse. I am constructing a safety room, and I will feel more at ease if we live together. Zhou Xingyang hesitated. Sis, with our parents' temperaments, they probably won't bother you even in the apocalypse. Besides, even if I tell them the end is coming, they won't believe it. Zhou Chuchu had anticipated this, producing demon peppers, potato walls, angel mushrooms, bean shooters, and scallion throwers planted in pots, along with a pot of orchids. When they see these plants, they will believe what I say. Zhou Xingyang, lost in thoughts of the apocalypse, was once again taken aback by his sister's display of 5 pots of vegetables and an orchid. Sis, we're discussing something serious here. What else with the pots of vegetables? Zhou Chuchu replied sternly, don't interrupt. Pay close attention to these 5 pots. Zhou Xingyang began to observe closely and indeed noticed the differences. I must admit, sis, your little plants are quite impressive. With your talent for planting, you could grow fruit trees. Zhou Chuchu, unable to contain herself any longer, gave Zhou Xingyang a light smack to the head, cutting off his observations. As he simply lacked the intelligence. Stop pretending these are ordinary vegetables. Let us get to the point. Chapter 69, The Little Vegetables in Action. Zhou Chuchu's arrangement. Zhou Xingyang chuckled. Sis, your serious expression is hilarious. Do you really think these little plants will understand you just because they're in pots? As he watched in awe, the demon pepper transformed from a common chili pepper into a vibrant red, glowing as if aflame. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and expelled 3 bursts of fire, igniting the ground for a full 3 minutes, intensifying the heat that already had him panting. Wait! Cease! It has a mouth now. The pepper has a mouth. Zhou Chuchu smirked. Oh, it not only has a mouth but also eyes and hands. It looks down on you now. It even wants to slap you. Zhou Xingyang tightly shut his mouth, only to witness the comical potato wall opening its mouth in a silly manner, extending 2 hands to present a sturdy wall made of potatoes. Standing 5 meters high and 4 meters wide, evidently robust enough to crush and serve as a shield. Holy moly! My goodness! Zhou Xingyang exclaimed once more. Zhou Chuchu admonished. Lower your voice, there's no need to make a fuss. Zhou Xingyang continued to wail. Sister. My dear sister. It's hard not to scream. Anyone would. Zhou Chuchu scoffed. You silly boy. Following this, the bean shooter emerged, popping open its pod and shooting a flurry of vibrant green peas, resembling little beads. Zhou Xingyang attempted to collect them, but Zhou Chuchu swiftly grabbed his arm, warning, don't touch them, they might explode. He quickly withdrew his hand, watching in awe as the peas zipped back into their pod, which seemed to wink at him. 3. Zhou Xingyang exclaimed, Sister, it blinked at me. It actually summoned the peas back. Overwhelmed by the absurdity, he was at a loss for words. Zhou Chuchu, maintaining her composure, replied, Isn't it normal for it to blink? Those peas will explode, and if you were to step on them, who would be responsible for the damage? Zhou Xingyang conceded, Sister, your reasoning is impeccable. I am left speechless. Feeling the disdain emanating from his sister, he declared, Sister, I am trained, and no matter how astonishing the situation, I assure you, I shall remain unperturbed. Zhou Chuchu cast him a skeptical glance. Really? Indeed, he affirmed. The green onion thrower emerged from the flower pot, wielding a piece of green onion and performing a nunchaku routine before Zhou Xingyang, whose mind was utterly bewildered. He turned to his sister and asked, If I continue to exclaim in disbelief, will it make me seem uncultured? Zhou Chuchu retorted with a cold smile. What do you think? He glanced at the serene white jade mushroom in the pot, pondering whether it would also engage in some peculiar antics. He straightened his posture, asserting, No doubt, sister. I can certainly contain myself this time. Zhou Chuchu merely smiled in silence. The white jade mushroom straightened up, adorned with a large mushroom cap, cascading white hair, and 2 delicate white butterfly wings. It glanced at its vegetable companions and released a burst of pink mist. Upon receiving this mist, the vegetable companions visibly brightened. Their spirits lifted significantly. Zhou Xingyang remarked, Sister, could it be that my prolonged singlehood has led me to find even a mushroom charming? He was utterly and completely astonished. In comparison to these plants, he found the impending apocalypse to be somewhat trivial. Zhou Chuchu, in her sisterly manner, facilitated her brother's acceptance of the approaching apocalypse and continued. As for the elixirs I provided, you and our parents should take one every 10 days. After consuming the elixir, you may eat the ability fruit. In case of emergencies, consume the ability fruit first to activate your powers. Carry these 5 pots with you. They will disguise themselves as ordinary vegetables. Should you and our parents encounter danger, they will spring into action. Inform them first. If they still refuse to come, I entrust them to you, and you must protect them. If you face insurmountable danger, take them to those 2 ginkgo trees. Zhou Chuchu had placed triple layers of insurance for their parents and brother. If the parents agreed to come, they would face the trials together. Yet, just as her brother understood their parents, she did as well. As long as they had an escape route, they would never accept a life dependent on others. These stubborn old folks were inherently resilient. Had it been otherwise, they would have sought help when they faced bankruptcy instead of retreating to the mountains to cultivate fruit. With their character, even knowing the apocalypse was imminent, they would not come. She had deeper considerations. In her previous life, their parents did not perish due to a lack of resources, but due to severe illness. They had underlying health conditions, and in extreme environments without treatment, they succumbed. However, with these enhancers, their health would gradually improve, and those underlying conditions would diminish. If they consumed the ability fruit and acquired abilities, their lifespans would take a leap. In terms of safety, with these 5 enhanced vegetable warriors, barring disasters like landslides, they should be able to protect themselves. Even if they could not, the 2 old ginkgo trees stood as a final safeguard. She sensed a natural affinity between her powers and plants. The evolved vegetables would undoubtedly pique the interest of the old ginkgo, leading to their protection in exchange for something. Of course, that was the worst-case scenario. Moreover, she had a significant concern. She felt that in this rebirth, surrounded by treacherous circumstances, there might be unpredictable anomalies preventing her from caring for her parents and brother. She resolved that if safety were assured, yet their parents remained in peril, she would bring them over by any means necessary, even if it meant binding them. Here's a mobile phone for you, so you can contact me anytime. Zhou Chuchu handed Zhou Shenyang a sleek black phone. Despite its unassuming appearance, it was a sophisticated product linked to a satellite communication system. A marvel of technology from Xinqing Group. Even if terrestrial communication infrastructure were to fail, it would still function. Why can it use satellites? Don't ask. Just know that your brother-in-law prepared for the apocalypse by launching 10 satellites into orbit. Her husband had made extensive preparations. She was aware of at least 32 laboratories built in remote mountains, underground, and deserts, with a substantial amount of supplies directed to those locations. As for the specifics of his arrangements, he had mentioned them, but her interest waned, and she often dozed off while listening. Zhou Shenyang took the phone and vowed earnestly, "Sister, I will do my utmost to persuade our parents to come over. But if they refuse, please rest assured, I will protect them at all costs." Chapter 70. Qin Ziyuan's faction. Scorpion's provocation. Zhou Shenyang had barely spent 2 days in Haishur before he felt an overwhelming urgency to leave. The apocalypse was looming, and his thoughts were consumed with his parents. The 2 little ones were particularly reluctant to see him go during these past days. Their uncle had played with them to their heart's content, and they had grown fond of him. Zhou Chuchu felt a pang of reluctance as well. Yet her worries for their parents remained. With Zhou Shenyang returning to watch over them, she felt somewhat reassured. Before leaving, Zhou Shenyang summoned Qin Ziyuan into the study for a serious conversation between men. What transpired between them was unclear, yet upon his exit, he expressed to Zhou Chuchu, "Sister, I was initially quite worried about you here in Haishur, as the circumstances are far more complex and dangerous than those I face in the remote mountains. But with brother-in-law around, I feel at ease. As for their parents, she need not fret. He would strive for their safety." When Zhou Shenyang departed, he left her a precious gift, a collection of videos featuring him and their parents recorded over the past 5 years, documenting their experiences cultivating fruit trees on the mountain, along with their heartfelt thoughts and blessings for her. These videos became a source of strength for Zhou Chuchu. Each viewing filled her with resolve. She was determined to thrive through the apocalypse and reunite with her family. Shortly after returning, her brother called with a video chat. On the other end was the face Zhou Chuchu had longed to see. Upon seeing their parents, tears welled in her eyes. "Mom and Dad, please come. Let us be together as a family." On the other side of the call, their parents looked deeply into her eyes, their expressions filled with reassurance. Yet they shook their heads. "Near, we understand your intentions, but we cannot come. In the past, we may have imposed burdens and stress upon you. You have your in-laws to consider and children to protect. Our presence would only serve to distract you. Furthermore, we find ourselves in the depths of the mountains, where safety is assured, perhaps even more so than in your vicinity. Nestled within the mountains, the air is cool and refreshing, impervious to the scorching heat. And provisions stored here remain intact. Even in the event of a flood, this place remains untouched. Should frigid temperatures arise, the mountains provide excellent insulation. Most importantly, in a radius of 100 miles, few souls inhabit this area, sparing us from the treachery of mankind. Should adversity strike, the tree god shall shield us.
Dirniar.
You need not worry about us. Rather, you must cherish your time with Zhe Yuan. Zhou Chuchu was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face as nostalgia for her parents surged within her heart. Despite her preparations, a flicker of hope remained, yearning for her parents to come to her. We are well, truly well. Both he and I have awakened our abilities, and we have stockpiled ample supplies. We'll be just fine, Mom and Dad, do not worry. Regardless of the conflicts and quarrels endured, the bonds of family ultimately unite the heart. Seeing her daughter's tears softened the hearts of her parents. Her mother gently pushed her father aside, offering comforting words, and rest assured, your father and I shall strive to be strong. We too have awakened our powers. Once we become formidable, your younger brother will no longer be a burden, but rather lend you a helping hand. When that time comes, even if you look down upon us, we shall still squeeze together with you. Her parents, casting aside their pride, were eager to embrace their future in-laws as sisters. Zhou Chuchu nodded vigorously, tears flowing anew. On the 11th day of the Apocalypse countdown, the first wave of searing heat descended upon the earth. With temperatures soaring to 45 degrees Celsius in Haishur, heat alerts were issued globally, and drought followed closely behind. Various regions began distributing heat allowances, and people reduced their outings. Some companies even permitted employees to work from home, with most families running their air conditioning continuously to combat the oppressive heat. The news broadcast reported numerous incidents arising from the extreme temperatures, including sunburns and heat strokes, as fear and anxiety began to permeate the atmosphere. The host urged everyone to stay indoors, to trust in the nation, and to unite in overcoming this hardship. Experts labeled this heat wave as a once-in-a-century phenomenon, attempting to convince the public that it was merely a temporary spike in the planet's temperature. However, only Zhou Chuchu understood that every day leading up to the onset of frigid conditions was a respite from the impending doom. The apocalypse had revealed its menacing claws, poised to strike at the very foundation of human existence. On the 10th day of the countdown, Zhou Chuchu boarded Qin Ziyuan's private jet, diverting towards the international waters off South Korea. There, she witnessed a different side of her husband, who had combed back his hair with an air of authority, exuding confidence and sharpness. Usually embodying the essence of a domineering CEO, he now resembled a general poised for battle, imbued with a spirit of adventure. In contrast, she donned practical sportswear, her long hair tied up high, and with the fierce aura cultivated from past struggles, she appeared formidable in her own right. Yet, cradling a pot of vegetables, a mix of cabbage, radish, mint, angel mushrooms, and chili, she radiated an innocent and harmless demeanor. As the private jet ascended to the skies, Zhou Chuchu sat upright, oblivious to the curious glances directed her way. Eventually, a striking young man with blue hair could no longer contain his curiosity and approached her.
Sister-in-law.
Why are you carrying a pot of vegetables? Are you worried the in-flight meal won't suit your taste? Before boarding, her husband had briefed her about the mercenary group he had previously formed, named Songlong, detailing the vital information about its key members. He had informed her that these individuals were unlike ordinary people and should not be treated as such. Zhou Chuchu recognized the boy as Ji Fanqing, a computer prodigy. She gestured to the vegetables. I could concoct a tale to deceive you, but the truth is far more fascinating. You must promise not to tell anyone. The boy nodded eagerly, sure. Zhou Chuchu leaned closer. These are my plant warriors. When danger approaches, they will spring from the soil and fiercely battle the enemy.
Yi Fanqing exclaimed.
Sister-in-law, do you think I'm a child? No one would believe such a story. Zhou Chuchu sighed. In this day and age, truth is often met with skepticism. I carry this pot to defend myself. It can serve as a weapon. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Cool. Their exchange piqued the interest of several passengers on the plane. A young man clad in black, skillfully manipulating two flying knives, caught Zhou Chuchu's attention. This was Wu Shichen, who had left a deep impression on her. In the past apocalypse, he had awakened the S-level ability to control flying knives, capable of decapitating foes from 1,000 miles away. And she had witnessed his prowess during a zombie siege when he had been hired by the leader of Tomorrow Base, Zhang Haohui, as a formidable superpower. He was renowned as a lone wolf, never having joined any base, and had been wandering alone. To her surprise, he was one of her husband's mercenary group members. Another figure, a silent man with a bushy beard, was impressively muscular yet exuded an agile presence. His name was Qiu Bupo, a sharpshooter skilled in long-range sniping with a precision that could hit a target 3 kilometers away. A gentle young man dressed in a white lab coat, known as Lan Ziyuan, was a renowned healer in the post-apocalyptic world, capable of reviving bones and restoring life. He was accompanied by a stoic beauty rumored to have been transformed from a zombie, impervious to pain, and possessing exceptional combat abilities, making him a person of great interest yet untouchable. Additionally, there was a youth who sat silently, clutching a sword, almost blending into the surroundings. His name was Song Huai, a prodigious swordsman. Though Zhou Chuchu had not seen him before, she had heard tales of a sword-wielding ability user in the south who guarded a city, thwarting zombie invasions time and again. Could he be the one? Her husband, surrounded by these future powerhouses, left Zhou Chuchu momentarily bewildered. In retrospect, he had never disclosed such information to her in their past life, nor had he sought out these individuals. Though he remained silent, she could surmise the reasons behind it. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a scarred face, exuding a blend of fierceness and steadiness, spoke up. "Boss, the situation has changed. The American Lockheed Martin, Raytheon Company, France's Dassault, and Italy's Beretta have breached the agreement and sent arms shipments to the international waters of South Korea. They are collaborating with Japan's Samran Company, fully entrusting this transaction to the Scorpion mercenary group, our rivals." The mention of the Scorpion and its tyrant sent a wave of tension through the aircraft. Ji Fanqing slammed his fist against a seat, seething with rage. "Damn it. This lunatic has chased us here." Wu Shichen sheathed his knives, leaning forward in a defensive posture, which was hardly surprising. The tyrant regards the leader as his greatest rival. His scorpion-like reign has never faced defeat on the international stage. Yet he has repeatedly suffered losses when confronting the leader. Can you imagine his frustration? While Lan Ziyuan's expression remained impassive, his voice grew noticeably heavier. The leader has returned to his homeland to establish a business, while that Songlong, lie in wait, yet the tyrant is scouring the globe for him. It is certain that the tyrant is aware of the leader's arms purchase. It would be strange if he did not intervene. Qiu Bop lifted his sniper rifle, aiming, ready for battle. Song Huai, without uttering a word, tightened his grip on his sword. Zhou Chuchu felt perplexed. Who exactly is this tyrant that instills such anxiety in the renowned abilities of these post-apocalyptic figures? From their words, it seems he harbors some grudge against her husband, and he appears formidable, with renowned arms companies entrusting him entirely with their weapons, while mercenaries from Korea and Japan willingly serve as his right-hand men. Perceiving her confusion, Qin Ziyuan took her hand and said, "The tyrant's real name is Krista Teller, a Christian pastor and the leader of the world's second mercenary group, the Scorpion. During my early years commanding the Songlong, I engaged him multiple times and emerged victorious. However, he is a remarkably powerful adversary. In the 7 years since I returned home to take over the family business, he has never ceased to advance, continually expanding his influence, which now spans across Europe and America." Zhou Chuchu's mouth fell open in shock.
Wow.
"So, does this mean you're more formidable than him?" Her eyes sparkled as if she had discovered a new world. Qin Ziyuan was somewhat taken aback by her reaction. Ordinarily, she should be fearful, yet her response brought him an inexplicable joy. At that moment, the middle-aged man responsible for communication, named Wu Fifan, spoke again in a deep voice. "Boss, the tyrant has hijacked our signal and sent a video call. Should we accept it?" Qin Ziyuan's gaze turned profound.
Accept.
The video opened, revealing a man with silver hair and striking blue eyes, exuding an aura of both wickedness and sanctity. He gazed at them as if spanning thousands of miles to confront Qin Ziyuan. His expression was a mix of joy and madness as he spoke fluent Chinese. "Black Emperor, long time no see. I've searched for you for 7 years and finally, I have found you. Come to the high seas of Korea, and let us engage in a contest, wagering those arms and warships. If you win, you may take the arms. If you lose, you shall remain forever as a corpse." The tyrant's gaze met Qin Ziyuan's. "Those arms were purchased by me. Wagering them for your life is insufficient." The flamboyant foreign man paused momentarily before his smile widened. You are right. Wagering those arms for your life is indeed inadequate. Let's do this. I will wager a significant portion of the Scorpion's arms, along with those you purchased, as the stakes. Will that suffice? Qin Ziyuan's eyes deepened. Sufficient. The flamboyant man, the tyrant, clapped his hands. Black Emperor, you have guts. I await your arrival. The video concluded. Zhou Chuchu leaned forward, indignantly exclaiming, "Isn't this bastard overly arrogant? He wants your life. Impossible, absolutely impossible." She felt a surge of anger at the thought of him withholding her husband's arms as a wager for her husband's life. This was utterly absurd. The previously tense atmosphere lightened somewhat due to Zhou Chuchu's words. Qin Ziyuan embraced his wife and nodded. "You are right, dear." Although he spoke such words, images of the tyrant Krista Teller flashed through his mind. The images ultimately crystallized, Zhou Chuchu following a group into battle, exchanging her safety for meager supplies. He was waiting in a dilapidated house in the Tomorrow base, his legs having been amputated due to decay, his body ravaged by malnutrition and abuse. Even so, he attempted to awaken his abilities. No one knew the abyss of suffering he harbored within, nor did he wish to become a burden to Zhou Chuchu. As he practiced, a bright light flashed, revealing a beautifully adorned door. Krista stepped through the blinding light, his eyes filled with both pity and arrogance upon seeing him. "Let me see. Who is this?" "My once greatest rival, the renowned leader of the Zhonglong, the formidable Black Emperor? How have you fallen to this state? Ha ha ha. You have become a mere pitiful weakling. I shall not kill you, Black Emperor. No. I shall let you struggle in your demise. This is your greatest humiliation and my greatest victory." Qin Ziyuan clenched his fists. He was correct. His current state was indeed the utmost indignity. However, he would never allow the situation depicted in those images to manifest. He spoke with resolve. "I have defeated the tyrant numerous times. This time shall be no different." The tension that had gripped the crowd due to the tyrant's words dissipated upon hearing Qin Ziyuan's declaration. Yes. This is their leader, their spiritual guide, unless he remains silent. Whatever he proclaims shall certainly come to pass, without exception. Even the informant Wu Fifan chimed in with ease. Another piece of information, Zhang Haohui from the Zhang family in the capital is also heading to the high seas of Korea, seeking competition with the boss. With the tyrant in the lead, mentioning the renowned leader of the Tomorrow base seemed merely an afterthought. Chapter 72. What are you doing here? On a million-ton super-luxury cruise ship in the high seas of Korea, an extraordinarily lavish performance unfolded. Beauties from all corners of the globe donned splendid attire, showcasing dazzling dances. Celebrities frequently seen on the front pages of international news mingled here, engaging in lucrative deals amidst clinking glasses. Untouched by the scorching heat sweeping the world, this place felt like a paradise on earth. Fong Monru, clad in a diamond-studded gown with her hair elegantly styled, revealed expanse of her delicate, fair skin. Holding a glass of red wine, despite her efforts to maintain composure, the excitement in her eyes betrayed her. Who would have thought that Fong Monru would experience such a stroke of fortune, attending such a grand event thanks to the man beside her? Without Qin Ziyuan, she found an even more desirable suitor, the heir of the prestigious Zhang family, a deeply rooted aristocratic lineage with intricate underlying connections, wielding immense power. That is the true aristocracy. Compared to the Qin family, what did they amount to? As she gazed upon the handsome man before her, Fong Monru felt a sense of determination. "Monru, are you satisfied with this sea voyage?" Zhang Haohui looked at the dazzling beauty before him, utterly captivated. What was merely a business trip had introduced him to such an exquisite woman. Unlike other women who fawned over him, Fong Monru maintained an air of aloof elegance. Fully aware that men despise overly eager women. Once easily obtained, they are quickly discarded. "Thank you, young Master Zhang. I am quite satisfied." She raised her glass, clinking it with Zhang Haohui's. Zhang Haohui wore a courteous smile, eager to engage Fong Monru in conversation to win her heart. Just as he was about to speak further, his female assistant hurried over, informing him, "Young Master, President Baobai of Thunder God Corporation has agreed to meet with you." "President Baobai wishes to meet me?" Zhang Haohui's expression shifted instantly. The allure of the beauty before him faded in importance. What significance does a beautiful woman hold compared to his grand ambitions? As long as his enterprise flourishes, what beauty could he not attract? He promptly organized his attire to meet with the president of the Thunder God Arms Company, Mr. Baobel. He didn't even exchange pleasantries with Fong Monru. Upon hearing the name of the Thunder God Company, Fong Monru was overwhelmed with excitement. This was a renowned arms company in America, and the Zhang family was surprisingly collaborating with them. Indeed, her choice was vindicated. Once she successfully married into the Zhang family, she would undoubtedly achieve a remarkable elevation in social status. At that moment, she would be a true socialite. Observing the intense desire reflected in her expression, the astute and striking assistant of Zhang Haohui, who had not departed, issued a stern warning. I advise you to abandon your fantasies. I have encountered many women like you. Your infatuation will yield no benefit. You will not be the first woman in the young master's life, nor will you be the last. The young master is an eagle soaring in the sky, and you are not worthy of him. Such words were akin to an insult, intolerable to anyone. Yet for the ambitious and determined Fong Monru, it felt like a declaration of war. She lifted her chin and waved her wine glass, accepting this challenge. The assistant's gaze darkened, and after a lingering look, she departed. Fong Monru savored the moment, taking a delicate sip of red wine. There are individuals in this world who are born to be protagonists. She was destined to thrive and shine among all. And I am one of those individuals. Those like Zhou Chuchu are merely embellishments in my narrative, laughable jokes. Just as she finished her reflection, she spotted Zhou Chuchu entering with a canvas bag slung over her shoulder, dressed in functional sports attire. Fong Monru, unable to contain herself, sprayed red wine everywhere. She strode towards Zhou Chuchu, demanding, "What are you doing here?" Zhou Chuchu was equally surprised to see Fong Monru and, upon realizing Zhang Haohui's presence, understood the situation. She couldn't help but marvel at the formidable power of fate. Even in a second life, despite altering many events, some occurrences still adhere to destiny's trajectory, such as the meeting between Fong Monru and Zhang Haohui. In a different place and time, they would still cross paths. In her previous life, she often pondered whether Zhang Haohui had any involvement in Fong Monru's actions against her, but it was evident that without his approval, Fong Monru could not have mobilized those researchers. In the past, they were hidden while she was exposed, leading to her family's ruin and leaving them without a grave. This time, they were visible while she remained hidden. She would share no peace with them. To Fong Monru's probing inquiry, Zhou Chuchu rolled her eyes and retorted, "I can be wherever I please. Why should you care? The police of the Pacific Ocean have no authority over me. Is this ship yours? My husband may be bankrupt, but that doesn't diminish his worth compared to Zhang Haohui." Zhou Chuchu was already in a foul mood due to her husband's troubles, and she would not let Fong Monru's provocations go unpunished. She launched a fierce rebuttal. "Are you out of your mind? If you have issues, go seek help. You have no say over where I go. My husband may be bankrupt, but he is still 1,000 times better than Zhang Haohui." Zhou Chuchu was ready to continue her tirade when a familiar voice cut through the tension. "Are you the wife of the Black Emperor?" Despite standing with her back turned, she felt an oppressive gaze sweep across the back of her head. Zhou Chuchu recognized the voice instantly. It was none other than that lunatic. In her mind, she frantically called out for her husband. "Darling, your beloved wife has encountered your rival. Hurry." Yet her husband did not descend from the heavens, and the man behind her approached. Could the Black Emperor truly be married? Unbelievable. She thought, let me see what sort of woman is worthy of him. Zhou Chuchu did not turn around, but she could see Fong Monru captivated by the man approaching her, completely oblivious to the wine spilling onto her dress. Unfortunately, the man showed no interest in Fong Monru. Instead, he was immensely intrigued by Zhou Chuchu. "Turn around, my beautiful lady." His voice, like that of a charming scorpion, possessed a peculiar allure, compelling one to heed his words. Strangely, despite his striking appearance, which would typically cause a stir upon arrival, she had not noticed him until he spoke. What sorcery was this? Chapter 72. Confrontation with the tyrant. Turn around, turn around, turn around. A voice echoed in her heart, urging her like a siren's call. It felt akin to someone singing a lullaby in her ear, luring her into a state of slumber. Yet Zhou Chuchu had endured great hardships in her previous life, her mental fortitude remarkably resilient, having also consumed a mental fortitude elixir as a 2S level ability user. She immediately broke free from the siren's call, yanking the entranced Fong Monru back with force. A white light barrier suddenly enveloped Chris, and when Fong Monru collided with it, she fell backward with a heavy thud, striking her head against the deck, creating 2 large bumps on her forehead and the back of her head. She had been knocked unconscious. What a surprise, little sweetheart. You managed to escape my alluring grasp. No wonder the Black Emperor favors you. I find you even more interesting. The voice behind her carried an air of amusement, as if a cat were playfully toying with a mouse. Strangely, regardless of this man's actions or Fong Monru's rigid fall, the surrounding crowd remained unresponsive, as if they had not witnessed anything at all. But I suspect the Black Emperor may merely be using you. Otherwise, how could he trust such a charming lady to remain under my watch? Chris's words slithered like a devil's whisper, inciting an instinctive urge to trust and submit to him. Clearly, he was a master manipulator of the heart. Yet upon hearing his words, Zhou Chuchu felt an immediate aversion. She turned to face Chris, her distinct black and white eyes unwavering, devoid of any temptation.
Her hand discreetly unsible her canvas bag.
Do you know much about the Black Emperor whom you speak of, my husband? Chris, momentarily taken aback by Zhou Chuchu's beauty, quickly masked his astonishment. If anyone could rival her allure, it would be himself. Of course, I know him. Zhou Chuchu shook her head, based solely on your previous words. I can assure you, you do not truly know him. How could someone like you be deemed his rival? I overheard your wager, Chris, is it? Allow me to reveal the outcome. Chris wore an elegant smile. Oh, and what might that be? Zhou Chuchu articulated each word clearly. You will lose. Chris maintained his smile. Yet the underlying madness began to seep through, an overwhelming pressure enveloping the atmosphere, akin to a giant scorpion lying in wait to strike. Not necessarily should I capture you. Perhaps I could use your life as leverage? He approached Zhou Chuchu. Zhou Chuchu felt a surge of panic, even during battles with zombies. She had never felt this level of intimidation. Yet she fought to maintain her composure, revealing none of her inner turmoil. It was a skill honed through countless brushes with death, enabling her to redirect her emotions. Her voice remained steady. What you rely on is merely your abilities. Abilities are common to us all. As she finished speaking, a ripple coursed through her body, and 18 vines shot forth, crashing down towards Chris. Chris was indeed taken aback this time. However, his mental fortitude was exceptional. Once again, a white wall of light enveloped him. Yet, Zhou Chuchu was a 2S level ability user. Unlike Fong Monru, an ordinary person, the 18 vines lashed out, and the light wall began to show signs of fracturing. Chris's blue eyes darkened instantly, and his attitude towards Zhou Chuchu shifted from that of a mere prey to a formidable opponent worthy of battle. At that moment, a woman clad in a cheapao leaped down from the second floor, lightly landing on the wine glass of a wealthy merchant before gracefully touching down. She slowly drew a katana, aiming it at Zhou Chuchu, effectively blocking her retreat. In Japanese, she inquired of Chris whether she had received divine revelation and the blessings of the gods, questioning how she could wield such divine abilities. This woman was Haruka Sakura, the leader of the Japanese mercenary group, and for reasons unknown, she harbored intense animosity towards Zhou Chuchu. Chris remained unresponsive, seemingly dismissive of her inquiry. From the shadows emerged a man wearing a tusked mask, dragging a 1-meter-long metal hammer, its surface lined with barbs, still stained with remnants of flesh, and dyed dark red with blood. This man was Jin Guangzhou, the leader of the Crimson Mercenary Group. He tilted his head and spoke in Korean, asserting that the ability to wield divine powers was irrelevant. Capturing her, shattering her, and consuming her would grant them the divine abilities they sought. Zhou Chuchu could not comprehend their words, yet she felt an overwhelming malice emanating from them. Furthermore, both possessed ability fluctuations, at least at the A level. She was shocked, realizing that her previous life had been narrow-minded. There indeed existed individuals who had awakened their abilities even before the apocalypse. What she had experienced and witnessed in her former life was merely the tip of the iceberg, with the true horrors lurking beneath the surface. Beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, facing 3 opponents, Zhou Chuchu felt a surge of tension, yet fear eluded her. She was not without the strength to fight back. Suddenly, an explosion roared from outside. A voice rang out in English, proclaiming that the tyrant was being ambushed by the Black Emperor, and their forces had already suffered heavy casualties, urgently calling for reinforcements. The explosion seemed to respond to Chris, awakening those entranced by his desires. What was happening? Why were there explosions? Confusion erupted among the distinguished politicians from various nations, resembling headless flies in a frenzy. With a snap of his fingers, Chris wore a beaming smile. The actors were in position, and the grand performance was about to begin. He opened his arms, as if bathed in a holy light, advancing towards a suspended platform, resembling an angel ready to descend. A pair of translucent wings unfurled behind him, leaving the audience in awe. Haruka Sakura and Jin Guangzhou gazed at him with excitement and reverence, kneeling before Chris. As they bowed, a throng followed suit, leaving Zhou Chuchu as the sole figure standing in the grand hall. Chris's enchanting voice resonated once more, declaring that the end times were nigh, that the divine would cleanse the world through disaster, and new rules and orders would emerge. The divine fire would sweep across, establishing an eternal kingdom of the gods in this tainted realm. And he, Krista Hyler, was the sole gatekeeper of this divine kingdom. Believers would enter and attain eternity, while non-believers would face obliteration. Chris's voice, imbued with charisma and accompanied by the white radiance enveloping him, combined with his fluttering wings, made him appear as a true angelic being. The scene, coupled with his resplendent appearance, exuded an air of sanctity. Captivated, the crowd bowed in reverence, including renowned arms dealers, all gazing at him with fervent devotion, most notably Haruka Sakura and Jin Guangzhou, who were among the most zealous, having received divine gifts themselves. Zhou Chuchu seized the opportunity as she observed the throng bowing in madness before Chris. The demon pepper, emerging from the canvas bag, opened its mouth and unleashed 3 bursts of fiery pepper flames at Chris, igniting the light wall. Although the wall held against the flames, the pepper's pungent aroma penetrated, enveloping Chris's face and delivering an unexpected taste of eastern spice. Instantly, Chris's complexion flushed crimson as he clutched his nose and erupted into a fit of coughs. The divine image he had cultivated crumbled in an instant. Well done. Zhou Chuchu commended the demon pepper, which responded with a silly grin. Enraged, Haruka Sakura swung her blade towards Zhou Chuchu, executing the technique triple cherry blossom. 3 arcs of light sliced toward her. Zhou Chuchu quickly countered with vines, which were swiftly severed by the blade, but she managed to retreat several steps. She turned to flee as Haruka Sakura leapt forward, ready to strike again, only to find her foot ensnared by an unexpected trap, yanked back to the ground, rendering her unable to complete her attack. Looking down in fury, she discovered 5 green, mint-shaped traps had appeared beneath her feet, immobilizing her. In the next moment, her head and body were bombarded by a flurry of strikes. The speed and force surpassed even that of boxing champion Tyson. She was left dazed and bloodied, wiping the blood from her eyes. She was shocked to see a cabbage attacking her relentlessly. She was stupefied. She had eaten so much of it without realizing it could be so ferocious. Jin Guangzhou, witnessing her being overrun by a mint and a cabbage, found the scene absurd. However, as the leader of the Crimson Group, he was inherently brutal and bloodthirsty, with a battle instinct etched into his very being. He quickly deduced that Zhou Chuchu was the one controlling these plant warriors. His shadow elongated and enveloped Zhou Chuchu, and in an instant, he vanished into the darkness, reappearing behind her, ready to strike with his iron mace. Zhou Chuchu felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. With a loud clang, Jin Guangzhou's swing missed her, striking a wall of potatoes instead. It turned out that she had not only brought 5 small vegetables, the potato wall had buried itself in the earth, providing protection at a critical moment. Jin Guangzhou, taken aback, soon succumbed to madness, smashing the wall with relentless force. As he attempted to retreat into the shadows again, he stepped into a mint trap, and a plump white radish rolled out, launching a radish bomb with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! Jin Guangzhou was sent flying several meters away, crashing into tables and chairs, collapsing to the ground unconscious. After dispatching Jin Guangzhou, the radish sniper set its sights on Haruka Sakura, launching another radish bomb. The cabbage fighter swiftly dodged, but Haruka's trapped foot hindered her as she desperately swung her blade at the radish, yet the bomb detonated nonetheless. Boom! With a second explosion, Haruka Sakura was hurled away, tumbling over several kneeling individuals before collapsing next to the still unconscious Fong Monru. Excellent work. In her inaugural battle, the little vegetables triumphed splendidly, displaying remarkable synergy and unleashing formidable combat prowess that unexpectedly felled 2 mercenary leaders. This outcome was beyond her wildest expectations. Applause erupted around her as Chris gazed at her with a mix of astonishment and fervor, gradually approaching her. As he drew near, an intangible force swept through the vicinity, sending everything, be it person or object, tumbling aside. Though his eyes were red from the spiciness of the pepper, it did not diminish his striking allure. Rather, It added an air of wickedness to his charm. What an impressive ability. I thought I was the only one bestowed with divine gifts, yet your powers. He glanced at the little vegetables encircling Zhou Chu-Chu in a protective stance, finding himself at a loss for words to accurately describe her abilities. Never mind. That is of little consequence. He shrugged, regarding Zhou Chu-Chu with a gentle demeanor, yet his words sent chills down her spine. The arrival of the divine realm requires a sacrifice. Kill her, and you shall gain the right to enter this sacred domain. The ordinary people aboard the ship fell into a frenzy once more, their gazes filled with malicious intent towards Zhou Chu-Chu, as if they wished to flay her alive. Armed with knives and forks from the dining table, they surged towards her. The potato walls pushed forth towering barriers, yet these individuals, undeterred, climbed over the walls, advancing toward her with a fervor akin to that of the undead. Chapter 74. Losing both the lady and the soldiers, the little vegetables exerted every ounce of their strength. And when their abilities began to wane, the fairy mushroom glimmered with radiant light and bestowed them with an enhancement, prompting them to resume their fierce battle. They remained steadfastly by Zhou Chu-Chu's side, guarding her with utmost dedication. Utilizing her vines, Zhou Chu-Chu skillfully cleared a path through the throng, swiftly maneuvering her way forward. She deftly employed the skills of the little vegetables, sending nearby foes flying, ensnaring others in traps, and occasionally utilizing potato walls to repel them, culminating in explosive carrot bombs that sent them soaring. Above all, she must not fall into Chris's clutches and perish. The twins could not be without their mother, nor could Qin Ziyuan be without her. Chris pursued her leisurely, an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from him. His blue eyes sparkled with astonishment. You can still wield the abilities of these special plants. This power is truly astonishing. Are you limited to these few types of plants? Or can you harness the abilities of all flora? With someone like you aiding the Black Emperor, I find it difficult to feel at ease. Thus, I must ask you to meet your demise. Upon finishing his statement, he extended his hand, gathering white light into a luminous, long arrow, exuding a terrifying aura as it shimmered. Zhou Chu-Chu instantly felt herself targeted, an overwhelming sense of threat surging within her.
Flee.
She sprinted with all her might. Yet Chris made no effort to chase her, as if convinced she could not escape. My light-winged arrow consumes the majority of my abilities and can autonomously lock onto its target. There is no way for you to elude it. I had intended to use this against the Black Emperor, but your presence poses an even greater threat. He released his grip, and the arrow, with its wings flapping, pursued Zhou Chu-Chu out of the banquet hall. She attempted to dodge several times, yet it continually redirected, honing in on her. Zhou Chu-Chu tried to deflect it with potato walls, but it effortlessly pierced through, heading directly for the back of her head. With nowhere to hide, she turned to confront the arrow, her heart racing. My life is forfeit. But in the next moment, she was enveloped in a strong, broad embrace, the familiar scent instantly calming her as she leaned into the newcomer. As Qin Ziyuan held his wife, a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. He spread his arms wide, a terrifying energy surging around him, coalescing into two black dragons. With a firm grasp, he seized the light arrow, which thrashed and trembled in his grip, attempting to escape. The next second, bang! The arrow shattered beneath his grip. Zhou Chu-Chu, husband, when did you become so powerful? This arrow, which had given me such a headache, was crushed by you just like that? You're incredible. Qin Ziyuan sighed. I told you, every time I mentioned it, you were fast asleep. Zhou Chu-Chu, is that so? How embarrassing. Fortunately, Qin Ziyuan showed no signs of reproach. He glanced towards the banquet hall and gently lifted Zhou Chu-Chu, stating, they have already dealt with the situation. Let us go collect the spoils. Wait a moment. Zhou Chu-Chu opened her canvas bag, allowing the little vegetables to leap inside before saying, we can go now. But how shall we get there? I'll carry you over. Zhou Chu-Chu. Qin Ziyuan demonstrated through action, vanishing from their spot while holding Zhou Chu-Chu. Beside the luxurious cruise ship lay hundreds of massive cargo vessels and 15 warships. The decks of the cargo ships and warships were strewn with corpses, evidence of fierce battles evident in the remnants of explosions. As Qin Ziyuan appeared on one of the cargo ships, the crew members, including Wu Shichen, Qiu Bupo, and Ji Fanqing, rose from their seats, their faces a mix of astonishment, excitement, and silent admiration. Even though they were aware that their leader possessed some formidable abilities, witnessing him appear while holding Zhou Chu-Chu still sent shivers of awe through them. Zhou Chu-Chu, too, was taken aback. What has happened? When did my man become this extraordinary? He crushed light arrows and traversed space. He didn't even have this ability before? Wait, isn't this the power awakened when he transformed into a zombie king? Has my husband become a zombie? Unable to resist, Zhou Chuchu reached out to touch him, her hands finding a pleasant sensation. While his body felt a bit cool, it was far from the cold, lifeless touch of a zombie. Qin Ziyuan grasped her wandering hands, his gaze lowered. Enough of that, if you want to touch. Let us do it at home. Zhou Chuchu obediently curled up like a little quail.
Oh, all right.
The main members of the Tsanglong rushed forward.
Boss.
We have eliminated the enemies. The tyrant will not allow us to take away these weapons. What shall we do? Boss, what are our next steps? Even if each of us commandeers a cargo ship, we still wouldn't be able to transport much. Given Chris's madness, despite his eloquent words, he is likely to prefer blowing up these weapons rather than letting us take them. Zhou Chuchu recognized that her moment to shine had arrived. Tugging at her husband's sleeve, she said, "Husband, please take me to the top of that sail. I've observed that it is the highest point. Based on the laws of spatial absorption, anything within my line of sight can be transported into the space." Without a word, Qin Ziyuan lifted Zhou Chuchu and vanished once more, appearing atop the sail in the next instant. Couple affection. Heart entwined, power and skills enhanced by 69 times. Zhou Chuchu smiled, realizing that she and her husband were on the same wavelength. Chuchu, is this view sufficient? Qin Ziyuan felt his heart flutter at her smile. Turning his face away in discomfort, his ears slightly flushed. As Zhou Chuchu grinned, her gaze fell upon the multitude of cargo ships and warships. As her sight touched them, the vessels vanished from the ocean's surface. Indeed, she not only absorbed the munitions aboard the cargo ships into the warships, but she also claimed the giant cargo ships and warships for herself. The main members of Tsanglong were once again astonished. This was simply extraordinary. Are both the boss and his wife divine beings? After bringing Zhou Chuchu down, Qin Ziyuan immediately instructed Ji Fanqing. Call in the helicopter. We're leaving. Ji Fanqing's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a youth witnessing Ultraman for the first time as she gazed at Zhou Chuchu. Nodding vigorously, she declared yes. Retrieving a silver remote control, she manipulated it deftly, summoning a helicopter that hovered above the open sea. A soft ladder was released from the helicopter. You go up first, she instructed. Without hesitation, everyone scrambled up the ladder and climbed aboard the helicopter. Qin Ziyuan embraced Zhou Chuchu, swiftly entering the helicopter. Zhou Chuchu cast a final glance at the last cargo ship below, which had vanished entirely from the ocean's surface. On the solitary luxury cruise ship in the open sea, a near-maniacal roar erupted. Black Emperor. Chris's eyes glowed crimson as he fixated on the retreating helicopter, his silver hair billowing wildly. He clasped his hands together, summoning a long luminous sword that sliced through the air toward the helicopter. Chapter 75. The Clash of the Black Emperor and the Tyrant. In an instant, Qin Ziyuan appeared outside the helicopter, suspended in midair, surrounded by swirling black energy resembling two majestic dragons. He enveloped the white giant sword with orbs of energy akin to black holes, which swiftly extinguished the luminous sword, devouring it entirely. Chris stepped forward, unfurling the light wings behind him, soaring into the sky to confront Qin Ziyuan. Gone was his previous calm demeanor. He now exuded fury. Black Emperor, how did you conceal this arsenal? He demanded. The sheer volume of weaponry was overwhelming even for him. He had meticulously planned this siege against Qin Ziyuan, determined that even if he could not slay him, he would not allow him to escape with the arms. Yet he had lost. If the Azure Dragon were to falter, he could reclaim his honor and elevate his confidence to unprecedented heights. Indeed, he envisioned this victory as a means to transcend into another realm.
But now,
he had utterly failed. The ships laden with arms, including 15 warships, had inexplicably vanished before his very eyes, gone. This represented the most monumental defeat he had ever faced. A failure he could not accept. In response to Chris's almost frenzied inquiries, Qin Ziyuan offered a chilling retort. No comment. Chris was driven to madness.
Ah!
He bellowed, unleashing a torrent of white energy that surged like a storm. The sea beneath him parted under the force of his unleashed energy. Light arrow projectiles, crackling with white lightning, materialized around him. As he exerted his powers to the utmost, blood streamed from his mouth, nose, and ears, and his skin fissured. oozing crimson. Yet, upon contact with the radiant white light, the blood quickly desiccated into ash. Black Emperor, I will spare no cost to see you perish here. In reply to Chris's provocation, Qin Ziyuan simply stated, you cannot. Upon uttering these words, black holes emerged all around him, engulfing the sea breeze, the ocean water, and even Chris's unleashed energy, drawing them into the void.
Boom.
The sky darkened abruptly. Once clear blue skies were overshadowed by swirling black clouds, within which black lightning surged and flickered. The helicopter swayed in the tempest as the members of the Azure Dragon stood, dumbfounded, witnessing the confrontation between the two. Was this still a battle belonging to humanity? Their leader was no mere mortal. He was a deity. My heavens! What transpires today has shattered my worldview, regardless of everything else. One thing was certain, they had latched onto an immensely powerful figure. Zhou Chuchu, oblivious to their astonishment, leaned forward, anxiously focusing on the scene ahead, her gaze solely on her husband. She prepared to utilize her spatial abilities to transport him should the situation spiral out of control. Leaving the others behind, she was not concerned for them. To her, the confrontation was starkly divided between black and white. Clearly, Chris was fighting with all his might, while Qin Ziyuan remained composed, exuding an air of ease. Chris paused, a deep-seated jealousy washing over his features. He was compelled to admit that he envied Qin Ziyuan. His presence had obliterated all of Chris's pride. Even in the favor of the divine, Qin Ziyuan appeared to have received more blessings than he. Was he not the chosen one? Did the gods deem Qin Ziyuan more suitable to be the ruler of the New World? He could not accept it. In an instant, arrows of light surged forth, crackling with white lightning, hurtling towards Qin Ziyuan. Qin Ziyuan reached out, grasping. From the black holes emerged black dragons formed of shadowy light, seizing and shattering the luminous arrows. With a sudden gasp, Chris expelled a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as a sheet, plummeting into the ocean like a kite severed from its string. Without hesitation, Qin Ziyuan unleashed a tremendous bolt of black lightning, intent on eradicating all remnants. The ocean erupted. Millions of tons of water splashing skyward, revealing a colossal chasm in the sea, where the black lightning coursed through the depths, leaving behind a grim tableau of fish and shrimp carcasses that sank into the abyss. The black lightning did not strike Chris. He had vanished beneath the waves. Qin Ziyuan, having anticipated this, was not surprised. He cast a final, deep gaze at the sea before returning to the helicopter. My husband, Zhou Chuchu exclaimed, rushing to embrace him tightly around the waist. She had been terrified moments before. In the next instant, she showered him with effusive praise. Husband, you are simply incredible. You are truly my idol. Your strength gives me such a sense of security. Compared to you, Chris is nothing. The murderous intent that surrounded Qin Ziyuan dissipated with her effusive compliments, akin to glaciers melting in the warmth of spring. Yes, he nodded. I will grow even stronger to protect you, our child, and our parents. The onlookers in the helicopter exchanged glances, their emotions shifting to something profoundly nuanced. Their cold, unyielding, and formidable leader, the Black Emperor, a paragon of power in the mercenary world, now revealed a vulnerable side before his wife. Should their adversaries witness this, they would be utterly astonished. Several married individuals on the helicopter averted their eyes, while the prodigious Ji Fanqing appeared exhilarated, fervently shipping the couple. As the helicopter soared away, on the luxury cruise ship, Fong Monru regained consciousness, her head pounding. She touched her temples, discovering two sizable bumps. The once pristine ship was now in disarray, tables and chairs askew. Beside her lay a woman in traditional Japanese attire, injured from the explosion. What transpired? She wondered. Where is Zhou Chuchu? She could only recall a fleeting image of Zhou Chuchu and a striking foreign man before losing consciousness, yet the man's features eluded her memory. The ship's passengers, awakening from their frenzy, were disoriented. Some were injured, but they were utterly unaware of what had transpired. Their memories of Chris were hazy and abstract. Just as their confusion deepened, a group of Scorpion members descended from the helicopter onto the cruise ship, taking Golden Light and Haruka Sakura away, commandeering the ship and driving all passengers ashore. Fong Monru and Zhang Haohui were among those expelled. Fong Monru recalled her earlier business discussion and inquired, Zhang Xiao, how did your negotiations with President Bao Bier go? To her surprise, Zhang Haohui's expression darkened considerably. He did not even acknowledge her before departing. Fong Monru was perplexed as she gazed at Zhang Haohui's departing figure, sensing that certain matters, once deemed immutable, seemed to have shifted. Chapter 76. The apocalypse has arrived. Scorching heat. Upon returning from the high seas of Korea, the temperature surged dramatically, escalating day by day. Various theories circulated online, from solar flares to global warming and nuclear fallout. Most companies had adjusted their working hours from daytime to nighttime, yet despite these changes, employees were reluctant to go to work due to the oppressive heat. Life at home was hardly more bearable, the electricity meter spun wildly, and the air conditioning offered little respite. By nightfall, air raid shelters and subway stations teemed with people seeking relief, sharing stories of those who had succumbed to heatstroke, all yearning for the sweltering weather to abate. But their hopes were destined to be dashed. On the final day before the apocalypse, Zhou Chuchu stood within the safety of her home, securely closing the doors and windows and cranking up the air conditioning. She vividly remembered that on this day in her past life, the sky erupted in a dazzling display of colors, a spectacle that lingered for half an hour, enticing many to brave the heat and venture outside, only to be scorched by the subsequent spike in temperature to 58 degrees. Those who dared to gaze directly at the phenomenon were left permanently blind. As the clock ticked down to the end of the world, she heard her children calling, "Mom. Mom, I'm here. What are you doing here?" Linlin and Zishi leaped into her embrace, followed closely by their peculiar-eyed tabby dog. Qin Ziyuan approached, gently enveloping his wife and children in his arms, while the in-laws watched television nearby. Heat warning! Heat warning! Please take precautions against heatstroke to ensure your health. This heat is merely a temporary phenomenon. The first wave of cold air is imminent from Siberia. We will surely overcome the heat and return to normal life. Suddenly, the television screen erupted in static. A low buzzing filled the air as the heat wave rolled in, causing the sofa, table, and refrigerator to tremble slightly, and a cup on the coffee table to leap and shatter on the floor.
Boom.
A tremendous explosion echoed from the sky, akin to a fuel detonation, painting the heavens in vibrant hues of red, orange, yellow, blue, green, and purple, resembling a kaleidoscope of colors. This breathtaking sight, while a harbinger of the apocalypse, was undeniably magnificent. Qin Ziyuan silently tightened his embrace around Zhou Chuchu and their children as they all gazed out the window. "Mom, what is that? It's so beautiful. Is it a rainbow explosion?" Linlin and Zishi, innocent of the impending doom, were captivated by the colorful display. Zhou Chuchu responded, that is death wielding its scythe. Breaking news. The sky has unexpectedly erupted in a band of colors. We advise everyone to take protective measures if stepping outside. The composition of this light is unknown. Do not look directly at it. Suddenly, the television screen turned blue. The intense heat swept down from the sky, instantly raising the temperature from 45 to 56 degrees. Just like in her past life, crowds who ventured out to witness the spectacle were engulfed by the heat, suffering severe vision damage, with many left permanently blind. The astute had closed their eyes in time, yet still suffered burns to their skin as they frantically retreated indoors. In the Villa district, luxury cars parked outside exploded into flames. Such scenes unfolded across the city, the nation, and the world. Outside, the leaves of plants visibly curled, delicate flowers dropping from their vines. The outdoor environment had become inhospitable for these fragile plants.
Now.
Aside from Zhou Chuchu's little vegetables and the 100 old trees behind the villa that withstood the heat, all other plants would perish in this merciless environment unless they could adapt. Inside the safety house, surrounded by 50mm thick steel plating, Zhou Chuchu reinforced the space with special protective materials from her rewards, ensuring it was impervious to the external heat. With the air conditioning running and an excellent indoor circulation system, the interior temperature remained a comfortable 25 degrees, a stark contrast to the outside world. Is this truly the advent of the apocalypse? Sighed Lu Jilin, her heart heavy as she watched the news reports of disasters unfolding everywhere. She turned to Zhou Chuchu, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Manor, you are so prescient." Qin Zhuangming, her husband, pondered more deeply, saying, "Thanks to you, that reckless boy was able to divest the company in time, avoiding significant losses." Lu Jilin added, "Indeed, just 10 days ago, Chuchu warned us about the impending apocalypse. And we were skeptical. Yet, the current situation mirrors exactly what she described. The elderly couple could not hide their sorrow. With the apocalypse upon them, the family would face various calamities. It was disingenuous to claim they weren't worried. But they were also grateful that their children had adequately prepared, selling the company, building a safety house, and stockpiling various supplies. Yes, Zhou Chuchu had forewarned them of the impending doom. Although they hadn't fully believed her, they had nonetheless gathered ample supplies. When they could still venture out, they had scoured wholesale markets, supermarkets, and malls, purchasing what they deemed essential. Subsequently, Zhou Chuchu had shown them the supplies, transferring them into storage space right in front of their eyes. She had never intended to keep the storage space a secret from her in-laws. They would need to access the supplies later, so what benefit was there in concealing it? After a moment of shock, they quickly accepted this revelation, showering Zhou Chuchu with praise, exclaiming that Qin Ziyuan had brought home a fairy. They were unaware of the nature of her abilities, simply perceiving the vast, infinite storage space as something extraordinary. "Man, little rascal, how we navigate the apocalypse from here on out is entirely up to you too. We have no desire to meddle with these supplies." The elderly couple harbored no inclination to govern the use of the resources, just as they had relinquished control of the company entirely, vowing not to interfere any further. Zhou Chuchu nodded, preparing to speak, when her phone vibrated incessantly. Upon opening it, she discovered a barrage of messages in the homeowners group. Chapter 77. The Malice of Humanity in the Apocalypse. What is happening? Why has it suddenly become so hot? Is the security guard there? Go check on my car. Goodness, the temperature has soared to 58 degrees. Is this a death sentence? Security, go check next door. I fear someone may have died inside. It reeks. The old man next door has been living alone since his son went abroad for work years ago. And with the nanny having left recently, he hasn't been seen for days. I'm genuinely concerned he may have perished indoors. Damn it. Security. Are you even doing your job? Someone could be dead, and you don't know? What's the point of calling security? Just report it to the police. With this temperature, he might already be decomposing. Report it? I've tried. The line is busy. I've called dozens of times without success. I have too, they answered, but they said they simply can't spare anyone. There are too many incidents to manage. We're fortunate. My subordinate's family went out to escape the heat, and their car exploded. They lost all 4 members. Security. Go remove the body next door. Damn it, I pay you to do your job, not to lounge around. What on earth is going on with this weather? It's utterly outrageous. Are we not allowed to live? My child is suffering from a persistent high fever. What should I do now? Who can assist me? The group chat is filled with incessant messages, reaching a staggering 999, and we cannot go outside. Even when calling for security, they are reluctant to brave the oppressive heat. The atmosphere is fraught with despair. In the face of natural disasters, humanity's vulnerability is starkly evident. Zhou Chuchu gazed at her phone, the messages echoing eerily from her previous life. The sudden onset of extreme temperatures has instilled a profound fear in everyone. The heat wave has caused numerous vehicles to explode, leading to countless tragedies. The police are overwhelmed. Even if they were to respond, the risk of heatstroke is imminent, and prolonged exposure outdoors could lead to fatal heat illnesses. The elderly, unable to withstand the sweltering heat, may succumb during this catastrophic event. Even those who survive this ordeal will face dire circumstances in the aftermath, with many perishing within their homes. Initially, people would call for help, reaching out to the funeral home for assistance, but the police are stretched thin, and the funeral home is severely understaffed. Even with additional recruits, they are unable to manage the influx of bodies. Such was the case with Grandpa Sun, whose decaying body was collected by Old Feng and his team. By then, he had already collapsed on the floor, the stench unbearable, with maggots crawling everywhere. After death, security personnel were too afraid to intervene, leaving the grieving family to bury their loved ones under the cover of night. Besides the elderly, vulnerable infants are succumbing one by one to the relentless heat. This is the end of days, a brutal reality. Each individual must strive with all their might to survive. Even having experienced the apocalypse once, Zhou Chuchu's heart cannot find peace. She is acutely aware of the terror of natural calamities and her own powerlessness. She tightly embraces her 2 children and meets the gaze of Qin Ziyuan, who is also looking at her. They both perceive the resolve reflected in each other's eyes. Regardless of how harrowing and terrifying the apocalypse may be, they must persevere. Linlin, Zizi, the temperature outside has become exceedingly perilous. We will remain indoors from now on. Do you understand? The children, though somewhat bewildered, hug her tightly upon seeing her serious expression. We understand, Mommy. We will be good. Zhou Chuchu nodded and called out to her in-laws, please take the children to the study to watch the cartoons I downloaded. Her in-laws obliged, taking the children away. The tabby dog, Xiaohu, followed closely behind them, never leaving their side. It is uncertain whether it understands the harshness of the outside world, seeking comfort from its owners. Zhou Chuchu glanced at the various plants hanging in her home. With her rapidly increasing abilities, she has gained control over more flora. These plants have also been bestowed with some special powers through her nurturing. They ensure air circulation and enhance the indoor environment. The calla lilies can fan the air. Orchids can adjust energy fluctuations conducive for cultivating abilities. Spider plants can improve sleep quality, and lotuses can increase indoor humidity. Thus, while the outside is engulfed in a sweltering heat wave, her home remains at a pleasant and comfortable temperature. The reason she is separated from her two treasures is to shield them from the appalling messages circulating in the group chat, which might upset them and mar their innocent faces. Indeed, as everyone vented their emotions and expressed their fears, some unspeakable comments infiltrated the discourse. Yuali, haha. This is so refreshing. I no longer have to endure my mother's incessant nagging. My uncle has passed away in the hospital, and this beautiful villa is now mine. How delightful. I shall celebrate with champagne, haha. In the accompanying image, a tattooed girl with smoky eye makeup, clad in a swimsuit and sporting purple hair, is seen posing playfully with two men. She exudes a sense of triumph, utterly unashamed. Yuwali cranked the air conditioning to its maximum and joyfully ran around the villa with her two boyfriends. I'm so happy. My mother has perished in the heat, and my uncle has died in the hospital. I am free. No one can control me anymore, and this luxurious villa is mine. I will flaunt it and make those old folks envious. Her boyfriends, each with ulterior motives, feigned support, proclaiming, "Our little princess, you are the most esteemed of all. We are your knights. Let this castle be our love nest, and we shall live happily ever after." Yuwali was ecstatic, reveling in her newfound status as a princess. Let me see if they are envious of my fortune. However, as she glanced at her phone, her expression darkened. Her two boyfriends, curious, leaned in to look and also changed their expressions. How shameless. How did such a person infiltrate our homeowners group? I know the true owner of Townhouse 1701. He is a dink, dual income, no kids, perpetually busy with work, and had merely taken his niece into care for the villa, not realizing he had invited a wolf into the fold. How cold-hearted. If I had a daughter like that, I would not hesitate to end her life before she was born. At this moment, the community's moral compass remained intact, and upon witnessing such a blatant display of shamelessness, outrage ensued. Yuwali, filled with fury, furiously typed on her phone, "You are all just jealous. Humph, wait and see. I will take my revenge on you." Zhou Chuchu's gaze turned icy upon reading her message. Indeed, Yuwali had sought vengeance in her previous life. Her retribution involved shattering the windows of Zhou Chuchu's villa under the cover of night when it was cooler. Despite having never uttered a word in the group, her actions had dire consequences. Chapter 78. The first day of the apocalypse, signing in for S-Class ability. Water Star. Following the apocalypse in her previous life, Zhou Chuchu's first wave of malevolence came from Yuwali. It was her window smashing that allowed the oppressive heat to invade a villa that was previously well insulated, exacerbating her already critically ill husband's condition. Her expression inevitably turned cold. In her past life, she was weak and burdened with caring for her gravely ill husband. After Yuwali shattered her windows, she could not catch up with the sprightly girl and her two boyfriends. Even if she did, she was no match for them. She attempted to reason with the group, but fear of the girl's window-smashing antics silenced everyone. Subsequently, the girl launched a relentless attack on her, with some even becoming accomplices. Only old Feng stood by her side, driving the girl away, though that was the past. If she dared to trouble her again in this life, she would ensure Yuwali would receive an unforgettable lesson. Qin Ziyuan's eyes turned frosty upon seeing Yuwali's comments in the group. Images of the future flashed in his mind, all concerning her. In one instance, Yuwali was smashing windows at home, causing him to catch a wind-heat cold, his temperature skyrocketing, and his condition deteriorating further. As Zhou Chuchu heard the commotion and rushed out to pursue, he collapsed from exhaustion. Just as he stumbled out the door, his wife returned, struggling to support him, offering him water and medication. This eased the tension between them, but the subsequent illness only served to weaken him further. He glanced at his wife and then at the name in the chat, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Couple affection activated, heartfelt connection. Your abilities and skills enhanced 102 times. Zhou Chuchu. Did she and her husband just share a heart connection? The instances of such connections have been increasing lately, often without her understanding how they came to be. Fortunately, this is ultimately a positive development, alleviating her previously cold and irritable mood, allowing a smile to grace her face. Qin Ziyuan felt his spirits lift slightly upon seeing her smile. The afternoon heat persisted unabated, with cars parked outside suffering flat tires or even explosions one after another, causing a cacophony of despair in the group chat. Except for that lively girl and her two boyfriends who were reveling, the mood among the others was decidedly grim. The tension in the air seemed to mirror the soaring temperatures. On this first day of the apocalypse, Zhou Chuchu received her sign-in rewards.
Ding.
Congratulations on successfully signing in. You have received a ranch puzzle piece and a jar of itching powder. As today marks the first day of the apocalypse, you have also received an S-Class ability, Water Star. Zhou Chuchu was momentarily taken aback. In the first 5 days of the apocalypse, after exhausting all their funds, sign-ins no longer rewarded money, yet receiving a ranch puzzle piece still came as a pleasant surprise. If she collected all the puzzle pieces, could she establish a ranch in her space? Even more astonishing was the S-Class ability she had unexpectedly received. In her past life, she had awakened with a C-Class supportive water ability, which later evolved into a B-Class attack ability. This B-Class ability had saved her life on numerous perilous occasions. Compared to plant abilities, she was far more familiar and comfortable with water abilities. Regretting not having received an upgrade, she could hardly contain her joy at the unexpected reward of an S-Class water ability. After gaining the ability, a shimmering blue aura enveloped her. Her already delicate and fair skin became even more translucent, and her hair appeared to be coated in a luminous film, exuding vitality. With a mere gesture, she conjured 2 spirals of water, forming a colossal water sphere in midair. With just a thought, she could reshape the water into any form she desired. Zhou Chuchu exclaimed, "This is fantastic. From now on, I can enjoy the freedom of water. My mother no longer needs to worry about me being thirsty." The potential of an S-Class ability was immense, and Zhou Chuchu was determined to explore it thoroughly. Qin Ziyuan, observing Zhou Chuchu, realized she had awakened yet another ability. Zhou Chuchu nodded and proudly announced, "Yes, it's water-based." "Am I impressive?" Qin Ziyuan affirmed, "Chuchu, you are remarkable." It seemed if her husband did not step up his game, he might find himself outshined by her. The endorsement from a formidable ally filled Zhou Chuchu with delight, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. She declared with fervor, "Rest assured, I will protect you." Qin Ziyuan chuckled, and Zhou Chuchu found his smile particularly alluring as she carried the water sphere into the yard. The yard had been enclosed by a 5-meter-high steel fence adorned with electrified wires. The vegetables thrived within a multifunctional greenhouse, while the peach tree, exposed to the sweltering heat, remained lush and vibrant, its leaves a vivid green. With a wave of her hand, a sphere of water enveloped her, freezing on the surface to shield her from the heat. She continued her daily ritual of feeding the vegetables and the peach tree with her abilities.
Now.
In this entire community, she was the only one brave enough to venture outside, so she adjusted her feeding schedule to daytime. After nourishing the peach tree and the vegetables, the ground began to stir and roots unfurled, gently waving in front of her like eager tails. These roots belonged to the 200-year-old trees lining the greenbelt. Without her prompting, they extended their roots all the way to her safe house. From the surface, nothing seemed amiss, but if one were to look underground, they would see that the ancient roots had encircled the safe house in a protective embrace. Having fed the ancient trees, Zhou Chuchu was about to enter the house when a brilliant idea struck her. What would happen if she watered the plants with this water? Since it was transformed from her ability, it should have a beneficial effect, right? With this thought, she poured the water onto the plants. The vegetables and the peach tree instantly shuddered and erupted with a radiant green glow. The ancient trees even appeared to dance with excitement. "Sweet rain! Sweet rain!"
Iam nourished, iam nourished.
They exclaimed in joy. What a delightful surprise. "I am evolving even faster." The large peach tree clearly expressed its gratitude. "Master, my magnificent master, the sweet rain you have bestowed upon us doubles our evolution speed and opens up new avenues for growth." Zhou Chuchu had not anticipated the profound impact of the Water Star ability, effectively unveiling other potentials of this power. This was indeed fortuitous. With a cascade of water, the plants accelerated their evolution, expanding their growth paths. Even the edible vegetables, which were previously incapable of evolving, suddenly increased in yield, becoming more enticing. Zhou Chuchu casually harvested vegetables to take inside. She was unaware that as the water seeped into the ground, the once withered plants outside the villa began to regain their vitality. Time flew by and night fell. The temperature dropped somewhat, from 58 to 39 degrees, prompting those who had been cooped up at home all day to seize the opportunity to venture out. Most people flocked to various supermarkets and shopping malls to snatch up supplies. The rush led to rampant looting, vandalism, and brawls, with victims finding no solace even when reporting to the police, who were too overwhelmed to respond. The law of the jungle had begun to replace the rules of civilized society. However, not everyone was preoccupied with hoarding supplies. Near Zhou Chuchu's home, 3 individuals, drenched in sweat, approached. "This heat is unbearable. Quick, let us break a window and enjoy the air conditioning." "Princess, why did you choose this place to vandalize?" Scorching asked, struggling to suppress his impatience. "No particular reason. I just find that girl insufferable." "What's wrong? Are you reluctant to break it?" Yu Hali openly displayed her malice. She had seen Zhou Chuchu, stylish and beautiful, driving an enviable luxury car, living with a handsome husband who was a CEO, and having a pair of exquisitely pampered children. Instantly, she felt uncomfortable and intensely jealous. The life she yearned for was effortlessly possessed by Zhou Chuchu, igniting her fury. Scorching was well aware of Yu Hali's character and was not a good person himself. He flattered her merely to enjoy the luxuries of the present. Sure. You decide whose window to break, and that's what we'll do." However, Yu Hali's other boyfriend, Kong Mingxiu, expressed concern. "They live in a standalone villa. They must be wealthier than your uncle. Will it be all right to break their window?" Yu Hali scolded him. "Coward. What are you afraid of? We'll break the window and run. Who will know it was us? Even if they find out, so what? Do you think she'll dare to chase us? If she does, you two can handle the man while I take the opportunity to teach her a lesson." "Enough chatter. If we're going to do it, let us do it. No more dilly-dallying." Kong Mingxiu had no moral qualms. He was merely wary of offending the wealthy. After hearing Yu Hali's reasoning, he found it quite sensible. "All right, let us go break it." The trio gathered some bricks and, as they approached Zhou Chuchu's home, they were taken aback. Zhou Chuchu's yard was surrounded by a 5-meter-high steel fence topped with an electrified netting. The fence was not entirely sealed, but even the small openings were insufficient for them to squeeze through. Their plan crumbled before it even began. Have they lost their minds? Who are they trying to protect against? This is outrageous. What do we do now? "Princess, why don't we find another house to vandalize?" Yu Hali's face turned green with anger. She was convinced this was intentional. "No way. It has to be her house. If I don't break her house, she won't know how formidable I am." Scorching rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, what a fool. Yet they still had to coax her. "Little princess, her family's defenses are too formidable. We cannot break in." Unable to infiltrate? Yu Hali glanced at Zhou Chuchu's villa, suddenly breaking into a smile. "I've made up my mind. Instead of smashing her windows, you two will fetch me 2 bags of excrement. I shall use it to hurl at her windows." Scorching and Kong Mingxiu were left astounded. What kind of madness was this? To actually use feces to assault someone's home. Observing their expressions, Yu Hali, visibly impatient, urged, "Are you in or out? 500 each. If not, you can leave." The two exchanged glances, unwilling to forsake their leisurely life in the villa, and besides, it was merely fetching 2 bags of excrement. Just as they were about to proceed, they were caught off guard by the branches of the peach tree, which had silently extended over their heads under the cover of night. Suddenly, a cascade of powder rained down upon them, drenching their heads and faces, as well as their exposed skin. Instantly, they felt as if swarmed by fiery ants, with an unbearable itch and sting that drove them nearly mad. Though not fatal, it was sufficiently maddening. Their exposed skin quickly erupted in red welts. Scratching brought excruciating pain, yet refraining only intensified the torment. The sensation of this substance crawling over them drove them to roll on the ground, screaming in frenzy. What is this? Who is ambushing us? It hurts so much." The unbearable prickling and itching radiated from their bones, and unable to endure, they clawed at their skin, soon leaving trails of blood. It was only after they had mutilated themselves that the torment slightly subsided. Then the peach branches shook again. Another wave of screams erupted. The 3 fled in a panic, rolling and scrambling away. Observing this scene through the surveillance, Zhou Chuchu wore a placid expression, yet her eyes, usually gentle and radiant towards her family, now blazed with a fierce intensity. The effect of the itching powder from the sign-in reward was indeed remarkable. It turned out she had already sprinkled the powder on the peach tree, punishing Yu Haoli and her companions without needing to lift a finger herself. Just the thought that this unfortunate creature dared to launch an attack on her house with excrement made her want to chase after them and sprinkle more itching powder. She could not deny that after enduring such an endless torment, a demon lurked within her heart. Only when she turned to see her adorable children sleeping under a thin blanket, along with her handsome husband, did the demon within her quietly retreat. She pulled the blanket over her belly, gently patting the little bottoms of her two treasures, causing them to sink deeper into slumber. Outside the room, Xiao Hu lay on the ground, its blue and gold eyes shimmering with light. Once assured of the absence of danger, it rested its head on its legs, ears drooping. These days, it had remained steadfastly by the two little ones, dutifully guarding them. Whenever the children tumbled while playing, it would swiftly dart beneath them to cushion their fall, earning countless hugs and cuddles from the kids. Initially, it had been somewhat resistant to its older brother, Linlin, but when Gigi placed Linlin's hand atop its head, it seemed to have completed some kind of ritual, placing the safety of the two children above all else. Zhou Chuchu had observed for a time, intentionally staying away to monitor the plants, and discovered that Xiao Hu continued to be exceptionally good to the children. Even when one of them accidentally stepped on it, it never grew angry, merely gazing at them gently, which gradually eased her worries. She had given Xiao Hu some tiger bone to consume, a small reward for its diligence. Xiao Hu clearly understood who determined its future and became even more dedicated. However, as its bond with the two children deepened, its gaze began to change, slowly integrating into this family. Meanwhile, Zhou Chuchu savored the refreshing coolness that starkly contrasted with the sweltering heat outside, while Yu Haoli and her companions endured the relentless stinging and itching, finding no relief even after multiple washes. To make matters worse, despite having all the air conditioning running, the interior felt stifling. Their sweat clung to their skin, exacerbating the wounds they had inflicted upon themselves, which quickly became infected and oozed. Yu Haoli lost her mind, furiously cursing Zhou Chuchu in the group chat. Chapter 80. Yu Haoli leads the charge. Old foam breaks the deadlock. The tenants of Building 1, garbage. Do you know you are committing murder? How can your heart be so malicious? I merely strolled to your yard, and you doused me in toxic powder. You are more poisonous than a wasp. Yu Haoli twisted the facts, posting these images, which silenced the lively group chat. As everyone struggled to sleep due to the oppressive heat and the alarming weather changes, with reports of casualties everywhere, they engaged in discussions to vent their frustrations. I just rushed to buy some food and drink. The chaos outside is overwhelming. During my brief foray, there were numerous fights. I also went to stock up on supplies. The larger supermarkets were somewhat better, with people maintaining order, but I arrived too late. The shelves were nearly bare. I advise you all to behave. The police have mobilized, along with the armed forces. Let's hope this sweltering heat passes quickly, and tomorrow's temperatures return to normal. Even if the temperature returns to normal, the damage has already been done. Preliminary estimates indicate over 1 million deaths today. Countless vehicles have exploded. What on earth is happening? The images posted by Yu Haoli genuinely shocked everyone. While they discussed natural disasters, she had presented evidence of man-made calamities. The nature of the two was entirely different. Before they could grasp the situation, some with ulterior motives began to fan the flames. Shun Danhong, the owner of a standalone villa in Building 2, lamented, "Oh dear. This girl is truly pitiful, a beautiful, fair child, and now she has been disfigured. That Zhou Chuchu is truly despicable. How could she do such a thing to you?" Zhang Xiaomei from Building 56 echoed, "Some people may have married wealthy husbands, but they remain wicked to the core. My mother was beaten by her, and my brother was imprisoned because of her." Security Captain Li Jun added, "Mrs. Qin has truly gone too far. I will take you all to confront her." The shopping group leader of the villa community, Cheng Lanhua, declared, "We are a high-end, harmonious community. Everyone living here possesses quality and culture. Zhou Chuchu's actions are utterly outrageous. I suggest we unite to expel her from the community." With these individuals leading the charge, those who were envious of the Qin family, those at odds with their in-laws, or those who had grievances against Zhou Chuchu, all emerged from the shadows, disregarding right and wrong and rallied behind Yu Haoli. With their encouragement, others joined in, recounting the alleged misdeeds of Zhou Chuchu and her family. The wealth of the Qin family must have come from dubious sources. If they were upright, why would their home resemble a fortress? They must have done something shameful and are afraid of retribution. During his business dealings, Qin Zhuangming was unscrupulous, and his son is even worse. Look at how he walks around with a perpetual scowl. He must have sinister intentions. His wife assaults maids and the elderly. Now this innocent child, who has done her no harm, has been treated so cruelly. And she just jealous that others are younger than her? How malevolent. This good girl has been so mistreated. How will she ever marry in the future? This is truly excessive. Such a troublemaker cannot remain in our community. Who will join me in driving them out? Many voices rose in accusation, eager to expel Zhou Chuchu and her family. They completely forgot that when Yu Hali had previously made her outrageous remarks in the group, they had criticized her lack of decency. Now, in the blink of an eye, Yu Hali had transformed into the innocent victim. Yu Hali immediately felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. In the group chat, she expressed her gratitude to various brothers and sisters, feeling as though she had found family to support her. Captain Li Jun of the security team declared, "Without delay, let us gather a team to address this matter." He demonstrated considerable enthusiasm regarding the situation. However, at that moment, Old Feng interjected in the group, saying, "We need a few people to help collect Old Sun's corpse. It cannot be left there. If it remains too long, it might cause an epidemic." Upon hearing this, the homeowners, who had been enduring the intense stench of decay, quickly rallied behind him. "Yes, yes. Hurry up and remove that body. Good heavens, I've vomited several times today. I can hardly step outside. Just thinking about a corpse next door terrifies me. I've left home early to stay at a friend's place, braving the heat. I can endure it, but my child cannot. I would rather suffer from the heat than the stench of death. Please take care of it, I beg you. We can't live like this." Yet, few of the security personnel responded. After all, dealing with a decaying corpse required considerable mental fortitude. Old Feng pointedly addressed Li Jun as the captain of the security team. Earning a generous salary, you must set an example. The previously lively Li Jun fell silent, retreating into inaction. Anticipating such a reaction, Old Feng added, "For those willing to assist me, I'll offer 2,000 each." The homeowners, unable to endure any longer, quickly chimed in, "How can we let Old Feng pay? We'll chip in 400 each. Let's hurry." Upon hearing of the monetary incentive, the security guards eagerly volunteered to assist Old Feng in removing the corpse. In such a grave matter of life and death, those who had previously been animated now fell silent. Yu Haoli, feeling deeply dissatisfied, continued to voice her complaints in the group. Zhang Xiaomei, Shen Danhong, and Cheng Lan soon reappeared. Old Feng warned, "If you continue to stir trouble with this bad seed, I will withdraw from collecting the body. Whoever wants to go can go." The frantic homeowners were the first to object, immediately launching a tirade against Yu Haoli. "What is your issue? You occupy your uncle's house. Just be content, and don't force me to confront you. Why do you keep wandering around that villa? Who knows what your injuries are from? If you keep causing a ruckus, you'll be thrown out." Others, not wishing to have a highly decomposed corpse lingering in the neighborhood, also shifted their stance. "That injury looks self-inflicted. It merely appears alarming. Just apply some iodine and stop this nonsensical shouting. We are not doctors." A woman with 2 boyfriends living together? What a scandal. Yu Haoli, seething with anger, could not contend with the multitude and redirected her frustration towards the more docile Kong Mingxiu. She kicked him down and mounted him, striking him. "It's all your fault. If only you had dealt with it sooner, none of this would have happened. Useless scum, you're good for nothing but licking my feet." Kong Mingxiu, cradling his head, endured her humiliation while his gaze gradually turned crimson. Yet, as he beheld the opulent villa, the luxurious leather sofas, and the shelves filled with fine wines, his expression softened, silently enduring Yu Haoli's wrath. Shi Xingting observed coldly from the side, thinking, "Go ahead and beat Kong Mingxiu to death. When Yu Haoli ends up in jail, this villa will be mine." Ultimately, Yu Haoli did not kill Kong Mingxiu. She grew weary from her exertions and began to sweat, the unbearable itch returning. She scratched at her injuries, causing them to bleed profusely. The night passed, and by morning, the city began implementing power restrictions, with certain areas experiencing outages. The villa community, which had never faced a blackout, fell within the affected zones. Starting from 6 in the morning, the temperature soared above 40 degrees Celsius, and by 8, It had reached 52. Chapter 81. Power outage, scorching heat, family enjoying ice cream in Zhou Chuchu's home. When the power went out, the backup generator kicked in, leaving the outage without any impact on her household. She awoke, drew back the curtains, and was met with a wave of heat outside, akin to steam rising from boiling water. The outdoor temperature had reached an unbearable 59 degrees. Yet inside, it was a comfortable 25 degrees, ideal for human habitation. Thanks to the air conditioning, it even felt slightly cool, prompting her to don a light outer garment. Although the air conditioning was on, there was no discomfort. The air was fresh with a hint of fragrance, lifting her spirits. Maintaining such a pleasant temperature was due not only to the insulation properties of the safe house, but also to the indoor plants that regulated and purified the air while releasing oxygen. It was genuinely delightful. Qin Ziyuan, accustomed to self-discipline, rose early despite not having to work, calling his 2 children to exercise. He taught them some movements that resembled ancient martial arts yet were distinct from them, each pose drawing the viewer's focus into a mysterious world. Zhou Chuchu had once inquired about the nature of his practice, to which Qin Ziyuan referred to it as an unnamed technique. Discovered during his time as a mercenary while executing a mission in a dragon-shaped deep pool. He found it useful and began to practice. Zhou Chuchu had teased him, likening him to Zhang Wuji. Qin Ziyuan disagreed, asserting that he was not as fickle as Zhang Wuji. He recognized only one person in his life. This remark made Zhou Chuchu blush and her heart race. With no immediate concerns, Zhou Chuchu joined in the practice, and Qin Ziyuan, with a slight smile, moved closer to guide her. Their 2 little ones, who had initially closed their eyes in earnestness, quietly opened them to witness their affectionate parents, giggling happily. This was truly wonderful. In the past, their parents often quarreled or remained silent. When their parents fought, the children felt frightened. When their parents were silent, they worried. The 2 little ones acted as intermediaries, trying to appease both sides. Yet it was futile. Nothing could mend the rift. When their mother was angry, their father would become even angrier. If their mother ignored their father, he too would be upset. Though their father did not direct his anger towards them, he appeared pitiful and miserable. Their mother's anger was unmanageable, often because she was upset with them. Although they did not understand why their mother was angry, they believed it was their wrongdoing that caused it. Now, their mother had transformed into a smiling figure, laughing at them and their father every day, bringing them immense joy. When their mother smiled at their father, he too appeared delighted and content. After practicing the unnamed technique with her husband and children, Zhou Chuchu felt her ability pool expand significantly. Her powers seemed to have intensified in quality. With a look of astonishment, she remarked, "Husband, when I faced Chris before, although I possess a 2S level ability, I couldn't resist his light arrows. Is it because his ability quality is superior to mine?" Despite her rebirth, Zhou Chuchu's powers had only reached B level in her past life. She was unaware of what powers above S level entailed. Her husband, who awakened his abilities before the apocalypse, had powers that only manifested fully as a corpse king, the reasons for which were unclear to her. She speculated that her husband's potential had always been there, merely suppressed by his past experiences. Since her husband had advanced further and was so strong, she certainly sought his guidance. The tyrant situation was unique. His power enhancement was a mystery. Qin Ziyuan's expression darkened, as if recalling something ominous he intended to conceal. However, upon meeting Zhou Chuchu's unwavering gaze, he realized he had underestimated her. "I'm sorry, Chuchu. I misjudged you." He then addressed their 2 little treasures, Linlin, Zizi. "Why don't you go see what Grandma is cooking?" As soon as the 2 children heard of delicious food, they promptly concluded their early lessons and dashed outside. He then remarked, "The tyrant's extraordinary powers stem from his method of cultivation, which involves sacrifices, each stage requiring the lives and abilities of 1,000 individuals to enhance his own. Naturally, he surpasses you." Zhou Chuchu gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness! There are always more perverse beings. No wonder I feel uneasy around that fellow. Darling, how is your ability so formidable? It far surpasses that tyrant's." The praise from his beloved wife greatly pleased Qin Ziyuan, who candidly replied, "Naturally. My potential is greater than his, with superior quality. For instance, your ability, if unrefined, resembles a mass of cotton. Though immensely inflated, it shatters upon the slightest tear. His ability, however, is akin to a piece of wood, possessing a degree of hardness. Wood will surely overcome cotton." Mine, on the other hand, is like refined steel, capable of severing wood, causing it to splinter. Zhou Chu inquired excitedly, can my ability also transform into refined steel? The next time I see Chris, I shall knock him out. Qin Ziyuan chuckled.
Of course it can.
While they conversed, his mother called them for dinner. I've prepared chilled mung bean soup, double skim milk, and milk ice cream.
Come and eat.
Zhou Chu responded and hurried over. His mother had made delightful desserts and cold dishes, alongside 6 servings of cold noodles crafted from yesterday as harvest and several plates of refreshing appetizers. Zhou Chu savored her mother-in-law's culinary skills, and the family enjoyed a joyous and fulfilling meal together. The elderly couple praised the safe house, expressing their gratitude, stating, thanks to this house, we can endure this dreadful weather. With a power outage outside, we have our backup generator, allowing us to enjoy such comforts. Their words evoked a sense of nostalgia in Zhou Chu. Indeed, compared to her previous life, their current existence felt heavenly. In her past life, her window had been shattered by Yuhaoli, allowing the heat to pour in, compounded by a power outage in the neighborhood, which spoiled all the food she had meticulously stocked in the refrigerator. The moment she opened the fridge, she almost wished to perish on the spot, consumed by both heartache and distress. Now, the items transferred from storage were impeccably preserved in the refrigerator, and the vegetables harvested yesterday remained fresh in the cooler. She felt a genuine sense of satisfaction. Opening her phone, she found an explosion of messages in the homeowner group chat. Chapter 82. They're plotting against Zhou Chu's house. What is going on? We live in a wealthy neighborhood. How can there be a power outage? This is outrageous. Haven't you seen the local news on your phone? Due to the heat wave, multiple power lines have burned out. With air conditioners running all day, the power supply is strained, leading to staggered outages.
Damn.
I didn't check the news. The meat and seafood I bought yesterday are all spoiled. The stench is unbearable.
Me too.
I wanted an ice cream to cool down, but when I opened the freezer, it was full of melted liquid. With such high temperatures, food goes bad too quickly. Even if we knew about the power restrictions, we couldn't ensure proper storage. I'll head to Walmart this evening to buy some non-perishable items. Buy food? Can you even find food now? It's already been snatched up. Even if you do find some, the prices have skyrocketed tenfold. My goodness, how are we supposed to survive? With the heat like this, food prices have surged. What is the government doing? Don't they care about our plight? The authorities are hastily developing heat-resistant devices, but they won't be deployed anytime soon. Besides, carrying out tasks requires manpower. Look at the weather outside. Who would dare venture out? It's so hot. I feel like I'm about to melt. Zhou Chu scrolled through her phone and noticed that Yuhaoli had attempted to rally a crowd against her yesterday, her eyes narrowing in determination. Clearly, she hadn't learned her lesson. She scrutinized the individuals who had supported her adversary the day before. In both her past and present lives, these people had remained unchanged, consistently harboring malice towards her and her family. Old Foam, however, defended her just as he had in her previous life. Had he not stepped forward to protect her and her husband, visiting them frequently, the Sun family would have bullied them to ruin. This was a kindness that required repayment. Considering the vacant villa next door, although it lacked the security features of her safe house, it still possessed commendable insulation. She thought of inviting him to stay there. The 2 houses were in close proximity, and with the shade provided by the peach tree and the 200-year-old trees, enduring the sweltering heat would be more manageable. Just as she was about to mention this in the group chat, a new message popped up. Chenglan, who needs food? I have food for sale. Instant noodles for 58 yuan a pack, fresh vegetables for 150 yuan a bundle. Who's interested? Upon reading this message, Zhou Chu's eyes narrowed. Reviewing the surveillance footage from the previous night, she noted 2 individuals lingering outside her house for quite some time. The security captain, Li Jun, and Chenglan, the shopping group leader of the villa district. Her thoughts racing, the peach tree vividly recounted the events of the previous day, even the whispered exchanges between the 2. Li Jun attempted to scale her 5-meter-tall metal fence, but retreated upon discovering the electric wire atop, cursing as he descended. His eyes darkened with greed as he surveyed her home. This house is truly impressive. They recently renovated and stocked up on supplies. Surely, they lack nothing inside. If this heat passes quickly, I wouldn't dare approach her home. However, if this calamity persists, then those with strength will prevail. I have 16 brothers. While she is too elderly and 2 children, and a defenseless woman to contend with, Only that man poses a challenge. I intend to reduce the former richest man in Haishur to a mere dead dog beneath my feet. That woman is quite beautiful, he mused, his gaze lecherous. The only trouble is old Feng. He has skilled and views that woman as a junior. If I attack her family, he won't stand idly by. If necessary, I must find a way to eliminate him. After scrutinizing Zhou Chuchu's residence, he turned and left. Next was Chenglan, who fixated on Zhou Chuchu's home, her eyes brimming with desire. In the mansion of the former richest man, there must be plenty of supplies. I must find a way to acquire those resources. That is wealth. This house is also quite good. If I could occupy it, my husband and I would live quite comfortably. Chenglan lingered longer than Li Jun, speaking little, yet both shared the same insidious goal, to seize Zhou Chuchu's supplies and home. In the month since the apocalypse began, she had emptied the SSS Club and Homa seafood store next door multiple times, making it difficult to avoid drawing attention. Furthermore, she had warned her in-laws about the impending apocalypse 10 days before it arrived, leading them to invest their retirement funds into supplies. Though she had made arrangements to transport empty boxes out of the neighborhood, pretending to remove resources, her reputation for stockpiling supplies remained vivid in their minds, making it hard for them to forget. And as for her safe house, despite the professional team constructing it revealing no details of the interior and sending people to deter any prying eyes, the mere fact that it belonged to the former richest man was enough to stir the greed of others. In her past life, they had also coveted her home. But after Yu Hali shattered her window, compromising the house's insulation, they abandoned their plans. After all, with so many deaths in the neighborhood later on, wouldn't he living in a complete villa be preferable to a dilapidated one? Now that her house stood intact, resembling a fortress, their ambitions were undoubtedly rekindled. Unexpectedly, Zhou Chuchu found herself in a situation she had not anticipated. She had assumed that it would be until their resources were utterly depleted before her family would think of their home, yet, to her surprise, as the apocalypse had barely begun, they were already contemplating it. Their inaction was solely due to reservations. Her gaze shifted to her phone, where Chenglan had quoted an outrageous price that left everyone in disbelief. "Chenglan, have you gone mad with greed? Why don't you just rob someone?" exclaimed one voice in the crowd as the prices escalated tenfold. "I will report you for this." Chenglan retorted defiantly, "I have clearly marked my prices. You may choose to buy or not. I am not the only one doing this. And let me inform you, if you do not purchase now, the price will increase by nightfall." Seeing her stand firm, the crowd fell silent. Indeed, some audacious individuals had begun to inflate prices, albeit by 2 or 3 times. Chenglan, however, had directly raised hers tenfold. Zhou Chuchu observed with a cold demeanor, choosing not to interrupt, regardless of the price hikes. As long as she sold her goods, each sale meant less food available for later purchase, making it impossible for her to buy back what she had sold when the time came. As anticipated, some elderly and weak individuals, along with mothers carrying children, began to purchase supplies from Chenglan. Overjoyed, Chenglan announced in the group chat after receiving their payments, "Thank you all for supporting my business. I will deliver your supplies to each household by evening." Once Zhou Chuchu noticed that Chenglan's supplies were nearly sold out, she decided to drop a bombshell in the chat. "Old Feng, Uncle Feng, come by this evening. I will give you the keys to the villa next door for you to stay." This stirred a wave of reactions. I have explained the reasons before, and some are still perplexed, so let me reiterate. 1. The protagonist's parents are strong-willed and do not wish to burden their daughter or live under someone else's roof.
2.
In the apocalypse, human hearts are depraved. Being among people is more perilous than being in the mountains. 3. The protagonist has arranged for 50 million worth of supplies buried in the mountains, enough for her family to survive for 10 years. In reality, they will reunite in about 3 years. The protagonist has provided satellite phones for constant communication. 4. The protagonist has given them potions for physical strength, mental fortitude, and vitality, as well as 3 extraordinary fruits that will awaken remarkable abilities. 5. The ginkgo trees in the mountains are ancient trees that have evolved early, capable of protecting her family. If anyone asks why, I can only say it is the intuition of a 2S level plant master. Moreover, the protagonist has added insurance, 6 evolved plants that greatly attract the ancient trees. 6. Living in a cave, they will experience warmth in winter and coolness in summer, with the mountains providing excellent insulation, minimizing the impact of the heat. The protagonist has carefully considered these factors. She is not cold-hearted or indifferent to her parents' plight. Her parents and brother are not weak. They can carve out a path for themselves in the apocalypse. Chapter 83. Giving Uncle Feng the villa. Zero-cost apocalypse shopping begins. Wow. This villa is worth billions. Are you really letting a security guard live there? You must have money to waste. That villa is so nice. It should go to someone like me. I'll give you $1 million. These were the relatively sane comments. There were certainly others whose minds seemed unhinged. Shendanhong. Zhou Chuchu. Your husband's company sold my family an overpriced deal. Now the stock price is plummeting. You should compensate us with this villa. Zhang Xiaomei. My mother has been having nightmares for days because of you. She is terrified. You must compensate us with this villa. You Haoli. Zhou Chuchu. You have harmed me so. You must give me the house. Li Jun. Old Feng. This is wonderful. Brother Feng, our place is too hot. It would be great to live together in the villa, for support. Zhou Chuchu had no intention of appeasing these people and directly retorted. Shun Danhong. You are delusional if you think this house will ever be yours. Get lost. Zhang Xiaomei, you and your deranged mother are on my hit list. I will confront you every time I see you. You Haoli, you moron, get out. Old Feng, I have only one condition. Unless I agree, no one but you can reside in this house. Old Feng quickly replied, Zhou Chuchu, no need for that. Dear girl, the villa is yours. I want to be staying. Concerned for Zhou Chuchu, Old Feng did not want her to become a target for others. Anticipating this, she responded, Uncle Feng, you are aware of my family's situation. If you stay, you can provide some protection for us. Otherwise, we might become easy prey for others. Upon hearing this, Old Feng understood. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed, all right, I will come over tonight. Rest assured, I will occupy it alone. Zhou Chuchu finally felt a sense of relief. Old Feng was an upright, warm-hearted man, responsible and understanding of human nature's treachery. Unfortunately, in his past life, he had helped a woman fleeing danger, giving her what little resources he had. Yet she betrayed him, aligning herself with Li Jun, attempting to poison him. Old Feng sensed something was amiss, and although he managed to spill the poison, his body had already suffered immense damage. Unable to withstand the subsequent cold wave, he gave his last food to a destitute mother and child, ultimately starving to death in his home.
Now.
This Li Jun dared to seek residence in the villa Zhou Chuchu had granted to Old Feng. That was a pipe dream. With the conversation at an end, Zhou Chuchu grew weary of further discourse and exited the chat. Setting her phone down, she enveloped herself in a water sphere conjured by her powers, preparing to venture out and nourish her plants. A calla lily leaped from the basin, its leaves expanding like an umbrella over her, creating a gentle breeze. Zhou Chuchu immediately felt a wave of comfort and rewarded the attentive lily with a piece of candy as she stepped outside. Inside the house, the other plants observed the scene, beginning to develop their own thoughts. Once outside, a wave of heat rushed toward her. The calla lily puffed up and expelled a cooling breeze, dispelling the hot air. Zhou Chuchu cast an appreciative glance at it, and the lily shyly covered its face. Both delighted and proud. With the little calla lily beside her, she found the external heat less daunting. After watering the vegetables, peach trees, and ancient trees with her powers and water, she listened to their expressions of gratitude and admiration. The plants were genuine in their appreciation, filling her heart with joy. Just as she was about to return indoors, she noticed the lush greenery outside. The plants in the landscaping were thriving, their blossoms competing to unfurl under the scorching sun, adding a splash of color to the apocalypse. Wait, weren't these plants dead? How are they alive again? Zhou Chuchu was unaware that it was due to her use of water powers, which had revitalized them. These plants possessed abundant vitality, but lacked the evolutionary inclination to communicate. She merely found their vibrant existence a source of joy amidst the desolation. Upon returning inside, 2 children rushed toward her.
Mama, Mama.
We just saw on the phone that so much food is spoiled. What a shame. The teacher said that farmers work very hard, and it's heartbreaking to see their crops wasted. Lingling and ZZ's innocent words moved Zhou Chuchu. Currently, the Haisher area was experiencing power outages. Soon, this situation would spread nationwide. Across the country, grain depots and cold storage facilities would cease operations due to the outages, leading to the ruin of stored grains and various frozen products, including meat and seafood, all succumbing to the sweltering heat. This was indeed an enormous waste. While she possessed an infinite storage space to contain these resources, external temperatures were too high and the warehouses were too far apart for her to intervene effectively. Suddenly, a prompt appeared. Couple affection. Heartfelt connection activated. Your abilities and skills have been strengthened 102 times. Startled by the notification, Zhou Chuchu turned to see Qin Ziyuan approaching her, his gaze enveloping her, understanding her thoughts in exquisite detail. Chuchu, I have a solution. Zhou Chuchu responded. What is your solution? Qin Ziyuan did not respond immediately. Instead, he made a phone call. Shortly thereafter, a helicopter approached and hovered above his doorstep. Qin Ziyuan said to his parents, Mom and Dad, please take care of the 2 children. We will be back shortly. Upon finishing his words, he embraced Zhou Chuchu and vanished in an instant. Qin Zhuangming and Lu Zhilin exchanged glances, despite their son and daughter-in-law having previously informed them about their abilities. Witnessing it for the first time was still shocking. Meanwhile, the 2 little ones were ecstatic.
Wow.
Daddy is a superhero. Mommy is amazing too. We are a superhero family. Qin Ziyuan boarded the helicopter with Zhou Chuchu, where the prodigious Ji Fanqing removed his sunglasses and greeted them. Hey, big brother. Sister-in-law. I have locked onto the destination. We will arrive shortly. Zhou Chuchu looked toward her husband, and Qin Ziyuan quickly explained, Fanqing lives nearby. I just had to make a call, and he arrived. This helicopter was designed by Fanqing. It can withstand temperatures of up to 70 degrees and can travel 1,000 kilometers in a day. I can teleport within a 200-kilometer radius, so essentially, we can reach any warehouse across the country. Zhou Chuchu was left speechless. Had her husband already arranged everything? Was he reading her mind? What could she say? She embraced her husband and planted a kiss on him. Ji Fanqing, who was operating the aircraft with a remote control, widened his eyes, causing the helicopter to sway slightly, prompting him to regain control. Qin Ziyuan instinctively reached out but refrained from pushing him away. He shot a glance at Ji Fanqing, who quickly turned his head away. The first target is the Haishur Wholesale Market Warehouse, haha. The helicopter swiftly departed. The roaring sound of the helicopter caught the attention of many, including Shun Danhong. Upon seeing the helicopter hovering above Zhou Chuchu's residence, she hurried to the 3rd floor for a better view, but to her dismay, it did not land and instead flew further away, prompting her to capture the moment on video and send it to Fong Monru. Chapter 84. Shun Danhong's Own Doing. Monru, you asked me to keep an eye on the Qin family, and I have been observing them daily. They have been quiet these past couple days. Except for a helicopter that landed for less than a minute before taking off again. It might have just been passing by video. Over there. It took nearly 2 minutes for a response to arrive. Understood. Continue monitoring, and send me a message if you notice anything unusual. Shun Danhong immediately sweet-talked, Mom understands. My dear daughter, how are you doing with the young master of the Zhang family? When will you come to get me? The other end sounded somewhat impatient. I'll come to pick you up when the weather cools down. Why are you in such a hurry? Shun Danhong did not dare to press further, instead pleading. My dear daughter, could you send me some money? I want to buy some food and drink this evening. You know your father mortgaged our family estate to acquire that company from the Qin family. We can't scrape together a single penny now. The other party, uninterested in her complaints, transferred 100,000 yuan to her. Staring at the sum, Shun Danhong was momentarily stunned but nonetheless accepted the money. After all this fuss, she was drenched in sweat. Even while sitting, beads of perspiration were rolling down her forehead. I must buy an air conditioner. It will be useful during power outages. For now, I need to get some water. As she descended the stairs, she heard laughter and splashing sounds. Good boy. Eat up. We can't let this cake go to waste. And this bird's nest. Oh no, it seems a bit spoiled.
Yuck.
Yes, just like that, let's have fun. Mommy will feed you. Oh no, don't splash water on Mommy. Shun Danhong's expression changed, and she rushed downstairs, nearly fainting from rage upon seeing the scene. There was He Liju dragging a bathtub into the living room, filled to the brim with water, while wearing a swimsuit and playing with her son, Xiaohu. The water soaked the expensive carpet she had bought and damaged the precious mahogany furniture, splashing onto the wall and ruining her daughter's award-winning self-portrait. What was even more infuriating was that Fang Shixiang not only failed to stop He Liju, but was watching with a lewd expression. Shun Danhong's fury reached its peak. She dashed down and slapped He Liju across her face. Wretched woman! You shameless little harlot! He Liju, taken by surprise while enjoying herself, quickly retaliated by grabbing Shun Danhong's hair.
How dare you hit me?
My man hasn't even laid a finger on me. She was young and hefty, and as Shen Danhong took advantage of her surprise and slapped her again, she soon found herself pinned to the ground. Xiao Hu, clearly witnessing his mother gain the upper hand, began to cry out, "Second grandpa! Second grandpa! She's hitting mommy! She's hitting mommy! Kill her! Kill her!" Fang Shixiang approached, angrily reprimanding Shen Danhong. "What madness has possessed you?" Shen Danhong was on the verge of insanity, her eyes red as she shrieked, "Fang Shixiang, you think I'm crazy? You think I'm crazy? Did you not see what they were doing?" Her piercing voice echoed throughout the villa, causing the two maids of the Fang family to tremble, too afraid to approach. Fang Shixiang frowned. "They're just playing. Why are you so angry?" Before Shen Danhong could respond, He Liju spat at her face.
Pa.
"This old hag is just jealous that I gave birth to a son while she couldn't. Second brother, don't mind her. I will give you a son in the future." Upon hearing He Liju's shameless words laid bare, Shen Danhong's fury intensified, and she attempted to rise to strike He Liju. "You wretched woman, I will kill you."
Slap.
Fang Shixiang delivered a resounding blow to Shen Danhong's face, sending her sprawling to the ground. He had paid a hefty price to acquire Qin Ziyuan's company, mortgaging all his assets. Yet, mere days after obtaining the company, an unprecedented heat wave struck. Employees began to take leave. He refused to approve it, but what could he do? He couldn't leave the house. When evening came, he urged employees to come to work, but they all rushed out to hoard supplies. His grand company, which he had envisioned as a golden goose, crumbled overnight. He was seething with suppressed rage, and with Shen Danhong provoking him, he had no intention of holding back. As for why he didn't hit He Liju, it was due to other motives. Shen Danhong had failed to bear him a son, leaving the Fang family without an heir, and he had harbored resentment toward her for years. Over time, he had sought out many women, yet none had given him a single child. He had come to realize that beautiful women might not be able to bear children at all. It wasn't until his niece-in-law came to his house that he noticed she was quite fertile. Little Xiao, who, with his chubby head, pleased him. If she could bear him a son, he would be overjoyed. They had only just begun their affair. Since she had not yet given birth, how could he strike her? After receiving that slap, Shen Danhong only grew more vociferous. "Fang Shixiang, you scoundrel. You are inhuman. After all these years of marriage, I have contributed in my own way, and you dare to strike me? All for this child. She is your niece-in-law. You old bastard, a demon in human guise." He Liju, hands on her hips, pointed at her and scolded, "You can't give birth to a son, yet you won't allow others to bear one for second brother. A hen that doesn't lay eggs should count herself lucky that second brother hasn't divorced you." She incited Fang Shixiang. "Second brother, she's insulting you. Kill her." Fang Shixiang stepped forward and swung another punch. Shen Danhong's eyes blackened. Fear crept in, but she still retorted, "Fang Shixiang, I truly misjudged you. Had I known back then, I should have married Qin Zhuangming." She shouldn't have mentioned this, for it was akin to poking a dagger into Fang Shixiang's ribs. Fang Shixiang had long harbored envy towards Qin Zhuangming, for he had married Lu Jilin, a woman of remarkable fortune who had risen from nothing to establish a publicly listed enterprise. Their son was an extraordinary individual who, upon inheriting the company, rapidly expanded it to become a powerhouse, creating a staggering $15 billion companies. Each time he laid eyes on Qin Ziyuan, regret washed over him. Had he married Lu Jilin, such an outstanding son would have been his. He cursed the wretched woman, blaming her for enticing him into breaking off his engagement with Lu Jilin. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, convinced that all his failures were the result of Shen Danhong's treachery. In a fit of rage, he struck Shen Danhong repeatedly. Terrified, she cried out in anguish, pleading for mercy. Yet, Fang Shixiang seemed possessed by a dark fury, relentlessly beating her. In her desperation, she realized he truly intended to kill her. "Fang Shixiang, should you take my life, how will you explain this to Manru? I am her mother. What will happen to her when she returns and finds me gone?" The mention of Fang Manru momentarily caused Fang Shixiang to hesitate. He knew his daughter all too well. She had inherited his selfishness and ruthlessness. She would likely care little for her mother's fate. Yet she would undoubtedly use this incident as leverage to sever their father-daughter bond. Wiping his hands, he threatened, "You better think carefully about how you'll explain your injuries to our daughter. Should you attempt to drive a wedge between us, I will end you." Shen Danhong nodded through her tears, not daring to argue, and limped back to her room, consumed by regret. Her deepest sorrow was that she had failed to seize the promising Fang Shixiang, allowing Lu Jilin to claim him instead. Lu Jilin, it is all your fault. She seethed internally, hating Lu Jilin to her very core. Chapter 85. Emptying the Zhang family stockpile. Who dares to conspire against me from the shadows? Zhou Chu exclaimed, having successfully gathered supplies from various wholesale warehouses, granaries, and cold storage facilities in Haishur. She did not collect the items available for sale, but rather the perishable goods that would spoil if left unattended. After completing her acquisitions, she unexpectedly sneezed thrice, feeling a chill despite the heat of the day. She pondered the potential threat posed by her enemies, recalling how close her home was to the Fang family. Xin Danhong had likely seen the helicopter land and might even send a video to her daughter. Since Fang Monru was now with Zhang Haohui, the leader of Tomorrow Base, it was only natural that she would become the leader's wife. The Zhang family had procured a cache of weapons before the apocalypse, likely through dealings with arms dealers in international waters. Now, however, those weapons were safely stored in her inventory. Besides the arms, Zhang Haohui had also gained popularity by monopolizing an official granary, compelling people to serve him. In her past life, his wife had schemed against her, and his shadow loomed over many of those plots. This time, she vowed not to allow him to smoothly establish his base. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for Tomorrow Base, for it was there that she had lost everything. It would be best if this base did not exist at all. Xingxing, I beseech you for a favor, she implored. The handsome youth promptly replied, sister-in-law, whatever you need, just command me. Very well, help me investigate where the Zhang family in the capital has hidden their supplies, specifically Zhang Haohui's family. Ji Fanqing blinked, aware that the Zhang family held a significant position in the capital, their influence deeply entrenched. On the surface, there appears to be no record of their stockpiled supplies, he remarked. Zhou Chuchu's voice grew serious. Is that so? Qin Ziyuan shot Ji Fanqing a warning glance. Startled, Ji Fanqing thought to himself, oh no, the boss is glaring at me because of sister-in-law. This ship has sailed. He quickly stood at attention. No, sister-in-law. That's not what I meant. I can't find anything on the surface, but they can't stop me. As long as they use the internet. Even if it's just casually checking their phones, I can trace it. After saying this, he produced a silver notebook, opened it, and revealed 3 keyboards adorned with symbols he could hardly comprehend. He began typing furiously, his fingers moving like shadows across the keys. The notebook's screen flashed with a dizzying array of data. Found it. About 10 minutes later, Ji Fanqing pressed a key, locking in an address, and the automated helicopter was programmed with a direct flight path. The Zhang family is exceptionally cautious. They are strictly trained not to bring any connected devices. Their measures are quite thorough, leaving no trace online. However, a distant relative of theirs, wanting to contact his girlfriend, secretly brought a phone online for a minute. And I caught it. Zhou Chu was utterly bewildered and turned to her husband, who appeared unfazed, clearly understanding the situation. Not wanting to appear foolish, she pretended to grasp the concept. Soon, the helicopter arrived near a stretch of the Taihang Mountains close to the capital. Boss, sister-in-law, the granary is right here. Qin Ziyuan embraced Zhou Chu and vanished from the helicopter.
Wow. So sweet.
Ji Fanqing was ecstatic about this pairing. The granary, sprawling over thousands of acres, was heavily guarded. With sentinels stationed every few steps, no personnel were allowed to carry electronic devices, or they faced severe penalties. Originally an official granary, the Zhang family had completely infiltrated and taken control of the area. Every significant position inside and out was filled with Zhang family members. One relative stationed outside the granary, having just sent a message to his girlfriend, swiftly destroyed his card and phone, tossing them into the abyss. A patrolling guard arrived with a network detection device but found nothing amiss and left, allowing the relative to breathe a sigh of relief. The master family was exceedingly careful. Who would dare provoke the Zhang family in the capital? Meanwhile, inside the granary, Zhou Chu gazed at the meticulously arranged supplies, safeguarded by various refrigeration units. These provisions were the foundation of Tomorrow Base, capable of sustaining 500,000 people for a decade. It was precisely because of these supplies that Tomorrow Base had become one of the 3 major strongholds in the apocalypse. Now, these provisions bore the surname Zhou, not Zhang. Zhou Chu watched as all the food was transferred into her infinite storage space. Qin Ziyuan, holding her, teleported them around for a full 5 minutes to complete the transfer. Afterward, they returned to the waiting helicopter, which promptly departed. Before long, they arrived back in Haishur. Qin Ziyuan carried his wife to their safe house, while Ji Fanqing returned to the accommodations prepared for the mercenary group by the Black Emperor. The process of transferring the food had been brief, so much so that it was a full 10 minutes after their departure before the Zhang family realized the food had vanished. It was not just a small quantity. All of it had disappeared. The guards overseeing the supplies went into a frenzy, and the news reached the main family, sending them into chaos. As they surveyed the disarray in the granary, numerous key guards from the Zhang family were taken back for questioning. The distant relative, remaining oblivious, faced no suspicion due to his position outside and narrowly escaped disaster. The Zhang family quickly convened all members to discuss the incident, with Zhang Haohui, the future leader of the family, notably in attendance. Chapter 86. The Zhang family in disarray, with no suspicious individuals entering or exiting. How could 30 million tons of food simply vanish? Such an occurrence, who could possibly believe it? How could it even happen? Can anyone explain the reason? Who among you can? The current head of the Zhang family, Zhang Zhe, was furiously pounding the table, his usual calm demeanor replaced by a visage of rage and erratic behavior.
Zhang Qulin, come fort.
You are primarily responsible for guarding the warehouse. Speak up. Zhang Qiulin, a middle-aged man of 40, was drenched in sweat even under the full blast of the air conditioning. Father, I don't know. Incompetent. Incompetent.
Zhang Shi shouted,
striking Zhang Qiulin sharply on the back, who dared not utter a word, enduring the punishment in silence. Zhang Dongfeng, you are in charge of security. You should have been the first to notice any issues. Zhang Dongfeng, a few years younger than Zhang Qiulin, was also sweating profusely. Father, I swear. Not even a mosquito could have escaped the warehouse. That was 3 million tons of grain. Even if it were being transported, it would have required a monumental effort. Look at the surveillance footage. I patrolled strictly according to regulations. There were absolutely no lapses. As Zhang Dongfeng played the video, it indeed revealed that there was not a single anomaly, nor any outsiders entering or exiting the granary. The entire Zhang family felt a chill as they grappled with the unbelievable nature of the event, a bizarre occurrence that defied explanation. The grain, which had been so plentiful, had vanished right before their eyes. How could this be possible? How could anyone believe it? Father, could it be? Could it be? The eldest Zhang Chunchen stammered, swallowing hard.
Speak. Zhang Shi commanded angrily.
Could it be the work of spirits? Crack. Zhang Zhe struck him across the face. Spirits? Are there such things in this world? Even if there were, they would belong solely to the Zhang family. You useless fool, daring to invoke spirits at your age. You are even less capable than Zhang Haohui. Zhang Chunchen bowed his head, his hands clenched tightly. At that moment, Zhang Haohui, named, approached and steadied Zhang Zhe. Grandfather, the grain has already disappeared. Further anger will yield no results. We must swiftly gather supplies for the family-run supermarket under our control.
Zhang Shi signed heavily.
As if he had aged a decade in an instant. That grain was the foundation upon which our family would stand in these chaotic times. Without it, our future will be exceedingly difficult. Our efforts to gather supplies will undoubtedly attract the schemes and obstructions of our enemies. First, the arms deal you discussed in Korea vanished. And now our grain has disappeared. Oh, how can this be? Is someone deliberately targeting our family? But who possesses such formidable power?
Zhang Shi lamented,
feeling an inexplicable grip tightening around the Zhang family's lifeblood, causing significant upheavals in what should have been straightforward matters. First, they lost arms. Now, they lost grain. The initiative was lost. Even if they were to prepare further, it would ultimately prove to be a futile endeavor. The most frustrated and enraged was Zhang Haohui. The Zhang family was poised to be handed over to him, building upon 2 generations of accumulation to take a monumental leap forward, solidifying their status as true powerhouses. Yet suddenly, these advantages had vanished. No, it was not sudden. It seemed to have begun the day the incident in the Korean waters occurred. Or perhaps it all started with his acquaintance with Fong Monru. Grandfather said Fong Monru was a disruptor. He had not believed it. But the peculiar events surrounding the waters and his family began occurring after he met her. He could not dismiss this connection. Emerging from the conference room, he wore a grim expression, and the faces of every Zhang family member were shrouded in an inescapable gloom. Upon returning home, Fong Monru approached him, elegantly attired, a smile adorning her face. Young Master Zhang. Zhang Haohui grasped her neck forcefully, demanding, "Who have you offended?" Fong Monru gasped, her eyes rolling back as she struggled against his grip. Observing her face turning pale, Zhang Haohui's expression shifted, and he released her. Surprisingly, Fong Monru did not react with anger, but instead leisurely prepared a cup of tea for him. "Young master, you are a dragon from the heavens. Should you choose to kill me, I would harbor no resentment. However, I do not wish to perish without understanding. What has transpired to incite your fury?" Zhang Haohui did not respond but coldly retorted, "I am a dragon from the heavens? How do I compare to Qin Ziyuan?" Fong Monru frowned, puzzled by his mention of Qin Ziyuan. She sensed a marked change in Zhang Haohui's attitude since his return from the meeting. Carefully, she replied him, "A bankrupt tycoon from Haishur? How could he possibly compare to you?" Zhang Haohui erupted into laughter, though his gaze remained icy. "Fong Monru, I believed you to be an astute woman, but it seems you are merely a fool. To sell off all your companies just before the apocalypse and to have the means to procure arms from President Baobir of Thunder God, do you truly think he cannot compare to me?" Fong Monru's expression froze, shock washing over her. Regret flooded her heart as she reflected on her actions after witnessing Qin Ziyuan's company sale and the subsequent confrontation with her mother. If only she could turn back time to amend her mistakes. Zhang Haohui, observing her reaction, scoffed, "Even if you regret it now, there's no chance to turn back. Remain here." He swept away in anger. Fong Monru's complexion turned ghostly pale, realizing that in her state of shock, she had committed a grievous error. Undoing her efforts over this time, she recalled the video her foolish mother sent her, speculating whether Zhang Haohui's wrath was somehow linked to it. But how could a helicopter in Haishur disrupt the Zhang family in the capital? She dared not use Qin Ziyuan to provoke Zhang Haohui further, for she had sensed his jealousy, a jealousy directed towards Qin Ziyuan. Chapter 87. Altering Destiny, the Key to Fate. Upon returning home, Zhou Chuchu was greeted by a peculiar sight. The spider plant's leaves were being wiped with a cloth. The lotus was using the calla lily as a vacuum to suck up dust while adding moisture to the air. The orchid was massaging and patting the shoulders of the elders, and the cactus had removed its thorns to play hide and seek with the children. Suddenly, Qin Ziyuan embraced Zhou Chuchu, causing both plants and people to freeze in surprise, except for the two little treasures who joyfully rushed over. Mommy, you're back. We had so much fun with Xian Xian." To her astonishment, they had even given her a nickname. Qin Zhuangming and Lu Jilin approached, their faces still bearing traces of shock and uncertainty from being attended to by the plants. Yet, truth be told, these plants were remarkably efficient. "Man, are these plants. Lu Jilin attempted to articulate her thoughts, but struggled to find the words. When Zhou Chuchu and the mischievous boy had left, the plants had uprooted themselves from their pots, cleaned their roots, and began chattering in a language she could not comprehend. Before embarking on their flurry of activities around the house, it utterly left her dumbfounded. Although her daughter-in-law had mentioned that the household plants might be somewhat different, she had only assumed they would grow a little unusually. Little did she expect this revelation to shatter her worldview. Her husband was no better, still in a daze. While the orchid patted him on the shoulder with a firm thud, it was no wonder he had never experienced such a profound shock in his lifetime. The two little treasures accepted the cactus without any hesitation and immediately wanted to play with it. Initially, we were concerned that the cactus might prick them, but to our surprise, it took a step back and removed its spines before engaging with the children. Their expressions were priceless. Not only were they astonished, but Zhou Chuchu, upon witnessing the scene, was equally taken aback. Who taught these plants such tricks? However, noticing the expectant gazes of her in-laws and the adoring looks from the children, she straightened her chest and proudly declared, "Oh, these are all things I instructed them to do." Given the size of their villa, tidying up was quite a chore, so she figured it was only natural to assign some tasks to the plants. Lu Jilin, moved and amazed by her words, exclaimed, "Manner, we are truly blessed to have such a capable daughter-in-law." After which, she shot a glare at Qin Ziyuan, saying, "You little rascal, if you dare to bully Manner again, I'll deal with you." To which the innocent Qin Ziyuan retorted, "I bully her? It's more like she bullies me." His father-in-law chimed in, reminding him that this household was different from the outside world, and he should treat his wife well. "Stop wearing that long face, as if someone owes you 80 billion. Qin Ziyuan replied, 80 billion isn't worth my frown." Upon reflection, Qin Zhuangming realized that his company's minimum sale was 500 billion. 80 billion seemed insignificant. Enraged, he demanded, "You dare to speak back? You rascal." Just then, Zizi ran over, saying, "Daddy, you mustn't be mean to Mommy." Linlin, with her head held high, added, "Daddy, you are a boy and Mommy is a girl. You must be nice to girls." Qin Ziyuan remarked, "Just asserting my position in the family." He picked up one child in each arm. "All right, Daddy understands." Zhou Chuchu couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought that the formidable Captain Songlong, the fierce emperor, and the former trillionaire would lack authority at home? Hilarious. The respect must still be given. The two little treasures were reassured that their father treated their mother exceptionally well. Lu Jilin smiled. "You arrived just in time. Dinner is ready." She had prepared a delightful spread. Stuffed mushrooms, oyster sauce bok choy, stir-fried green beans, spicy pork, and steamed corn. These dishes, nurtured with enchanted water, sparkled as if sprinkled with light, making them appear distinctively appetizing. The family was captivated, and the children took a particular liking to the dishes. Although the meat dishes, such as steamed pork, cold beef, and boiled shrimp, were made with top-quality ingredients, everyone only picked at them occasionally. Zhou Chuchu pondered whether to expand their ranch and raise pigs, cows, and sheep. She couldn't allow her children to develop picky eating habits. Alas, the worries of a mother. Ultimately, all the untouched meat ended up in the belly of Little Tiger, who devoured everything offered to him, whether vegetarian or meaty. After consuming the bones, Little Tiger had grown noticeably larger and now walked with a tiger's grace. After a hearty meal, it was time to check in.
Ding.
Congratulations on successfully checking in. You have received Ranch Puzzle 2 and 3 and 45 enhancement potions, as you have altered the fate of 500,000 individuals. You have been granted an additional reward, the Key of Destiny. The Key of Destiny. Zhou Chuchu was astounded. Anything related to fate was extraordinary. Initially, she had not believed in destiny, but after her rebirth and acquiring the check-in system, it seemed there was an intricate connection with fate. She couldn't help but believe. She suspected the system rewarded her for intercepting the food supplies intended for the Zhang family's base construction. However, despite her and her husband stockpiling goods and transferring arms worldwide, the system had not granted additional rewards until now. Reflecting further, she recognized that the base indeed occupied a significant position in their lives, yet it had brought them not joy, but calamity. Was it because she had intercepted the food that the base could not be built, thus altering her family's fate, which warranted such a substantial reward? The system, as usual, offered no answers, leaving her to explore on her own. However, how was she to utilize this Key of Destiny? Just as this thought crossed her mind, the key transformed into a beam of light, splitting into 9 strands of varying thickness, infusing her, her husband, their 2 children, and her in-laws. 3 strands then ascended into the air, darting towards her parents and younger brother. Zhou Chuchu suddenly felt an unusual sensation. The weight of destiny had significantly shifted in their favor. At 6 in the evening, as the oppressive heat began to subside, the power returned to the community. The long-suffering residents erupted in cheers, eagerly turning on their air conditioners and fans. However, the sudden change from heat to cool caused some individuals to fall ill, leading to fevers. Who would believe that one could catch a cold and fever in temperatures exceeding 50 degrees? With the electricity restored, everyone hurried to charge their phones, and the community chat resumed its lively activity. Chapter 88. Scarcity of Supplies. Old Feng moves into the next villa. The power is back. Finally, it's here. I thought I would perish from the heat. Do you know how I endured today? I soaked in water all day. My skin is like a raisin, and I was too afraid to step outside. It's sweltering. Another person in our community has died. Another death? What now? What shall we do with the body? What else can we do? The funeral home personnel won't come out, and those inside dare not go out either. We must just dig a hole in the shade and bury them. If we don't go out to bury them, the smell will fill the house. But if we do, the outside heat is unbearable. Just a few minutes and you can't take it anymore. Enough. I just saw someone toss a corpse outside. Is that humane? My goodness.
How are we to live like this?
They're trying to drive us to death. Is anyone willing to accompany me to buy groceries?
We've run out.
You go. I don't want to leave the house. I want to enjoy the air conditioning now that the power is back. What is the point of buying groceries? They spoil too easily. Let us get something that doesn't perish quickly. Drying the vegetables can prevent them from rotting. It must be said that the ingenuity of the people is boundless. In the face of natural disasters, they are actively seeking solutions to survive. Drying the vegetables is indeed a brilliant idea. However, meat is another matter. Even with ample salt, at this temperature, it spoils in less than an hour. After 6 o'clock, as the temperature dropped, some brave souls ventured out to make purchases. However, the first day of the apocalypse was just the golden buying period. Today's scavenging would prove more challenging than yesterday's. Although many large supermarkets had restocked grains, oils, and vegetables, it did not deter the frenzied purchasing. As soon as goods were shelved, they were snatched up. As time went on, various supply chains began to fracture and collapse, and supermarkets would face increasingly diminished supplies until widespread power outages rendered them incapable of providing any goods. Those with ample supplies began to inflate prices wildly. Chunglon was one of them. Chunglon announced, "Everyone who purchased food from me this morning, my prices have increased. A pack of instant noodles is now 100 yuan. A handful of vegetables is 150, and a pound of rice is 300. Please supplement the payments." Upon hearing this, those who had already paid were incensed. "How can you change the prices like that? I already paid." "Chunglon, you're being unreasonable. Are these prices even fair?" Chunglon remained undeterred, reiterating, "My stance remains, if you want to buy, you need to pay. If you don't want to buy, I can refund your money. But if you don't buy now, the prices might soar even higher later." Upon hearing her words, everyone felt the oppressive heat and realized that money was of little use if they could not first overcome the immediate challenges before them. Some, acutely aware of the impending crisis, promptly transferred funds to Chunglon. Others, who desperately needed food, grudgingly paid despite their irritation. A few stubborn individuals demanded their money back from Chunglon, yet after fruitless attempts to procure supplies elsewhere, they returned, tail between their legs, to purchase from her again. Chunglon gleefully accepted the payments, her eyes gleaming at the sight of 2 thermal storage cabinets in her home. She had struck gold, earning a staggering 130,000 in just one day, and anticipated even greater profits in the days to come. Previously a leader of a shopping group, she had meticulously prepared these thermal boxes, equipped with batteries that could sustain power for 24 hours when fully charged. With these cabinets, she was reaping substantial rewards in this post-apocalyptic world. After collecting the payments, she pulled the thermal cabinets to begin sorting the supplies for delivery. However, a foul odor of rotting vegetables wafted through the air. Upon inspection, she noted that many of the vegetables had already begun to yellow. Frowning, she quickly devised a plan. She would send the good vegetables to those who were difficult to please and reserve the nearly spoiled ones for the 2 mothers and that old man. Remarkably, he had yet to succumb to the heat. After delivering the goods, the mothers naturally scolded her for the spoiled items, but she feigned ignorance, while the old man silently accepted the vegetables without uttering a word. At 8 in the evening, Old Foam, after dealing with several corpses left outside, arrived at Zhou Chuchu's place. Just as he was about to make a call, Zhou Chuchu stepped out. She had seen through her plants that Old Foam was coming. Quietly at her back was Xiao Hu, following her closely. Upstairs, Qin Ziyuan's gaze was fixed on them. "Uncle Foam," Zhou Chuchu greeted him, holding out the keys. "My dear daughter, I have arrived." Old Foam exclaimed, noticing Zhou Chuchu's radiant appearance despite the sweltering heat. She bore no sweat, but rather looked invigorated, which brought him joy. Without waiting for her to come closer, he instinctively took a few steps back, having inevitably picked up the stench of decay while handling the corpses, fearing it would offend her. "My dear, just toss me the keys. I am reeking of sweat and don't want to foul your air." Zhou Chuchu smiled brightly and said nonchalantly, "It's all right, uncle. I'm not afraid." The stench of decay was nothing new to her. In her past life, she had encountered it countless times and could calmly eat among the dead without flinching. Umanza bulba. And the first evolution is to develop a nose that disregards the stench of death. Though Old Foam took comfort in her words, he still refrained from approaching her. He couldn't help but remind her, "Daughter, people have become treacherous. Once food becomes scarce, everyone will go mad. Your recent shopping spree has garnered their attention. They may be plotting against you. Be extra cautious with the 2 elderly and the 2 children, and do not venture outside. If anything happens, just call me. I may lack other skills, but I can certainly defend myself." Old Foam was essentially briefing Zhou Chuchu on the situation. Zhou Chuchu smiled. "Uncle Foam, I understand, and I will be careful. However, I am not someone easily bullied." Old Foam was initially skeptical, but upon noticing the imposing and robust Xiao Hu behind her, He breathed a sigh of relief. This tiger-striped dog was indeed impressive. He genuinely complimented. This dog is remarkable. It exudes a presence even greater than that of military dogs. Zhou Chu escorted Old Feng to the neighboring villa, handing him the keys, officially welcoming him to his new residence. Within the row of villas, Yu Haoli was in a terrible state, her body oozing pus and emitting a repugnant odor, while swarms of thumb-sized green flies buzzed around her. Her two boyfriends were not much better off either. Chapter 89. Yu Haoli's Vow of Destruction. Buzzing. The thumb-sized green flies swarmed around Yu Haoli and her two boyfriends. These flies were enormous and unafraid of humans. Their collision with one's skin stung. They seemed to have been drawn to the trio by the scent of their festering wounds. And no matter how hard they tried to shoo them away, they persisted. Get away, you damned flies. Yu Haoli swatted at the flies, but in doing so, her wounds leaked even more pus. The infection had worsened, with pus mingling with blood, creating a grotesque and horrifying sight. After a night, their injuries had not improved. Instead, they had deteriorated further, and Yu Haoli was now running a fever. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, seeing a ghastly figure, and her hatred for Zhou Chu intensified. I merely wanted to break a window at your house, and you go this far to ruin me. I will not let this go. You filthy wretch. I will have my revenge. She felt no fault in her actions. The blame lay solely with Zhou Chu for her misfortunes. Buzzing. The flies continued to circle her, and in frustration, she slapped one. Not knowing whether it was too sluggish to fly, or had become addicted to her pus. The slap turned the fly into a mushy paste, but upon its death, she discovered it was filled with maggots. Disgusted, she wiped her hands with a towel, only to feel a sharper pain in her head. At that moment, Kong Mingxiu suddenly pointed at her face. Haoli, no, little princess, your face is ugh. Unable to hold back, he vomited. Though his own wounds were infected, the distance he had kept from the villa had shielded him from the worst of the itching powder, leaving his condition less severe. Yu Haoli, already irked, snapped back. What are you throwing up for? How dare you criticize me? Kong Mingxiu, somewhat effeminate and characteristically weak, was not one she favored. She had only kept him around for the thrill of their trio. Now, seeing him vomit at her, she was enraged and slapped him across the face. Kong Mingxiu covered his face, his expression darkening, but upon glancing at the towering and robust Scorching, he lowered his head. No, little princess. My vomiting wasn't aimed at you. It's your face. Yu Haoli, impatient, demanded, what is wrong with my face? Stop stuttering, and just tell me. Scorching fanned the flames. Xiao Su, just speak plainly. The little princess won't hold it against you. If you keep throwing up in her direction, she might misunderstand you. You wouldn't even make her think you're disgusted by her injuries, would you? I love the little princess, regardless of her state. Though Scorching felt the urge to vomit himself and avoided looking at her, he delivered his lines with practiced flair. Sure enough, Yu Haoli's expression darkened. Kong Mingxiu, fearing her wrath, quickly blurted, There are maggots. You have maggots on your face.
Ugh.
His words made Yu Haoli's face pale, and she rushed to the mirror. To her horror, she saw maggots wriggling within the pus on her face.
Ah!
She screamed. Frantically, she clawed at her face, managing to pull out a few, but many more had burrowed deeper into her flesh. Buzzing. A green fly landed on her hand, adding more maggots to her already horrific situation.
Ah! Ah! Ah!
She screamed in a frenzy, wildly swatting at the green flies, killing some. Yet each deceased fly was filled with maggots. Others lingered nearby, poised to return, and lay more. At this point, Scorching could no longer bear it and rushed away to vomit. This cannot continue. We need to find a doctor for these wounds, or we will be consumed by maggots. He had intended to let Yu Haoli and Kong Mingxiu suffer, but now he realized he was in danger as well. This foolish girl only knew how to scream, failing to devise a plan, and he had to remind her.
Right.
Find a doctor. I'll check in the group for a doctor. She quickly grabbed her phone, took several selfies, selected the best angle, applied beauty filters, and posted in the group, Help. Is there a doctor in the community? I am in dire distress. I have sustained injuries that have led to an infection, and maggots are now present. If I do not receive treatment soon, it could prove fatal. Upon viewing the images shared in the group, a wave of nausea swept over everyone. What a misfortune it is to witness such grotesque imagery while I am in the midst of my meal. How can one be so callous as to adorn oneself with makeup in such a state? Moreover, the audacity to apply beauty filters even in the presence of maggots is beyond comprehension. Despite the disgust, there were those who extended a hand of assistance. Zhao Baoxing urged Yu Haoli and her companions to come forth, as their condition posed a significant danger. Failure to act could result in a loss of life. Upon noticing that someone had responded, Yu Haoli's demeanor shifted dramatically, expressing gratitude towards Zhao Baoxing, vowing to repay his kindness unless she were to be consumed by maggots. Zhao Baoxing insisted there was no need for grand oaths and urged them to hurry, as their situation was urgent. Neither he nor Yu Haoli took her vows seriously. Zhou Chuchu, observing the messages on her phone, reflected on the formidable nature of fate. In a previous life, Yu Haoli had not been afflicted by the same misfortunes. After vandalizing a neighbor's window, she had threatened others with similar fates if they did not comply with her demands. Her reign of terror came to an end when she was injured by a mother defending her child, resulting in a severe infection. She had begged for help, ultimately receiving treatment from Zhao Baoxing, only to repay his kindness with betrayal by stealing his supplies and even selling his daughter during a time of dire scarcity. Zhao Baoxing, upon discovering the dismembered remains of his daughter, succumbed to madness and exacted revenge. At that time, she had sworn a similar oath, proclaiming that should she betray her vow, she would be dismembered herself. Now, in this life, her oath had altered. Yet Zhou Chuchu remained acutely aware that such individuals seldom change and would inevitably forget their debts of gratitude. Zhou Chuchu recalled that Zhao Baoxing's daughter was a lovely young girl who had shared a good relationship with her own child. When Zhao Baoxing found her remains, he did not weep. He remained silent, akin to a statue. Witnessing the transformation of a lively child into such a tragic state deeply affected Zhou Chuchu. Chapter 90. The benevolence of healers and the ungratefulness of recipients. Zhou Chuchu called for her daughter, who was joyously playing with a cactus and a little tiger. Chichi, come here for a moment. Dressed in a charming little dress with twin braids, Chichi bounced over. What is it, Mama? Zhou Chuchu embraced her tightly, showering her with affectionate kisses, unable to get enough. Chichi giggled, burying her head in her mother's embrace, reveling in the warmth and affection. My dear, I have a question for you. Chichi pecked her mother on the cheek. What is it, Mama? Do you remember the young lady from Dr. Zhao's family? If she were in danger, what would you do? Suddenly anxious, Chichi clutched her mother's hand. Mama, Tong Tong is in danger. We must save her. Zhou Chuchu squeezed her daughter's hand and smiled. All right. Chichi beamed, hugging her mother tightly and planting a soft kiss on her cheek. Thank you, Mama. Now go play with your brother for a while, then we will practice phonetics. Chichi nodded vigorously. Yes, I will. Mama, please don't forget to save Tong Tong. Watching her child's innocent smile and sincere expression filled Zhou Chuchu with a bittersweet ache, bringing to mind the desolate eyes of children from her previous life, who had suffered greatly and expressed no hope for the future. If she could, she would forever protect this innocence from the harsh realities of the world. She opened Zhao Baoxing's WeChat and sent him a message. Be cautious of Yu Haoli. Protect the children. Just as Zhao Baoxing, having just treated a patient suffering from heat stroke, was about to rest, he received Zhou Chuchu's message. As he prepared to view the video, a knock sounded at his door. Dad, another patient has arrived. I'll open the door. 6-year-old Zhao Xiaotong rushed to the door, nearly colliding with Yu Haoli, who reeked of decay, surrounded by buzzing green flies. The little girl, startled by the foul odor, quickly covered her nose, exclaiming, How awful! Yu Haoli's expression darkened, glaring at Zhao Xiaotong, who was frightened by the fierce look. As 2 flies flew toward her, she screamed, Ah, flies. The girl was already afraid of insects, let alone the revolting flies. Although she meant no malice, Yu Haoli found her reaction intolerable. In her spiteful thoughts, she mused, Here I am, suffering, and instead of showing compassion, this little brat dares to ridicule me. Just wait. I will have my revenge. However, she feigned a smile, saying, I'm sorry, little one. Did I scare you? Don't be afraid. I'll buy you some candy. Sensing her malevolence, Zhao Xiaotong ran behind her father, clutching his shirt. Daddy, she's a bad person. Yu Haoli's face darkened again, but she quickly plastered on a smile. Children shouldn't joke around. I'm a good person, a very good person. Zhao Baoxing, initially dismissive of his daughter's innocent remarks, recalled Zhou Chuchu's warning and noticed his daughter's trembling hands, which made him wary. Tongtong's mom, please take the child to the room. She has been frightened. Comfort her. Zhao Baoxing's wife emerged, cradling the child and gently patting her back. Be good, let us go to the room with mommy. Daddy is a bit busy right now. Looking up, Zhao Baoxing noticed Yu Hali staring ominously at his daughter's room, her expression dark and inscrutable, which made him quite uneasy. Please have a seat. I will first clean and disinfect your wounds and remove the maggots. Despite his reluctance to treat Yu Hali, the healer's compassion ultimately prevailed. Thank you, Dr. Zhao. I appreciate your help. Yu Hali replied, her voice filled with feigned gratitude. Once outside, her demeanor shifted instantly. She spat a thick wad of phlegm onto the door of Zhao's clinic, cursing under her breath about the pain inflicted upon her by Zhao and his daughter. Calming, she remarked, it's best not to pursue that little princess. She didn't mean it, and Dr. Zhao has helped us. He still retained a shred of humanity, believing one should not repay kindness with malice. Yu Hali, filled with malice, slapped him across the face, her tone dripping with venom. What's this? Do you fancy that little brat? Want to be with her? Kang Mingxiu's face flushed with anger as he vehemently denied her accusation. How could I possibly? I may be a wretched being, but I would never harbor ill intentions towards a child. What more could he say? Shi Xingtung placed his hand upon him, applying a heavy pressure. We are mere servants to the little princess. We shall heed her every command. Understood? Yu Hali, filled with joy, bestowed a vigorous kiss upon Shi Xingtung. Ah, you truly understand me. Shi Xingtung, suppressing his revulsion and battling his instinct to wipe it away, feigned enthusiasm. Wow. The little princess's kiss is truly delightful. Yu Hali beamed even brighter, suggesting with a hint of intent, come to my room tonight. This princess wishes to reward you. Shi Xingtung's complexion paled, nearly retching, yet he managed to utter, serving her highness is my utmost honor. The trio wandered off as night descended. A honeysuckle vine silently crept forward, only to retreat into the shadows, returning to the alloy steel fence of Zhou Chuchu's home. That night, thanks to the air conditioning, everyone managed to endure a relatively peaceful evening. However, come morning, the community faced yet another power outage. Along with the blackout, water supply was also interrupted. Chapter 91. Accelerating Food Relocation, Forest Fire. The sweltering heat made the power outage dire enough, but to have the water cut off, as well, was unbearable. Without water, one could not even fill a basin to cool off. Even drinking water became a luxury. This was sheer torment. Our station reports, due to soaring temperatures, the water level in Heezy Reservoir has dropped to alarming levels and the water source is beginning to dry up. Starting today, the supply of drinking water will be restricted. The water plant will release water daily from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Please collect it on time to avoid wastage. A solemn reminder. Water is precious. Please do not waste it and use it primarily for drinking. Our station reports, on October 25, 2035, a forest fire was ignited in Haisher Forest Park due to extreme heat and drought, with flames spreading rapidly. Our station reports, the crematorium's incinerator has ceased operations due to an excessive number of bodies being burned. Please do not send any more bodies to the crematorium. In special circumstances, the authorities permit burial on site. Our station reports, due to overwhelming electrical demands, the blackout zone has expanded. Please maintain a positive attitude. United, we shall endure this calamity. Our station reports, at Zhou Chuchu's home, the television continued to broadcast the news. Lu Jilin and Qin Zhuangming exchanged alarmed glances. Despite their mental preparation, the horror of the apocalypse exceeded their expectations. Survival had become increasingly dire. The community was in darkness, yet very few households were equipped with generators. They could no longer enjoy the comfort akin to the pre-apocalyptic days. The elderly couple gazed at the diligent plants and dogs accompanying their children, feeling immensely grateful. They were kind-hearted individuals, certainly sympathetic towards those suffering, yet they were acutely aware of their own limitations. Simply surviving in this harsh new world was a considerable challenge. Having navigated the tumultuous waters of commerce for most of their lives, they understood all too well the depths of human depravity that such extreme conditions could unleash. Just yesterday, individuals had been outside their fence, begging for food, resorting to curses and threats when denied, even hurling bricks in an attempt to damage their home, only to be repelled by the plants. This turmoil persisted until the early morning, when the temperature soared. Thankfully, the house was well insulated, sparing the children from the fright. Otherwise, it would have terrified them. It was only the second day of the apocalypse. Manor and her son had ventured out into the sweltering heat. She worried they might suffer from the heat. Lu Jolin was concerned for her son and daughter-in-law, despite knowing they were capable. Typically, her daughter-in-law might sleep in, yet today, she had risen at 3 in the morning to leave with her son. Qin Zhuangming decisively stated, "Do not worry about the children. That rascal knows his limits. When has he ever put Xiaoman in danger?" Lu Jolin felt a sense of relief. He was right. At that moment, a helicopter soared over Lake Province's Han City. Lake Province is indeed a land of abundance, overflowing with grain. We have successfully collected food from 37 granaries. Regrettably, 2 granaries had suffered from overcrowding and spoilage. My dear, we must hasten. We must salvage as much food and vegetables as possible before they rot. Qin Ziyuan nodded, responding succinctly. Indeed. Ji Fanqing was thrilled and exuberant. Wow. How cool. It feels like we are on a secret mission. Lao Qiu and Wu Go will be envious. Luckily, I recorded a video of the boss and sister-in-law. Once this is over, I will flaunt it before them. Charge. I upgraded the propeller yesterday. The helicopter's speed can be doubled. Recently, I have felt as if inspired by the divine, with one brilliant idea after another. Boss, just give me time, and I will construct an aircraft carrier for you. Qin Ziyuan maintained a stoic expression, as though constructing an aircraft carrier was an ordinary task. Ji Fanqing did not perceive his leader's cool demeanor as indifference. If he were to genuinely praise him, he would question whether his boss had been replaced. Zhou Chuchu, unable to tolerate the situation, smiled and complimented. Fanqing, you are wonderful. Keep it up. Ji Fanqing, receiving praise from his sister-in-law instead of his boss, was elated. He eagerly leaned in, explaining, "Here's my concept for the propeller. It utilizes the principle of conservation of energy, and the system can employ a 3-stage propulsion method." He enthusiastically detailed the intricate principles displayed on his computer to Zhou Chuchu. She gazed at the complex design, her head spinning, beads of cold sweat trickling down. She truly wished to conceal her lack of understanding and low educational level, but did not want to dampen the young man's enthusiasm. Just as she steeled herself to endure, a thick plume of smoke erupted into the sky. The helicopter had reached the edge of Han City's forest area, where the intense heat had ignited a forest fire. Flames roared below, forming a fiery line 50 meters wide and extending for hundreds of meters, smoke billowing into the heavens. If this inferno is not extinguished, it will soon consume the entire forest. Zhou Chuchu, perhaps awakened to her mastery over plants, seemed to hear their cries for help. She could not stand idly by. My dear. Couple's affection. Heartbound connection activated. Your abilities and skills enhance 105 times. Qin Ziyuan instantly lifted her, vanishing from the helicopter. Ji Fanqing remained behind in the helicopter, shouting, "Boss, sister-in-law, this level of forest fire is beyond your capacity to extinguish." Outside, temperatures soared close to 60 degrees. With the burning forest intensifying the heat, anyone could see that this forest fire was beyond salvation. The conditions simply did not permit rescue. Yet, this limitation did not apply to Zhou Chuchu. My dear. Couple's affection. Heartbound connection activated. Your abilities and skills enhance 106 times. Qin Ziyuan flashed again, transporting her above a lake. This lake had yet to dry up, still holding half a lake's worth of water. Zhou Chuchu glanced at the lake, noting that the water level had decreased by 1/10. Her husband carried her to hover above the forest, ready to pour the water down. With a whoosh, the water cascaded down, but it did little to quell the flames. It merely alleviated them momentarily. Even soaked, the moisture would quickly evaporate in the fierce fire, reigniting. The flames surged forward, as if they were an unstoppable force, merely held at bay before spreading anew. This approach would not suffice. Draining the lake was not an option. Qin Ziyuan, with keen insight, calculated the volume of water necessary to extinguish the blaze. They would require the equivalent of 5 lakes' worth of water to fully douse the flames. However, I still have a method to obliterate the fire along with the surrounding trees. Zhou Chuchu grasped his hand. Allow me to try once more. Ordinary water will not suffice, but what about water infused with extraordinary abilities? Chapter 92, Extinguishing the Forest Fire. Do not depart. The forest fire raged fiercely, painting the sky a fiery red. In the sweltering heat, flames danced ferociously, casting a fiery glow upon Zhou Chuchu's porcelain white face. The heat wave tousled her hair, yet could not obscure the resolute determination in her eyes. Upon witnessing his beloved wife's tenacity, Qin Ziyuan felt as though his heart had been struck with profound force. Have you made your decision? His gaze, deep as the ocean, fixed upon Zhou Chuchu. Even if battling the forest fire leads to excruciating pain from overexertion of your abilities, will you persist? He queried. Despite the likelihood of no reward and the possibility of failure, will you not harbor regret? Surprised by her husband's rare outpouring of words, Zhou Chuchu felt compelled to respond.
No regrets.
Even in failure, no regrets. Even in pain from overexertion, no regrets. Even with no reward, no regrets. I am a master of plant manipulation. How can I stand idly by while plants perish? What will I do then? Furthermore, I refuse to allow the children to witness a desolate world akin to my past life, so bleak and forlorn. Qin Ziyuan gazed deeply into her eyes, his expression laden with profound meaning, ultimately transforming into unwavering support. Very well. He embraced Zhou Chuchu, reappearing over the lake. If you find yourself faltering, employ the nameless technique I taught you. His cool breath brushed her ear, sending a shiver down her spine. Understood, she replied softly, commencing the flow of her energy. A ring of blue water spiraled around her, within which glimmered ever-bluer stars, vibrant as playful sprites, diving into the lake below and swiftly lifting the water skyward. The blue stars swam and weaved through the water, turning the entire lake into a brilliant azure. Zhou Chuchu, dragging the lake's water like a flowing blue ribbon, soared toward the burning forest. With thousands of tons of water, her power rapidly waned, her complexion paling as her energy reservoir drained. The pain of overexertion coursed through her, as if her veins were about to rupture. Yet, these agonies paled in comparison to the torment she had endured in the laboratory. They were trivial, insignificant. Chuchu. The nameless technique. A hand pressed against her waist, invigorating her spirit. Following the technique's guidance, her energy organized itself in a harmonious manner, and as she harnessed it, her energy reservoir began to tear, reshape, and expand. From the depths of the drained reservoir, a richer, more solid energy surged forth. With this continuous influx, Zhou Chuchu guided the blue water ribbon over the blazing forest. Extinguish the flames, she commanded, releasing the water ribbon. The blue, adorned with lush green stars, poured down upon the flames. A membrane of water enveloped the fire, extinguishing it.
Bang. Bang. Bang.
The blue stars detonated, scattering the remaining water into the air. The droplets fell, nourishing the parched trees, and instantly, the withered forest seemed to awaken, sprouting anew. The entire woodland transformed from desolation to vibrant greenery.
Thank you. Thank you.
We are grateful, Master. The trees swayed in the wind, as if expressing their gratitude.
Yet.
She had succumbed to exhaustion from overexerting her powers and was oblivious to this scene. She had also unconsciously drawn upon her green plant manipulation abilities when her water energy had been insufficient. Qin Ziyuan caught her, gently brushing aside the disheveled strands of hair from her face, observing the swaying trees below. His lips were pressed tightly, a blade-like line, as he teleported away in silence. Zhou Chuchu appeared to drift into a dreamlike realm, surrounded by countless blue and green light points. Before her, amidst a glowing haze, stood a door. Her parents, encased in ice and with dulled expressions, revealed joy upon seeing her, before stepping through the door without hesitation. Next were her in-laws, gaunt and tattered, bearing the marks of a zombie's bite. They cast a lingering glance in her direction before entering the door. Then came her children, their bodies marred by experimental scars, their abdomens hollow, yet they smiled at her, silently beckoning her to follow. Finally, there was him, Qin Ziyuan, transformed into the figure of a zombie king, commanding and fearsome. He gazed at her for what seemed an eternity, as if he had a multitude of words to convey, yet he slowly turned away, stepping toward the luminous door.
No.
No, no.
Please.
An overwhelming sorrow surged within Zhou Chuchu, and she stumbled forward, disregarding all else, throwing herself into the arms of the zombie king, Qin Ziyuan.
Do not go. Do not leave me.
I will no longer fear you, nor abandon you. Please do not leave. With a thunderous cry, she awoke, her eyes brimming with tears, clinging desperately to someone's waist. Thud. The remote control slipped from Ji Fanqing's hand, and she gave a thumbs up to her elder brother. Big brother, your sister-in-law adores you. Qin Ziyuan gestured for silence and gently patted his wife's back. I will not leave. I will never leave. Ji Fanqing covered her mouth in astonishment, amazed to discover this tender side of her usually stoic elder brother. As Zhou Chuchu opened her eyes and beheld Qin Ziyuan, unharmed and unchanged, she felt immense relief. Her parents, in-laws, and children were all safe, still present. Overcome with gratitude, she leaped into her husband's embrace, her arms tightening around him. She felt thankful, deeply appreciative, and sincerely grateful to the heavens for granting her a second chance. Qin Ziyuan held her, gently patting her back until her emotions settled. "Shall we return home?" Zhou Chuchu immediately declined. "No, I must continue transferring supplies. Every moment is crucial. If the heavens had allowed her to be reborn to make amends, she would seize this fortune to alter her fate and the fates of others, transforming this damned apocalypse." While Zhou Chuchu and Qin Ziyuan were busy relocating supplies across the country, in their villa community, Li Jun had created a small group, inviting all those who bore animosity toward Zhou Chuchu's family. Chapter 93. Shameless Schemes, the Machinations of a Cunning Villain. Li Jun, owners of Villa 2, Shendanhong. The beautiful and elegant Princess Yu Haoli, Zhang Xiaomei of Building 56, Unit 8, and Cheng Lan, the group leader of the villa area, everyone. I have gathered you here because we are at a life-and-death juncture. We must unite to overcome this crisis. Yu Haoli immediately retorted, "Why should I listen to you? Who do you think you are?" Li Jun clearly held little regard for this spunky girl, yet as they needed her to rally others, he refrained from anger and patiently explained, "It's not about you following my orders. The current temperature and the suspension of water and electricity are obviously a death sentence. Just in our community, 6 people have died today. If we do not unite, how can you ensure your survival when resources run out?" The others in the group remained silent. Yu Haoli began to post several images. "My late uncle left behind a considerable collection of fine wines at the villa, alongside dried ginseng and abalone. Though devoid of water, I can indulge in the wine. And in the absence of food, I can feast on ginseng and abalone. Ha!"
Fool. Li Jun silently cursed Yu Haoli, questioning her audacity to flaunt her superiority.
Yet, he maintained his composure, typing with patience, indicating that while these wines are indeed expensive, they cannot substitute for water, and though these nutritional supplements are exceptional, consuming them exclusively for an extended period is impractical. Without hesitation, Yu Haoli retorted, "Of course I can." Li Jun's forehead throbbed in frustration. He opted to ignore the foolishness of this naive girl and turned his attention to others. Among them were the owner of Unit 2, Shendanhong, Zhang Xiaomei from Unit 8 of Building 56, and Cheng Lan, the head of the Villa Area S Group Purchase. Shendanhong and Cheng Lan, self-assured in their status, remained passive, awaiting Li Jun's next move. However, Zhang Xiaomei could not contain herself. She typically dined out or ordered food online, never bothering to buy groceries or cook. Her refrigerator was stocked with cosmetics, and the only water available was skincare liquid. On the day the apocalypse began, temperatures soared, prompting everyone to scramble for supplies. Fearing sun damage and heat, she refrained from venturing out. Yesterday, she had intended to seize provisions. Yet all the stores and supermarkets had been stripped bare, leaving only clothing and heating equipment. She frantically dialed food delivery services, only to find the lines busy. After finally connecting, she was informed that there was no stock available. After much effort, she found a service willing to deliver, but they charged her an exorbitant 980 for a mere ordinary meal. After placing an order for several days' worth, the delivery service unexpectedly added a 300 delivery fee. Just as she finished her meal from yesterday, all the food spoiled today due to the unbearable heat. Infuriated, she discarded the rotten food. She contemplated purchasing food from Cheng Lan, who had inflated prices, 200 for a bottle of water, 590 for a handful of vegetables, and 800 for a pound of rice. Over the years, despite having saved some money from her relationship with a wealthy businessman old enough to be her father, she was unwilling to spend it on what she deemed lowly provisions. From yesterday to today, she and her mother had gone hungry, resorting to drinking the limited water from the bathroom tank. They were on the brink of collapse. She immediately messaged, "What do you suggest?" "I'm all ears." Seeing someone finally engage with him, Li Jun revealed his thoughts. "I plan to form a neighborhood defense team to register the residents, organize and collect supplies for centralized distribution, enabling us all to survive this calamity." Zhang Xiaomei, upon hearing this, was instantly excited and voiced her agreement. However, Shendanhong and Cheng Lan were not pleased. Collecting supplies for centralized distribution? Who do you think you are? A mere security guard, daring to dictate to us. Naturally, they were unwilling to part with their supplies. Once given away, could they ever be reclaimed? Li Jun loathed these condescending women but refrained from antagonizing them, as he had no backing. We won't collect your supplies. We will target the household with the most provisions. He posed the question, whose supplies are the most abundant in our neighborhood? This suggestion was so blatant that even the dim-witted Yu Haoli caught on. Who else could it be but that wretched family's? She made me suffer. I'll not let her off the hook. Let's seize all her supplies. While others were less direct than Yu Haoli, they still concealed their intentions under a veil of propriety. Li Jun asserted, "What are you saying? It's not theft, it's a redistribution, allowing everyone to survive, an act of great virtue." Shun Danhong became more engaged. Indeed, as a junior, she should offer her supplies. Cheng Lan smiled, given the current hardships. She ought to open her doors and welcome us in for a respite. What a noble act. Yu Haoli was displeased with their roundabout manner. Wasn't it evident they wanted her to relinquish her supplies and home?
Why not say it outright?
We are many, and her family is small. Should we fear her? Let's just organize ourselves and occupy her house. Li Jun, Cheng Lan, and Shin Danhong internally chastised Yu Haoli for her lack of wit. Even a snail had more sense. Such actions could not be labeled as theft. It was merely a rational redistribution. Ignoring her, Cheng Lan suggested, "Let us do this. You propose it in the owner's group. And I and Sister Shun will support you, stirring the pot until everyone agrees." Cheng Lan disregarded Yu Haoli, thinking her foolish and beneath consideration. She also ignored Zhang Xiaomei, as she was not a legitimate owner, but merely a mistress. However, when she addressed Shin Danhong as sister, it irked Shin Danhong. "What's your husband's status compared to mine? You think you can call me sister? Address me as Mrs. Fong." Cheng Lan silently scoffed. "Mrs. Fong indeed. Your husband's company is facing ruin, and you still act like a lady here." Meanwhile, they were all typing. "All right, let us spring into action." This hastily formed group concluded their discussions regarding dealing with Zhou Chuchu before dispersing, clearly harboring disdain for one another. Yu Haoli, upon discovering she had been ejected from the group, felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, quickly replaced by disdain. These individuals were so sluggish in their actions. She decided it was futile to rely on them to eliminate that little brat. She would seek out Hao Ge for assistance. Upon hearing Hao Ge's name, Shi Xingting and Kong Mingxu shivered. He was a true vampire, a demon. Few had escaped his grasp unscathed. Before arriving, they had witnessed a young lady, rumored to be of noble birth, coerced into prostitution to settle debts, left in a state of disarray. As Zhou Chuchu and Qin Ziyuan returned home, it was already 8 in the evening. She appeared weary, her expression fatigued, feeling utterly drained. Throughout the day, she had traversed 13 provinces, visited 48 major cities, and cleared 590 grain depots, as well as 134 large cold storage facilities and 345 significant warehouses. In essence, apart from the official grain depots that were secured and equipped with cooling systems to withstand high temperatures, she had virtually emptied all other unprotected resources. This endeavor was a race against time. By outpacing time, she could salvage more supplies. Otherwise, with widespread power outages looming, even if she wished to rescue food supplies later, it would be futile. Regarding the remaining items, she had no intention of collecting them. They could circulate freely, either being bought or distributed. If it were merely a matter of relocating supplies, she would not have been so exhausted. The primary cause of her fatigue stemmed from encountering multiple forest fires along her route to these cities, repeatedly utilizing her powers to extinguish them. Upon returning, she found that the power had been restored to the community, yet she had missed the water supply cutoff time. Zhou Chuchu, however, remained unperturbed. She had already secured a backup water source, 5 million cubic meters of pure water, in addition to 900 million cubic meters of Baikal Lake freshwater. On her return from the high seas of South Korea, she had conveniently collected freshwater from several lakes, enough to sustain her family for a staggering 100,000 years. "Man, look at how exhausted you are. Come and have some bird's nest soup." Concerned for her daughter-in-law, she quickly prepared a bowl of soup for Zhou Chuchu. The two little ones, Ji and Lin Lin, with sleepy eyes, approached to massage her shoulders with their tiny fists. Zhou Chuchu felt her heart soften immensely, yearning to embrace the two cherubic children for a kiss. However, seeing herself covered in dust from a day of running around, and having played the role of firefighter several times, she realized she was hardly presentable. Mother went to take a shower first, while the two little treasures were instructed to sleep. Zhou Chuchu slipped into the bathroom, and Qin Ziyuan followed her in with a somber expression. When Zhou Chuchu noticed his entrance, she felt a bit flustered. I'm really exhausted today. How about we postpone it to another day? Qin Ziyuan, displeased, replied, Chuchu, what do you take me for? Given your current state, how could I possibly find the inclination to tease you? Rest assured, I am merely here to assist you in your recovery. Oh, is that so? But how will you assist me? Zhou Chuchu asked, her cheeks flushing as Qin Ziyuan's gaze remained fixed on her, a playful smile gracing his lips. Naturally, it will be a personal approach. Zhou Chuchu spent an entire hour in the shower, the sound of water cascading around her. When she finally emerged, she felt refreshed, her fatigue dissipated, although her skin appeared slightly unnaturally flushed. Upon her exit, the two little ones, struggling to keep their sleepy eyes open, bobbed their little heads in anticipation. Zhou Chuchu's heart melted, and she hurried over, scooping one in each arm. Mama said it's time for bed. Why aren't you two sleeping? Zizi wrapped her chubby little arms around her, nudging her forehead against Zhou Chuchu's and planting a kiss on her cheek. I want to wait for Mama and say goodnight. Linlin, on the other hand, kissed Zhou Chuchu's forehead and said, Mama, you're very tired.
I'm worried about you.
After their tender words, Zhou Chuchu's heart softened like a puddle, and she couldn't help but embrace the two little bundles, planting a kiss on each of them. It was only then that the little ones succumbed to their drowsiness, drifting sweetly to sleep in her embrace. Zhou Chuchu removed their socks and placed them gently on the bed. Just as she lay down, a notification chimed in.
Ding.
Congratulations on successfully signing in. You have received a Farm Puzzle 4 and 56 Type 3 Mental Enhancement Agents. Due to your heroic act of saving 98 plants with immense evolutionary potential, you have earned 98 points of plant affinity. Her signing rewards had increased yet again. This time, it was attributed to her extinguishing a forest fire. Quelling the flames had positively impacted the survival of those 98 doomed plants, even surpassing the benefits of salvaging food. What a peculiar situation. In this future world, plants seemed to take center stage. Zhou Chuchu found herself at a loss, having survived merely a decade in this apocalyptic realm, and even in her later spectral state, she had remained closely tied to Qin Ziyuan, unable to truly grasp the future's intricacies. As for Qin Ziyuan, he often stared vacantly at a family portrait until the realization of her death ignited his wrath upon the world. What lay ahead in this future world remained a mystery to her. Nevertheless, she recognized the value of the 98 points of plant affinity. Such rewards were not to be squandered. After receiving her rewards, she noticed no significant changes except for a newfound closeness to plants. Even a humble blade of grass by the roadside seemed to hold potential. Yet, the practical application of this affinity would require further exploration. As for the specific nature of those 98 highly evolved plants, she remained uninformed, given the vast number of trees. Darling, this is for you, Zhou Chuchu said, handing Qin Ziyuan a Type 3 mental enhancement agent and taking one for herself as well. Once consumed, her mind felt clearer, and her abilities seemed to exhibit a slight inclination towards evolution. Upon taking the enhancement, Qin Ziyuan unleashed an overwhelming aura, his expression shifting as he vanished from sight. Moments later, the sky erupted with thunder, black lightning striking down from the clouds, unexpectedly giving rise to a brief but intense rainstorm amidst the sweltering heat. Zhou Chuchu was taken aback. What is happening? Has my husband's powers evolved due to a single enhancement agent? How absurd. Despite the hour being 8, the relentless daytime heat made the night a preferable time for activity. Even with the temperature soaring to 40 degrees outside, the evening felt like a reprieve. As the dark lightning illuminated the sky, a chorus of cheers erupted. Wonderful, it's raining. Rain means cooler temperatures. Finally, this dreadful weather is passing. The forest fire in Haisher Park has been extinguished, thank goodness. Can this unbearable heat finally come to an end? Yet, some held a more pessimistic view. The black lightning is too ominous, foreboding disaster. It signifies the wrath of the thunder god. This world has too many sins, and he is cleansing humanity. This is an ill omen. We are doomed. Lying in bed waiting for her husband, Zhou Chuchu, feeling bored, took out her phone. In the homeowners group, Li Jun had messaged her. Zhou Chu, as a homeowner, I propose that to help everyone weather this intense heat, we should pool our resources together. And since your household has the most supplies, I hope you can set an example. Chapter 95. As long as I possess no morals, no one can hold me hostage. Li Jun fired the first shot of moral coercion, and soon, the likes of Shun Danhong and others sprang into action, claiming the moral high ground. Shun Danhong, owner of the standalone mansion previously, your household had the most supplies, enough to sustain our entire community. As your elders and neighbors, you should distribute these resources to Li Jun. Zhang Xiaomei from Building 56, Unit 8 chimed in, Zhou Chu, regardless of any past grievances. That is now water under the bridge. We must unite to overcome this crisis. Cheng Lan, leader of the Villa District S Group Buying, urged, Zhou Chu. I suggest you open your doors and let some of the elderly and infirm from our community take shelter in your spacious home. Saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. With these four leading the charge, the others recalled how Zhou Chu had recently emptied the shelves of Sam S Club and Hema, transporting truckloads of supplies that were undeniably eye-catching. They had previously mocked her for frivolously spending her wealth on food supplies instead of antiques or artwork. Now, in the face of food and water scarcity, they recognized the wisdom in Zhou Chu's actions, and the allure of those supplies became undeniable. They were at a loss for how to broach the subject until Li Jun provided a compelling rationale, prompting everyone to engage in moral coercion against Zhou Chu.
Indeed.
Captain Li Jun's proposal is commendable. I wholeheartedly endorse it. Zhou Chu, I believe you are not unreasonable. Captain Li Jun's plan for equitable resource distribution benefits us all, and we should strongly support it. Zhou Chu, I advise against being ungrateful in times like these. Should anything befall your household, who can you rely on if not us, your neighbors? Zhou Chu, let us weather this storm together. Today you help us. And tomorrow we help you. Zhou Chu, come speak with us. Do you intend to stand against our entire community? Zhou Chu regarded them coolly, observing their fervent attempts at moral coercion. Did they think she would fall for such tactics? Apologies, but she possessed no morals. In her past life, these individuals had similarly attempted to morally coerce a well-stocked supermarket owner in their community, who had swiftly transported a truckload of supplies home at the onset of the apocalypse. These supplies could sustain his family for a year or two. However, once Li Jun and his group set their sights on those resources, they proposed a redistribution plan. In their desperation for food, they readily agreed, and under pressure, the supermarket owner relinquished his supplies to the community. Little did he know that he would be repaid with ingratitude. After he distributed his supplies, the community feigned gratitude. Yet when he later sought to reclaim some resources to feed his family, their true colors emerged. Li Jun not only refused but also physically assaulted him for daring to ask for supplies. Those who had received his generosity turned a blind eye. Even when he pleaded for help in the group, they remained unmoved. Ultimately, his family succumbed to starvation and thirst, and he, consumed by regret, took his own life. After his demise, those who acquired his provisions not only exhibited no signs of sorrow, but instead breathed a sigh of relief. He was gone, and no one would demand supplies from them any longer. After gaining control over these resources, Li Jun skillfully garnered support from a few individuals. As his influence grew, even old foam was unable to contend with him. Now, they no longer coveted the CEO's resources. Their sights were set on the more abundant supplies possessed by her. Naturally, if they were not fixated on their own, whom else could they be? Yet their aspirations were futile. They could forget about extracting even a morsel of her provisions. Her delicate fingers danced swiftly over her phone. Supplies? What supplies do I have? Did you not see me transport those provisions away? Cheng Lan immediately interjected, surely not. You must leave some behind. I even saw your in-laws purchasing quite a bit. Zhou Chu, one cannot be this selfish. Zhou Chu had been anticipating this from her. Cheng Lan, insatiable in her greed, had previously pilfered a considerable amount of supplies from that CEO in her past life, and now she dared to covet her property. Without hesitation, she tore off the facade and retorted, Cheng Lan, don't play these games with me. What if I am selfish? If you're not selfish, why don't you present your supplies first? Why not return the money you earned? You come here to show off. Moreover, who says I should yield my house while you don't have to yield yours? Cheng Lan, infuriated by the confrontation, desperately sought justification for her actions. My supplies are minimal, while yours vastly exceed mine. There's no reason to take from me when you possess so much. Zhou Chuchu swiftly replied, whoever desires to take can do so. I shall not. Then, Shun Danhong sprang forth, insisting, you cannot refuse. You must comply. There are many elders in the community. Can you bear to see them starve? How can you be so cruel? Zhou Chuchu unleashed her fury. My elders must at least be human. In front of me, those devoid of humanity cannot claim to be elders. Even if I were to obtain supplies to save lives, it would certainly not be for someone like you. Li Jun, sensing the situation spiraling negatively, quickly attempted to redirect the conversation. Let us do this. Everyone in our villa community should present their supplies for distribution. Those with more can take more, while those with less can take less, and those with none should not take at all. Once this heat passes, we will compensate according to the value of the provisions. Zhou Chuchu directly exposed him. Pa. Li Jun, whom are you trying to deceive? If I give you my supplies, how could they ever be returned? Furthermore, why should I part with my provisions? She cautioned those with abundant supplies not to fall for his empty promises. If they truly handed over their resources to him, they would find themselves starving. He would indulge in their supplies, while they could only watch helplessly. When Li Jun realized his intentions had been unveiled, he could no longer restrain himself and threatened in the group chat. Zhou Chuchu, the world is becoming chaotic. No one knows when disaster may strike. If someone attempts to break in, your family will still rely on our protection. Li Jun's true colors were finally revealed. In his previous life, he had similarly threatened that supermarket CEO. Zhou Chuchu remained unfazed by his threats. Let them try. She declared resolutely, I will not take a single morsel of supplies. Moral coercion has no hold on me. If you wish to invade my home, be prepared to face my retaliation. I hope you weigh your options carefully. Lives are truly at stake. Zhou Chuchu's menacing response left those who had been bouncing around in shock. Reflecting on Yu Haoli's tragic fate, they began to retreat. Yet, there were still those who refused to heed the warnings. For instance, Yu Haoli sought out Hao Guo, requesting his assistance in dealing with Zhou Chuchu.